Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 80, Snape's Suspicion and a Letter from Durmstrang. Christmas at the school wasn't particularly interesting. Apart from regularly keeping an eye on the Marauders map, John spent his time making Malfoy experience Neville's struggles. Can't keep up? You can say so, I never force you, John said coolly as he stood outside the Whomping Willow, watching Malfoy get chased by its branches. Shut up, John, Malfoy snapped, already having been hit several times. At first, he had been puzzled as to why wizards needed to train in dodging. That was until John repeatedly evaded 3 of Malfoy's spells, making Malfoy realize the importance of agility. But John didn't stay quiet, his tone laced with mockery. You're right not to bring Goyle and the others along, you look too pathetic right now. Bahaha, the Malfoys, one of the Sacred 28, and their heir can't even handle a tree. Maybe your father is right, after all, with your family's wealth, you could live your life as a useless layabout. Oh, I forgot, perhaps it's more than just like. His words cut like a knife, throwing Malfoy into a state of frustration, and with one misstep, he was sent flying by the Whomping Willow's branch. Tut-tut, look at you, like a rat being chased away with a broom. How much did your family donate to Hogwarts to convince them to let you in? John pulled out a turkey sandwich and took a bite, looking utterly relaxed, a sight sure to fuel Malfoy's resentment. Malfoy was seething with anger. A voice in his head questioned why he was letting that muggle-born wizard enjoy himself while he, a noble pureblood, suffered. As his anger surged, Malfoy couldn't take it anymore after being thrown back by the Whomping Willow once again. He drew his wand and fired a spell at the annoying tree. Just as the spell was about to hit the Whomping Willow, a shield charm appeared. I told you to dodge. Who said you could attack? The first layer of the shield charm shattered upon impact, but the second layer managed to stop the attack. The Whomping Willow, now enraged, swung its branches even faster and more furiously. Malfoy, unable to dodge in time, was about to get hit. Seeing this, John quickly cast a levitation charm, pulling Malfoy back to safety. Noticing that Malfoy was still angry, John clapped and praised him. This time, the power was greater than before. Keep that feeling. John was testing the effects of emotions on the power of spells. After Malfoy got angry, the power of his spell had increased by half. Although this kind of emotion affected accuracy, the increase in power was quite significant. John took out a pen to note this in his journal. Glancing at the still angry Malfoy, he sighed and said, "You're the one who asked me to train you." Malfoy understood that John was trying to help him improve his skills, but he still had trouble controlling his emotions. At times like this, John usually just needed to use a sleep charm on him. All right, time to sleep again, John said. Ah wait, without giving Malfoy a chance to react, John cast the sleep charm right in his face, sending him into a peaceful, baby-like slumber. He called Goyle and Crabbe to carry Malfoy back. The two of them were used to Malfoy being so exhausted that he fell asleep every day. After scribbling some notes in his journal, John closed the book and slipped it into his small bag. Anger is useful, but it's better to use it sparingly. This time, Draco's emotional state lasted longer. John thought that if this continued, there might come a day when Malfoy would take things too far and turn against him. Though it was a bit disappointing, John decided to put a temporary halt to their sessions. Unbeknownst to him, someone had been observing his every move. Snape, with his dark, shadowy eyes, had been watching and decided to report to Dumbledore. Dumbledore, you need to do something about John Wick, Snape said in the headmaster's office. This time, his tone was not his usual sarcastic drawl but one tinged with anger. What's the matter, Severus? Dumbledore looked up from his desk, surprised to see Snape in such a state. He's slowly gaining power, and don't tell me you haven't noticed, Dumbledore. As a former Death Eater, Snape saw echoes of another person in John. The same extraordinary talent, the same good looks, the same ability to sway those around him. John Wick. Aside from his bloodline, this boy was a complete replica of that person. There was a hint of madness in Snape's voice, his tone as dark and murky as if it had been dredged from the depths. He's mimicking the Dark Lord. He won't settle for being ordinary, Slytherin is proof of that. In just 1 year, he's turned the entire house into his own. Dumbledore, seeing how agitated Snape was, responded calmly, Severus, calm down. He's just a child. Voldemort was also just a child once. Snape retorted, emphasizing every word, even going so far as to say the Dark Lord's name. He was deeply concerned about John Wick. A sneer spread across Snape's face as he continued in his usual sarcastic drawl, don't tell me you haven't noticed what he's been up to. In his first year, he was already dabbling in dark magic. He's cunning, ambitious, and even Draco Malfoy now bows to him. Dumbledore, we both know what this could mean. The heir of Slytherin, how do you know it's not him? Severus. Dumbledore's expression became stern, causing Snape to calm down slightly. That's a very serious accusation, you know. Dumbledore's wise eyes gazed towards the sword of Gryffindor as he softly spoke, I believe John Wick will not become that person. He's different, he has family, friends, and love. Snape, now fully composed, stared coldly at Dumbledore, his voice returning to its usual tone. I hope you're right. We won't have another Dumbledore in the future after all. With that, he left, leaving Dumbledore alone in thought. Voldemort was a painful subject for Snape, as he had taken the life of Snape's beloved. Dumbledore was fully aware of this, and he also understood that when Voldemort was in his second year, he was far less exceptional than John. The people around John were drawn to him because of his power, not because of his bloodline, but because of his strength. In this regard, John was much like another person from the past. Dumbledore looked at the sword of Gryffindor and sighed, I hope it's you, John. He recalled the time the chamber of Gryffindor had been opened. If it weren't for Harry, Dumbledore couldn't think of anyone more exceptional than John. If it was John, then he wouldn't become the next Voldemort. Snape was right, there isn't another Dumbledore in the magical world. They couldn't afford a third Dark Lord. John was unaware that because of him, Snape and Dumbledore had a heated argument. He was currently opening an envelope delivered by an owl. The letter was from Durmstrang. The owl looked utterly exhausted after delivering the letter. The envelope showed that it was sent from Durmstrang, but the family seal on the envelope was one John had never seen before, a bat holding a sword. Inside, there was a letter and an object that looked like a scale. A dragon scale. Opening the letter, John saw a line of elegant handwriting. I've come to find you. Why does this feel like a threat? John fell into thought. Could it be a prank by the Weasley twins? He noticed the sender's name, Heydrich Edgar. This name instantly took him back to that day during the summer holiday when he and Fleur had fallen into the forest. The Durmstrang student he had dueled with. Come to find me. Thinking it over, John realized he hadn't done anything to provoke the other person. So why send a threatening letter? Forget it, no point in dwelling on it. Unable to figure it out, John decided not to worry about it and headed to the secret chamber of Gryffindor. He held a new piece of parchment in his hand, intending to try replicating the Marauder's map. This was a student-made item, so theoretically, the level of alchemy involved should have its limits. Level 3 alchemy should be just enough to accomplish it. Replicating the map wasn't the main goal, John was more interested in studying the tracking spells embedded within it. The map could mark anyone who entered Hogwarts, using a magic similar to tracing charms. John had previously extracted tracing spells, so he had some understanding of them. The 4 people who can combine the two and make a map are really geniuses. In the secret chamber of Gryffindor, John first added an ingredient to the Felix Felicis. The Felix Felicis is nearing the end, and it is estimated that it will be completed after the start of the next semester. John is also preparing to enter the Slytherin chamber at that time. Read 12 Advanced Chapter at Chapter 81, The Seed of Doubt and Pansy's Love. Hospital Wing. Harry, you're wrong. Hermione argued back at Harry, clearly upset. How can you suspect John? He's our friend, and he's a Muggle-born. Even Ron thought Harry's idea was crazy. That was John Wick they were talking about. He was the one who single-handedly dispelled people's fears about the heir of Slytherin, and he was the one who saved the Gryffindor students by driving away the basilisk. How could Harry possibly suspect John? Seeing that his friends didn't believe him, Harry voiced his suspicions. Think about it. Who was the first to discover the basilisk? It was John. What's so strange about that? If it weren't for John, you'd have been blamed as the cat killer by Filch, Hermione retorted, her cat-like face puffing up in anger. Harry shook his head and said seriously, what about the second time? John came out with the basilisk, and it just so happened that Colin was there to take a picture. During the time Colin went to get a professor, no one knows what really happened between John and the basilisk. This made Ron think, just a little, that Harry might have a point. Think about it, why was John, facing such a dangerous creature like the basilisk, barely hurt? He just slept it off in the hospital wing. Hermione dismissed the idea, maybe John is just that strong. Yes, he's strong enough to take down Slytherin on his own. But don't you think it's all too convenient? Harry pressed. Recalling the strange compulsion that led him to ask Malfoy, Harry's suspicions about John grew. He said, John often disappears, and no one knows where he goes. Every time the basilisk shows up, John's reputation only gets stronger, almost like it's deliberately boosting his reputation, right? Harry, you're absolutely wrong. John is a Muggle-born wizard, Slytherin would never seek out a Muggle. Hermione angrily finished his sentence, her whiskers practically twitching with indignation. But what if he's not? Harry said quietly. Hermione was stunned, and Ron, surprised, asked, "You mean John isn't a Muggle-born wizard?" Harry's eyes gleamed with a hint of wisdom. Maybe someone in John's family is a squib, which would make him a half-blood, not a Muggle-born. And you've seen it, Malfoy is his friend, and Malfoy hates Muggle-borns. Hermione wrinkled her nose and said, "That's just speculation, Harry. You need to calm down." Ron nodded in agreement, thinking Harry might be too tired. Seeing that his friends didn't believe him, Harry felt a mix of helplessness and frustration. A voice in his head kept telling him that John was the heir of Slytherin. It was only for a fraction of a second, but due to his sharp eyes, he accurately saw John that day. The memory of John's slit pupil eyes during the dueling club only fueled Harry's doubts. The seed of suspicion had been planted deep in his mind, and Harry became increasingly wary of John. Acco. John sneezed and rubbed his nose, puzzled. There's no wind, though. John glanced at the 2 pieces of parchment on the table, and tapped them with his finger. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Both pieces of parchment unfolded, revealing identical maps. The footprints and names moving on them were exactly the same. John had successfully duplicated the Marauder's map. Seeing the name, Peter Pettigrew, moving alongside Ron, John muttered to himself, the Marauder's map is not omnipotent. Perhaps it only needs a strong enough confusion charm to confuse it. The Marauder's map was like an advanced version of the tracking spell. Though powerful, it could still be disrupted by spells. John wasn't sure what level of Confundus charm would be required, but it would likely need to be at least level 4 or higher. Probably no one in the school except Professor Flitwick and a few others could manage it. Even ordinary professors wouldn't be capable, only the heads of the 4 houses might be able to cast a Confundus charm at that level. Tapping the Marauder's map again, John closed it. He had now reached the point where he could perform simple tasks without a wand. Tucking away both versions of the Marauder's map, John didn't want to risk them being found by someone with ill intentions. Of course, if the Weasley twins discovered that he had taken the map and came to claim it back, he would be very generous. Christmas had passed. With the start of the new term, Hermione, who had turned into a cat girl, wouldn't be appearing in classes for a while. Without this know-it-all Miss Granger to compete with, John found the classes a bit lonely. This must be what it feels like to have no worthy opponents. Neville was happy when he returned to school because his grandmother had praised him. The training had helped Neville lose quite a bit of weight, which made Mrs. Longbottom both pleased and worried. Before long, February arrived. Hermione was finally out of the hospital, having been cured. But for some reason, John noticed that Harry seemed to be keeping his distance from him. Could it be that the incident where I made Harry take the blame last time was exposed? John thought that Harry might have figured out the summer incident where he had shifted the blame onto him. If that were the case, he was willing to apologize. The Felix Felicis was almost ready, and John still needed Harry's Parseltongue to guide the way. Now that he knew the entrance, everything was ready except for the Parseltongue. The heir of Slytherin had yet to show up, and John even began to wonder if someone had forgotten to bring toilet paper and had used the diary. No matter what, John was determined to visit the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. After all, there were plenty of rewards to be gained. Moreover, there was a chance that the Chamber of Secrets might trigger a challenge task similar to the Gryffindor Chamber. Missing out on that would be heartbreaking. With the new term beginning, it seemed as though the previous fears had vanished. Hogwarts was filled with laughter, and the Quidditch training grounds were echoing with Wood's roars. Tom was running around everywhere, and the school had grown accustomed to having a cute dog around. Whenever Tom went out, it would always wait at the entrance for the students heading to the Slytherin common room. This time was no exception. After finding Fong, Tom obediently squatted by the entrance. Daphne and Pansy happened to return, and Tom happily trotted behind them. "Pansy, are you okay? Lately, you seem a bit distracted." Daphne had noticed that Pansy seemed to be infatuated with writing in a diary. Even before bed in the dormitory, she could see Pansy scribbling away. When Pansy heard this, a slight smile tugged at the corners of her lips, giving her the appearance of a girl in love, a bit shy. "I think I've fallen for someone." "Really?" Daphne was taken aback and curiously asked, "I haven't seen you interacting with any boys. What's so strange about that? You're the same way, and yet you like to." Pansy's words were abruptly cut off as Daphne covered her mouth, her ears turning red and a blush spreading across her pale cheeks. "Don't say such nonsense," Daphne growled sternly. Pansy rolled her eyes and pouted, "It's not exactly a secret anymore." "That doesn't matter," Daphne insisted, forcing Pansy to keep quiet. Tom, who was following them, tilted his head, feeling as if they were discussing his master. Barking twice, Tom struggled to climb the stairs with his short legs. Seeing this, Daphne picked him up. Tom was a small dog, and fit perfectly in her arms. When John came back, he happened to run into Daphne, who was furiously rubbing his dog's head in the common room. John looked down on Tom's dog-licking look. "Thanks for taking care of Tom," John said. Daphne smiled and replied, "Oh, I like Tom too. By the way, how do you plan to spend tomorrow?" She glanced to the side, pretending to ask casually, but with a hint of curiosity. Professor Lockhart mentioned he's planning a surprise for everyone on Valentine's Day." "Him? A surprise?" When John heard this, he immediately realized that the restless Lockhart was up to something again. He completely missed Daphne's mention of Valentine's Day. His eyelid twitched, and his instincts told him that Lockhart was definitely not planning anything good. The dueling club, which had caught the students' interest thanks to Lockhart's surprisingly impressive initial display, had become a regular Saturday evening event. John had thought that this would keep Lockhart occupied and out of trouble, but it seemed that the professor still wanted to stir things up. "It seems I can't let him stay idle, or he'll keep causing problems," John decided. There was no way he was going to let Lockhart continue his fuckery. Since Lockhart liked writing books so much, John thought it best to send him off to do just that, and stop him from tormenting the students. The next day, when John saw the 12 dwarfs dressed as cupids, he facepalmed. Especially when he received a Valentine's card that one of the dwarfs enthusiastically performed. It was a moment of pure embarrassment. Malfoy wanted to laugh but didn't dare because John was glaring at him. Chapter 82, Completion of Felix Felici's and Riddle's Medal. "Your eyes are as beautiful as a salamander's, and your hair looks like oiled silk." "Uffed, John, this is a terrible love letter." Malfoy finally couldn't hold back his laughter, and John shot him an annoyed glare. "Let me throw it away for you. It might be one of those damn Weasley pranks." Malfoy took it upon himself to dispose of John's love letter, but John snatched it back with a huff. "Forget it, I'll keep it." He folded the letter. What if it was really sent by a girl? It would be too hurtful to throw it away casually. Malfoy smoothed his hair and looked over at Harry, deliberately saying loudly, "Look, our savior also got a love letter." "Shut up, Malfoy." Harry was struggling as one of the dwarfs clung to his knees, refusing to let go. He had no choice but to listen to the dwarf perform. His green eyes were described as pickled toads, which was just as bad as John's salamander eyes. This made John suspect that the Weasley twins were behind the prank. Leaving the Great Hall, John found Lockhart and gave him a task. "Aren't you fond of writing books? Then write one for me." He ordered Lockhart to write a book titled Swinging the Sword at Hogwarts, so he wouldn't have to watch Lockhart causing trouble any longer. Unlocking the Gryffindor's secret chamber, the Felix Felici's potion was nearing completion. With the last ingredient added, the potion became as clear as water. Carefully using a dropper, John placed the Felix Felici's into a glass bottle shaped like a water bulb. After months of preparation, the final yield was just a small amount. Sealing the bottle, John finally exhaled in relief. The Felix Felici's was crystal clear, with the flickering candlelight reflecting off its surface. John murmured softly, "Now the trip to the chamber is secured." He wrapped a protective charm string around the bottle's neck to make a pendant, deciding not to store it in his small pouch. The Felix Felici's was too valuable, he needed to keep it close. He wore the pendant around his neck, tucking it safely inside his shirt. John then made his way to the second-floor girls' bathroom. Apart from him, no one knew the entrance to the chamber was there. After scanning the room to ensure no one had been around, he snapped his fingers. "Badge, come." The badge, hidden behind the mirror, flew over. John caught it, and as his left hand brushed over it, the stars on the badge turned pale blue. "The snake hasn't come out, and apart from Moaning Myrtle, only Harry and his friends have been here." After a moment of contemplation, John put the badge into his pocket. He then approached the broken toilet and politely knocked on it. "Hi, Moaning Myrtle, I need your help with something." Moaning Myrtle floated out of the toilet, her voice sharp and angry as she said, Moaning Myrtle, can you stop bullying Moaning Myrtle?" "Well, if you're willing to help me, I'd be happy to give you a gift." John shrugged. As a person trained by his mother to attend her various parties, he knew how to handle social situations. Upon hearing about a gift, Moaning Myrtle stopped crying and floated around John a few times. "You know I'm a ghost, right?" She thought John was trying to deceive her, as ghosts couldn't receive gifts. Ghosts retain the state they were in 1 second before death, like nearly headless Nick, whose head was nearly severed but still had a small connection, preventing him from fully joining the headless team. Seeing that she didn't believe him, John didn't waste any more words. He raised his wand and pointed it at Moaning Myrtle. "What are you doing?" Moaning Myrtle screamed, darting around in panic. "Shoo, quiet." John motioned for her to be silent, then smiled lightly and said, "This is my gift to you. Mutatio est anima forma." As the incantation was spoken, a stream of white smoke emerged from John's wand, enveloping Moaning Myrtle. He reached into his small bag and pulled out a feathered hairpin, gripping it in his right hand. The hairpin quickly disappeared from his hand, and in Moaning Myrtle's hand, the feathered hairpin began to materialize. How is this possible? Moaning Myrtle touched the hairpin in disbelief, the feel of the feathers in her hand exactly as it had been when she was alive. A simple spell, a conversion of material between life and death. Wizards who refuse death become ghosts. In the magical world, there are beings that walk between the living and the dead, and I've just borrowed their methods. John spoke casually, but the process was actually extremely difficult. The hairpin was made from a thestral feather, and with the added Hogwarts engraving, it allowed the hairpin to exist in a ghostly state within Hogwarts. In the book Most Potenti Potions, there were some spells related to souls. This was just an experiment. John's ultimate goal with ghost-related spells was to transform the ordinary deceased into ghosts. Strictly speaking, this could be considered dark magic. Manipulating life and death, any who dabbles in such will bear great sin. John opened his palm, and the hairpin crumbled into a handful of ashes that slipped through his fingers. He smiled and said, "Now, will you help me?" "Of course." Moaning Myrtle was overjoyed, darting around the room. John pointed to the faucet marked with a serpent symbol and said, "I need you to go down this pipe and take a look." Last time, John had jumped down, but without opening the entrance this time, he had to rely on Moaning Myrtle's ability to move freely through barriers. Ghosts can visit places they walked in life, and fortunately, the Slytherin chamber was built into Hogwarts. John could use the ghost spell to temporarily grant Myrtle the freedom to explore. At this moment, John felt immense gratitude towards the creators of the Marauders map. Thanks to the Marauders map, John was able to connect with the magical engravings of Hogwarts. Yeah. Don't worry. Moaning Myrtle descended through the faucet pipe, phasing through the tunnels all the way to the bottom. After some time, about 15 minutes later, John heard a noise coming from the toilet. He looked over and saw Moaning Myrtle emerging from the toilet, looking confused. "How did I get back here?" Moaning Myrtle seemed dazed. John realized that the ghost spell had worn off, and he waved his hand, saying, "Seems my spell expired. It pulled you back to the starting point. That's a shame. I saw a wall with 2 intertwined serpents on it." Myrtle, still savoring the rare freedom she had experienced, lamented, "That wall had magic on it, and I couldn't pass through." A wall. That must be the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Gleaning this bit of information, John thanked Moaning Myrtle. After leaving the girls' bathroom, John muttered to himself, "It seems I can't do this without Harry. He's the key, I need him." It seems without Parseltongue, he wouldn't be able to enter the Slytherin chamber, even if he reached its entrance. John decided to seek Harry's cooperation. However, as he said this, he didn't notice that someone nearby had overheard his words. Harry's scar throbbed with pain, and a voice echoed in his mind. "He's the key, I need him." A vision flashed before his eyes, John, with a dark and brooding expression, walking out of the girls' bathroom, muttering to himself. After this vision, Harry found himself in the trophy room. A golden medal bearing the name Riddle appeared before him. Harry felt dazed, only snapping back to reality after Hermione called his name several times. "I told you, Harry needs to rest," Ron said, thinking Harry was simply exhausted. The Transfiguration homework was overwhelming, leaving them barely able to breathe. Hermione was displeased. She thought, with so little homework, it felt like an insult. If the Slytherins saw this, they'd think Gryffindors couldn't handle it. 10 more assignments, 1 for each of us, she thought defiantly. "Ron, you're right. I do need to rest," Harry suddenly said. He stood up and walked out. His behavior was strange, and Hermione and Ron exchanged glances, each seeing the confusion in the other's eyes. "What's wrong with Harry?" Hermione asked. On the first floor, John encountered Gemma Farley, who brought up the diary. "I couldn't find an old magical diary. I've searched everywhere." "All right, thank you anyway. If another little wizard had gotten hold of it, that would have been disastrous." Gemma Farley had been quite helpful in searching for the diary, so John wasn't going to be too hard on her. After she left, John sighed and muttered to himself, "Tom Riddle, where are you hiding? Stop playing games." Voldemort was like a worm in the gutter, though not dangerous at the moment, he was still incredibly annoying. With that, John headed back to the Slytherin dungeon. After he was gone, Harry appeared from around the corner of the staircase. He stared at John's retreating figure, recalling the golden medal he had seen. John seems really wary of this riddle. But why? Harry felt he was close to uncovering the truth and made his way to the trophy room, as he had seen in his vision. There, he found Riddle's medal, and in the corner, there was a diary. It seemed as though a diary had been waiting for him for a long time. Read 12 advanced chapters. Chapter 83, Harry and Tom. Harry looked at the special services to the school medal, noticing Riddle's name in other places as well. He must have been very talented. Staring at the list of head boys, Harry spoke these words, feeling that this person must have been as exceptional as John to have earned such accolades. Suddenly, as if guided by something, he turned his gaze to a corner. The old diary wasn't very noticeable, almost blending in with the floor. T.M. Riddle. Tom Riddle. Harry noticed the diary, opened the faded cover, and on the first page, saw a name. As soon as he saw the name, Harry instantly recalled what John had mentioned. He wasn't sure if this was the riddle that John had been searching for, but he knew he needed to take the diary back. The Great Hall. Harry returned, and Hermione, seeing him, urged him to hurry up and finish his homework. Harry nodded absent-mindedly, and when most people had left, he mysteriously took out the diary. "What's this?" "It looks really old," Ron commented when Harry revealed the item. "You're right, Ron, it is very old, at least 50 years old." Hermione noticed the faded date on the diary. She took it and flipped through, noticing the name written on it. T.M. Riddle. "Who's that?" "Wait, I know that name." Ron, recalling the name from the countless times he polished that award, was about to speak when Harry, eager and impatient, interrupted him. "That doesn't matter, John seems to be looking for it." "What?" Hermione was startled. She assumed it was John's belonging and said, "We should return it to John." No, Hermione, listen to me." Stopping Hermione, who was about to hand it over to John, Harry explained everything he had seen in the trophy room. "Ron, remember, Malfoy mentioned that the Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago." He turned to Ron, who, after a moment, also recalled the event. Maybe Riddle discovered the chamber was opened 50 years ago, and that's why he got the award. Harry spoke in a low, excited voice. Hermione hesitated, whispering, "If it's that important, why don't we give it to John?" "Please, Hermione, stop with the John. Hearing that name again, Harry felt an inexplicable irritation. He snatched the diary back, saying, "He's in Slytherin, we're in Gryffindor, why do we always have to listen to him?" After speaking, Harry looked at the somewhat stunned Hermione and Ron, and added, "We can investigate on our own. If we discover something first, we'll be the heroes of Hogwarts." Seeing that Hermione still wanted to say something, Harry impatiently said, "Don't forget, John could also be the heir of Slytherin." This made Hermione close her mouth in annoyance, but she nodded. The three of them tried to uncover the diary's secrets, but unfortunately, it didn't seem to contain anything. It was as if someone had been given the diary as a Christmas present and had carelessly forgotten it in some corner. They researched it for a while, and Hermione suggested that it might be under a concealment charm, but even using their wands to reveal it didn't work. The next day, Harry kept flipping through the diary, page by page. It remained blank, showing nothing. Hermione thought they should start investigating the medals instead, so the trio took another trip to the trophy room, but they found nothing. A few days passed, and the diary remained in Harry's possession. One day, as he was idly flipping through it in the library, Hermione rushed over and questioned, "Harry, John has been looking for you several times." "Sorry, Hermione, but I really don't feel like seeing John right now." Harry nonchalantly propped his face up with one hand while flipping through the diary with the other. This behavior made Hermione think Harry had lost his mind. She burst out like an enraged lioness, shouting, "Stop messing with that thing." Angrily, Hermione grabbed the diary and threw it, causing it to hit an ink bottle on the table. Harry was shocked. "I don't know why you act like you're under a spell," Hermione fumed, turning on her heel and storming out of the library. Madame Pants opened her mouth, likely ready to yell at Hermione to leave, but Hermione had already gone on her own. Harry didn't know whether he should go after Hermione or save the diary. After some hesitation, he chose to retrieve the diary. When he reached it, he noticed something unusual. The ink that should have spread across the table was instead moving toward the diary. Harry's eyes lit up with realization. He opened the diary and saw the ink being absorbed into its pages. This gave Harry an idea. He quickly took out a pen and wrote a line on one of the blank pages of the diary. "My name is Harry Potter." Feeling nervous, he watched the diary. Within seconds, the words began to disappear, absorbed by the paper. Then, some words that Harry had never written before began to seep through the paper. "Hello, Harry Potter. My name is Tom Riddle. How did you find my diary?" This magical occurrence made Harry's eyes widen in amazement. After the writing disappeared, Harry quickly scribbled a reply. "Found it in the corner of the trophy room. Luckily, I recorded my memories in a way that lasts longer than ink. Someone has always wanted to find me. Someone." Harry's heart was racing, he felt as if he was on the verge of uncovering the truth. "What do you mean?" he wrote, his hands trembling with excitement as he hastily scrawled the question on the page. The ink was quickly absorbed, and another line of text appeared. "This diary contains some terrible truths that have been covered up. Some people don't want others to see them." Harry took a deep breath, as if he had just finished a run. He tried to calm his nerves, knowing deep down that this time, he was about to discover the truth behind the Chamber of Secrets. He wrote on the paper, do you know anything about the Chamber of Secrets? The chamber? Has it been opened again? That terrible creature. The chamber was opened when I was in my 5th year, and the monster inside attacked several students. The diary didn't hold back at all. Harry already knew about the basilisk, so he quickly wrote a response to Riddle on the paper. It looked as though he was a diligent student, but the more he read, the more alarmed he became. Tom Riddle knew about the Chamber of Secrets and was fully aware of its dangers. Harry was just one step away from the truth. He wrote on the page, do you know who the culprit is? Rubeus Hagrid. He's a half-giant, looked down upon by students. To gain attention, he deliberately released the monster. These words made Harry feel as if he had been plunged into icy water. He found it difficult to breathe. His left hand steadied his trembling right hand as he painstakingly wrote, even someone who's not pure-blooded. The heir of Slytherin only chooses those who are exceptional and wicked. It all made sense now. Harry leaned back in his chair, staring blankly at the diary. John Wick, a Muggle-born wizard, the lowest in Slytherin's hierarchy. To gain recognition, he opened Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, using the basilisk inside to establish his authority. Why did you turn out like this, John? Harry spoke sadly, feeling sorrow for his friend's descent into darkness. At the same time, a new thought began to form in his mind. I must stop John. I can't let him continue down this path. Just like Tom Riddle stopped Hagrid. Harry didn't realize that he was even beginning to suspect Hagrid. If it had been the old him, he would never have doubted Hagrid this way. At most, he might have thought Hagrid had accidentally opened the chamber. But now, not only did he not find anything wrong with this line of thought, he actually felt more certain about it. Meanwhile, in the diary, the young Tom Riddle couldn't suppress a smile. He held the same diary as Harry and took out a pen to write in it. I know where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is. If it opens again, I hope you'll stop it. Seeing the location of the chamber, Harry's eyes lit up. It was as if he could already see himself stopping John, becoming a hero of the school, and shaking hands with Dumbledore. Harry resolutely wrote, I will. Where has Harry been these past few days? John tried to catch Harry after class, but Harry managed to slip away again. John was a bit helpless and couldn't figure out what was going on with Harry. He hadn't noticed Harry being this busy before. John didn't think Harry was deliberately avoiding him, considering their relationship was pretty good. He heard Hermione's determined footsteps echoing on the floor and asked curiously, Hey, Hermione, did you find Harry? Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 84, Hagrid's Accident and the Whereabouts of the Diary. Hearing John's question, Hermione, torn between two friends, reluctantly replied, Harry's studying in the library. She wanted to tell John that Harry was suspicious of him but was afraid that both friends would be lost at once. As soon as John heard library, he immediately stood up. This time, he was determined not to let Harry slip away. He just needed the Parseltongue to open the Chamber of Secrets. Harry, just open the door for me already. Mother foo. When John arrived at the library, Harry was nowhere to be found. Now, John was completely speechless. Was Harry part mouse or something? How could he hide so well? John pulled out the Marauder's map and saw that Harry had already returned to the Gryffindor dormitory. That was fast. Putting the map away, John rubbed his forehead in frustration. This Harry, who usually enjoyed sneaking around at night, was now suddenly playing by the rules. As John walked toward the Slytherin dungeons, he ran into Ernie Macmillan, who was loudly declaring something. The heir of Slytherin has been found, it's the gamekeeper, Rubeus Hagrid. John almost tripped over an uneven stone and exclaimed in shock, Who did you say? Ernie Macmillan, delighted to see John, repeated, Ah. I said Rubeus Hagrid. I just saw ministry officials heading to him, they've taken him away. The news left everyone at Hogwarts in disbelief. Could the bumbling Hagrid really be the heir of Slytherin? John quickened his pace, managing to reach Hagrid before he was taken away. The Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, had personally come with his team, and among them, John spotted Lucius Malfoy. Hermione and Ron rushed over as well, pleading with Dumbledore, Professor Dumbledore, they must be making a mistake. I'm sorry, miss, but we need to take Rubeus Hagrid away immediately, Fudge replied. Despite his generally affable demeanor, he could be firm when it came to matters not threatening his position. Dumbledore stood nearby, his face somber, while Hagrid looked dejected. Hermione, growing increasingly anxious, asked, Where are you taking him? To Azkaban. Apologies, but something similar happened before, Fudge responded, glancing at his watch, showing signs of impatience. Lucius Malfoy wore a smug smile, as if everything was unfolding according to his plan. John, with a serious expression, reassured Hagrid, Don't worry, I'll get you out of there. Get him out? This young wizard seems unaware of the dangers of Azkaban, Lucius Malfoy sneered, looking down at John with disdain. Unless you plan on going in yourself, you'll only see him in your memories. John met Lucius's gaze calmly and said, "Is that so? Then we'll see about that." This confident response made Lucius's expression darken. He seemed to have another thought, then smirked mockingly before leaving with the ministry officials. Ron couldn't believe it, they had just taken Hagrid away like that. He looked to Dumbledore. "Professor Dumbledore, you have to do something." "I'm sorry, Mr. Weasley, but for now, all we can do is wait," Dumbledore replied, then turned to John, curious about how he planned to rescue Hagrid. John, watching the departing ministry officials, had a strange gleam in his eyes and a cold smile on his lips. He muttered to himself, "The Ministry of Magic doesn't belong to just one person." This incident caused an uproar at Hogwarts, and Harry saw it too. Strangely, he didn't step forward to help. Instead, he just muttered to himself, "I should help." Back in the dormitory, John sent out a few letters via owl. After some time, a miracle happened. Hagrid, who was supposed to be sent to Azkaban, was instead detained at the Ministry of Magic. It was nothing short of a miracle. Word spread that Lucius Malfoy was furious about it. In response, he and other members of the Hogwarts Board of Governors temporarily suspended Dumbledore. Lucius had thought that once Dumbledore was out of the way, everything would go according to plan. He hadn't expected anyone to interfere. Recently, Damocles Belby, who had just been awarded the Order of Merlin, First Class, put pressure on the Ministry, and Rufus Scrimgeour of the Auror Office also advocated for Hagrid's detention rather than imprisonment. This derailed Lucius's plans. And all of this was due to the letters John had sent out. Lucius could never have imagined that the young wizard he looked down upon had such significant influence. 20 sets of protective charms and strike rings for the Auror Office, huh? John looked at the conditions set by Rufus Scrimgeour. They hadn't known each other for long, so it wasn't surprising that Scrimgeour wouldn't help for free. The Auror Office was very interested in the equipment John had sent over previously. Aurors had a dangerous job. You never knew when a dark wizard might suddenly cast the killing curse at you. The protective charms were a great solution, especially the Whomping Willow charms, which were highly sensitive and could react to even the slightest hint of malice. Damocles Belby, on the other hand, was straightforward, helping out without asking for anything in return. Receiving Belby's letter made John feel a bit conflicted. This kind of help without any strings attached left him feeling truly indebted. He thought about it for a moment, then took out his notebook, turned to a particular page, and copied down some notes. He enclosed these notes in an envelope and had an owl send them off. John believed that Damocles Belby would be interested in this research. If successful, it could be a historical breakthrough. "I was planning on reaching out to others, but it seems unnecessary now." Closing the silver-covered networking notebook, John breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that even the Ministry of Magic wasn't entirely sure about Hagrid's guilt, otherwise, they wouldn't have been so lenient. "I need to find the diary and get into the Chamber of Secrets as soon as possible." John was worried that if he delayed any longer, something might go wrong. In the following days, John began using the Marauder's map to keep tabs on Harry. It literally felt as though Harry also had the Marauder's map, as he managed to avoid John with precision every time. Over time, John realized that Harry was intentionally avoiding him. Although he didn't understand why Harry had suddenly become distant, he knew he wouldn't be able to catch up with him. Given this, John decided to try a different approach. He sought out Malfoy. "Draco, it's time to put your skills to the test." Malfoy was a bit confused by John's words, not fully understanding, but he did grasp that John wanted him to catch Harry. Such an opportunity to make Potter look bad was something Malfoy couldn't pass up. He was more than happy to oblige. However, before the plan could be put into action, a new development occurred on John's end. Daphne approached John and started talking to him about Pansy's recent love life. "It seems like she's in a relationship with an invisible person. I've caught her talking to herself several times. Always writing in a diary and hiding." Daphne was frightened by her best friend Pansy's recent strange behavior, as if Pansy had been cursed. The moment John heard that Pansy had been writing in a diary, his mind went into overdrive with alarm. "Did you say a diary?" John, feeling a surge of excitement, grabbed Daphne's hand and asked, "Do you know what she's been writing?" Daphne blushed at the sudden gesture, but she wasn't the type to get lost in romantic thoughts. She understood the importance of the situation. "I'm not sure, she never lets us see it," Daphne replied. She had tried to sneak a look, but Pansy guarded it fiercely. After thinking for a moment, she hesitated and then added, "But I think the boy's name is Tom." "I initially thought she was calling you Tom." The words were a bit convoluted, but John was certain this was the diary he'd been searching for all along. What a stroke of luck, finding it so easily after such a long search. A smile spread across John's face. "Where is she?" "In the common room." John immediately headed to the common room, dragging Malfoy, who had been planning to confront Harry, along with him. "Pansy has a boyfriend, aren't you going to check it out?" This statement made Malfoy bristle with anger. He had been there first, how could someone else swoop in and steal her away? Forget about that scarhead Potter, Malfoy wanted to see for himself what made this guy better than him. John, Malfoy, Daphne, Goyle, and Crabbe stormed into the common room. Pansy, who had been there daydreaming while staring at the giant squid outside the window, suddenly found herself surrounded. John ordered Goyle and Crabbe to pin Pansy down on the sofa. Daphne, go to the dormitory and find the diary, John commanded. Daphne immediately dashed off to the dormitory, and as soon as Pansy heard this, she began to struggle. Seeing Pansy's reaction, John became even more convinced that Voldemort's diary was in her possession. He had been careless. Daphne, who shared a dormitory with Pansy, started searching through her things as soon as she reached her spot. Malfoy, feeling betrayed, looked at Pansy with deep disappointment. I never thought you'd be this kind of person, he said. The two had played together since childhood, and he had assumed they would always support each other. He never imagined someone would come along and steal her away. At that moment, Malfoy wanted nothing more than to beat up this Tom guy. If his father knew what was going through his mind, he'd probably laugh himself to madness. Chapter 85, Paw Patrol. ** couldn't find it. Daphne searched everywhere but came up empty-handed. John frowned and looked at Pansy. Haha, the game has begun. Pansy suddenly burst into hysterical laughter, her expression filled with madness. Then, her voice dropped to a low, menacing tone. John Wick, use all your knowledge, try it. With that, Pansy somehow found the strength to throw off the two people holding her down. She pulled a bottle out of her pocket and drank from it. Petrificus totalis. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone, but John quickly intervened, casting a spell that hit Pansy, rendering her immobile and causing her to collapse. But it was too late, Pansy had already consumed half of the potion. John stepped forward to check on her. Pansy's wide eyes were locked on him, her body unable to move. Black veins appeared on her neck and cheeks. In those eyes, it seemed as though another pair of eyes was hidden within. She's been cursed, the Imperius Curse. Pansy had been controlled by someone. John knew this feeling all too well, having been hit by the Imperius Curse himself back in his first year. Malfoy, experiencing this kind of situation for the first time, looked at John helplessly. What do we do now? Is Pansy going to die? What should we do? Calm down, we need to get her to the hospital wing quickly. John snapped at Malfoy to steady him. With a serious expression, he took out an antidote and administered it to Pansy. The only person capable of using the Imperius Curse to control Pansy that John could think of was Riddle. But wait, Ginny said she was controlled unintentionally. How was he able to use the Imperius Curse? The more John thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. The group hurriedly took Pansy to the hospital wing. He had a vague feeling that the situation was spiraling out of control. In the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey worked on Pansy with urgency, while Malfoy, at a loss, was shooed out. Daphne sat outside, her head lowered. Riddle, this is a declaration of war. A cold light flashed in John's eyes. This time, he was truly angry. Previously, he could tolerate it as long as his friends weren't harmed, but now, Pansy had been controlled right in front of him. This was nothing short of a direct challenge to John. I need to find that diary. She used to keep that diary under her pillow, right? With Pansy lying in the hospital wing, a sudden idea struck John's mind. After returning to the Slytherin dungeon, John released Tom. Hey, buddy, memorize this scent. Woof. Holding Pansy's pillow, John let Tom memorize its scent. Good boy. Now go find the diary. Woof. With that command, Tom began running around Hogwarts. His short legs moved with great determination, and John followed closely behind. Tom would occasionally stop to sniff around, then continue running after a few seconds. Voldemort probably never imagined that John would use a Muggle method to track someone down. As a beagle, Tom's sense of smell was among the best in the canine world. A peculiar scene unfolded at Hogwarts, a dog leading the way, with John following closely behind. Meanwhile, Malfoy went to confront Harry. This time, John was determined not to let Voldemort slip away. After some time searching, John found himself in the trophy room. Woof. There, Tom stopped, and John knew the diary was somewhere inside. He walked inside, finding that the layout of the trophy room had remained largely unchanged. At the far end, the plaque with Tom Riddle's name was still in its place. Beneath the plaque, an old, worn diary lay quietly. It seems we've finally met, Riddle. John picked up the diary, his cold expression filled with icy resolve. Taking the diary to the room of requirement, John opened it to the first page, where a message was written. I've been waiting for you, John Wick. The diary greeted him with provocative words. How can you know it's me without me writing anything? John grew more cautious. He pulled out his wand and conjured 2 silver chains, binding the diary. In a cold voice, he said, Doesn't matter. You're captured now, Riddle. The words on the page vanished, replaced by a new message seeping through the paper, captured. No, 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 you're mistaken. I've been waiting for you. You should have known me through that Weasley girl. The confidence of the writing made John even more wary. He stared at the diary with his magical sense, sensing that it had grown stronger. John Wick, you're very clever. Whether it's the basilisk or finding me, you've done well. Unfortunately, you're still too late. The chamber has already been opened. John froze upon seeing the words in the diary, then quickly realized something. The chamber can only be opened by Parseltongue, and you're in my hands. Who said, there's only one Parseltongue? Riddle's writing in the diary shifted to a red color as he revealed a sinister smile. Now, do your best. The crimson words looked as if they were written in blood, causing John's expression to change drastically as he recalled another Parseltongue. Harry. John cast a binding spell on the diary, causing 2 silver chains to cross over and lock it tightly. He grabbed the diary and sprinted out of the room of requirement, rushing down to the 2nd floor. When he burst into the girls' bathroom, John saw that the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was already open. Damn it. Cursing under his breath, John shouted at the diary, what have you done? Just a little suggestion. That boy has been overshadowed by your brilliance, he longs to be a hero. Voldemort's words dripped with mockery, as if he couldn't believe that in his old age, he would be defeated by such a so-called savior. This motherfucker. John's face was dark and serious as he cast a heightened sensory charm on the passage, allowing him to perceive the situation within. John, what's going on? Malfoy, who hadn't managed to intercept Harry, saw John rushing into the girls' bathroom. There was no time to explain. After locking the diary again, John threw it to Malfoy. Draco, go find Professor Snape. Don't interact with it and don't let anyone touch this diary. Without another word, John jumped straight into the passage. Malfoy considered following him, but upon seeing the pitch-black tunnel, he swallowed nervously and muttered to himself, I'd better find Professor Snape. Goyle, Crabbe, let's go. He took his 2 cronies with him. Meanwhile, John was once again experiencing the sensation of free fall. Before hitting the bottom, he activated his flying boots. Upon landing, John looked towards another tunnel. Where did Harry go? Upon arrival, he saw that the chamber's door, which should have been a solid wall, had been opened. John cautiously stepped inside, while the system notified him that he had completed the quest to go inside Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. He moved forward carefully, every step deliberate and measured. It was a long, dimly lit room on one side. Numerous stone pillars, intricately carved with entwining serpents, stood tall, supporting a ceiling that disappeared into the darkness above. The room was filled with an eerie, greenish mist, casting long, ominous shadows that stretched across the floor. John walked inside, calling out loudly, Harry, where are you? His voice echoed through the silence, reverberating in the vast chamber. With the blessing of the snake catcher, John was ready to fight and kill the basilisk. He reached up to touch the pendant necklace he wore and opened the vial of Felix Felicis. Gulp. Gulp. John took a deep drink. In an instant, a profound and mystical sensation filled his mind. Everything before John's eyes seemed to become sharper, his vision intensely focused. In the room, there was a statue that matched the height of the chamber itself. The statue had the face of an old man, almost monkey-like, with a long, scraggly beard that nearly reached the hem of the stone-carved wizard's robe. This was the Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, so the identity of the statue's owner was clear. Salazar Slytherin. John seemed to feel something as he looked up at the enormous stone face. The mouth of the statue was open, revealing a dark passage that seemed to stretch far into the distance. They left through here, Riddle. What exactly are you trying to do? With the luck-enhancing effects of the Felix Felicis coursing through him, John's instincts led him forward into the passage. The walls of the passage were smooth, as if worn down by years of something slithering through. John used his flying boots to glide along the passage. As he continued, he saw many hidden aspects within the Slytherin statue. Moving forward, a light appeared ahead of him. Accelerating, John leaped out, finding himself surrounded by trees. This is the Forbidden Forest. It was unexpected to find that the Chamber of Secrets had a connection to the deepest part of the Forbidden Forest, which explained how the basilisk could stay hidden for nearly 1,000 years. Bones were scattered on the ground, exposed to the elements, and John quickly picked a direction to follow. The trail of crushed bones extended along the ground, leading him to Harry. At that moment, Harry seemed to be regaining some of his senses. The basilisk, now with one blinded eye, continued to slide forward, with Harry perched atop, too afraid to move. This is the deepest part of the Forbidden Forest, filled with danger. I can't let it go any further, John thought. John drew his wand, and a blasting curse turned into a white light sphere that struck the basilisk. Cry. The basilisk hissed in pain, throwing Harry off its back. John took out his sword, his eyes transforming into slit pupils as he whispered in the language of dragons. Ego sum Draco. Flames ignited along the blade, and wings sprouted from his flying boots, flapping. Descending from the sky, John plunged the sword into the basilisk's other eye. Twisting the blade, flames poured through the eye socket into the creature's body, causing the basilisk to thrash in agony. John continued to wield his wand, casting transfiguration to conjure chains that tightly bound the basilisk. Pressing his wand against the basilisk's head, he released a point-blank blasting curse. The basilisk's head slammed into the ground from the impact. John seized the opportunity to finish the creature off but found the basilisk rolling over, forcing him to withdraw the sword. He spun around, and with a powerful strike, the iron Wick sword slashed down. The blade vibrated, but only a few scales cracked. John retreated from the basilisk's reach, muttering under his breath, "Looks like the quality still isn't enough." The basilisk's magical resistance was too high. With his current level of spells, John realized that killing it would require using fiend fire. But John glanced at Harry. He didn't want to reveal his dark magic. Caught in a dilemma, he suddenly heard the sound of something cutting through the air. A bright light swiftly descended from the sky, landing not far away. Seeing the object clearly, John exclaimed in surprise, The Sword of Gryffindor. Chapter 86, Killing the Basilisk and Daphne's Disappearance. Many thanks to Sumia Alagathia for becoming a patron. Heartsuit. The Sword of Gryffindor was lodged between John and Harry. John was about to grab it when the basilisk broke free from its bindings and lashed its tail toward them. He had no choice but to continue reinforcing his transfiguration spells, causing the surrounding trees to transform into ropes that tightly bound the basilisk. Stones turned into small dogs that bit into the basilisk's tail. "Harry, pick up that sword!" John shouted to Harry, who had snapped out of his fear-induced stupor caused by the basilisk. The suggestion had been planted by Riddle through the connection of the Horcruxes, and any strong stimulus would help Harry regain his senses. But Harry lacked confidence, shaking his head rapidly in front of a tree, and yelled, I can't do it." "You can do it. You are the chosen one, the child of prophecy." John, distracted for a moment, nearly got bitten by the basilisk's head as it struggled free. The sharp fangs, like military blades, sank into a tree, causing it to wither and rot quickly. John broke out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Harry continued shaking his head, saying, "My body is shivering. I can't do it, John. I'm not like you. I'm not that good. Fuck." The basilisk bit through the rotting tree, its venomous fangs gleaming with deadly intent as it lunged toward the source of the sound. John used the shield charm to block the attack, but his wand was knocked out of his hand. He had no choice but to parry with the iron Wick sword, with the basilisk's venomous fangs dangerously close to his face. Even the most patient person would be cursing by now, and John was no exception. He rolled to dodge and then pointed towards Harry. Using wandless magic, he cast a physical version of the reviving charm. Harry, still in a daze, was suddenly thrown through the air, his body uncontrollably slammed around before being yanked out from behind the tree. It worked, he snapped out of his confusion. John shouted angrily, "I don't care if you can do it or not, just pull out that fucking sword." "Right, John's in danger. I have to help." The charm cleared Harry's head. Though still a bit dizzy, he got up from the ground, ran over to the Sword of Gryffindor, and pulled it out. The gleaming silver sword had a hilt encrusted with a dazzling, egg-sized ruby. With the sword in his hand, Harry suddenly felt a surge of courage. But that courage might have been a bit too much. He mimicked John, gripping the Sword of Gryffindor, and charged at the basilisk. John was stunned. "Wait, are all Gryffindors this stupid? I meant for you to pull it out and give it to me." Harry made a fearless charge, and then, "John, help." The basilisk wrapped itself around Harry, preparing to swallow him whole. However, Harry's actions managed to distract the basilisk, giving John the crucial time he needed. John picked up his wand and aimed it at the basilisk, which was about to bite Harry. Channeling all his magical power into the tip of his wand, it emitted a brilliant white light. Reducto. The white light struck the basilisk's mouth, where there were no scales, causing its massive head to jerk back and fling away. Boom. The entire serpent collapsed to the ground. It tried to rise again, but John reversed his grip on the sword, accelerated, and drove it into the open maw of the beast. The soft tissue of the mouth provided resistance, but John pushed through. No matter, John aimed his wand at the sword's hilt and cast a banishing charm, forcefully driving the blade further in. The iron Wick sword acted like a nail, penetrating through the jaw and embedding itself into the ground. The basilisk convulsed in agony, its body thrashing wildly. John barely avoided the venomous fangs as he withdrew his arm and shouted, "Just finish it off already." Harry, feeling sore all over, finally snapped out of it. He grabbed the sword and charged forward. He swung the sword at the basilisk's head, but embarrassingly, it got stuck halfway through. John was speechless, this only made the basilisk angrier. You damn little wizard. If you're going to kill me, at least make it quick, the basilisk roared. Harry, who understood Parseltongue, was stunned. Fortunately, John released his grip on the iron Wick sword, took the Gryffindor sword from Harry, and drove it through the basilisk's head. Ha! This is how you do it. The basilisk, which had an incredibly strong life force, quickly weakened after its brain was pierced. Within seconds, it was completely lifeless. Huff! Huff! Harry collapsed to the ground, swearing this had been the most harrowing day of his life. John, stepping off the basilisk's head, wasn't in much better shape. The basilisk was impaled by 2 swords, the iron Wick sword pinned its jaw, and the Gryffindor sword pierced its brain. As basilisk blood dripped down the silver blade, John took out a bottle and collected some of the blood. Then, he carefully examined the basilisk, noticing the sword-length fangs. He pulled out a few more bottles. Harry, having rested enough, watched John's odd behavior and apologized, feeling guilty and remorseful. John. I. You what, huh? Say it. Tears dwelt in Harry's eyes. Out of sadness or shame, no one knew. I'm sorry, John. This is all my fault. Yeah, he is just a kid after all. It's okay, Harry. You were just being used. John didn't dwell on it and forcefully pulled out the iron Wick sword, noticing small spots on the blade where the venom had started to corrode it. He looked enviously at the Gryffindor sword, its gleaming blade completely unaffected. Feeling some pain in his hand, John rolled up his sleeve to reveal a bloodied wound on his right arm, as clean as if it had been cut by a knife. Harry saw this and panicked. Oh no. John, you need to get treated quickly. He knew the basilisk's venom could be deadly. John chuckled confidently. Chin up kid, this ain't nothing but a flesh wound. "'Kay kid. Hey, he smiled, confident that with Dumbledore around, nothing serious would happen to him. He looked up at the sky, certain that the Gryffindor sword had been sent by Dumbledore. He stood there waiting for a few minutes, expecting Dumbledore to appear out of nowhere, but nothing happened. John started to get a bit anxious. This was basilisk venom, after all. He hoped Dumbledore wasn't playing a joke on him. His arm began to feel numb, likely a sign the venom was taking effect. John kept waiting for Dumbledore to save him, but it turned out he was wrong. Dumbledore had no idea about this sudden situation. At that moment, Dumbledore wasn't even at the school. It wasn't until the venom caused John to lose feeling in his right hand that he finally accepted that Dumbledore really wasn't coming. John sighed in resignation. So this is the end, huh? All right, Harry, come here. I need to give you some last words. No, you won't die, John. Harry refused to accept it, determinedly rushing over to John. He opened his mouth, ready to suck out the venom from John's arm. What are you doing? John pushed Harry's head away with his left hand, keeping him away from his right arm, thinking to himself that even if Harry was the chosen one, he wasn't going to let him do that. Harry, determined, said, I'm going to suck out the poison for you. Don't be ridiculous. You could drain all my blood and still not cure the poison. You'd be better off chopping off my hand. John looked at Harry, exasperated. The poison had already made his hand numb, sucking it out would only lead to both of them lying down dead. Realizing that John had a point, Harry hesitated, then drew the Gryffindor sword, his expression conflicted. Oh, okay. Whoa, don't cut it off. I think I might still have a chance, John exclaimed, breaking out in a cold sweat at Harry's determination. He suddenly remembered that he had the Serpent Slayer, /Catcher, blessing, so maybe there was still hope. Seeing Harry's skeptical expression, John quickly took out an antidote and downed it in one gulp. Then, he pointed his wand at the wound. Episki. The wound slowly began to heal, and John could feel sensation gradually returning to his hand. This allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief, realizing he'd scared himself for no reason. Continuing to cast healing spells, the gruesome wound healed completely over time. John flexed his right hand, and aside from some soreness, everything seemed fine. Swallowing nervously, John noticed Harry still holding the sword aloft. You can put that down now. Oh. Yeah. Harry lowered the sword, and John walked over to the basilisk. The creature was a treasure trove, though unfortunately, they couldn't take much of it with them. John focused on the venomous fangs, knowing they were incredibly valuable. He carefully pried each one out, stashing them in his small pouch. Let's head back, John said. With the basilisk dealt with, it was time for them to return. Both of them looked a bit disheveled, but John didn't care much about that right now. After the healing, his stomach started to growl, and even Harry felt the same. Earlier, he had been under Riddle's influence, and now that he had snapped out of it, he was filled with a lingering fear. So, you're saying that diary was something you placed there? John listened to Harry speak, falling into deep thought. What exactly was Riddle's plan? He told me it was you who opened the chamber, and that he could stop you, so I. Harry felt awkward and guilty. In hindsight, he realized how foolish his actions had been. John was speechless. You didn't listen to me, but you trusted a piece of paper from a diary. The two of them returned to the Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, and as John passed by the room within the statue, he thought it best to come back another time. Exiting through the passage, they found Professor Snape already waiting in the girls' bathroom. John Wick, Harry Potter. Professor Snape's face was grim. John gave a sheepish smile and said sincerely, I had my reasons. Do you believe me? Professor Snape stared at John coldly, as if to say, do you think I believe you? After finally explaining everything to Professor Snape, John even showed him the basilisk fangs as proof. Professor McGonagall arrived, and upon seeing the situation, hurriedly sent the two boys to the school hospital wing for a checkup. Harry was mostly fine, aside from some fatigue and a few scrapes. But when it was John's turn, Madame Pomfrey suspected that this child might be faking his injuries. Aside from his tattered clothes, John was completely unharmed, not even a scratch. If Harry hadn't seen John get bitten with his own eyes, he might have thought John had just rolled around in some mud. After feasting in the Great Hall, John decided to find Malfoy and get the diary back. But when he finally found Malfoy, he delivered some bad news. What did you say? Daphne is missing. Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 87, Re-entering the Forbidden Forest and the Demiguise. What? Wait, how? John was stunned. Where could Daphne go? In his memory, the most notable thing about this beautiful Slytherin girl, besides occasionally sitting next to him, was her arrogance. Except for John, Daphne didn't even bother to glance at Malfoy or the others. Malfoy, feeling guilty, said, She ran off with the diary. Draco, what should I even say to you? John sighed heavily. It wasn't Malfoy's fault, he kept hearing faint whispers from the book, almost like someone was speaking directly into his ear. A few times, he almost opened the diary, as if compelled by some unseen force. But after Snape heard about what happened with Harry and John, he didn't have time to help. Daphne noticed something was off with Malfoy, so she took the diary from him. Unexpectedly, Daphne's will was even weaker than his, and now she was missing. Malfoy deeply regretted it, he wished he had just dealt with it himself. John still had the highness, effects of Felix Felicis, so he carefully recalled what Harry had said about Riddle. A way to deal with me. I've already killed the basilisk, and there's nothing left in Hogwarts that can threaten me. His mind raced, piecing everything together. Use all your knowledge, and try. Remembering what Pansy had said, a spark of realization lit up in John's mind. He anxiously asked, where's Pansy's bottle of poison? Malfoy was taken aback, unable to understand what poison had to do with anything. After thinking carefully, he said, Professor Snape took it. Upon hearing this, John hurriedly went to find Professor Snape, realizing that the poison was the final clue. Riddle knew the basilisk was already severely wounded, so he didn't hesitate to use it as a pawn to stall him. Indeed, killing Harry was tempting, but for Riddle in his current state, resurrection was the top priority. He must be hiding somewhere, preparing for his revival. From the moment he started controlling Ginny, he gradually grew stronger. He must have some method. Recalling the state of the previous diary holders, John noted that Ginny became weak, Pansy acted strangely, Harry was secretly hypnotized, and even Malfoy was affected by the voices. Without exception, all of them experienced physical decline, while Riddle's influence grew. Initially, he could only communicate through written words, but later, he could hypnotize and possess them. This was likely because the diary absorbed the magic and life force of its holders, causing Riddle to change. In other words, Riddle's growth came from the deterioration of the young wizards' bodies. He originally planned to find his next victim in the trophy room, but instead, John found him through Tom. With John's strong magic and mental fortitude, he wasn't easily affected, so Riddle deliberately let John discover that Harry had gone to the Chamber of Secrets. Damn it, I underestimated the Dark Lord's intelligence. In the previous life, the many foolish actions of Voldemort in the Harry Potter series made John once think that Voldemort wasn't too bright when he was young. But now, thinking it over carefully, this is Voldemort, the second Dark Lord, a figure who nearly ruled the magical world. In his youth, he was also highly talented and cunning, it couldn't be as simple as just a basilisk. John found Snape's office and pushed open the door, seeing him analyzing the bottle of poison. John Wick, I hope you've learned some manners, Professor Snape said, his face showing undisguised disdain. John quickly stepped forward and asked urgently, Professor, do you know the ingredients in this? Hearing this, Professor Snape replied sarcastically, perhaps you should study harder. A potion's ingredients are complex and cannot be identified with the naked eye. He thought John was there to ask about an antidote and dismissed him casually, saying, "If you're really worried, you can go to the hospital wing and check on Miss Parkinson." "There's no time," John said. Seeing that Snape hadn't yet figured out the composition, John did something that caught Professor Snape off guard. Just as Snape set down the bottle, John picked it up, carefully sniffed it, and before Snape could ridicule him, John took a small sip. "John Wick, I've already told you." "Oh." This scene shocked Professor Snape. Indeed, the quickest way to identify the components of a poison is to experience it firsthand, but he didn't expect John to go to such lengths. As the various toxins passed over his tongue, John carefully discerned each one. After smacking his lips, he felt a slight numbness in his body, and the frown on his face relaxed. Acromantula venom. John, with his dragon-like constitution, had a high resistance to poisons. Although he was poisoned, it wasn't too severe. Having identified the main ingredient, John quickly pulled out an antidote and drank it as if it were water. Professor Snape's face turned ashen. He never imagined he would be so worried about John. His usually cold and drawn-out tone became furious. 20 points from Slytherin. "All right," John replied, unfazed, and immediately rushed out of the office. On his way, he encountered Harry being surrounded by Ron and Hermione. Seeing John's hurried steps, Harry didn't think twice and followed him. "John." "Harry." Hermione stomped her foot in frustration as she watched them go. Ron wanted to follow as well, but seeing how angry Hermione was, he didn't dare move. "John, where are you going?" Harry called out from behind as John ran ahead. Hearing Harry's voice, John glanced back but didn't slow down. With a serious expression, he said, "Daphne is in trouble. I suspect Riddle has taken her to the Forbidden Forest." "Why would Riddle do that? Who is he, anyway?" Even now, Harry still didn't fully understand who Riddle was. Seeing Harry's innocent expression, John stopped in his tracks. He stared at the scar on Harry's forehead and said seriously, "Riddle is just his surname. His full name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. Not many people know that name, but he has another name that shook the wizarding world." Harry, still confused, asked, "What is it?" John looked deeply at the scar and, with a slight parting of his lips, uttered a name. "Voldemort." "Voldemort." Harry's body froze, and for a moment, he saw a flash of green light before his eyes, accompanied by a woman's scream. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Harry, Riddle is definitely after you. He's planning to resurrect himself. This is extremely dangerous." John wanted Harry to go back, but Harry had made up his mind. He couldn't let John face this danger alone. "I'm going with you, John. You know there's something between Voldemort and me." Seeing Harry's resolve, John nodded and said, "I respect your choice, Harry. Now, there is no time." The two of them ran towards the Forbidden Forest. As they passed by Hagrid's hut, John shouted inside. "Fong." Hagrid's dog, Fong, came trotting out, wagging his tail. John pulled out Daphne's handkerchief and let Fong sniff it. "Fong, I need you to find this cloth's owner." Fong barked once and started charging into the Forbidden Forest. This confirmed John's suspicions, and they quickly followed behind. The sky began to darken, and the path through the Forbidden Forest was treacherous. One misstep could lead to tripping over a fallen branch. John had no trouble, but Harry, lacking night vision, had to light his wand to barely keep up with John and Fong. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Fong began to lose the scent. Woof. Woof. Suddenly, Fong stopped and barked in a specific direction. "Who's there?" John signaled Fong to be quiet. He drew his wand and cautiously moved toward the direction Fong indicated. It was a humanoid creature, resembling an ape, with black eyes and long hair. The black eyes stared at John, showing no signs of aggression. John realized that this creature had just appeared from invisibility. An invisibility beast. The demi-guise. John, who was well versed in fantastic beasts and where to find them, was momentarily stunned. The demi-guise, known for its gentle nature, was urgently pointing in a direction. "Are you telling me to go that way?" John understood its meaning, and under the influence of Felix Felicis, he felt that the creature could be trusted. John exchanged a glance with Harry, and the two of them headed in the direction indicated. After passing through a path surrounded by thorny bushes, they arrived at a silver lake. The moonlight shimmered on the surface, casting a radiant glow. A boy wearing Hogwarts robes stood by the lake. At his feet lay a girl with beautiful golden hair. The boy had pitch-black eyes, was tall, and had a pale, handsome face. He was the young Voldemort, holding Daphne's laurel wand in his hand, a smile playing on his lips. "Ah, you finally arrived." Young Riddle's lips curved confidently as he held the wand, not considering the two of them a threat in the slightest. "That useless old snake, it seems he's dead. But it doesn't matter, I will handle this myself." Riddle had every reason to be arrogant. He pointed his wand at Harry and said haughtily, "Draw your wand, Harry. I know you've learned to duel. I will personally take your life." He had heard the story of Harry Potter from Ginny, the boy who had taken everything from the Dark Lord who once terrorized the wizarding world. This was a grudge he intended to settle personally. Even John was sidelined. Harry picked up his wand, mustering the courage to step forward. A smile appeared on Riddle's face. Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 88, Backhanded and Riddle's Collapse. What have you done to her? Harry looked at Daphne, who was lying there, her pale face now showing an unhealthy hue, her once cherry-colored lips now frighteningly white. He didn't understand why the heir of Slytherin would attack a pureblood. Her. Riddle spoke softly, almost lazily, killing mudbloods is no longer important to me. My new goal has always been resurrection. Harry stared at him in shock, which Riddle relished. He sneered, "Did you know? She's just like Ginny, a poor little girl caught up in infatuation. What a laughable love. John Wick, she likes you. Driven by love, she foolishly followed me because I told her you were in the Forbidden Forest and she needed to help you." As John listened to Riddle's words, his expression slowly shifted from calm to anger. "Since the day I released the basilisk, you've been opposing me. This school should have been engulfed in fear, but because of you, they all recovered. John, it wasn't supposed to be this way. You ruined everything, ruined my basilisk." Riddle's tone grew darker as he spoke. He had planned everything, using the basilisk to kill Muggleborns and plunge the school into chaos. But John, alone, had changed everything. Fortunately, Riddle had still managed to resurrect himself. He pointed to the unconscious Daphne, a slight smile on his lips. "She will die here. When she does, I will be fully revived. And before that happens, I'm going to kill you both." His wand was pointed at them, confident that even together, they posed no threat to him. Because he was Tom Riddle, the most outstanding student at Hogwarts and the future Dark Lord of the Wizarding World. "Harry, stop hesitating and duel me. I can't wait to see you die painfully before me." Riddle's taunting words provoked Harry. Even if he wasn't a match for Riddle, he was determined to face him in a duel. "Come on, Riddle." Harry gripped his wand tightly, and Riddle, unhurriedly, bowed with elegance. One should bow before a duel. Didn't your teachers teach you that? Not wanting to appear inferior, Harry mimicked Riddle's gesture and began to bow as well. As they both lowered their heads, a sudden sound shattered the silence. Bang. Startled, Harry looked up. Riddle's face showed the same surprise as a blood hole appeared in his body, black smoke rising from it. John stood there calmly, the barrel of his gun still smoking in his right hand. Seeing Harry's confused expression, John said coolly, "Against scum like him, why bother with honor?" He couldn't understand Harry's thinking. With a 2-on-1 advantage, why would Harry want to duel Riddle 1-on-1? John was full of energy, starting with the classic move, "Times have changed." He then waved his wand, sending beams of white light flying towards Riddle. Riddle countered with his own wand, casting a shield charm against the blasting curse. However, it lasted less than a second before shattering. How is this possible? Riddle's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't accept that a second-year wizard could surpass his own magical prowess. Could the wizards of this era be so powerful? What he didn't know was that John was no ordinary second-year student. Even though his body was smaller, his mind remained sharp. No matter what happened, he believed that the range of his wand was the ultimate truth. Outwardly, he looked like a child, but in reality, John Wick was a second year at Hogwarts with strength far beyond the norm. Due to John starting off with a level 4 blasting curse, Riddle was forced to retreat. As John advanced, he continuously fired white beams, occasionally punctuated by the subtle sound of a gunshot. All 14 bullets were aimed at Riddle. Forced into a defensive stance, Riddle cursed angrily, "John Wick, do you dare to duel me? Duel? You kidnapped my friend, and you still have the nerve to talk about a duel." John was full of contempt. He took back what he had said before. Riddle really didn't seem to have a good head on his shoulders. Riddle's behavior was like a group of kidnappers challenging the police to a duel. Just show your head, and the sniper will take care of you. Fooling a kid like Harry might work, but to John, this was just ridiculous. Riddle was gradually forced into the lake behind him. John raised his hand, casting a transfiguration spell to gather the water into a large mass and drop it on Riddle, drenching him thoroughly. Harry learned his first lesson from John: when facing Death Eaters or the Dark Lord, never bother with reasoning. Once he realized what was happening, Harry joined the fight as well. With one on the left and the other on the right, they forced Riddle into retreat. "How dare you?" Riddle's eyes practically blazed with anger. Once he got his bearings, he deflected a blasting curse, causing an explosion at Harry's feet that sent him flying. Riddle was beginning to fight back. John started to feel the pressure, but his experience of dueling Gryffindor paid off. He moved skillfully, dodging and countering Riddle's attacks. Green, white, and red lights clashed in the air, spells flying back and forth. One of the spells hit near Daphne, causing stones to scatter dangerously. We need to get him away from Daphne, John thought. John narrowed his eyes, seizing an opening in Riddle's defense. He gathered his strength and unleashed a powerful spell. Incendio. The level 4 fire-making spell erupted into a wall of flames, separating the two of them. John shouted to Harry, "Get Daphne back." As the fire broke open a large hole, Riddle cast the Cruciatus Curse, narrowly missing John. Reducto. Avada Kedavra. The green and white beams collided in midair, crackling with the intensity of lightning. Taking advantage of the distraction, Harry quickly moved to carry Daphne away. Riddle, seeing this, tried to stop him, but John remained a constant threat. "Riddle, are you scared?" John's voice was laced with contempt as he employed the dragon's taunt. He stared Riddle down, his tone calm as he said, "You should be grateful you didn't encounter me during your school days." Utter nonsense. Riddle's expression twisted with rage, refusing to admit that he was inferior to John. The two were locked in a battle of magical strength, each trying to outlast the other's power. But Riddle had forgotten one crucial detail: John had taken Felix Felicis, and his magical energy was in abundant supply. Riddle's face contorted with anger, completely oblivious to the approaching footsteps behind him. Green lightning surged forward, pushing the white lightning back. John's expression turned serious as he increased his magical output, bringing the two forces back into balance. Bang. Ugh. At that moment, Riddle's head suddenly took a hard blow. He was utterly devastated, not only by John's shameless sneak attack but also by the unexpected hit from behind. The brief moment of imbalance allowed the white light to overpower the green light, crashing into Riddle's body. Riddle's form could no longer hold together, shattering like porcelain. His eyes remained fixed on John as his body finally exploded, dissolving into black smoke that dispersed into the air. Is he dead? Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite John's apparent underhanded tactics, this was Voldemort they were dealing with. As Riddle's body shattered, an alarm went off in John's mind. He immediately turned to look in Harry's direction, seeing black smoke emerging from the diary on Daphne's body, rushing towards Harry. Dodge. Harry reacted quickly, dodging to the side, but the black smoke relentlessly pursued him. John's attacks passed through the smoke without effect, reminding him of the incident with the Philosopher's Stone trial. Harry tripped over something. He looked down and saw the sword of Gryffindor. He clearly remembered leaving it in the Great Hall, yet now it had mysteriously appeared at his feet. There was no time to ponder. Harry picked up the sword of Gryffindor and swung it towards the black smoke. The smoke, impervious to spells, was sliced through by the sword of Gryffindor as easily as a hot knife through butter. No. As the black smoke was cut apart, it revealed the diary within. Harry gripped the sword of Gryffindor with both hands and drove it forcefully into the diary. A shrill scream emanated from the diary as ink sprayed out through the blade, splattering everywhere, almost causing Harry to faint. Seeing this, John couldn't help but be impressed. He had been battling intensely, holding his ground, yet Harry had swooped in and finished the job. Ha. Ha. Is it over? Harry asked, still in a daze. He was panting heavily, his face still showing signs of lingering fear. John walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and smiled, "Nicely done, Harry. Interested in learning swordsmanship from me?" No thanks, I still think wands are more my style," Harry replied, shivering as he recalled Neville's lately zombie-like appearances after training with John. John felt a bit disappointed, thinking the sword was much more effective than a wand. He picked up the diary, now with a hole stabbed through it, and stuffed it into his satchel. Then, he moved to check on Daphne. As the diary was destroyed, color returned to Daphne's face. "She'll probably need to sleep for a while," John remarked, staring at her beautiful face while pondering something. "Carrying someone seems like it would be pretty exhausting." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then glanced at Harry, realizing there was some free labor at hand. GGH. Why do I feel cold? Harry suddenly felt a chill, thinking he might need to add an extra blanket tonight when he slept. Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 89, Anger of a Dragon. After some time, Harry was reluctantly carrying Daphne on his back, his face showing his discomfort. Meanwhile, John was busy thanking the demiguise. "Thanks for the help, buddy," he said. If it weren't for the demiguise knocking Riddle out earlier, John wouldn't have won so easily. Who would have thought that such a wide-eyed innocent-looking creature would enjoy playing dirty tricks? John shook hands with it, not caring whether the demiguise understood the gesture. "John. So. You have a gun." "Oh, that was. Aren't you feeling hungry?" "I'm starving. Let's just go quickly and eat something." "Oh, okay." The demiguy's big eyes began to glow with colorful lights, and suddenly it started shouting anxiously. Just as John was wondering what was going on, he heard rustling sounds around them. Why does that sound so familiar? He muttered. As he looked up to find the source of the noise, he saw a spider the size of a small car staring intently at them. Fuck, run! John shouted, immediately deciding to flee. Fong, the cowardly dog, had already disappeared, probably sensing the danger. After all, dogs have that instinct. When Harry saw the enormous spiders, he was terrified, wishing he could use a transfiguration spell to grow a second pair of legs. The two of them sprinted wildly through the forbidden forest, and then they stumbled upon a massive spider nest. Are you kidding me? John nearly cursed. They had run straight into the spider's lair. It turned out that Riddle wasn't the real danger. These spiders had been lying in wait, ready to strike. Tap tap tap. Crickry. The acromantulas, with their 8 greedy eyes glinting, let out sharp cries as they advanced on them. Harry, fight back! John shouted. He drew his wand and fired a blast of white light at the nearest spider, causing its body to explode like a watermelon. John and these spiders had a long-standing enmity. Harry, struggling with the weight of the person on his back, managed to swing his wand and fight back. However, his attacks were no match for John's. When John saw a spider about to pounce on Harry's back, he quickly turned and struck. Arania exumai. The spider was blasted away, but John's action drew the attention of a much larger spider. Without pausing, John pulled a sword from his small bag as he turned. Swoosh! Just as the giant spider lunged, John cleaved its head in two with a single stroke. With his right hand holding a sword and his left hand wielding a wand, John was a force to be reckoned with, using the wand for long-range attacks and the sword for close combat. However, even with his balanced offensive and defensive strategies, John was being gradually overwhelmed by the sheer number of spiders. He was forced to retreat step by step until he and Harry were standing back to back. Harry was panting heavily, his hands trembling, a sign of severe magical exhaustion. He had completely run out of magic. John wasn't in much better shape either. After his intense duel with Riddle, his magical reserves were nearly depleted. What do we do? Harry asked, desperation in his voice. John's mind raced, searching for a solution as more spiders continued to emerge from the shadows, surrounding them. At that moment, a strange noise came from the distance. Beep beep. Harry and John turned to look. Two large, bright eyes were cutting through the mass of spiders, barreling straight toward them. No, not eyes. Headlights. Harry. Ron's voice called out from inside the car, and John spotted a familiar bushy-haired head next to him. It was Hermione. The trio reunited as the Weasleys' magical car plowed into the mass of spiders. Fong was inside, barking wildly. Hermione, Ron. Harry called out in relief and joy, grateful that his friends had come to the rescue. The car door swung open, and Harry, with Daphne on his back, quickly ran inside, shouting to John, "John, hurry up and get in." The spiders were closing in, but John's expression shifted several times as he stood outside. He stared at the spider-infested nest, and a spark of anger ignited within him. These acromantulas had almost devoured him last time, and now they were at it again. Even the most patient person would find it hard to forgive these creatures, and John was no exception. Despite Harry's urgent calls, John leaped onto the car's roof. As the spiders surged toward the car, John took a deep breath, tightly gripping his wand as he drew a large circle in the air. Fiendfire, he incanted. Crimson flames erupted from the tip of his wand, and John's eyes turned into slits as a powerful wave of anger enveloped him. The fiery blaze transformed into a massive dragon, and the approaching spiders were instantly ignited by the cursed fire. The dragon opened its mouth, spewing flames that consumed the spiders, incinerating them all. Everywhere it passed, the crimson dragon left behind a sea of fire, turning the area into an inferno. "Let me show you what it means to mess with a dragon," John roared. He felt the rapid depletion of his magical energy as he controlled the fiend fire, carving a path through the inferno. The agonized screams and wails of the spiders filled the air, leaving the trio utterly stunned. Fong was trembling and curled up in the back seat, and the demiguys had somehow sneaked into the car as well. "Get us out of here!" John shouted. Ron floored the accelerator, speeding away from the sea of flames. With his last bit of strength, John directed the fiery dragon into the heart of the spider nest. "You wanted to eat me, huh? I'll wipe you out." John muttered darkly, a fierce expression on his face. The spider nest turned into a catastrophic scene. Countless spiders were burned alive by the rampaging dragon. The aging Aragog watched in terror as its reckless behavior led to the near extinction of its acromantula offspring. The webs inside the nest became the perfect fuel, allowing the fire dragon to rage for a full 2 hours before finally dying down. Thick smoke rose into the sky, forming dark clouds, and rain began to fall, extinguishing the remnants of the flames. The Aragog's colony was almost entirely wiped out. The Weasley family's enchanted car sped to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where John jumped down from the roof, feeling much calmer. Ha. Ha. Looks like I shouldn't drink too much Felix Felicis, John reflected with lingering unease. He realized that his emotions had been out of control, recalling the warnings about Felix Felicis. Overdosing could lead to toxicity, making one overconfident and reckless. John typically avoided using fiend fire, not only because it was dark magic, but mainly due to its inherent instability. Controlling fiend fire was an incredibly difficult task unless one's magical power significantly surpassed it. Worth it. After torching the spider nest, John felt a sense of satisfaction, though he couldn't help but wonder if Hagrid would cry when he returned to find the nest destroyed. The trio exited the car, and John carried Daphne out. The enchanted car gave its doors a quick slap and then shot back into the Forbidden Forest. Did that car just go feral? John was baffled, not understanding what just happened. Hermione marched over, furious, and pointed at John and Harry, scolding them. How could you be so reckless? You've broken at least 50 school rules. An angry Hermione didn't care whether they were the boy who lived or John Wick, both were scolded like children caught by a parent. Ron wisely kept quiet the entire time, displaying his lower rank in the family dynamic. Harry nudged John with his elbow, signaling him to say something to calm Hermione down. Ah. After a moment's thought, John said, Don't blame Harry, Riddle took Daphne, and I lost my composure. As Hermione's anger began to dissipate, she noticed Daphne. The girl was stunning and frequently seen with John. Who's Riddle? Ron asked, puzzled. Oh, that's Voldemort, John said casually. Harry nodded rapidly beside him. After all, they had just fought Voldemort and then narrowly survived the spider nest. As soon as Voldemort's name was mentioned, it felt as if a chilling wind swept through the area. Ugh, Ron shivered, visibly frightened. Don't say that name. Hermione also felt a twinge of fear. If they hadn't arrived just in time, Harry and John might have met their end at the hands of the spiders. In the end, Hermione couldn't stay mad at Harry for long. She scolded them, but that was it. Carrying the unconscious Daphne, the four of them headed back to the castle. Their disappearance had nearly driven everyone at Hogwarts to panic. The first person they encountered was Professor McGonagall, who was clutching her chest and taking deep breaths to calm herself. Professor McGonagall led them into the castle and then to the headmaster's office. John noticed that Professor Snape was also there, and he felt a bit guilty. Because he had taken an entire bottle of Felix Felicis, he had become much more reckless. He had even done something as bold as snatching a potion from Professor Snape's hands, not caring at all about the loss of house points. Now that the effects of the potion had worn off, John suspected he might be in for even more point deductions. Fortunately, fate seemed to be on his side. Dumbledore had returned. He had been suspended from his duties, but when trouble struck Hogwarts, he was the first to return. Among the five of them, one was unconscious, two were disheveled, and two others dared not lift their heads. In the headmaster's office, there was a couple present, Daphne's parents. John. Thank you so much. Thank you. I. Seeing that their daughter was unharmed, Daphne's mother, who had a striking appearance, even forgot that John was of Muggle-born origin. The Greengrass family will not forget your kindness, Daphne's father said solemnly, though his expression suggested that John had somehow wronged his family. It wasn't just the Greengrass family present, the Weasleys were also there. Mrs. Weasley, overwhelmed with emotion, hugged Harry tightly. Ginny had confessed everything to Dumbledore, and so he felt it necessary to summon the Weasley family. Mrs. Weasley also hugged John enthusiastically. If it weren't for these two boys, Ginny might have been burdened with the guilt of harming a fellow student for the rest of her life. John placed the diary and the Sword of Gryffindor on the desk, also producing the basilisk fang as irrefutable evidence. With this concrete proof, and Harry's detailed 10-minute explanation, Ginny was naturally absolved of any blame. Well done, Harry, John, Dumbledore praised them without hesitation. Even though the two of them had broken about 100 school rules, Gryffindors never worry about such things. Well, neither do Slytherins, heh. Read 12 chaps ahead of WN. Chapter 90, Dejected Malfoy and Free Dobby. Then it was Harry's turn. Dumbledore glanced at the Sword of Gryffindor that Harry had brought back. With a smile on his face, he said something along the lines of, "Young man, you truly embody the spirit of Gryffindor." Finally, it was John's turn. Feeling a bit uneasy, John remembered that he had set a fire earlier. Snape, standing nearby, looked like he was grinding his teeth. After all, having a student who dared to drink poison directly was undoubtedly a headache for him as a teacher. Shrewd, brave, strong, trusting in your companions, and never abandoning any student. Mr. John Wick, your willingness to take risks for your friends and your spirit of selflessness is commendable. John cautiously asked, "Professor, aren't you forgetting wisdom?" Dumbledore paused. You dared to use your body to test poison, and you still want me to praise your wisdom. Silently brushing off that request, Dumbledore briefly explained who Tom Riddle was, which elicited more gasps from the parents. Did you know, Minerva? Dumbledore mused aloud to Professor McGonagall, I think these events are worth celebrating with a feast. Could I ask you to inform the kitchen? Professor McGonagall, understanding that Dumbledore wanted to speak privately with the students, promptly agreed. She left, taking the parents and Daphne with her. Dumbledore then turned to Professor Snape and said, Severus, we have a cat that needs treatment, don't we? Professor Snape's expression darkened, which secretly pleased Harry and Ron. In the end, Snape had no choice but to reluctantly agree, since Professor Sprout's mandrakes were ready. Before leaving, he shot a glare at the group. John felt a headache coming on, he figured he had likely become Snape's #1 nuisance. Facing Dumbledore, the four of them still felt the pressure. Dumbledore's scrutinizing gaze passed over John's face as he said, You all have earned a special award for services to the school, especially Harry and Ron. Sometimes, even I must break my own rules. Dumbledore winked, and the two who had feared they might be expelled for breaking the rules breathed a sigh of relief. Let me think, each of you three has earned Gryffindor 200 points. John, you've also earned 200 points for Slytherin. Hearing this, John couldn't help but exclaim internally at Gryffindor. With 600 points added in one go, Gryffindor quickly surpassed Slytherin. Even with his 200 points, Slytherin was still trailing behind Gryffindor. Harry was thrilled. Even though he knew some of these points were somewhat inflated, beating Slytherin was a great honor for Gryffindor. Hermione bit her lip, hesitating before she asked, Professor, we didn't really do anything. Isn't this a bit too much? Dumbledore smiled and replied, the fact that you can say that is worth 200 points. Adding points just like that. John silently grumbled to himself, what about the referee cheating? All right, Hermione and the others did save him, so John had no choice but to accept it. As if hearing John's inner thoughts, Dumbledore glanced at him. But sometimes, your methods can be a bit excessive, Dumbledore remarked. John quickly plastered on a smile, unsure if Dumbledore was referring to the Fiendfire incident. But considering Dumbledore's unfathomable power, John figured it was best to play it safe. Because of John's intervention, Gilderoy Lockhart was still in his office, scribbling away furiously. Naturally, that meant he didn't have much of a role in this anymore. Harry, who had been struggling with a certain question, blurted out, Professor Dumbledore, Riddle said in the diary that I'm a lot like him. He said that. Dumbledore's eyes, beneath his thick silver eyebrows, gazed thoughtfully at Harry. And what do you think, Harry? I'm nothing like him. Harry responded, his voice a bit louder and more agitated than usual. I'm in Gryffindor, I'm. As he continued speaking, Harry grew silent, recalling the time he had worn the Sorting Hat. He hesitated, the Sorting Hat told me I would do well in Slytherin. For a while, everyone thought I was the heir of Slytherin, because I can speak Parseltongue. He hoped Dumbledore could offer him an explanation. That moment of insecurity had led to him being susceptible to Riddle's influence later on. Harry, you can speak Parseltongue, Dumbledore said calmly. Because Voldemort can speak Parseltongue. He is the last descendant of Slytherin. If I'm not mistaken, on the night he gave you that scar, he transferred some of his powers to you. He didn't do it intentionally, I'm quite sure of that. Harry was stunned by this revelation. Then, feeling deflated, he said, so I should have been in Slytherin. The Sorting Hat probably saw some Slytherin qualities in me. It placed you in Gryffindor, Dumbledore continued, unhurried. Harry, you happen to possess many of the traits that Salazar Slytherin valued in his students. Some of his rare talents, Parseltongue, resourcefulness, strong will, and a certain disregard for rules. As Dumbledore mentioned Slytherin, John noticed that everyone's eyes were suddenly on him. Harry recalled how John had ambushed Riddle, resourcefulness. Ron remembered how John couldn't resist petting Professor McGonagall's tabby cat in their first year, strong-willed. Hermione raised an eyebrow, almost smiling, disregard for rules. Hey, that's enough. John thought to himself. What part of him didn't fit? So what if I'm in Slytherin? Is it so wrong for a Slytherin to wield a wand in one hand and a sword in the other? Didn't they notice that Merlin also swung a sword? If you keep looking at me like that, I'll sue you for slander. Dumbledore's expression was also quite strange. If Harry hadn't come back with the sword of Gryffindor, he might have thought John was the true Gryffindor. After all, it takes a certain bravery to drink poison straight up. To help Harry hold on to his Gryffindor identity, Dumbledore even pulled out the sword of Gryffindor for a bit of a showcase. Only a true Gryffindor can summon it, Harry. Dumbledore's intention was to strengthen Harry's belief, but this only made Harry's expression turn awkward. He hesitated and said, Professor, maybe the sword chose John. ? Dumbledore was stunned. He hadn't been sure who had summoned the sword of Gryffindor, and by the time he found out, the sword had already disappeared. Seeing Harry holding it, he assumed it was Harry who had summoned it. Harry explained, the sword fell from the air, landing right between John and me. Dumbledore fell into deep thought. How was he supposed to interpret that? It doesn't matter. Just think of yourself as a true Gryffindor, Harry, John comforted him. But somehow, the words didn't quite sound like comfort. Dumbledore had no other solution, especially since even the Sword of Gryffindor hadn't made it clear. John, keep protecting the school. Dumbledore wanted to say a few more words to John. But recalling all that John had done, he blinked, hoping John wouldn't burn the school down while trying to protect it. John gave an awkward smile, it really wasn't intentional. After exchanging a few words, the group was ready to leave. Just as they were about to open the door, it was flung open with such force that it nearly hit John's nose. John reached out and pushed the door back without any hesitation. Dumbledore, ouch. Lucius Malfoy clutched his now red nose. He looked behind the door and locked eyes with John, who raised an eyebrow at him, full of defiance. This only added fuel to Lucius's already simmering anger, and he nearly lost his composure. Under his arm was a bandaged Dobby. Lucius was here to cause trouble for Dumbledore, so he decided to temporarily overlook the Muggleborn standing before him. Fuming, he stormed up to Dumbledore. Not wanting to watch the adults argue, John walked out of the room, glancing back at the trio who seemed glued to the spot. He shook his head in disbelief. Typical Gryffindors, always nosy. After waiting outside for a bit, John noticed a disheveled Lucius exiting the room. Lucius shot John a glare. And John. He wasn't about to let that slide. Harry came out, still looking like he wanted more drama. John grabbed him and, with a wink, said, "Harry, I think you have the chance to free a soul." "What?" Harry looked puzzled. John pointed at Dobby, who was standing behind Lucius. Harry immediately understood. Caught up in watching the scene with Ron and Hermione, Harry had nearly forgotten about Dobby. He quickly ran back to Dumbledore to borrow the diary. Just as he was about to pull off his sweaty, smelly sock that had been on his feet all day, John stopped him. "I don't think Dobby would appreciate that." John pulled out his wand and conjured a fresh sock, handing it to Harry. Harry understood and slipped the sock inside the diary, then ran over to return it to Lucius. When Lucius noticed the sock, he angrily yanked it out and threw it away, quickly tossing the diary back to Harry as if trying to wash his hands of the whole situation. Dobby caught the sock like it was the key to his freedom and held it high with joy. Having lost his position on the board and now his house elf, Lucius was furious and even looked ready to lash out. But Dobby, now free, struck his former master, stopping him in his tracks. Lucius left in disgrace, and John watched him go, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his wand. "Lucius Malfoy," John murmured, his gaze intense. When they returned to the Great Hall, John saw students in pajamas, still groggy from sleep. He couldn't help but wonder what Dumbledore was thinking, throwing a feast in the middle of the night. Read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 91, Johnny Silverhand and the Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. The highlight of the feast began when Professor McGonagall announced that the end-of-year exams were cancelled. Around 3:30 a.m., Hagrid returned from the Ministry of Magic. This made Harry very happy, and he went over to give him a tight hug. "I don't really know what happened, but the head of the Auror office was quite nice to me," Hagrid said, confused, when asked how things had gone at the ministry. Although Lucius had been determined to send him to Azkaban, the Auror office had insisted on treating him well and even gave him a big bed to lie down on. It felt more like a vacation at the ministry than being imprisoned. "Rufus Scrimgeour asked me to send his regards to Johnny Silverhand, but I don't even know who that is," Hagrid added. Harry, curious, asked, "Johnny Silverhand? Who's that?" Hagrid took a sip of beer, savoring the familiar taste, and said, "The owner of the Johnny Silverhand specialty shop in Knockturn Alley. You wouldn't believe how popular his stuff is at the Auror office." As a frequent visitor to Knockturn Alley, Hagrid collected materials for John and had been to the Johnny Silverhand specialty shop sometimes, where the items sold were of a much higher quality than those typically found in Knockturn Alley. That greedy Mundungus Fletcher was also working there, dressed up and looking presentable, eager to empty everyone's pockets. "I heard that Johnny Silverhand donated a batch of combat gear to the Auror office." "Ha ha ha, I guess they got the wrong idea." Hagrid thought that Rufus Scrimgeour had misunderstood his connection to Johnny Silverhand, but he considered it a good thing. Because of this, he downed 3 large mugs of beer, each of which had been enchanted with a refilling charm, so he drank without stopping. Harry made a mental note of the name Johnny Silverhand. This seemed to be a significant figure. He shared this information with his friends, and Ron, with a chicken leg in each hand, was eating so much that his cheeks were puffed out. "Johnny Silverhand. I know him. My dad said he turned in a whole bunch of dark magic artifacts to the ministry. That really helped my dad stand tall at work." After John raided Borgin and Burke's, he knew he needed to do something to reassure the ministry, so he handed over half of the dark magic items. This move successfully won the favor of the Ministry, and even Fudge mentioned that if more wizards in Nocturne Alley were as conscientious, they would have 2 Diagon Alleys by now. Although no one had seen Johnny Silverhand, it didn't stop the Ministry from having a good opinion of this mysterious figure. Seeing their interest in the Johnny Silverhand specialty shop, Hermione immediately played the role of the concerned mother, warning, "Harry, have you forgotten that you almost got caught by that old witch at the start of the school year? Please, Hermione, don't bring that up." The Savior's embarrassing history was being dragged out again, and Harry wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Even Ron joined in the mocking laughter, but was soon silenced by Hermione's scolding, which made him retreat into himself. Hagrid and Mrs. Weasley both said we shouldn't go there. It's too dangerous. That Johnny Silverhand in Nocturne Alley might even be a dark wizard. After repeatedly warning the 2 troublemakers, Hermione asserted her authority within the group. John sneezed twice in a row. He rubbed his nose, feeling as though someone was talking about him. In April, the mandrakes matured. Professor Snape never imagined that he would have to brew a potion specifically for a cat. During this time, Filch went out of his way to please Professor Snape, as all of Mrs. Norris's hopes depended on him. With the administration of the antidote, Mrs. Norris returned to normal. A few days before Easter, Professor McGonagall had them choose their third-year courses. John glanced at the list of subjects. Arithmancy, Ancient Runes, Divination, Muggle Studies, Care of Magical Creatures. There were 5 elective courses, and John needed to choose the ones he wanted to study. Ancient Runes, also known as Ancient Script, was essential for John. Muggle Studies, as a former Muggle, John's understanding of Muggle society could be said to be ahead of the teachers here. Care of Magical Creatures interested John a bit, as many aspects of alchemy were related to magical creatures. Arithmancy and Divination were both forms of divination, but they involved different areas. Arithmancy is a subject that studies the magical properties of numbers, and it's very difficult to learn because it requires memorizing or using a large number of charts. Divination, on the other hand, differs in that it includes a variety of methods and techniques, such as reading tea leaves, interpreting fire omens, crystal ball gazing, palmistry, tarot card reading, astrology, and dream interpretation. Divination relies heavily on talent, and even Professor McGonagall couldn't help but mention that it is the least rigorous of the subjects. Fuck. Gotta learn them all. Given all this, John felt that he was interested in all the courses. So, he decided to choose them all. As for potential scheduling conflicts, it didn't matter. John only needed to excel in one to achieve a perfect score. He could drop by Muggle Studies once or twice occasionally. Even without attending regularly, he knew more about Muggles than most wizards who were immersed in the magical world. Easter arrived. During this time, John buried himself in earning points, rapidly boosting Slytherin's score by an extraordinary margin. Especially in defense against the dark arts, John's point-earning speed was absurd. Lockhart was practically giving him a point for every word he spoke. As the saying goes, you have a referee on your side, I have external support. A/N, other similar sayings. You have the home field umpire, I have fans in the stands. You have the friend in accounting, I have allies in the halls. You have the coach on the payroll, I have backing from the bleachers. You have the teacher holding your pen, I have help from the bench. With John's relentless pursuit of points, the Slytherin hourglass was catching up to Gryffindor's at a speed visible to the naked eye. Originally, the confident Gryffindor found themselves on edge, feeling as though they were being pricked by needles, and didn't dare to relax. They quickly entered a hyper-competitive mode to earn more points. Ravenclaw, of course, needed no explanation. Though they had been perpetual third-place finishers, their reputation for intelligence meant they were naturally inclined to compete intensely within their house. The Hufflepuffs, the usual bystanders, noticed everyone else's intense competition and decided that continuing to slack off would be rude. So they also began to work hard. This phenomenon amazed the professors, who had never expected that cancelling the final exams would lead to everyone working even harder. It even made Dumbledore consider whether he should cancel the final exams altogether in the future. In short, John single-handedly sparked a competitive spirit across the school. His habit of answering questions in class before Hermione could made her grit her teeth in frustration. Daphne's secret had been discovered by John, and for a while, she didn't dare to appear in front of him. She had expected John to react to her, but to her surprise, John was so absorbed in earning points that he couldn't pull himself away. This both pleased and annoyed her. In the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. Now that John knew there was a way to get in through the Forbidden Forest, he no longer needed to bother Harry. He entered the room inside the statue, and apart from the tracks left by something that had been sliding around for years, the place was relatively dust-free. Must be because of magic, he mused. The room was divided into 3 levels. The first level resembled a workshop, filled with various fearsome magical creatures preserved in liquid. Some of them had been smashed, possibly because the basilisk had been hungry. The second level was an office. A golden candelabrum stood on the desk, and a silver skull-shaped item was enchanted with some spells. There was also a long rectangular box, but its contents were missing, either taken by Riddle or removed during Salazar Slytherin's time. The third level resembled the restricted section of the library. John walked in and pulled out a book. It was filled with information about dark magic. There were also some books on forbidden topics or on the human body, subjects unsuitable for young wizards. I wouldn't be surprised if more than half of the restricted section in the library was contributed by Salazar Slytherin, John thought. He leafed through several books, and the content was horrifying. One book, with an unknown leather cover, contained material that particularly intrigued John. His flipping stopped. Blood magic. John's eyes gleamed with interest as he closed the book. He hadn't triggered any inheritance tests in Slytherin's chamber, which made sense. After all, Slytherin's heir was Voldemort. Given Voldemort's nature, he wouldn't leave anything valuable behind for others. These books were probably left behind simply because they were too inconvenient to carry. Thank you, Voldy. This turned out to be a stroke of luck for John. For the remainder of the term, John frequently visited Slytherin's chamber. His knowledge was accumulating rapidly, which caused his pace in earning points in class to slow down. The other students, who had been struggling to keep up, finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were truly exhausted by this points king. But even so, John's progress in earning points did not come to a halt. When May arrived, Gryffindor was horrified to discover that Slytherin had caught up in the points race. Slytherin erupted in cheers, and even Draco Malfoy, who had been sulking since Lucius lost his position on the Board of Governors, wore a silly smile again. Everyone knew who was responsible for Slytherin's comeback. Hey, easy. Surrounded by his housemates, John frowned and said, we haven't reached the moment of victory yet, we must not get complacent. His words brought the Slytherins back to their senses. Indeed, who knew if Gryffindor would mysteriously gain points again before the term ended? This served as a wake-up call for Slytherin. The earlier cheers were replaced with a renewed sense of determination, as Slytherin burned with an unprecedented fighting spirit. They were now united, more so than ever before. Read 12 advanced chapters at Chapter 92, The Demiguy's Request for Help. Many thanks to Dragon King 1581 for becoming a patron. Heartsuit. Hagrid, stop crying. Aragog is gone, and there's no bringing him back. Inside Hagrid's hut, the burly Hagrid was crying his eyes out. After he returned, he had been busy tending to his overgrown vegetable garden. When he finally had the time to go into the Forbidden Forest to look for his old friend, all he found were burnt spider corpses scattered everywhere. Aragog had narrowly survived, but he was now very weak from the smoke inhalation. The trio was there comforting Hagrid. Sniffling, Hagrid said, I don't know who did it. It's so cruel. Ah. The trio exchanged glances, and Harry awkwardly said, maybe it was just an accident. I mean, the Forbidden Forest is full of dangers, isn't it? Hearing this, Hagrid thought it made sense, but he then said curiously, but as far as I know, apart from centaurs and werewolves, nothing else in the forest uses fire. Aragog already had cataracts, and since John hadn't gone inside, it didn't know John was responsible. These words made the trio even more uneasy, and they each started talking about other things to change the subject. Hagrid finally calmed down. During this period of intense studying, Hagrid's hut was the trio's only safe haven. Coming here made them feel like they were stepping out of the endless sea of books. Suddenly, a dog barked outside. Fong heard the noise and, after scratching the ground a few times with his paws, finally stood up. It's Tom. He's here to play with Fong. As the dog who controlled Fong's food supply, Tom was always the boss in Fong's eyes. The door opened, and besides Tom, John was there too. John, taking Tom for a walk, had come to Hagrid's hut. He greeted Hagrid, Hagrid, I heard about what happened. I hope you can find some peace. He brought Hagrid 10 baguettes and a big rye bread from his uncle's place. Hagrid didn't like eating food that was too soft. Thank you, John. You're so kind. Talking about the sad event, Hagrid wiped his nose. John nodded calmly, as if he hadn't been the one to burn the spider's nest. As soon as Ron saw John, he instinctively put his hand on his head, having developed a conditioned response to this study fanatic. Hermione, being the only one who could somewhat compete with the study fanatic, asked, John, how many electives did you choose? I thought they all seemed interesting, so I chose all of them. John smiled as he said something unimaginable, which made Harry and Ron's faces fill with fear. Having realized that some classes had scheduling conflicts, Hermione had been hesitating about which ones to choose. Now, after hearing John's answer, she immediately decided to choose all of them too. Caught between the two, Harry and Ron felt weak, pitiful, and helpless. This situation caused severe emotional trauma to their young minds. Invited inside for tea, John took a bite of a rock cake. He realized his biting strength seemed to have increased, as he managed to take a bite out of the rock-hard cake. John chewed on it. If it weren't so hard, the taste would actually be quite nice. John, now. Can you explain about, how do you have a gun? Harry hesitated for a long time before finally asking the question that had been on his mind for a while. When they were dealing with Riddle, he had seen John holding a gun. He couldn't understand why a wizard would have a dangerous weapon like a handgun. Hearing this, Hermione looked at John in disbelief and exclaimed, "You actually brought something so dangerous into the school?" John nodded and said, "I do have one, but guns aren't as dangerous as you think." Without hiding the fact that he had a prohibited item, John took out the handgun, which was already out of bullets. But for some reason, even though it had been less than half a year since Christmas, the gun was already covered in rust. The magical field of Hogwarts causes some damage to Muggle items to a certain extent, and as for a gun, it's not particularly dangerous to a wizard, except as a surprise tactic. John gave an example, saying, being hit by a bullet is a fatal thing, but for wizards, we have potions that can regrow bones, so apart from the pain, it's not necessarily lethal. Of course, there are some exceptions. For example, being shot in the heart or something like that. Wizards are powerful, but essentially they are still human beings. John spoke lightly about it. He had experimented before, on Riddle, in fact. Riddle was hit by at least 3 bullets and didn't make a sound. John attributed this to the inherently special constitution of wizards, but that doesn't mean that wizards are above Muggles. On the contrary, if Muggles wanted to eliminate wizards, aside from spending some time and being careful to guard against the wizard's elusive abilities, Muggles could be more deadly. This is why both sides prefer not to interact with each other too much. The numbers decide everything. There are far more Muggles, and with any weapon, an ordinary person can possess the power to take a life. Hearing this, Harry and Hermione reluctantly accepted it. While Ron was still asking what a gun was, the 2 dogs playing outside started barking. John walked out to check, and the fence outside opened 2 eyes. It was a demiguise. The demiguise saw John and showed a human-like expression of happiness. "Tom, stop, he's a friend." Tom was still barking, and John told him to stop. "Are you looking for me?" The demiguise had clearly come for a reason. John walked out. The demiguise pointed towards the Forbidden Forest. From its gestures, it seemed to want John to go with it. "Go ahead, John. Demiguises are gentle creatures, they won't harm anyone." Hagrid's eyes widened at the sight of the rare demiguise. He wanted to talk to it but refrained, fearing he might scare it. The demiguise had specifically come for John. Pondering for a moment, John glanced back at Harry and the others, then nodded and said, "I'll go with you." He parted ways with Harry and the group, asking Hermione to look after Tom. The demiguise led the way, with John following behind. Man and beast entered the Forbidden Forest. After passing through a patch of trees, they arrived under a large tree. It was a massive tree, home to several bowtruckles and a bird's nest. "You want me to go to the bird's nest?" Seeing the demiguise hopping up and down, John activated his boots and floated up. As he approached the bird's nest, the bowtruckles hissed cautiously. John signaled that he meant no harm. When he reached the nest, he found broken silver eggshells inside. "Is this silver?" Picking up a piece of the eggshell, something flashed through John's mind. A Akami. He carefully removed the broken eggshell, revealing a winged Akami inside. This was a magical creature whose size could change according to the available space. This particular Akami had just been born and hadn't even opened its eyes yet. John understood why the demiguise and the bowtruckles were so anxious. The Akami looked like it was in bad shape. I remember Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn kept some Akamis. This could be the offspring of those Akamis. Gently lifting the Akami, John noticed the demiguise moving closer. It pointed at the Akami and then at John, hoping he could take care of it. John shook his head and said, "I know someone who can take excellent care of it. Trust me, he's the best." The demiguise seemed doubtful, but John reassured it with a promise. As they left the Forbidden Forest, John kept observing the demiguise. By the end of this term, he would gain new magical blood, and he would need the blood of a magical creature to mix with it. Although he already had the basilisk's blood, seeing the demiguise gave him another idea. If I use demiguise blood, would it strengthen my disillusionment charm? John stared at the demiguise. Betraying it would be impossible for him. So, he chose to make a deal with the demiguise. After leaving the Forbidden Forest, John had acquired some demiguise blood. Finding Hagrid, John took out the newly hatched Akami. Upon seeing the Akami, Hagrid almost crushed John with excitement. A strong hug from Hagrid made John think his bones might break. With Hagrid, a magical creature expert, around, John wasn't worried about the Akami's well-being. The trio gathered around to look at the Akami. After leaving Hagrid's hut, John headed to the Gryffindor's Chamber of Secrets. He felt like his alchemy skills were about to reach level 4. With plenty of time on his hands, he planned to push forward and reach level 4 in one go. The Slytherin students were as energized as if they had been injected with adrenaline, even on the Quidditch field. Malfoy wanted to redeem himself and show that he wasn't just relying on his father's reputation. Unfortunately, Harry, the natural seeker, was still a cut above, causing Malfoy to angrily smash his Nimbus 2001 on the spot. Time passed bit by bit, and this term finally came to an end. Slytherin defended its winning streak with less than 10 points, which made Gryffindor feel very sorry. After 2 months of tension, Slytherin finally breathed a sigh of relief and shouted John Wick's name. The student with the highest score. Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 93, the second magical outburst and tooth decay. In front of the station, Hagrid repeatedly assured everyone that he would take good care of the poor little creature. It was clear that Hagrid truly loved magical creatures. Ron dashed onto the train because John had asked to borrow Scabbers, saying he needed to perform some experiments, with the biggest side effect being sterility. This scared Scabbers so much that he burrowed into Ron's pocket and refused to come out, which John found quite disappointing. As the train departed from Hogsmeade Station, John began to tally up his rewards. Ding! You have completed Hogwarts Stage Task 2, survived the second year as a magical apprentice. Rewards, Magic Blood +1, AP +3. Ding! You maintained the top grade until the end of the term. Rewards, AP +1, Blessing, Diligent Scholar. 4 points in total were added to his tally. Along with the 2 points he had previously received from the Gryffindor inheritance trial, this made a total of 6 points. John felt like he was starting to feel rich. He summoned his panel to check his stats. Magic, Level 4, 755/5000. Spells, Levitation Charm, Level 4, Transfiguration Spell, Level 3, Dragon Form available, Disillusionment Charm, Level 4, Incendio, Level 4, Reducto, Level 4, Fiendfire, Level 4, Occlumency, Level 4, Patronus Charm, Level 3, Protego, Level 3, Expand. Skills, Short Weapon Mastery, Level 7, Greatsword Mastery, Level 4, Firearm Proficiency, Level 2, Runes Mastery, Level 3, Alchemy Mastery, Level 3. Blessings, Physical Fitness, Swift/Quick Attack, Precision, Academic Scholar 2.0, Pilot, Long Distance Running, Sword Dance, Night Stalker, Troll Nemesis, Knight, Fire Swallower, Intimidation, Hardening, Dragon Tongue, Botanist, Diligent Scholar. John carefully reviewed his skills, ignoring anything below Level 3. The Levitation Charm, although a basic skill, was incredibly useful. The Disillusionment Charm didn't need further explanation, it was an essential skill for stealth and night outings. Since he planned to fuse the blood of an Occamy, there was no rush to upgrade it. Reducto was a spell he was very adept with, serving as his primary offensive means. At Level 4, it was sufficient for his needs. Fiendfire, of course, was uncontrollable at Level 4, and John decided not to consider upgrading it until his magic reached Level 5. Occlumency and Transfiguration, however, were worth considering for upgrades. The Patronus Charm was something he had found in the Gryffindor's Chamber of Secrets. In the Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, there were mostly research notes and dark arts materials, while Gryffindor's chamber was the opposite, though it still contained some dark arts material. No matter how powerful a wizard was, they couldn't avoid the necessity of learning the dark arts. John had thought that his rune studies and alchemy were close to reaching Level 4 and had planned to upgrade them once they did. Unfortunately, they hadn't reached that point by the end of the term. With 6 points available, John hesitated for a moment before choosing to upgrade Transfiguration to Level 4. He then tapped on the Patronus Charm. At Level 3, the Patronus Charm vaguely revealed the shape of the Patronus, but at Level 4, it could be fully manifested. After using up 2 of his free points, John also tapped on the Shield Charm. A Level 4 Shield Charm was already at the level of many Aurors. He was left with 3 free points. He decided to save 2 points for upgrading alchemy and rune studies once they reached the next level and kept 1 point in reserve for emergencies. After distributing the points, the train arrived at the station. He said goodbye to his friends, and his father was already waiting outside. Having to take a car home every time felt inconvenient to John. He set a goal for himself, to learn apparition during this holiday. Before leaving London, John made a trip to Knockturn Alley. Johnny Silverhand had already grown into a force that couldn't be ignored, and Tommy Shelby had been appointed as the head of the security team. Among his subordinates were werewolves and wizards. One of the werewolves seemed strangely familiar to John, his name was Remus Lupin. Tommy also spoke highly of this werewolf's abilities, but unfortunately, it seemed Lupin was planning to resign. John returned home. A week later, John opened the basement. In his hand, he held a vial of magical blood, inside of which various colors occasionally morphed into the shape of a demiguise. Having learned from his last experience, John sealed the basement. He drank the magical blood, and that familiar sensation began to spread throughout his body again. John tried his best to control his power, but the overflowing energy caused everything in the basement to continuously change. Flames burst out from his body, transforming into a fierce fire dragon that roared endlessly. After a while, John emerged looking as if he had just been pulled out of water. Casting a cleaning charm on himself, John checked his disillusionment charm. What was once at level 4 had now upgraded to level 5. Even most auras didn't have such a level of the disillusionment charm, perhaps only a few elite auras could compare. Ding! Magical blood process complete. Acquired demiguise trait blessings, foresight, invisibility, insight, precognition. Foresight, the ability to foresee events within the next 10 minutes. Invisibility, greatly enhanced stealth capabilities. Insight, expanded vision and heightened sensitivity to surroundings. Precognition, awakens the talent for prophecy, with a probabilistic chance to trigger predictions. John stared at the traits he had gained. Just like with the last time when he acquired the fire dragon traits, there were 4 in total. He focused on the last one, precognition, surprised that he could gain such an extraordinary ability. If one were to mention the most famous prophecy in the Harry Potter world, it would undoubtedly be the one that led to Voldemort's downfall. Sybil Trelawney once made a prophecy. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. Because of this prophecy, Voldemort targeted Harry. And it was due to this prophecy that the greatest miracle in the wizarding world occurred: Harry survived the killing curse. It could be said that without the prophecy, Voldemort wouldn't have been defeated, and Harry wouldn't have become the boy who lived. I made the right choice with divination, John thought. Feeling somewhat fortunate that he chose divination, John attempted to use his foresight ability. A colorful glow appeared in his eyes as scenes rapidly played out before him. Just as the vision was about to end, he saw Watson Wick screaming in pain. Did something happen to Dad? Seeing the scene made John's heart sink. He opened the basement door. Watson Wick was leaning against the door, eavesdropping. When the door opened, he fell right in. Trying to maintain his fatherly dignity, he acted as if nothing had happened and casually unwrapped a chocolate frog, popping it into his mouth. Ouch, Hi John, did you create any new crafts this time? Watson's eyes kept darting toward the basement. The owl John had made last time had given him something to brag about for quite a while. When he saw the lifelike big dog, his eyes lit up immediately. John, this would make a great decoration in the living room, don't you think? Eh? Sure, John replied, a bit distracted. He was staring at Watson, puzzled about why he had seen him screaming in his vision. Watson Wick was busy trying to move the large dog upstairs, and John, feeling uneasy, followed behind. Nearly 10 minutes had passed, and Watson Wick didn't seem to be in any danger. Could I have made a mistake? John wondered, rubbing his chin while Watson continued to eat his chocolate frog. Watson had almost completed his collection of wizard cards, but he still hadn't gotten the Damocles Belby card. Since Damocles Belby was awarded the Order of Merlin, First Class, the Chocolate Frog Company made a card of him. Mrs. Wick walked over and saw her husband indulging in chocolate frogs without restraint, which made her frown. If you keep eating like that, you'll get sick, she warned. Ignoring Mrs. Wick's words, Watson patted his stomach and laughed loudly. I have an iron stomach, how could I ever, yuck. Before he could finish, Watson felt a sharp pain in his tooth. He accidentally bit down hard, and a scream echoed through the entire house. The scene was exactly what John had foreseen. He looked at his dad speechlessly, thinking he might have bitten his tongue. However, it wasn't that simple. Watson Wick had developed a cavity. After examining him, Mrs. Wick sneered, I thought you had an iron stomach. Watson tried to be stubborn, pointing at his mouth. What does a cavity have to do with my stomach? Still trying to argue. Humph. Mrs. Wick immediately pinched Watson's swollen cheek, causing him to scream in pain again. You'll have to get that tooth pulled. With a cold tone, Mrs. Wick gave the directive, casting a sidelong, disdainful glance at her husband. They weren't kids anymore, yet he still managed to get a cavity. John also looked incredulous. Just how many chocolate frogs had his dad been eating at home? He initially wondered how it could be so many until he saw the junk room filled with chocolate frog wrappers. Dad, honestly, you deserve the cavity, John remarked, finally understanding Mrs. Wick's indifferent attitude. This was entirely self-inflicted. Watson Wick needed to visit the dentist to get his tooth pulled. As everyone knows, dentistry in Europe is notoriously expensive. Rumor has it that a retired dentist can even afford to own a golf course. Unable to drive due to his toothache, Mrs. Wick drove Watson to get his tooth pulled, and John went along as well since he also needed to go to Knockturn Alley. Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 94, Lord Silverhand. We just passed Old Dutton's clinic. Shut up. You were the one who said that getting a tooth pulled by Old Dutton was like being slaughtered like a sheep. Watson Wick immediately became highly alert when he saw his wife driving. After they passed Old Dutton's dental clinic, he instinctively covered his pocket. Mrs. Wick looked visibly annoyed, a stark contrast to her usual composed demeanor. Watson felt something uncomfortable in his seat. Reaching beneath him, he pulled out a fashion magazine. It featured a new product launch from Louis Vuitton, and Watson's face fell immediately. Getting his tooth pulled was a minor issue, buying a handbag was a major one. The car finally stopped on Oxford Street, and Watson knew that his wallet was destined to suffer today. Gulp. His wife, who had been adamant about taking him to get his tooth pulled, suddenly hopped out of the car, heels clicking away, leaving the father and son staring at each other in bewilderment. Maybe we should find another clinic to get your tooth pulled, John suggested, watching his dad struggle to shift from the passenger seat to the driver's side. He had his doubts. You are in pain. Are you sure you can drive? Or would you rather do it? Can your magic help me with a tooth extraction? Watson thought to himself, I might not be able to control my wife, but I can certainly handle you, my son. John shrugged, wondering how long the bank statement would be tomorrow. The father and son drove around London, circling here and there, and eventually arrived at a dental clinic. Oh. Granger. Same last name as Hermione's. John glanced at the name, thinking it was quite a coincidence. If he had a phone, he would definitely snap a picture and send it to Hermione. Entering the clinic, they found it to be quite small, with a clean and simple waiting area where a few kids and adults were seated. Europeans spend a lot of money on dental care each year, and one of the kids was crying in pain, which was getting on everyone's nerves. John and Watson sat down to wait. A woman sitting alone noticed Watson's successful and composed demeanor, and her eyes lit up. She tried to strike up a conversation with Watson, deliberately leaning closer and saying, "Your child is very handsome. Too many sweets." She had just gone through a divorce and was in her prime, unwilling to remain alone. Watson had the classic look of an English gentleman, a very appealing appearance. His calm demeanor made the woman bat her eyes flirtatiously. Her eyes seemed to be full of sparks, and seeing that Watson wasn't responding, she quickly shifted her attention, ready to try a different tactic with John. "Hey, handsome boy, looks like your dad isn't in a good mood today." John glanced at her and replied coolly, "If you had a toothache, you wouldn't be able to talk either." The woman was a bit confused. At that moment, someone walked into the waiting area. When the person saw the woman, he immediately showed a look of exasperation. Then, noticing John sitting nearby, he seemed a bit surprised. "I remember you. John, right? Do you still remember me? I'm Hermione's dad." Mr. Granger quickly walked over. Unlike most middle-aged men in the country with ridiculously high hairlines, his thick hair made it clear to John where Hermione got hers. "Are you here to see Hermione?" Mr. Granger thought John was there to see Hermione. John smiled, gave a slight bow, and said, "Hello, Mr. Granger. Is this your clinic?" "I'm not here to see Hermione. It's my dad, he has a cavity." John pointed to his father, Watson, who was sitting there with a stern expression, looking quite unhappy. In reality, his tooth was aching, and every time he opened his mouth, it felt like a woodpecker was pecking at his teeth. As they say, it's good to know people. Mr. Granger warmly escorted the two inside. From his expression, though, it seemed more like he was trying to make a quick escape. The woman in the waiting area watched the two good men leave with a look of longing. Tisk asterisk these days, all the good men seem to belong to someone else. It's no wonder why a woman might look for a married man. In these times, good gentle and rich men were almost extinct. Why not kill two birds with one stone? Get a son and a mature rich and handsome man at the same time, why not? Inside the clinic, Mr. Granger let out a sigh of relief. He smiled wryly and said, "She comes to the clinic every day to flirt with me." After saying that, he looked around nervously and whispered, "Don't tell my wife. She's very sensitive about these things." Watson immediately gave him a knowing look, patted Mr. Granger on the shoulder, and said empathetically, "What can you do? Sometimes being too outstanding as a man is just a burden." This statement made the two of them feel a sense of camaraderie and they quickly became good friends. John glanced at the two older men, clearly amused. "Seriously? Full of yourselves much? Doesn't your tooth hurt anymore, Dad?" Unable to bear the budding bromance between the two older men, John reminded his father. Watson clutched his cheek again. "Yes, it hurts, it hurt a lot." While Mr. Granger treated Watson's tooth, John wandered aimlessly around the clinic. He picked up a newspaper and saw an article about the issues in the Russian territory. Once the undisputed big brother of the world, now, after experiencing a split, it's already in a precarious state. John muttered to himself, "Looks like Grandpa got caught up in this stuff too." He remembered that his grandfather had some influence locally, possibly because the government wanted to enlist his help in stabilizing the situation there. John shook his head as he continued reading the newspaper. A bushy brown-haired head came into view, and when she saw John, her face lit up with delight. John. John turned around to see Hermione running over, clutching a ridiculously thick book. She dropped the book on the table, and it landed with a heavy thud. What are you doing here? You should have told me. Hermione's initial joy turned into a slight scold. She had invited a few friends to her house before, but it seemed that the Muggle world held no attraction for wizards. They had never come over. She was a bit envious of the Weasleys' burrow, which seemed far more interesting. John pointed to his dad, who was in the middle of a tooth extraction, and said helplessly, "My dad ate too much chocolate and ended up with a cavity. If you have a Damocles Belby wizard card, it'd be best if you could give him one." Hermione blinked. Sometimes, she really wondered how Mr. Wick could have a son like John. Anyway, let's not talk about that. Are you planning to study next year's textbooks in advance? Miss Know-It-All only set aside her studies when she was on an adventure. Hermione's eyes sparkled, convinced that John must have also been studying ahead. John wiped the sweat from his forehead and coughed awkwardly. Actually, some things don't need to be, rushed so much. Even with his enhancements, John couldn't endure reading for 18 hours a day. Gryffindor's reigning academic champ, Hermione, was truly terrifying. Hermione thought for a moment and then looked disappointed. That's true for you, you're so smart. No, John quickly waved his hand, trying to explain. Knowledge is interconnected. Once you understand the levitation charm, you'll be able to grasp the summoning charm more quickly. As John spoke, he demonstrated by taking out a somewhat droopy lily from a vase. He infused the lily with magic, causing the flower to bloom again and the petals to regain their vitality. Handing the lily to Hermione, he smiled and said, "Magic is the source. We need to understand it. Once you grasp these concepts, you'll find everything becomes simpler." Hermione took the lily, hesitating for a moment before slyly asking, "Does that apply to the history of magic too?" Ugh. Probably not. Little girl, you're making this conversation very difficult. Seeing Hermione's sneaky smile, John realized she was joking. He ground his back teeth together, realizing he had just been played by a little girl. Watson Wick came out after his tooth extraction, and his rapport with Mr. Granger had rapidly developed. The two seemed so close that one might suspect these two old men were experiencing a second youth. "John, I told you not all dentists are scumbags, what I mean is, we won't return to little whinging. I'm thinking of staying in London for a few days. Wendell just invited me to play golf," Watson said. Watson was already on a first-name basis with Mr. Granger, which made John increasingly suspicious. Could these two old men really be developing some kind of passionate connection? People always joked about how the UK was a rotten country, but surely not, right? Still, staying in London had its advantages. It saved John some effort. He needed to go to Nocturne Alley anyway, so this aligned well with his plans. Johnny Silverhand's specialty shop. This store, which suddenly appeared last year, had quickly grown to replace Borgin and Burke's as the leading shop within just 1 year. Mundungus Fletcher always thought he was indispensable, even more so than the elusive Silverhand himself, who had never shown up. With this mindset, Mundungus was full of energy, and he gradually started to think of himself as the real boss. "Shelby, you lousy git, you'd better get out of there," Mundungus shouted. What Mundungus disliked most was Tommy Shelby, the guy who had been parachuted in as head of security and never gave Mundungus any respect. This made Mundungus extremely upset, even to the point of wanting to drive Tommy away. Tommy gave Mundungus a cold glance. This shady thief dared to shout at him. Foolish man, didn't he realize that Johnny Silverhand's success was entirely due to the connections of that mysterious benefactor? Otherwise, a big prize like this wouldn't be overlooked by the big shots at the Ministry of Magic and the pureblood families. Unfortunately, Mundungus Fletcher seemed oblivious to this fact. His shouting and yelling made him look like a monkey in a suit. At that moment, someone walked in from outside. Mundungus, still fuming, turned and glared fiercely at the newcomer. A silver mask came into view, adorned with elaborate trim on a green robe. The figure had a slender body, dressed in a fitted waistcoat and suit. On the clothing, there was a gold watch chain, elegant yet exuding a noble air. Mundungus stared at the newcomer. In Nocturne Alley, mysterious people like this were not uncommon. He grumbled irritably, "What do you want?" "What do I want?" The expression beneath the silver mask was unclear, but Mundungus could hear the casual indifference and slight disdain in the tone. This made Mundungus furious. He shouted, "If you're not here to buy anything, get out of my shop." "Your shop? Mundungus, you seem to have forgotten whose place this is." The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Mundungus thought for a moment, his beady eyes widening as he shrieked, "You! You're Lord Johnny Silverhand." Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 95, Fenrir Greyback. "It seems you still remember me, Mundungus." Under the silver mask, John's tone was cold as he leaned closer to Mundungus's face, allowing Mundungus to see his eyes through the holes in the mask. "So, why didn't you come out to greet me?" Mundungus saw that the eyes inside the mask had transformed to look like those of a dragon, and a wave of pressure fell upon him. Mundungus's body trembled uncontrollably. He screamed and rolled out to kneel before John. "Honorable Lord Silverhand, Mundungus Fletcher offers you his sincere and utmost respectful greetings." The bit of pride and arrogance he had felt vanished instantly in the presence of Johnny Silverhand. Large beads of sweat dripped from Mundungus's ridiculous nose. He stammered with a fearful trembling voice, showing a fawning smile, "Lord Silverhand, this is all just a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" John walked indifferently into the Johnny Silverhand specialty store. The security wizards tensed up. They were werewolves and could sense the extreme danger emanating from the men before them. They looked to their captain and saw Tommy Shelby step forward and bow respectfully to John. "Welcome back, sir." As the only one who had seen Silverhand Johnny's true face, Tommy had been the one managing all the store's connections. He was even more shocked by John's current state. The faint pressure emanating from John gave him the feeling of facing a superior being. He respectfully said, "We have been waiting for your arrival." Seeing their captain act in such a manner, the security team naturally would not point their wands at their boss. "It seems you all like this place," Johnny remarked, pleased with the current state of the Johnny Silverhand specialty store. Mundungus and Tommy, one managing the internal affairs and the other the external, had been running the place quite well. With the mysterious Silverhand's return, all the employees in the store came out to see him. The security team had expanded to 10 members. Besides the original 4 werewolves, there was also Remus Lupin and 4 other retired hit wizards, forming a team with combat strength comparable to the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic. Including Tommy, this 10-person team boasted a fighting force not inferior to the Ministry's Aurors. Mundungus had also hired an employee to help run the business when he was away. That young man was named Kim Ladisley, a tall and handsome boy with golden hair and blue eyes, who had come to work during his holiday. Standing next to Mundungus, Kim Ladisley's dashing appearance created a comical contrast, making the situation seem somewhat absurd. "Honorable Lord Silverhand, here is last year's income. Most of it has been deposited in Gringotts, and there are still some items in the warehouse reserved for business purchases," Mundungus said, handing over the ledger. Given the size of the shop, John alone couldn't supply everything needed through his crafting. Mundungus had also been purchasing goods from various places. Some of these items, which were of questionable legality, were discreetly handled and distributed through his connections. John glanced over the ledger briefly, fully aware of Mundungus's greed for money. "Mundungus, I don't want you to be erased from Johnny Silverhand's specialty shop forever." With just this simple sentence, John scared Mundungus so much that he collapsed to the ground. Terrified, Mundungus said, "Lord Silverhand, I swear, I absolutely haven't." "Your oaths are too cheap," John said calmly. Mundungus was pulled by an unseen force and floated toward John. A hand gripped his neck, lifting him off the ground as he struggled to cry out for help. His wand flew out of his hand as soon as he drew it. Even as a wizard, being unable to breathe would still lead to death. The feeling of suffocation quickly overwhelmed his brain, and the fear of death made Mundungus deeply regret his actions. "Enough, Lord Silverhand." Remus Lupin was the first to speak up. He raised his wand and pointed it at John, shouting, "You should let him go." Tommy drew his wand, his voice cold. "Remus, you should recognize your position. Let him go." "Remus, do you know where the money he's been embezzling these days has been coming from?" John said, pressing down Tommy's wand. "I set up a fund for every young wizard who has been persecuted by curses. With this fund, even the poorest young wizard can receive a bottle of Wolfsbane potion each month." Lupin's expression changed. John's grip tightened slightly, and Mundungus was on the brink of suffocation and death. John spoke coldly, "But this person, he's embezzled more than half of the funds from that account. Do you know what that means?" Lupin opened his mouth but eventually lowered his wand. "No, Remus, save me." Mundungus squeezed the words out from his throat, and seeing Lupin put down his wand, he was filled with despair. He hadn't expected his little schemes to be so clearly known by Johnny Silverhand. What was most deadly were the looks of hatred from those werewolves. Lupin had been a werewolf since childhood, so he understood that werewolves faced discrimination and, as they grew older, couldn't even get a job. Every canute that Mundungus embezzled was effectively killing a young werewolf wizard. How could they not hate him? Just as Mundungus was on the verge of death, that merciless hand released him. Thud. He fell to the floor, his body convulsing as he greedily sucked in air through his mouth and nose. The deep, cold voice spoke again, "This is the first time, Mundungus. I hope you understand that I've given you quite a lot." I understand, Lord Silverhand. I'll return everything immediately." Mundungus didn't dare to hope for anything more. Crawling and stumbling, he clutched John's leg and swore his loyalty. The masterful wandless magic, combined with that terrifying strength. Mundungus no longer dared to harbor any thoughts of rebellion, he only wanted to keep his job. At first, the wizards in the security team didn't think much of it, but now they understood why the powerful Tommy treated this Lord Silverhand with such respect. They put away their arrogance and bent their knees in humility. John's act of killing the monkey to warn the wolves subdued everyone. The young Kim Ladisley looked at John, his eyes revealing a mix of emotions. Such a surprising sense of generosity. Although Kim Ladisley was brought in by Mundungus, his gratitude to Mundungus was merely that of a subordinate to a superior. But Johnny Silverhand was different. He didn't expect someone to dip into their coffers for the cursed young wizards. Such magnanimity filled the righteous Kim Ladisley with admiration. Even though he was just a temp worker, Kim Ladisley felt he could learn a lot from this Lord Silverhand. Leading a team requires both kindness and sternness. Providing free wolfsbane potion to underage werewolves is kindness, while punishing Mundungus is sternness. Nocturne Alley was never a calm place. After John resolved the embezzlement issue and announced the ownership of the shop, trouble soon arrived. A group of uninvited guests entered through the shop's front door, exuding a primitive scent. Their rough attire made them look like a biker gang. Lupin saw the leader and took a deep breath, struggling to stay calm. Standing to John's left, Tommy whispered, "Fenrir Greyback, the leader of the werewolf community. He's been eyeing the wolfsbane potion." A few simple words clarified the situation. John, rubbing the wand at his waist, realized that this group had come with ill intentions. Glancing at Lupin, who was taking a deep breath, John found it odd and asked calmly, "Lupin, what's wrong?" Lupin hadn't expected John to notice his small gesture. He closed his eyes to calm himself and said, "I was bitten by Fenrir when I was 4 years old. He's a scumbag who likes to bite children." Hearing this made John's eyes narrow dangerously. No matter the society, harming children was the lowest of actions. Fenrir stepped into the Silverhand Johnny store with arrogance and said, "I need to see the owner of this place." John stepped forward and said coolly, "You better have a reason to be here." "So, it's you, the legendary Silverhand." Fenrir moved closer to John, his nose twitching. John was taller than most kids his age, so Fenrir didn't notice anything off. After taking a sniff, he said with bloodthirsty intent, "You'd better give me the wolfsbane potion, or I'll tear your throat out." He was a despicable person who specifically bit children, nurturing them with hatred to make them his followers. He was a cruel person who stole and killed for food, sometimes even attacking people when it wasn't a full moon. Fenrir was known for doing all sorts of evil deeds, so threatening a shop owner was just another ordinary act for him. In response to the threat, a cold smile appeared on John's face beneath the mask. John spoke slowly, "It seems you've misunderstood something." Fenrir frowned. John leaned closer to that ugly, fierce face and said calmly, "Only the strong have the right to dominate the weak." Fenrir bared his fangs, ready to bite through John's neck. The next second, a scream filled the air as blood splattered everywhere. Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 96, You Don't Mess with Silverhand. Many thanks to Wang Long and Zandos Kazanov for becoming new patrons. Heartsuit. An ear flew to the ground, and Fenrir covered it. Meanwhile, the culprit, John, held a dagger in his right hand that gleamed with a cold light. "Ugh! I want you dead." Fenrir, enraged, lunged at Johnny Silverhand with an angry roar. "Oh, how inelegant!" John sidestepped. Slash. Stab. Slash. And in a flash, his dagger left 7 bloody holes on Fenrir's body. "Ack! You. Fenrir fell to his knees, and John casually wiped the dirty blood from his dagger. He coldly ordered Fenrir, "Pick up your ear. Your filthy blood is staining my floor." ****. Fenrir raised himself and let out a wolf's howl, which was answered by the 4 subordinates who had come with him. They charged at John. Lupin raised his wand to take action, but Tommy stopped him. Lupin saw the confidence on Tommy's face and couldn't understand it. Those were werewolves. "It seems the guests are incapable of perfectly hearing." John glanced briefly at the werewolves and calmly said, "What I said was, don't dirty my floor." With the grace of drawing a conductor's baton, he took out his wand. Transfiguration turned the benches near the door into 2 large dogs that bit 2 werewolves. The levitation charm caused one werewolf to float towards the ceiling, while the banishing charm sent another flying. Fenrir's teeth were about to reach John when his body was ignited by a burning fireball. One of the werewolves struggled to get up, but John pointed his wand at him. Crucio. "Hhhhhhhhhhhhh." A searing, excruciating pain caused the werewolf to convulse uncontrollably. The Cruciatus Curse. Lupin's heart tightened, but the wizards around seemed unfazed. In Nocturne Alley, what kind of dark wizard hasn't been seen? Besides, who says using an unforgivable curse automatically leads to capture? John twisted his wand, and the purple heartwood wand he crafted himself made the werewolf writhe on the ground. Even though Fenrir's fur was burned off by the flames, he didn't die, showing just how resilient he was. You see, gentlemen, I like an unruly dog to know its place. Single-handedly subduing 5 werewolves, one of them being Fenrir, once again demonstrated Johnny Silverhand's power. That is, bound in chains and under my control. With an elegant flick of his wand, the floor on either side turned into chains that bound Fenrir. Now, Mr. Lupin, John walked over to Lupin and calmly said, he once bit you. Now I'm handing him over to you for judgment. Lupin found himself in a dilemma. He indeed hated Fenrir, but John's intention was clearly to have Fenrir killed. But Lupin was thinking about sending Fenrir to Azkaban. That way, it wouldn't affect his conscience and he could go to Hogwarts with a free spirit. The hesitation on his face didn't escape John's notice. John sighed, Lupin, you're too righteous. He then turned to Fenrir, raised his wand, and softly uttered, Radi ad animum tuum. A spell that had never been heard before. A.A. W.H. What? Ugh. U.G.G.G.H.H.H.H.H.H.H.H.H.H.H. Lupin, who was about to become the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, one of the outstanding students back in the day with James and Sirius, possessed strength and knowledge far beyond ordinary wizards. But Lupin could swear this was the most terrifying spell he had ever witnessed. G-G-G-G-G-G-G-H-H-H. Stop it. S-T-O-A-R-G-G-G-H. Fenrir let a cruddling scream and struggled to break free, but the chains held him firmly to the floor. As the screams continued, white smoke began to rise from his body, and a translucent silver version of Fenrir's soul slowly floated out. After his soul floated out, Fenrir's body immediately became motionless. Fenrir's soul appeared confused and disoriented. As he floated in front of John, still in a daze, John's wand acted like a knife, slicing across Fenrir's spectral arm. The soul-wrenching pain made Fenrir howl and scream madly. The wizards present shuddered at the sound of the screams, feeling a chill down their spines as if they had fallen into an icy pit in the middle of winter. The screams went on for some time, and Fenrir's 2 arms were severed. His soul appeared hollow, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. John waved his hand gently, and Fenrir's soul returned to his body, but the 2 severed spectral arms never went back. Sir Silverhand, you. It was a long 3 minutes. Lupin's lips were dry, and he didn't know what to say. Even the battle-hardened Tommy Shelby was at a loss. He knew John's true identity but had never imagined that a wizard still in school could possess such a terrifying and powerful spell. 2 arms as a price. I think they won't dare come again. John snapped his fingers, and Fenrir's 2 spectral arms dissipated into white smoke. The werewolves who had followed Fenrir were terrified, groveling on the ground like little dogs. John walked up to one of the werewolves, his voice low as he said, So who sent you? I need a name, unless you want to end up like Fenrir. Before the werewolf could speak, John's wand gently pressed against his forehead. The werewolf broke out in a cold sweat and stammered in fear, it was Sean Shafiq. He sent us here. Shafiq. Looks like the purebloods have their eyes on this place. John put away his wand, giving the werewolf the impression that he had narrowly escaped death. But John wasn't going to let them off so easily. He turned to Tommy Shelby and said, Lock them up. I believe someone will find them interesting. Tommy nodded respectfully, and soon the werewolves were thrown into the dark cells. Around midnight, Oris knocked on the door of the Johnny Silverhand shop. Leading them was Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of the Aura office. He looked like an old lion as he watched his men escort the notorious werewolves to Azkaban one by one. A pleasure to meet you, Sir Johnny Silverhand. Scrimgeour shook hands with John, who wore a mask, and chuckled, Mr. Rufus Scrimgeour, I hope you're pleased with my gift. Scrimgeour's smile was hard to hide. He hinted, This isn't the first time you've helped me out. I won't forget, and neither will you. John smiled lightly and said, Rufus, perhaps you could tell me where Sean Shafiq is. Sean Shafiq. Seems like he's going to be in some trouble. Scrimgeour frowned and replied, Sir Silverhand, I hope you won't make things difficult for me. Of course, the Sacred 28 are quite a rare breed. John's tone was less like he was talking about a prestigious family and more like he was referring to the old Denton clinic on the corner. A gleam flashed in Scrimgeour's eyes as he said, Then I'm willing to provide you with the address of the Shafiq family's manor. Using a pureblood family as a bargaining chip, the two had truly come to understand each other. The incident with Hagrid had made Scrimgeour realize just how powerful Johnny Silverhand's connections were. Though not from the Sacred 28, the pureblood Belby family was not far behind. To have someone with a first-class Order of Merlin on his side, protecting a half-breed giant, it had to be someone with incredibly powerful connections. Scrimgeour didn't just want his current position, he wanted to climb even higher. And Johnny Silverhand was his opportunity. The Shafiq Manor. The Shafiqs disdained mingling with muggles, so their manor was located in a secluded area on the outskirts. Sean Shafiq, who managed the Shafiq fortune, frowned deeply as he looked at the vault, now significantly lighter in galleons, and was visibly annoyed. With thin eyebrows and a gaunt face, his beard drooped over his wizard robes. The head of the Shafiq family didn't appear very strong. He was better known for his intellect. The Borgin and Burke's antique shop in Nocturne Alley was just one of his profitable ventures. He had invested a lot of money, but it had all gone to waste because of the appearance of the Johnny Silverhand shop. This made Sean very angry. He didn't care about Borgin and Burke's, he cared about his galleons. He had hoped to recover his losses by buying back the shop, but Mundungus had secretly taken the first step. A sneaky thief, Mundungus had turned around and spent thousands of galleons to secure the shop. The price made Sean's heart bleed. Moreover, that damned Mundungus even handed over the dark magic artifacts that belonged to the Shafiq family, which made Sean want to kill the short, fat man. The werewolves better rip Mundungus's throat apart. That damned Johnny, even if he knelt down to lick my shoes, I wouldn't forgive him. Sean Shafiq's face twisted in anger. The house elf didn't dare come near him and quietly left the room to clean. Crack! The sound of something breaking came from the room, and Sean flew into a rage. He cursed, "Damn clumsy house elf. I'll shove your hands into the fireplace." He stormed out angrily, and the room was shrouded in darkness. Although Sean was stingy, he wouldn't be so miserly as to refuse to light a candle. When he realized something was wrong, the candles in the room suddenly lit up. Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 97, Shafiq's Concession. Two figures appeared in the room, one sitting and the other standing. "Who are you?" Sean Shafiq shouted sharply. He wasn't being foolish by doing so, he was trying to wake up the portraits on the wall. This cunning old buzzard knew something was wrong the moment he saw the two of them. There was a magical barrier on the Shafiq family estate. For them to enter the manor so silently, they couldn't possibly be here just to chat with an old man like him. His shouting didn't wake the portraits. The previous head of the Shafiq family, whose portrait hung on the wall, was sound asleep. No matter how much noise Sean made, the portrait didn't stir. Even the house elf, who was usually bullied, seemed deaf, showing no intention of coming over. The Shafiq manor was eerily quiet. The two people in the room continued to watch Sean in silence. John, who was sitting on the sofa, turned the emerald ring on his left hand. He calmly watched Sean, then raised his index finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. "Shoo, please keep quiet." Sean's palms were sweating. He wanted to strike first, gripping the eagle head on his cane and pulling it out forcefully. I should capture the leader first, Sean thought, and he launched an attack on the person on the sofa. Stupefy. Expelliarmus. Two voices sounded simultaneously. Sean was hit by a red light, and his wand flew out of his hand. Just as the wand was about to hit the ground, it suddenly changed direction and landed in the hand of the person wearing the silver mask. Sean's expression changed drastically. He stared intently at the person. That person hadn't used a wand, it was a brilliant display of wandless magic. Wandless magic. I don't recall having such a powerful enemy. That was in the past. "Johnny Silverhand greets you," John said casually, his fingers lightly brushing the handle of the wand. The wand was made of wood painted with silver. How stingy this Shafiq was. With a slight force of his fingers, John broke the handle off the wand. He then picked up the wand and pointed it nonchalantly at Sean, saying calmly, "You shouldn't have meddled with my shop, Sean Shafiq." Sean shouted aggressively, "I don't know what you're talking about." "No matter. I don't need your answer." John tilted his head slightly, his deep gaze piercing through the silver mask and landing on Sean. At that moment, Sean felt a predatory pressure emanating from him. Tommy, wearing a white mask, stepped forward and respectfully asked, "Master, may I do the honors?" "You may," John replied indifferently. I am pureblood." "You can't harm a pureblood. The Ministry of Magic won't let you get away with it. Purebloods are not like the dark wizards of Nocturne Alley, the Ministry wouldn't just turn a blind eye." Just as Sean Shafiq was trying to use his pureblood status as a threat, Tommy drew his wand and sinisterly whispered, "Crucio. UG. GGGHH." The chattering mouth was silenced by the intense pain, leaving Sean unable to speak. He fell to the ground, his body convulsing like a beached fish. "You can pretend to know nothing." Playing idly with the elm wand, John chuckled softly, "But you and I are both smart men, right?" The first wave of pain passed, and Sean's already gaunt cheeks turned even paler. "Ha. Ha.H." He trembled, his lips quivering as he spat out, "Ha. I'll destroy your shop. Looks like you're a tough guy." John leaned his head back against the somewhat rigid sofa. Tommy, expressionless, waved his wand again. The second round of pain lasted a full half hour. John inserted the tracing silk he had developed into Sean's wand and raised his hand to signal Tommy to stop. Sweat from Sean had already formed a puddle beneath him. His face was filled with terror, his eyes no longer sharp and calculating. What do you want? What do I want? John shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of disappointment as if Sean had failed to meet expectations. He coldly said, I should be the one asking you that, Sean. Tell me, what do you want? Sean was momentarily stunned by the question. He didn't understand what John meant. It seems you're not as clever as the rumors say. You didn't even address me with respect, and that displeases me. Hand over all your businesses in Nocturne Alley. That's your punishment. John sighed, casually lifting his wand, and delivering a ruthless ultimatum. Looking at you. It'll take just 3 strikes, and you're out. Your choice is death, or submission. Sean understood now. This person actually wanted him to submit. As the head of the Shafiq family, one of the Sacred 28, Sean glared and roared, impossible. What a pity. John's voice deepened and elongated as he intoned, Radi ad animum tuum. White smoke emerged from Sean's skin, and in a panic, he tried to extinguish it but couldn't. His soul was being slowly pulled out, a terrifying sight that caused the previously defiant Sean to scream in horror. John stepped forward and used his wand to carve a curse into the center of Sean's ethereal chest. Leave this place, Sean Shafiq, and never return. He whispered into Sean's ear. Sean's soul couldn't move, and the inscribed mark became searing hot, amplifying his screams. Having completed his task, John pressed his hand onto the soul and shoved it back into Sean Shafiq's body. Once back in his body, Sean clutched his chest, writhing and shouting in agony. He tore his shirt open, revealing no visible wound on his chest, but it felt as if a red-hot brand had been pressed against him. John threw Sean's wand to the ground with disdain, turned and walked away, leaving Sean with only the view of his back. Filled with hatred, Sean immediately grabbed his wand, aiming it at John. But he found he couldn't raise his hand, and the curse he wanted to shout disappeared from his lips. In disbelief, he aimed a dark curse at the sofa, finding his body to be otherwise normal. It was as if he had been shackled. Unwilling to believe it, he tried to curse again, but his head throbbed with pain. It felt as though a knife had been plunged into his heart, the intense pain nearly suffocated him. After a long while, he finally got up from the cheap carpet. He walked over to the mirror and yanked his shirt open, revealing a line of words on his chest. An enemy not to be made. But looking down, his chest appeared smooth and unmarked. Sean collapsed again, now he couldn't even utter a single vulgar word against Johnny Silverhand. No. Overwhelmed by immense despair, he smashed everything around him and eventually passed out in the manor. Inside the Shafiq manor. All the guards had been knocked out. The loyal house elves were stuffed under the bed. Lupin and 3 security team members were together, looking up at the manor. There was no sign of activity inside. After waiting for a while, the sound of smashing came from the manor, and Johnny Silverhand came down with Tommy Shelby. It's done. Sean Shafiq was very generous, he voluntarily gave up all his properties in Nocturne Alley as a gift. Johnny Silverhand walked past him, and Lupin didn't know what he had said to that old vulture, Sean Shafiq, but he knew it was definitely not something good. The young shop assistant, Kim Ladisley, caught up and pretended to ask curiously, Sir, how did you get Shafiq to apologize? John paused, his voice carrying a hint of mockery. I gave him an offer he couldn't refuse. This answer made Kim Ladisley frown, pondering what kind of enticing offer it could have been to make an ancient pureblood family back down. Upon hearing his boss's words, Tommy Shelby showed a helpless expression. If not being able to ever raise his head in front of Johnny Silverhand could be called enticing, then it really was an offer one couldn't refuse. He even suspected that when it came to soul research, no one could surpass his boss. That miraculous soul curse, which allowed Johnny to take their soul out of the body, cut their hands, or carve something on them, then after playing shove them back to the body all while without leaving a scar, was even more sinister than the killing curse. At the same time, Tommy was also grateful he wasn't one of those rigid fuckers who messed with Johnny Silverhand, otherwise, being an enemy of his boss would be a terrifying thing. After leaving the anti-disapparition zone, John put his hand on Tommy's shoulder. Tommy also wanted to complain about this. His boss even knew something as weird as the soul spell, but he couldn't apparate. This made him wonder if apparition was so difficult to learn. Waving his wand, Tommy apparad with John. The other wizards followed him, thinking that the boss was too cool to apparate by himself. After all, if someone said that he couldn't apparate with such strength, who would believe him? The next day, the Shafiq family withdrew from Nocturne Alley, and all their assets were acquired by Johnny Silverhand's exclusive store. A/N, I'm always forgetting the spelling of speciality. Not only that, but the Shafiq family also abandoned London and went abroad to a country in turmoil. Some say the Shafiqs wanted to make a profit during the Mughal unrest, while others claim the old buzzard wanted to enter politics and run for Minister of Magic. But whatever the reason, Nocturne Alley had changed. The former Dark Lord of Nocturne Alley had gone overseas, and a new ruler had ascended. The forces that had previously eyed Johnny Silverhand now retreated. Even Rufus Scrimgeour, who had anticipated a period of tension, was bewildered. Just one night, and Shafiq gave up. He scoffed at the rumors. No one knew better than he did how much of an empire the old buzzard, Sean Shafiq, had in Nocturne Alley, a sum that the old buzzard would never relinquish. So there was only one truth: Shafiq had been exiled. The suddenly emerging Johnny Silverhand had exiled one of the 28 sacred families in just one night. Rufus Scrimgeour felt he needed to reassess his relationship with Johnny Silverhand. The new king of Nocturne Alley, Johnny Silverhand, had become a legend. Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 98, Lucius and the Letter. Malfoy Manor. Lucius Malfoy hadn't been doing well lately. He had threatened the other Hogwarts governors, forcing them to sign a notice suspending Dumbledore from his duties. Because of this, he was expelled from the school board after Dumbledore's return. This was bad news for the Malfoy family, but even worse was the issue of the Malfoy family's dark artifacts. Almost every ancient pureblood family possesses two things: a house elf and dark artifacts. The Malfoy family was no exception, and having once followed Voldemort, the Malfoy Manor was practically filled with dark artifacts. Voldemort did not trust the Malfoys, but considering their ancient lineage and those dark artifacts, he treated Lucius with special favor. Now, that damn Arthur Weasley was keeping a close eye on Malfoy Manor, and Lucius didn't yet know that his son had mentioned the cellar where the dark artifacts were hidden. He was genuinely afraid that one day Arthur Weasley would kick open the doors of Malfoy Manor and drag the entire Malfoy family off to Azkaban. Lucius wanted to sell the artifacts, but the Borgin and Burke's antique shop, with which he had close dealings, was long gone. He thought of Sean Shafiq, that old buzzard would certainly be interested in these items. But that man was notoriously greedy and would drive the price down to the point where there was no profit, so Lucius hesitated for a long time. He just didn't expect that in his moment of hesitation, when he returned to the Shafiq residence, it was already deserted. Damn Weasley, damn Harry Potter. Lucius slammed his fist on the stair railing, frustrated and angry. Calm your temper, Lucius. Narcissa Malfoy, noticing him, raised her chin slightly, looking very proud. Narcissa, Arthur Weasley could come running over here at any moment. Lucius, on the verge of venting his anger, had to hold it back due to his wife's presence. All he could do was grasp the railing furiously, seething with impotent rage. You can hide the dark artifacts or sell them, Lucius. Do not show weakness in front of Draco. Mrs. Malfoy approached Lucius, her gaze passing through the window to rest on their son, who was practicing magic outside. She could feel that her son had changed a lot at Hogwarts. He used to be well-behaved, but because of his parents, he became a crybaby who always called for his father. The current Draco was completely different. Even a daughter from the ever-pure black family becomes sentimental when she becomes a mother. Draco's transformation made Narcissa very pleased, and she also comforted her husband. Lucius was feeling irritable, raising his voice slightly as he said, "Of course, I know that, but that Arthur Weasley seems to know about my storage. He swore that day he would make me spend the rest of my life in Azkaban. I want to sell the dark artifacts now, but Borgin and Burke's has been taken to Azkaban, and that old vulture, Sean Shafiq, has relocated his family. I have no idea who to turn to." The Malfoy family wasn't short on money, what he needed was a temporary place to store his family's belongings. Borgin and Burke's used to be such a place, items sold there could be bought back at the original price, a mutual understanding between the two families. Now that Johnny Silverhand's specialty shop has replaced Borgin and Burke's, he heard that the people there seemed to have close ties with the Ministry of Magic. Lucius didn't dare to gamble. If the other side turned him over to the Ministry, he'd be stuck in Azkaban, receiving daily kisses from Dementors. The mere thought of it sent shivers down his spine. Narcissa noticed his concerns and said, "You have to try. I don't want our son to have a father who's locked up in Azkaban." Lucius's expression changed several times. At that moment, a long-eared black owl arrived at Malfoy Manor. A letter dropped onto the windowsill. Lucius glanced at it but didn't go over to pick it up. He instinctively thought the house elf Dobby would pick it up and carefully bring it to him. However, he had forgotten how he had been tricked by Harry. Realizing this, his face darkened, and he stomped over to the letter with a vengeful heavy tread. This was a special letter. There was no name on it, only a black wax seal with a silver handprint. Lucius thought of the current king of Nocturne Alley, Johnny Silverhand. The emblem on the letter was the same as the one for Johnny Silverhand's specialty shop, which made him inexplicably nervous. He had just been thinking about Johnny Silverhand's specialty shop, and now they had sent him a letter. Even though he knew it was a coincidence, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. As he opened the letter, his expression changed several times. Narcissa took note of everything, walking over to pick up the letter and read it. Like Lucius, Narcissa became puzzled and asked, "Do you know Johnny Silverhand?" Lucius shook his head, his expression peculiar as he said, "We've never met." The couple exchanged a glance. The letter mentioned a willingness to provide a hiding place for the Malfoy family's dark artifacts. Not only that, but Johnny Silverhand also expressed his willingness to help Lucius regain his position on the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Each of these things was fraught with risk. Why would Johnny Silverhand be willing to help? The couple couldn't figure it out, and Lucius hesitated, saying, "Could it be that he is?" Lucius's lips moved slightly, and his gaze instinctively shifted to his left hand. Narcissa's face grew stern. Regarding the matter of the Death Eaters, whoever was discovered would undoubtedly be sent to Azkaban. Aside from being a Death Eater, Lucius truly couldn't fathom why Johnny Silverhand would want to help him. Staring at the letter, the couple fell into deep thought. Draco Malfoy, unaware of the choice his parents were facing, was fully endorsing John's words at this moment. Only your own strength is the greatest glory. He aimed at a human-shaped target, imagining it as Harry Potter, casting spells at the target repeatedly. After experiencing the cold reception from his team and his father's dismissal, he had undergone a complete transformation. Even when Goyle and Crabbe arrived, they could only serve as sparring partners. The depleted junior wizard fund was replenished, making Mundungus feel as though he was being carved up with a knife. Having witnessed Johnny Silverhand's strength, the wizards who had previously refrained from visiting due to the Shafik family's influence could finally patronize freely. In a short amount of time, the sales at Johnny Silverhand's specialty shop multiplied several times over. Kim Ladislay's bright smile never faded, accompanied by the constant sound of galleons clinking. John had prepared an office for himself. He was sitting inside, holding letters sent from various sources in his hand. "Thank you for your hard work, Riddle." John reached out and petted the long-eared black owl, feeding it a piece of dried fish. There were many letters, most of which were from the Dark Wizards of Nocturne Alley, paying their respects and inquiring about the new rules. Previously, these matters were controlled by the Shafik family. Now that a new king had taken over, they were quite tactful. Of course, there were also some who were less tactful. In those cases, John would offer them an offer they couldn't refuse, like a trip to Azkaban or a bite from a werewolf. These individuals quickly became compliant. Before taking action, John would send a letter of condolence to those individuals. This letter was also known as the Silverhand letter. The content was simple, expressing regret over not becoming friends, with a large silver handprint stamped on it. Those who received such a letter would either come crawling to make amends the next day or disappear from Nocturne Alley altogether. Under such intimidation, everyone knew that Johnny Silverhand was even more ruthless and decisive than the previous Sean Shafik. A reply. A letter from Malfoy Manor caught John's attention. He opened the envelope. The content inside made the corners of his mouth curl up slightly, and he smiled, saying, "Lucius Malfoy is a sensible person, but the matter of the Death Eaters still needs to be handled carefully." Knowing that Lucius is a Death Eater, it's clear he's not a very loyal one. During Voldemort's peak power, he strutted around with arrogance, but once Voldemort fell, Lucius was one of the first to actively sever ties. This aligns perfectly with the traits of a Slytherin, following the powerful, being cunning, and prioritizing self-preservation. When Voldemort is resurrected, Lucius will return to his side, but he is certainly not a die-hard follower. The true loyalists of Voldemort are all sitting in Azkaban, the ones outside are merely the lackeys cheering from the sidelines. I need to make good use of this identity. John stroked his chin. As Johnny Silverhand, he had already become a figure of some influence. Given that Nocturne Alley was a focus of his efforts, naturally, John wouldn't just remain there. Diagon Alley was where the real action was, as it's the place all wizards across the country visit. Reapplying his mask, John descended the stairs. Every wizard who saw that mask would bow with a mixture of fear and respect. This scene did not go unnoticed by the Aurors keeping watch. They realized that someone even more troublesome than Sean Shafik had emerged. Read 12 chaps ahead of WN. Chapter 99, Apparition and the Daily Prophet. The most important thing to remember are the 3 Ds, destination, determination, and deliberation. When performing it, focus your attention on your destination, be determined to occupy the space you envision, and act with deliberation. Tommy Shelby was a master of apparition, and John estimated his level to be about 5. In this desolate forest, John was learning the spell of apparition. To be precise, this spell was divided into 2 parts. Disapparition and apparition. The difference between the two was that one was disappearing at the starting point, and the other was appearing at the destination. You need to master both steps carefully, otherwise, you might end up with a splinching situation. Just like now, John stared blankly at his missing ring finger. You're doing quite well, actually. Some people have even managed to decapitate themselves while attempting apparition. Tommy was treating John with dignity. The boss's secret mission turned out to be remedial lessons. Tommy thought that if he hadn't become an Auror back then, he might have been able to teach at Hogwarts. With his finger reattached, John wiggled it a bit. This splinching doesn't feel like being cut apart, more like being separated. Aside from its convenience, apparition is actually quite an uncomfortable experience. It's like being forcefully stuffed into a narrow pipe and then squeezed out at the other end. After many attempts, John finally got apparition to appear on his spell list. At the thought of having to continue leveling up while risking getting splinched, John decisively used his skill points to upgrade. At level 2, apparition felt completely different. John immediately decided to give it a try. Apparition should not be rushed. It took me several weeks to succeed for the first time. Remember the 3 Ds, destination, determination, and, what the fuck dash. Tommy was still mumbling on when suddenly, a loud crack echoed in his ears. He stared in a daze as John appeared 100 meters away, his body perfectly intact. John felt a bit dizzy when he landed, but it was within an acceptable range. His body also didn't show any signs of splinching, which meant he had successfully mastered the spell. Trying again, he appeared next to Tommy. Although his position was slightly off, it wasn't too far off the mark. Seeing Tommy's dumbfounded expression, John smiled and asked, "What were you just saying?" Just pretend I never said anything." This was the first time Tommy realized the gap between ordinary people and those favored by the heavens. Back in the day, he had experienced splitting at least a dozen times, and the worst one almost cost him a leg. But when it came to John, he only experienced a minor splinching once, and within a day, he had already mastered apparition. This truly made Tommy envious. Now that John had learned apparition, he no longer needed to take a car back and forth every day. The flow network in the nearby house where Mundungus used to stay had been cut off, probably due to overdue payments. That guy was incredibly stingy. Even though he was now earning 300 galleons, he still made himself look like a beggar. Well, you could say wizards always had a unique sense of style, so John wouldn't interfere too much. Glancing at Tommy beside him, John thought he might as well give him a change of clothes. Judging by the looks of it, Tommy had been wearing his current outfit for quite some time. The patches didn't quite fit the style of the Silverhand Johnny's specialty shop. You could only say Tommy had been terrified of poverty. The year he became a werewolf, he often couldn't even afford to eat. John found a place to get Tommy a new set of clothes, and he also sent some to the security team. The original gathering that looked like a beggar's convention instantly turned into a supermodel runway. Even the soon-to-be-retired Remus Lupin wasn't left out. John treated everyone equally. This made Lupin very touched. In fact, Lupin had already received an invitation before Lockhart resigned, but he chose to delay his departure just to get an extra bottle of Wolfsbane potion. The Wolfsbane potion available on the market couldn't compare to the one from within Silverhand Johnny's, and Lupin was doing everything he could to maintain his sanity while teaching students at Hogwarts. He saved the one bottle of Wolfsbane potion he received each month and used his own money to buy the cheapest version to get through the full moon. Tommy turned a blind eye to his actions. After all, being a fellow werewolf, he knew Lupin was a good person and chose to wish him well. "Thank you, Lord Silverhand." The security team members, dressed in new clothes and equipped with protective amulets and magical rings, all had a different aura about them. "Remus, you're always welcome back here." John knew that werewolves don't last long in other places of employment. He instructed Mundungus, prepare 3 bottles of the best Wolfsbane potion for him. These 3 bottles were a farewell gift, and John didn't ask where Lupin was heading. "Anyone who leaves me, I'll give 1,000,000. So how much could those who stay and work earn? Wouldn't it be 1,000,000,000? Applause from those who understood. Lupin was full of gratitude. Out of all the jobs he had encountered, John was the only one who truly treated werewolves as colleagues. A copy of the Daily Prophet was delivered by an owl. John picked it up, and the headline was about a new ruler in Diagon Alley. Of course, things like this usually weren't supposed to be mentioned. The editor, named Rita Skeeter, was notorious for being provocative. In her article, she referred to Johnny Silverhand as the second king, comparing him to a second ruler beneath the Ministry of Magic. She does write a good article, though. John saw things in there that he had never done before, like chopping people up to feed to dragons or using nifflers to steal from Gringotts. He marveled, she's practically another great writer like Lockhart. Reading with great interest, John even started to feel as if he were ruling the magical world. Oh! There's an exclusive news preview. John noticed that Rita Skeeter had even more exclusive news. Unveiling the true face of the second king, Johnny Silverhand. Is he a faceless man or an undead? Stay tuned. Reading out the preview, John was a bit dumbfounded himself. Exclusive interview. Unveiling. How come I didn't know about this? A string of 3 questions, and John himself had no idea he had accepted an exclusive interview. He figured this was probably just Rita Skeeter making things up again, so he didn't pay much attention. He fed some fish snacks to Riddle, who was perched on the table with its round eyes wide open. Meanwhile, a beetle silently landed on the windowsill. Riddle is the black cat from the previous chapter. John stroked Riddle's head, musing, public opinion is also a powerful force. Controlling it could come in handy one day. Never underestimate public opinion, especially in an era when the internet isn't yet widespread. Most people get their information from newspapers and television, particularly in the magical world, where ordinary wizards rely solely on newspapers and magazines to learn about what's happening in the world. As the undisputed leader, the Daily Prophet controls more than 90% of public opinion. There's also the Quibbler, which has decent sales, but unfortunately, most people treat it as a joke magazine. John scratched Riddle's head, making it narrow its eyes comfortably. The beetle at the window flew a bit further into the room, and a candle with eyes on the table lit up. John noticed this and waved his hand, causing the window to slam shut instantly. The pupils in the eyes enlarged until they nearly took up the entire space, and John scanned the room. He quickly detected the beetle. The beetle tried to crawl out through a crack in the window. John picked up a brass paperweight from the table, transformed it into a bottle, and swiftly caught the escaping beetle, stuffing it into the bottle. John stared at the bottle. He saw that the beetle had magic within it. An animagus. Thinking of transfiguration, John opened the bottle. As the beetle flew out, he immediately used his wand. Revelio. The beetle flying through the air transformed into a woman wearing green clothes. Her strange curly golden hair, paired with a long, sharp chin, gave her face an awkward appearance. Her glasses, extravagantly encrusted with jewels, sat crookedly on her face, which was painted bright red. Rita Skeeter. John looked at her in surprise, a sense of unease creeping over him. Good thing he hadn't taken off his mask, or tomorrow's Daily Prophet headline might have been, shocking, Silver Hand Johnny is actually a Hogwarts student. Animagi are incredibly hard to guard against. If not for John's enhanced perception and his Eye of Dragon, which was even more sensitive than a sneakoscope, he might have been completely fooled. Revealed, Rita Skeeter was filled with fear, her eyes behind the silver mask unnaturally dark. John pointed his wand at Rita and said in a low voice, "Give me a reason not to feed you to a dragon." "Honorable Johnny Silverhand, this is all just a misunderstanding," Rita replied, rubbing her hands awkwardly, as if trying to talk her way out of it. John looked at her with a faint smile, and his wand shot out a white light that exploded near Rita's feet. Ouch! An unregistered animagus. If the Ministry of Magic were to find out about this, it could be quite an interesting development. I was wrong, Lord Silverhand Johnny, please have mercy on me," Rita pleaded, filled with terror. She had relied on her animagus form to dig up a lot of juicy stories over the years. If the Ministry found out, the high-ranking officials she had offended would certainly send her to Azkaban. She begged for mercy, and a strange glint flashed in John's eyes. Kakik. Talk about a stroke of luck. This was the perfect person to control public opinion. Chapter 100, The Vigilant Dark Arts Museum. Rita Skeeter begged frantically for mercy, hoping the men in front of her would give her a way out. From the wandless magic just now and the way he forced her to reveal herself, Rita could confirm that she was no match for this person. Despite all the bold claims she had written in her articles, when caught, Rita was more cowardly than anyone. "Rita Skeeter, you're a smart person." Silverhand looked down at Rita from above. He opened a drawer filled with gleaming galleons, making Rita mistakenly think John was going to bribe her. "Do something for me." The expression under the silver mask was unclear, but Rita knew that if she dared to refuse, it would be more painful than going to Azkaban. Soon, the Daily Prophet featured a new, Lucky Wizard Grand Prize, a contest sponsored by Silverhand Johnny's store. For this, reporter Rita Skeeter lavishly promoted her interview results in the newspaper. Lord Silverhand Johnny is a kind and approachable person who established the Little Wizards Foundation, specifically to provide free help to young wizards affected by curses. Such a generous act was highly praised by many celebrities in the wizarding world. Moreover, the real reason behind the popularity of Silverhand Johnny's store was the prize money. It was like a chocolate frog, every purchase of the Daily Prophet came with a chance to win. The Daily Prophet's sales instantly increased significantly. The Lucky Wizard Grand Prize had 3 tiers, the first was the Galleon Prize, the second was the Sickle Prize, and the third was the Canute Prize. On the very first day of the promotion, a wizard won the Sickle Prize, 700 sickles, which was a substantial amount. The Lucky Wizard Grand Prize was a huge hit. An owl carrying a newspaper flew towards the burrow. Morning. Arthur Weasley picked up his subscription to the newspaper and noticed the Lucky Wizard Grand Prize scratch-off ticket attached to it. He scratched it off and glanced at it casually. Clang. The cup fell onto the table, and the milk inside splashed all over him. Hearing the noise, Molly ran out, ready to scold him, but then she saw Arthur Weasley staring blankly as he turned his head and said, "I won." "What?" "Ha. Ha. Ha 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 ha, I really won." Not understanding what her husband was talking about, Molly was startled by Arthur's sudden laughter. Ron, who had just woken up and was holding Scabbers, was also startled by the laughter, causing Scabbers to wriggle free and run back to the bed. George asked, "Dad's gone mad." Fred replied, "Maybe he's had too much cheering charm." The Weasley twins exchanged a glance, as if asking each other when they had played a prank. Percy had already started to get busy this year, campaigning for student body president, and his studies were also quite demanding. Once all the kids were gathered, Mr. Weasley excitedly announced the good news he had received. 700 galleons, by Merlin's beard. Molly covered her mouth in disbelief. The Weasley family had never had this much money before. She wanted to hug Mr. Weasley and give him a big kiss, but all the kids were present. "I want to use this money to go on a trip. What do you think about Egypt?" After winning the prize, Arthur Weasley wanted to go on a vacation. It must be said that their family never had the habit of saving money. Everyone in the family agreed with this decision. Even Percy, who hadn't relaxed his studies during the holidays, seemed a bit tempted. Arthur Weasley suggested the trip mainly because he didn't want his third son to be too stressed out. Being the most responsible child didn't mean he wasn't deserving of some care and attention after all. With the whole family in agreement, they began planning the trip. As the person who personally handed out this grand prize, Rita Skeeter didn't understand why such a generous reward had been given to the Weasley family. This prize was printed on a single ticket, it might as well have had the Weasley family's address written on it. However, Rita didn't dare to ask. She was now being blackmailed. To ensure she wouldn't spend the rest of her life in Azkaban, she had no choice but to listen to Johnny Silverhand's commands. After winning the big prize, Arthur Weasley temporarily put aside his determination to take down the Malfoy family. A neat and complete family vacation was now the most important thing. This gave the Malfoy family a moment to breathe. Lucius himself paid a visit to Johnny Silverhand. When he saw the eyes beneath the silver mask, he couldn't help but be a bit curious about the person behind it. "Mr. Lucius Malfoy, I am very pleased that you've come here," John said, seeing the father of his schoolmate, maintaining his enigmatic demeanor. He added meaningfully, "Even if you are a Death Eater." "Ah." Lucius's pupils constricted, his usual arrogance immediately disappearing. He was inwardly shaken, looking at John as if he were a trap set by the Ministry of Magic. A strained, unnatural smile stretched across his pale face as he pretended not to understand. "I was indeed once controlled by the imperious curse from the Dark Lord, but that doesn't mean I am." "Lucius, there's no need to be afraid." John interrupted him as he walked toward Lucius, his footsteps neither too light nor too heavy, making sounds with each contact with the ground. Lucius stood rigid, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his entire body unusually tense. John moved closer to Lucius, grabbing his left hand. At that moment, Lucius had already raised his wand, but then he saw those mysterious eyes. "I don't mind. In fact, I admire you," came a meaningful laugh from beneath the mask. Lucius felt as if all his secrets were laid bare. John glanced at the tightly gripped wand and chuckled softly. "Relax, I won't tell anyone. On the contrary, I can give you everything, not because you're a Death Eater or due to the Ministry of Magic, but because of the Malfoy name." Lucius's grip on his wand tightened and then loosened, repeating 3 times before he finally couldn't hold back anymore. With a hint of fear, he asked, "What do you want?" Without hesitation, John answered, "A friend." Those simple 2 words seemed unreal to Lucius. The Dark Lord he followed had never uttered those words. Seeing Lucius's disbelief, John handed him the day's edition of the Daily Prophet. "Arthur Weasley won't bother you for a while. That's my goodwill gesture." The newspaper revealed that the Galleon Prize had been awarded, and Arthur Weasley's name was written on it. So it was deliberately done by Silverhand. Lucius, who had been tense, finally relaxed. He stared into John's eyes and asked, "You want me to become your friend, right?" "Lucius, as a Malfoy, you should understand the importance of friends better than anyone else. Friends are your second network, beyond bloodlines. We help each other. Just as I helped you today, you will help me tomorrow," John said. He waved his hand over a candle, extinguishing its flame, and as he turned away, the candle relit. Extending his hand toward Lucius, John smiled and asked, "Isn't that so?" Lucius hesitated for a moment before grasping the younger man's hand firmly. In a low voice, he said, "You're right, Lord Silverhand. The Malfoys are willing to be your friends." The connections between pureblood families often involved intermarriage, binding each family to one another with a complex web of relations. These bloodlines were like the branches of a great tree, each relation a separate twig. However, many of these branches had now withered. Of the sacred 28, some were dead, some were broken, they were no longer as strong as they once were. The new ruler of Nocturne Alley was willing to extend an olive branch. Lucius knew this was a tactic to draw him in, but he had no choice. The position of the Hogwarts governor was too crucial, it was the best means for Lucius, a former Death Eater, to protect himself. Without returning to that position, he would become a thorn in the ministry side, and the Aurors would stop at nothing to add another blemish to his record. Lucius agreed, but then, with some doubt, he asked, "How do you plan to deal with the dark artifacts?" John gave a mysterious smile and softly replied, "Do you know of a place, other than the ministry, where one can legally possess dark artifacts?" Seeing Lucius's puzzled expression, John raised his hand and waved it in front of him. A line of small green text appeared in front of Lucius. "The Vigilant Dark Arts Museum." Lucius was confused, but John explained that with this museum, even if you store the most dangerous items inside, the Ministry of Magic won't bother you. It was like how digging without a permit is called grave robbing, but with a permit, it's called archaeology. John had already applied to the Ministry of Magic for this Vigilant Dark Arts Museum. His reasoning was sound. People needed to understand the dangers of dark artifacts. You couldn't expect everyone to know what dark artifacts looked like. So, there was a real need for this museum. What's that? Dangerous? So, should the museum not have dangerous artifacts? No, you're mistaken. How could people understand the severity of these dangers if the items weren't dangerous? As for what would be exhibited, well, that would be under his control. If an item or two went missing, who would say anything? You could claim it was stolen, or say the artifact was destroyed. This was a good thing, and it would add another achievement to the current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Naturally, the ministry had no reason to refuse. The newspapers would report on this, praising Lord Silverhand as a kind and great wizard. And so, with Lord Silverhand leading the initiative, the first museum in the magical world was officially in the planning stages. Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 101, Level 4 Alchemy and Hermione's Invitation. Inside the Johnny Silverhand specialty shop, there was a room dedicated to John's alchemy work. Yes. Alchemy has finally been upgraded. John shouted with satisfaction. With the successful creation of the Heart of Silence, John had finally advanced to level 4 in alchemy. He placed the necklace he was holding down on the table. This obsidian-like necklace was part of the Silverhand Johnnies of series. The Heart of Silence had the effect of blocking any surrounding detection while also ensuring that no internal sounds could be transmitted outside. During the last raid on the Shafiq Manor, they had relied on each person wearing a Heart of Silence. However, this item had a downside. After being used, the pendant on it needed to be replaced. The pendant was a very simplified version of a magical residue stone, a defective product John had created based on the handwritten notes of Nicholas Flamel. Its only function was to store and release magic. The true Heart of Silence was actually in the chain itself. Level 3 alchemy was too low to create a Philosopher's Stone. Now I should be able to upgrade to a higher version. John had long since memorized Nicholas Flamel's knowledge in his head. These things were quite complicated, but as he continued to digest them, his alchemy skills would also improve. Aside from this knowledge, Nicholas Flamel had donated all his other belongings. Not only did this allow John to avoid the prying eyes of those with ulterior motives, but it also mainly ensured that John wouldn't become obsessed with Flamel's legacy. It had to be said that Nicholas Flamel was a good teacher. As his successor, John naturally intended to create a new Philosopher's Stone on his own. After some tinkering, a pale purple, pigeon-egg-sized stone appeared in John's hand. This was a so-called magic stone. Though it couldn't be used to brew the elixir of life like the true Philosopher's Stone, it could still perform some of the same functions. I'll call it the magic crystal, John decided. Holding the magic crystal in one hand, John placed his other hand on a spoon. Under his focused gaze, the spoon gradually transformed into gold. In less than 10 seconds, the spoon in John's hand had turned into solid gold. It was real gold. John sliced the spoon open. The golden spoon was almost indistinguishable from genuine gold. Opening his palm, he noticed that the color of the magic crystal had dimmed slightly. He estimated that about a tenth of its power had been consumed. If it were a real Philosopher's Stone, this amount of power would be negligible. Looks like there's still room for improvement. John put the magic crystal away and casually tossed the golden spoon into a drawer. He considered using some points to immediately upgrade his alchemy skills again, but after thinking it over, he decided to hold off for now. Acting too hastily might lead to instability, so he resolved not to upgrade until he had solidified his current skills. After leaving the cauldron room, John called over Tommy to give him some instructions. He then used the disillusionment charm to leave the Johnny Silverhand's shop. The Wick family had been staying in London for nearly a week. At first, Old Man Watson Wick and Mr. Granger played golf, but as they chatted, their friendship quickly warmed up. It even reached the point where Mr. Granger and Watson both made some shocking revelations. Yes, you read that right, shocking revelations. This incident actually began on the third day. Watson and Mr. Granger were enjoying some drinks and the river breeze, living quite comfortably. Mrs. Granger and Mrs. Wick were baking together and getting along very well. But then, something dramatic happened. A young woman, whom they had briefly met at the clinic earlier, reappeared and ran into the two old men. The two old men, having had a few drinks, couldn't resist and accepted the young woman's invitation for another drink. Barely 3 minutes after they had settled onto the bar stools, Mrs. Wick and Mrs. Granger stormed in. It said that the scene was extremely frightening. Watson almost lost the ceramic teeth he had just gotten fixed. To ensure his friend wouldn't get into trouble, Watson bravely took full responsibility, claiming that the young woman was there to see him. He fucked up. This made Mrs. Wick furious, smiling as she prepared to enforce the family rules. Seeing Watson's loyalty, Mr. Granger and he exchanged a deep, meaningful look, and it was as if they could hear the classic line. We may not have been born on the same day, but let us die on the same day. The theme song played. In this bow, joyous encounters with kindred spirits, the peach blossoms smile upon the sacrificial altar. And so, Mr. Granger also decided to make his shocking revelation. He confessed about the young woman pursuing him and how she had repeatedly come to the clinic, which sent Mrs. Granger into a rampage. The two wives teamed up to deliver a mixed doubles beating, which extended John's stay in London to 7 days. Don't get the wrong idea, it wasn't that the wives were too brutal, but that the two old men got hit by a car while trying to escape. Fortunately, it was only a toy car, but because of this, the two brothers couldn't keep their balance, fell off the steps, and ended up hugging each other as they were sent to the hospital for a few days. After their hospital stay, the two wives finally calmed down. Neither of them had any desire to be mischievous, not even the nerve. The young woman had took advantage of the chaos to escape, and the matter turned into a headless case. Returning to his father's apartment, this was the accommodation in the London's Continental the company had assigned to him. Don't be fooled by how unserious Dad seems, he's still an elite, after all. As soon as John entered the apartment, he saw his dad leaning on a crutch, struggling to open the fridge to get a beer. Dad, if you want to settle down here, you can do it without involving me. Casually taking away the beer his dad had struggled to grab, John left Watson wailing behind him, his back turned indifferently. Watson was full of resentment because, after some liquid courage from the beer, he had become a prime candidate for special monitoring. If you don't behave, I'll have Andre come take care of you. Those were Mrs. Wick's exact words, and Andre was one of John's uncles. Watson had once witnessed Andre break a poplar tree with his bare hands. He's an extremely tough person and was the one who suggested taking John into the mountains for hunting in the first place. With no beer to drink, Watson was left bored. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Watson thought it might be his good friend Granger visiting. When he opened the door, it was indeed a Granger, but it was young Granger. Hello, Mr. Wick, I'm here to see John. Hermione, for once, didn't have a book with her and had changed into casual clothes. John, of course he's over there. Watson said with deep meaning, leaving Hermione a bit puzzled. When John learned that Hermione was looking for him, he came out as well. John, do you want to go out together? Hermione invited John, which was the first time she had asked a fellow wizard to go out. John thought about it. Sure. Since he didn't have anything else to do, he decided to accept. He initially thought they would go to a place like Diagon Alley, but surprisingly, they ended up at a park. No magic, no wizards. This kind of park made John feel a bit dazed, as if it had been a long time since he had been to such a place. He casually plucked a blade of grass, put it in his mouth, and sucked on it, tasting the slight bitterness of the greenery. John looked curiously at Hermione, who was standing beside him, and asked, "You seem to know this place well." "This was the place I used to come to the most. You know, I wasn't very popular." When she said this, Hermione tried to act like she didn't care, but there was a hint of sadness in her tone. In response, John had a look of sudden realization. After all, she was the know-it-all girl, even Harry and Ron didn't like Hermione when they first met her. Come to think of it, John was Hermione's first friend at Hogwarts, so Hermione always had a special feeling toward John. That feeling wasn't love, it was care. Just like when Harry was suspicious of John, Hermione would stand up for John and even get upset with Harry. She didn't want her friend to be seen as a criminal, and John didn't let her down. When they reached a swing set, Hermione sat on one and was about to ask John to push her, but then she saw that John had already jumped onto another swing. Seeing him having so much fun, Hermione was speechless. After thinking for a long time, Hermione couldn't help but ask, "John, why were you willing to be my friend?" The first time they met, the situation wasn't exactly friendly. John swung high into the air and, hearing her question, casually said, "Friendship is based on feelings, isn't it?" Hermione felt a bit frustrated. "Feelings? Is that why you said I have big teeth?" Actually, Hermione had been feeling a bit down lately because she felt she hadn't been able to help Harry much. Ron could fly a car to rescue Harry from the Dursleys, but she felt like she couldn't do anything. Noticing her gloominess, John got off his swing and said seriously, "Hermione, you need to recognize your own value. You have a heart that's honest and brave, and you also have, endless wisdom. Friendship is about our hearts being connected, not about the life or death things we do for each other. Hearing John's earnest words, Hermione felt relieved. She gratefully said, "Thank you, John." Looking up, she saw John already by the ice cream truck at the side of the road. After hearing her, he turned around with a creamy ice cream in his hand and asked what flavor she wanted. Hermione replied, "I want strawberry." Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 102, Werewolf Community. John paid for the ice cream. Maybe I should exchange some money. Looking at the few British pounds in his hand, John felt he might have been too focused on the magical world. The great Johnny Silverhand had almost been unable to pay just now. In July, John returned to Privet Drive. He stopped by to knock on the Dursleys' door. When Vernon Dursley saw John, he was furious but didn't dare say anything. Dudley quickly hid, frightened. John acted as if he didn't notice and handed Vernon the large watermelon he had bought. "Is Harry upstairs?" "Sorry to bother you." John's polite manner left no room for complaint, so Uncle Vernon could only grumble, "Yes, he's upstairs." Vernon's beady eyes stared at John, seemingly wondering when he could get rid of him. After John's previous threats, the Dursleys had stopped mistreating Harry. Although they still occasionally said a few things, they no longer dared to lock him up. John walked upstairs and heard some low murmuring. Harry was writing a paper on the history of magic when John knocked and entered. Harry was pleasantly surprised to see John. He had tried to visit John, but unfortunately, Sir Johnny Silverhand was busy in Knockturn Alley at that time. "Harry, want some ice cream?" "John." John took out an ice cream, neatly packed in a box, from his small bag. "Stop shouting and eat before it melts." Harry, a bit bewildered, accepted it and asked, Did you come just to bring me ice cream?" "Of course, not." John rolled his eyes. Did he look like a food delivery guy? With a casual wave of his hand, the open door closed by itself. Harry's eyes widened when he saw this trick. Although he knew there was some gap between him and John, he hadn't expected it to be this vast. While he was still learning how to cast spells with a wand, John could already perform wandless magic. Coming up to Harry, John pulled out a pair of gloves from his small bag and put them on. "What are you doing?" Harry couldn't help but ask, seeing John's serious demeanor. John replied, "Last time you mentioned your scar was hurting. I want to investigate it." While others might not know, John was well aware. As the seventh Horcrux, Harry had a piece of Voldemort's soul inadvertently split within him. John had seen quite a few books on the subject of souls in the Slytherin and Gryffindor chambers. The soul is an extremely complex entity. During the era of the four founders, wizards had various fields of study. Researching souls wasn't considered unusual back then. However, nowadays, anything related to souls has become taboo. Many studies involving the soul are now deemed illegal, so with such a rare and interesting subject at hand, John naturally wouldn't let the opportunity pass, would he? Fully prepared, he donned his anti-curse magical gloves and reached out to touch Harry's scar. The scene was somewhat comical, with Harry looking like a scared kitten. In his view, John was overly enthusiastic. He had only casually mentioned it once, but John remembered it to this day. While eating his ice cream, Harry let John fiddle with his scar. After a bit of examining, John confirmed there was indeed a very powerful spell present within it. Rather than calling it a spell, it would be more accurate to describe it as a curse. Because of love, perhaps. John fell into deep thought. As the greatest miracle of this century, the protective charm of love on Harry was something even Voldemort couldn't break. This charm would always protect Harry, as even being possessed by Quirrell resulted in him getting burned just by touching him. "John, are you done yet?" Seeing John deep in thought, Harry didn't dare move. The ice cream in his hand was almost melting. "If I could just cut it open." Hearing John's mutterings, What? Harry broke into a cold sweat and quickly said, "See, calm down, John, I'm not a guinea pig." "All right." John looked a bit disappointed. If he could study the structure of a Horcrux, he might have a way to deal with Voldemort. "If it hurts again, let me know." Knowing that Harry's pain was connected to Voldemort, John reminded him with concern. Harry nodded like a chicken, worried that John might once again want to cut him open. After returning home, John began working on forging a new weapon. For this, he set up quite a bit of equipment, melting down one silver sickle after another mixed with mithril. A sword made of pure silver floated in the basement. The currency of the wizarding world is forged by goblins, and it contains the unique magical ripples of goblin forging. John manipulated the molten silver, adding various metals to it. After some time, the blade cooled down, and John began to polish it. He took out dragon blood and started engraving runes on the blade. The sword of iron Wick was corroded by basilisk venom. After reforging it, this sword now carries that venom. Noise. The sword of iron Wick had already been dismantled by John, and its materials were incorporated into this new sword. This increased the weight of the blade significantly. After reinscribing the enchantments on the sword, John ignited a flame. Under the high heat, the silver sword showed no signs of melting. This meant John's sword was a success. Swoosh. Swoosh. Although it's not as good as the sword of Gryffindor, it's still a magical artifact. He swung it a few times, leaving some space on the blade for later additions of more enchantments. This sword could now be considered an upgraded version of the sword of iron Wick in every aspect. I'll call you Silverwick. Satisfied, John nodded and placed the Silverwick into his small bag. This small bag truly lived up to its reputation as a creation of an alchemy master. The undetectable extension charm inside was stable, and the space was very large. At night, John put on a silver mask and donned a green robe. With a wave of his wand, John's body vanished and reappeared in Nocturne Alley. Apparition had made John's comings and goings much easier. Tommy Shelby was already waiting there, accompanied by a hunched old man. With a crack, John appeared in front of them. The old man trembled with excitement, attempting to kneel. John glanced at Tommy, who explained, "Master, this is old Jack from the werewolf community. He has come here seeking your help." Werewolf community. Wasn't Fenrir, the one whose armed souls John extracted last time, the leader of the werewolf community? John spoke in a deep voice, "State your request." Old Jack's voice was hoarse as he said, "Honorable Mr. No. Lord Silverhand, we seek your protection. With Fenrir gone, the werewolves have scattered, leaving only the weak and elderly among us." It turned out that after John dealt with Fenrir that day, the werewolves in the community fled in all directions. They were all individuals with blood on their hands, and if they were caught, they would only end up in the company of dementors. Old Jack and the others, the weak and elderly, were the lowest tier of the werewolf community. Without protection, they were now at risk of being exterminated by dark wizards. With no other choice, they had to seek help from the one who started it all. After listening to Old Jack, John first turned to Shelby to confirm the truth of the situation. "Master, Old Jack's group consists of frail werewolves. They don't have the strength to kill a wizard," Tommy explained. Hearing this, John nodded. He looked at the nervous Old Jack and said calmly, "I accept your plea for help. In return, I need you to manage the werewolf community well." Werewolves were a formidable force, and currently, the werewolf community was filled with many young werewolves bitten by Fenrir. If John could guide them properly, they would become a powerful force in the future. Old Jack was overwhelmed with gratitude. He stammered, "Thank you so much, Lord Silverhand. May Merlin bless you." A few days later, the body of a dark wizard was thrown out from the werewolf community. The symbol of Silverhand Johnny rose above the werewolf community, causing those dark wizards to flee like startled birds. Not only that, but John also provided the community with a monthly supply of wolfsbane potion to help the young werewolves avoid the pain of the full moon. This move once again boosted Silverhand Johnny's reputation. Even the Daily Prophet sought an exclusive interview with him, conducted by none other than Rita Skeeter. "Hi, Miss Skeeter, I hope there won't be any strange interpretations," John remarked. John glanced at Rita, causing her to shiver in fear. "Why yes, Sir Silverhand." She quickly nodded and promised to write a proper article. An article titled, "The Great Philanthropist Sir Silverhand Johnny," was published in the newspaper. It stated that Silverhand Johnny's wish was for world peace and for all young wizards to never experience hunger again. Rumor has it that Rita even suggested to the editor-in-chief that Sir Silverhand should receive a Philanthropist of the Year award, but the editor-in-chief refused. Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 103, Level 4 Runes and Ancient Magic. Thud. An owl crashed into the window. Without even looking, John knew it was the Weasleys' old owl. Opening the window, John grabbed the owl and took the letter from its beak. "Going on a trip to Egypt, right?" Ron wrote in the letter to tell John that his whole family was going on a trip to Egypt and to apologize for having to postpone the invitation to the burrow. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about this." Back in their second year, Ron had invited John to the burrow, but John had forgotten about it after returning home. He thought Ron wouldn't invite him anymore, especially since he was thinking of using Scabbers for an experiment. Percy also sent a letter, thanking John for helping him get the position of head boy and subtly mentioning that he wanted to work at the Ministry of Magic in the future. Looks like he succeeded. The Ministry of Magic, I remember he did quite well there. As the Weasley family's odd one out, Percy could be said to have maxed out his bureaucratic skills. From prefect to head boy, and then later on to working at the Ministry of Magic. Each step had a clear goal. John chuckled, "In that case, why not give you a little help?" He took out a quill and wrote a letter to Bartemius Crouch Sr. After observing and learning more about him, John knew he was someone worth forming a close relationship with. If nothing else, Bartemius Crouch Sr.'s act of delivering justice to his own son was something John greatly admired. With Percy's remarkable talent, Bartemius would likely be very interested in him. After handling his daily correspondence, John picked up a copy of the Daily Prophet. The commotion surrounding Lord Johnny Silverhand was gradually dying down. The opening of a museum dedicated to vigilance against the dark arts seemed to suggest that Johnny Silverhand wasn't the kind of extremely greedy dark wizard people feared. Now, the newspaper's front page featured a familiar face, Gilderoy Lockhart. He had won Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile award for the 6th time, and the newspaper also covered Lockhart's new book. My Adventures with a Great Sword at Hogwarts became a sensation in the wizarding world upon release and has topped the bestseller list for 3 consecutive weeks. Gilderoy Lockhart's time at Hogwarts has added a brilliant chapter to his legendary life. John had to admit that Lockhart was quite a talent. As long as his secrets remained hidden, Lockhart was undeniably the top celebrity in the wizarding world. This book quickly became a hit throughout the magical community. Although it was a bit exaggerated in parts, Lockhart was very clever this time. He chose a dual protagonist approach. One protagonist was a handsome and powerful wizarding professor, paired with a prodigiously talented, legendary student of Hogwarts. The events in the book were also based on true stories, the teaching moments, the basilisk, and finally, the big reveal at the end. The plot progression was excellent, a masterpiece, even. I, John Wick, am willing to call it the strongest of his works. Maybe I could do a little more to promote him. Not using such a cash cow would be a waste of the top celebrity status. John stroked his chin, thinking he should give this a little nudge. He took out paper and pen and sent a letter to Rita Skeeter. With the Daily Prophet's influence, Lockhart could continue creating miracles. Of course, he wasn't helping out of pure goodwill. John was earning money from Lockhart's book, after all. Johnny Silverhand had secured the rights, and John and Lockhart split the profit 60-40. Properly managing this book would be quite a lucrative income for John. He headed to the basement. This place had completely become John's domain. Many dangerous objects were stored inside, so he would always lock it up whenever he left. After a day of absorbing knowledge and practice, John's proficiency in runes had successfully leveled up. Runes, level 4. John reopened goblin forging studies, now he could understand everything inside. It had to be said, the goblins' ability to thrive in the wizarding world was largely due to their unique and magical forging techniques. Goblin magic. Looking at the goblin magic described in the book, John fell into deep thought. This type of magic, also known as ancient magic, has a very old origin. It dates back to before the time of the 4 founders when goblins were not yet under the jurisdiction of wizards. Goblin magic does not rely on wands, it's like an innate form of magic. Ancient runes are also a form of ancient magic, no wonder it requires knowledge of runes. Carefully reading through the knowledge in the book, John attempted to use the goblin methods for forging. Channel elements into objects to construct natural magic circuits. Wearing a magic crystal, John extended his hands forward. With his concentrated thought, a whirlwind suddenly formed in the enclosed basement. Wind elements. Fixing his gaze on the whirlwind, John continued to hold his breath in concentration. Under his control, the wind spiraled continuously, moving toward a magical ring on the table. At the moment of contact, the magic ring was triggered, and a petrification curse narrowly grazed John's cheek. The wind element dissipated. Looks like I need a few more tests. John frowned deeply. This goblin forging involved ancient magic, and it was incredibly difficult. Did he have to follow Gryffindor's lead and directly find goblins to forge a sword? Even if he wanted to, all the goblins were in Gringotts now, and whether they even had the craftsmanship was a big question. Gryffindor back then had sought the Goblin King to create his sword, and that level of craftsmanship was certainly not something an ordinary goblin could possess. Thinking of this, John couldn't help but sigh, feeling a bit weary. Still have to rely on myself. He summoned the panel to check and saw there were 2 remaining skill points yet to be used. Oh! A new skill had also appeared in the skills section. Mastery of Ancient Magic. The newly appeared skill was only at level 1, and upgrading it further was not yet possible. The skill was grayed out, indicating that John needed to accumulate more knowledge. To level up again, I need to gather more ancient magic knowledge. John stared at this skill, it delved into a knowledge area he was not yet familiar with. After all, he didn't even know what counted as ancient magic, so asking him to learn it was quite a tall order. Putting this matter aside for now, John finished reading Goblin Forging in its entirety. The book wasn't too difficult for him anymore. In terms of alchemy and runes, he could certainly be considered an expert. Although this book records some knowledge of goblin forging, it's not comprehensive. Closing the book, John rubbed his brow. Sigh. It seemed he had to change direction once again. Hopefully, there would be books in the restricted section that could help him. Regarding ancient magic, he could visit the chambers of the 2 founders. They were the oldest figures John knew of. If nothing was there, he would have to trace back to the era of the Peveril brothers, the Wielders, and probably the real creators of the Deathly Hallows. Over the next few days, John spent all his time in the basement. He gradually mastered 3 other elemental magics besides wind, fog magic, water magic, and fire magic. Wind magic could enhance perception, fog magic could obscure one's form, water magic could summon streams, and fire magic could conjure flames. The application of all 4 magics could be performed without a wand, which was a great achievement for John. Tom, do a backflip. Good boy. Oh my God. That's amazing. How did you train this dog? Oh, it was nothing special, just some casual training. Some guests were visiting the house, friends from his dad's business circle. To make a better impression, the guest brought along a kid who was about the same age as John. However, when John saw the arrogant, self-important look on the kid's face, he felt like he was babysitting. It was so unbearable that he used Tom as a distraction and quickly slipped away. Ah, fresh air, John sighed, standing by the roadside and breathing in the freedom. He swore he'd never want to entertain any more spoiled brats. It was almost worse than negotiating money matters with a mundungus. He muttered to himself, compared to that kid, even Draco seems well behaved. Spoiled children were everywhere, and John had no interest in dealing with them. As he wandered aimlessly along the roadside, he noticed a black dog. The dog looked like it hadn't eaten in days. Even through its thick fur, John could see how emaciated it was. He admitted the dog wasn't exactly a looker, but being a sucker for fluffy little ones, John pulled out a pack of dried fish snacks. Hi, buddy been hungry for a while, huh? The black dog was staring off in a particular direction and seemed a bit startled when it heard John's voice. A black-haired boy had brought him some dried fish snacks. Although these treats didn't exactly seem like dog food, being a big dog that hadn't eaten for a long time, he devoured them without hesitation. Seeing the way the dog ate, John felt a bit of sympathy. As he petted the dog's head, John muttered to himself, I wonder where you came from. Stray dogs aren't usually allowed around here. The big black dog looked rather shabby, but its fur was surprisingly nice. John kept rubbing its head, getting a little addicted to the sensation. Completely unaware of the bewildered expression in the dog's eyes. Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 104, The Godfather. The guests at home had finally left, and Tom was panting heavily, with some fur missing from his tail. The spoiled kid from that friend's family saw that Tom could do a backflip and threw a tantrum, demanding to take Tom home. Even his parents couldn't do anything about it. They even said something like, the child is still young, and we are willing to pay to buy the dog. Mrs. Wick directly shut that down. This was her son's dog, after all, a gift she had given him. In the end, the brat was scared off by Mrs. Wick's friendly smile. Because Mrs. Wick was holding a kitchen knife, the kind even Watson couldn't stop. John came back, and Tom, suddenly full of energy again, ran over. As he got closer, Tom suddenly halted, his big dog eyes filled with confusion. Not quite believing it, he sniffed around John again, then started barking loudly. It was as if he was saying, you've been with another dog. John looked at the sulking Tom and thought, I just petted another dog for a bit, and you could tell. He picked up the grumpy Tom and spoke with the tone of a scoundrel, I was just fooling around with it, nothing serious. I'd never actually keep another dog. Woof, woof. Tom seemed skeptical, but his wagging tail betrayed his true feelings. After calming Tom down, John took out some dog food and began feeding him. A snowy owl flew onto the top of a cabinet and hooted a couple of times, clearly indicating that it was hungry too. Where have you been hiding just now? John took out some dried fish to feed the snowy owl, then brought it down from the cabinet. Returning to the attic room, John saw another snowy owl sitting inside. You're Basil, so who are you? John silently looked at the snowy owl in his hand. As soon as Basil saw John with another snowy owl, he immediately flapped his wings and took flight. Wait a minute, this feather color. Could you be Hedwig? John was a bit confused, and Hedwig gave a hoot. He walked over to the window and looked towards the Dursleys' house. The window on the second floor was open, indicating that Hedwig had flown out. That big black dog is still there. Noticing that the big black dog was still squatting by the roadside, John was puzzled. Could this dog have an owner? Basil approached Hedwig, who tilted her head in curiosity. Before Hedwig could react, Basil quickly gave her a swift wing slap. John was staring out the window and didn't even notice that the two snowy owls were about to start fighting. By the time John noticed, the two snowy owls were already slapping each other with their wings. Okay, stop now. Separating them, John had no choice but to take out double the amount of dried fish. Finally, they stopped fighting. After a while, John saw Harry coming out to look for Hedwig. From the attic, he shouted, Harry, over here. Harry looked up and saw John standing with Basil. He replied, "John, have you seen Hedwig?" Just as he finished speaking, another snowy owl appeared at the window. The two snowy owls looked almost identical. Hedwig. Harry was overjoyed and quickly ran to the Wick's front door. It was Mrs. Wick who opened the door. This beautiful and elegant woman looked like high society nobility, which made Harry a bit nervous. "Harry, come in. Oh, by the way, could you secretly turn my teacup into a mouse for me?" Watson Wick, upon seeing Harry, immediately remembered his glory days as the Canary Wharf car god. Watson's eyes twinkled as he secretly pulled Harry aside and whispered, "I swear I won't show it to anyone else, just keep it at home as a pet." Harry was taken aback when he heard this. He thought Mr. Wick had too high an opinion of him. How could he possibly perform such advanced transfiguration? He quickly shook his head and said, "Sorry, Mr. Wick, I don't know any magic that advanced, and besides, we're not allowed to do magic outside of school." Not allowed to do magic outside of school? Watson looked surprised. His son was always tinkering with things at home, wasn't that considered doing magic? Watson was so enthusiastic that Harry couldn't handle it, so he hurried upstairs. The Wick's mansion was much bigger than the Dursleys' house. John lived there alone. There was a dog bed and a birdcage. It almost felt like a zoo. But none of this prevented John from looking like a noble young gentleman in the midst of it all. As Hedwig munched on some dried fish, Harry thanked him repeatedly. John noticed that the big black dog outside was gone, probably left. "It's perfect timing you came by. I was just about to give you your birthday present." On the table was a wrapped gift box, which John handed to Harry. Harry eagerly took it and asked, "Can I open it?" "Of course, it's for you." John gave Hedwig a piece of dried fish. Who knows how long this owl had been flying today, she looked like she hadn't eaten for days. In front of John, Harry opened the gift. Inside was a bottle containing a black powdery substance. Harry shook it in his hand, and the powder danced around inside the bottle, with shimmering particles that looked like stars. He had never seen anything like this before, so he asked curiously, "What is this?" "It's something to prevent spying. Sprinkle this powder around, and it will alert you if someone's eavesdropping." John then took a small amount from the bottle and flicked it out. The powder floated in the air before eventually settling on the door. Glancing at the door, John called out, "Dad, are you bringing us some drinks?" Watson, who had been eavesdropping behind the door, was caught off guard. He opened the door, holding a tray of drinks, placed them down quickly, and then hurried back out. John shrugged, sealed the bottle again, and casually said, "See. Just like that." Harry's eyes lit up, and holding the bottle, he excitedly asked, "This is amazing. What's it called?" At this moment, he was thinking that he'd never have to worry about Uncle Vernon eavesdropping again. John thought for a moment, this thing didn't have a name yet. Off the top of his head, he said, "Let's call it Stardust." Harry took Hedwig and headed back home. August. John went to Diagon Alley. Recently, Johnny Silverhand didn't need to show up too often since his name itself was a symbol of mystery. John walked into a fortune-telling shop to buy a crystal ball for divination. The crystal ball seemed to be filled with white mist, and after several attempts, John failed to induce any predictions. As expected, this isn't something that's easy to learn, he muttered to himself. Shaking his head, John set the crystal ball down, treating it like a marble in Johnny Silverhand's office. Just as he flicked the crystal ball with his finger, there was a knock on his door. He quickly composed himself, sitting up straight, and said in a deep voice, "Come in, my friend." The door opened to reveal the same oily, pale blonde hair. John was momentarily confused when he saw who had come in. Both of them were here. Lucius Malfoy had brought Draco Malfoy along. From young Malfoy's face, John could see a hint of nervousness. Clearly, when faced with the mysterious Lord Johnny Silverhand, young Malfoy was still somewhat inexperienced. Lucius walked over, a smile still on his face. "My friend, Lord Johnny Silverhand, it's been some time since we last met." John had resolved the risk of Lucius potentially getting his home raided by the Ministry of Magic. Additionally, Lucius had caught wind that some influential wizards were quite vocal about Dumbledore's decision to expel Malfoy. Given the Malfoy family's reputation, it wasn't hard to guess why these wizards were speaking up. The reason was clearly the man standing before him, Johnny Silverhand. So, when Lucius came this time, his face was full of smiles. He no longer doubted Johnny Silverhand's abilities and wanted to further strengthen their connection. "This is my son, Draco Malfoy," Lucius said, giving Draco a gentle nudge on the back. Draco stepped forward and said, "It's an honor to meet you, esteemed Lord Johnny Silverhand." This scene made John start to wonder what Lucius was up to. What kind of game was Lucius playing? Lucius then revealed his purpose for the visit with a smile. "I hope my son could have the honor of becoming the godson of Lord Johnny Silverhand." "What? If the mask were removed, the Malfoy father and son would have certainly seen the shock on John's face. Draco's godfather? Me. John's head was spinning. Wow, Lucius, you sure have some nerve. John thought to himself, I'm actually Draco's classmate. If this happens, how will we handle things in the future? I call you Draco, and you call me godfather. At the same time, John understood Lucius's intentions. He wanted to further solidify the relationship between the two families. After all, just being friends wasn't enough to make the Malfoy family feel secure. Compared to friendship, the title of godfather conveyed a closer bond. I understand your desire to deepen our connection, Lucius, John said in a serious tone. However, this might not be quite appropriate. Lucius looked surprised, he hadn't expected John to refuse. Draco's heart sank. His father had told him that this prominent figure was crucial to the future of the Malfoy family. Lord Johnny Silverhand, Draco is a good child, Lucius insisted. I know, Lucius. I know better than you, John replied. After saying this, John silently added in his mind, after all, we've been classmates for 2 years. Lucius found it strange. How did Johnny Silverhand know Draco? It wasn't just Lucius, Draco was also confused. Fortunately, John continued, I see a desire to do great things in this child's eyes. Lucius, you're crushing that quality. It's a rare trait, like a pearl hidden in the dust. A desire to do great things. Lucius carefully observed his son. Does my son really possess such a quality? Read 12 chapters ahead at Chapter 105, 105, Daughter spending father's wealth on her lover. Lucius scrutinized Draco for a moment, but he really couldn't see it. John continued, he will become a powerful wizard, one who doesn't need to rely on his forebears. He will achieve things on his own that will make you proud. After all, saying a few nice words doesn't cost anything, so John laid it on thick. His voice was low and slightly raspy, like an ancient bard reciting a timeless ballad. He has someone he needs to follow, a person who will change everything. That person is like a star in the sky, illuminating the entire wizarding world. Draco was moved by these words, and John's image filled his mind. Johnny Silverhand seemed to see through everything. He stared at Draco, and with deep meaning, asked, Child, do you choose to follow that person, or do you want to spend your life under someone else's protection? Draco struggled internally but eventually looked determined. He said, I'm sorry, Lord Johnny Silverhand. I really have someone I need to follow. Although he isn't as powerful as you, he is someone worth following. Draco. Lucius's eyes widened. He felt something was off with Draco. John raised his hand, stopping Lucius from saying anything further. He stood up, walked over to Draco, and mysteriously said, I'm looking forward to it. The immense pressure made Draco take a deep breath. He nodded seriously and said, that day will come. John nodded in satisfaction, relieved that he didn't have to take on Draco as a godson. To prevent Lucius from causing more trouble, John took out a few letters. These are letters from the pureblood families that will be sent to Hogwarts. By this Christmas, you will be reinstated as a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Lucius perked up at this. As long as he regained his position on the board, the Malfoy family would remain as prestigious as ever. But there is one condition. John's deep eyes met Lucius's as he calmly said, you must not get too involved in the management of Hogwarts. This position on the board is just a title. Lucius's face darkened, this wasn't what he had in mind. You need to learn to be satisfied. You know the person you angered, he is regarded as the most powerful wizard of the century and the most loved headmaster in Hogwarts history. John scolded him, you should know that even the Dark Lord wouldn't want to make an enemy of him. These words made Lucius's heart tighten. It felt as though all his thoughts were laid bare before this man. Dumbledore's years of keeping a low profile had made people forget that he was once the man who fought against 2 generations of Dark Lords. There can be 2 Dark Lords, but there can only be 1 White Wizard. Lucius suppressed his dissatisfaction, understanding that the Malfoys needed to keep a low profile in the coming days. Lucius and Draco left, and John maintained his mysterious demeanor. After they left, he too fell into deep thought. From Lucius's attitude, it seems he isn't aware of Voldemort's current condition. As a former Death Eater, Lucius would have been summoned by Voldemort if the Dark Lord wasn't so weak and incapable of doing so. This was good news. Like always, John couldn't remember exactly what happened during the 3rd year, but if Voldemort decided to cause trouble during this period, he certainly wasn't prepared for it. Whatever, if trouble comes, Harry will handle it, and Dumbledore will deal with the rest. John pushed these concerns out of his mind. Casting a disillusionment charm on himself, he left the Johnny Silverhand shop. Finding a secluded corner, John used apparition to return home. He was getting increasingly skilled at apparition. The daily trips to Nocturne Alley had significantly improved his proficiency, and he figured it wouldn't be long before he reached level 3. John walked out of the basement and searched the house for Tom, but couldn't find him anywhere. Basil, where's Tom? Basil was dozing in his designated spot, eyes half closed. Upon hearing the question, Basil glanced toward the window. John walked over and saw that short-legged dog outside. It was indeed his dog. Next to him was that stray black dog he'd encountered before. Last time, you were jealous, and now you're playing together, John muttered with a look of disbelief. He watched as his little short-legged dog, Tom, was completely outmatched by the long legs of the big black dog. The two dogs seemed to have become fast friends. Could it be because that one's a male dog? John stroked his chin thoughtfully as his gaze shifted to the big black dog. He remembered that Tom was female. A/N, yeah. WTF. Could it be that she was getting older and looking for a mate? Sigh, Tom, you and that dog have no future together, especially considering, well, the size difference. And by that, I mean the leg size. Looking at the stark difference in their physiques, John wasn't optimistic about this romance. He thought mournfully, is this really going to be one of those tragic love stories between a dashing stray with long legs and a sheltered house dog? Since that seemed to be the case, he decided to let them be for a few days. After all, he'd be heading back to school soon, and once they were separated, Tom would likely forget all about it. Shaking his head, John decided not to worry about the two dogs. Meanwhile, Sirius Black was hiding out on Privet Drive, evading the Ministry of Magic and the Dementors. He was certain of one thing: ever since he saw that newspaper, he knew without a doubt. That coward wasn't dead, he was hiding. He had been hiding in fear for 12 years, living as a rat in some family's home. Sirius was furious, filled with anger and resentment. He was so agitated that he wanted nothing more than to devour that rat. Once, there had been 4 marauders, 3 of whom had helped each other become animagi, only for one to repay them with betrayal, selling out everyone. Woof, woof. The big black dog's expression was complicated and deep, something Tom couldn't quite understand. She wagged her tail and spun in circles. Sirius, in his dog form, looked at her and remembered the taste of the dried fish he'd eaten. After spending 12 years in Azkaban, then swimming across the sea to reach Harry, he'd had nothing but garbage and bugs to fill his stomach. Something like dried fish was the best thing he had tasted in 12 years. Drool dribbled from the corner of his mouth, a pitiful sight for the once wealthy heir of the Black family. Seeing his drool, Tom immediately realized he was hungry and quickly ran back toward the house on her short legs. A little while later, Tom dragged out a big bag of dog food. Though it wasn't dried fish, it still made Sirius's eyes light up. As the dog food spilled out, Sirius lowered his head to eat, and to his surprise, he found a piece of jerky. There's even a steak. This is amazing. Sirius devoured the food, nearly brought to tears by the taste. Watching his own dog eagerly fetching food, John couldn't help but imagine a daughter secretly supporting a lover, spending money left and right. Wow, I never thought you were this kind of daughter, I mean dog. John stared at the big black dog outside, wondering if he should have it neutered to prevent it from causing trouble with other people's pets. Is this the canine version of a heartthrob? After letting his thoughts run wild for a while, John shook his head and stopped thinking about it. But now, he had a new daily task, observing from the attic as Tom brought food and drinks to the black dog. The way Tom did it so freely, without a care, made John feel frustrated. He stepped on a book that had just tried to bite him, bent down, and picked up the Monster Book of Monsters. His fingers brushed along the spine, causing the book to emit a satisfied sound, softening its aggressive nature. Hagrid chose this as a textbook. Are we sure there won't be any incidents of students getting bitten? John stared at the book. Hagrid had written to him, asking for his help in testing out the new textbook. What John hadn't expected was that Dumbledore would appoint Hagrid as the new Care of Magical Creatures professor. Ever since it was revealed that Voldemort had been behind the events of the secret chamber and the girl's death 50 years ago, Hagrid had been exonerated and was finally able to live without the shadow of false accusations. Justice may be delayed, but it never fails to arrive. Yet, can justice that's delayed still be called justice? 50 years, how many 50-year spans does a person have? Not everyone is Nicholas Flamel. Hagrid, wrongfully expelled, had his life consumed by the passage of time. If it hadn't been for Dumbledore's unwavering support, Hagrid might have ended up as nothing more than a shell drained by Dementors. Fortunately, Hagrid remained passionate. During those 50 years, he continued to pursue his love for magical creatures. Dumbledore must have recognized this and gave Hagrid this new role as a form of compensation. Having never been a professor before, Hagrid immediately thought of John. As the assistant in defense against the dark arts, John was seen by Hagrid as someone with plenty of experience. Looking at the list of teaching plans Hagrid had sent him, John shook his head in exasperation. Blast-ended scripts and the like, can we not just stick to something more visually appealing? John felt a headache coming on. In Hagrid's eyes, all magical creatures were cute and beautiful, but for the students, it wasn't the same. At least, blast-ended scripts were far from what anyone would call cute. John had no choice but to take up his quill and rewrite a list of magical creatures more suitable for the students. After completing everything, he looked up, feeling a bit tired. Now I just want to lie down and do nothing for what the fuck. And that's when he saw a giant balloon floating in the sky. Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 106, 106, There's a Balloon in the Sky. Many thanks to Ethan Rudd and Hlandadis for becoming new patrons. Heartsuit. A useless, lazy, good-for-nothing liar, he was not. Harry trembled with rage at Aunt Marge's words. He couldn't let anyone talk about his father that way. More brandy. Uncle Vernon, sensing the danger of the situation, poured the remaining liquor from the bottle into Aunt Marge's glass. He roared at Harry, "Go to bed. Now." "No, Vernon." Aunt Marge gulped down the brandy, letting out a loud burp. Her bloodshot eyes locked onto Harry's, and she poked at his scar. "Go on, boy. You proud of your parents, eh? Died in a car crash, didn't they?" Harry couldn't take it any longer. He stood up, shouting, "They did not die in a car crash." Vernon's face went pale. His stubby fingers twitched as he tried to stop Marge from speaking further. But it was like someone had flipped a switch. Harsh words continued pouring out of Marge's mouth. She insulted Harry, calling him a burden on the family, a rude, ungrateful brat. As she spoke, her body began to swell. Terrified, she looked down to see her body inflating like a balloon, and soon enough, she started floating into the air. Uncle Vernon screamed in terror as he watched Aunt Marge inflate and float away. He tried to grab onto her to stop her from drifting off, but he nearly got pulled up himself. The Dursleys were in complete chaos, and Harry had had enough. He grabbed his belongings, taking just a few seconds to pack up and move to the door. Uncle Vernon noticed and tried to stop him, but Harry, still furious, pulled out his wand and pointed it at him, threatening, "She brought this on herself. Get out of my way." After seeing what had just happened, Uncle Vernon didn't dare stop him. Dragging his suitcase behind him, Harry walked several blocks before finally calming down. He collapsed onto a low wall on Magnolia Crescent, completely drained, gasping for breath. He was lost. Where could he go now? Using magic on a muggle outside of school, he might now be hunted by the Ministry of Magic, possibly thrown into Azkaban. He sat there, frozen with uncertainty, for a full 10 minutes. Nervous, anxious, unsure, confused. His emotions swirled inside him like a mess of spilled spices, sweet, sour, bitter, and salty, making him hang his head in despair. He thought sadly, maybe I'll be a fugitive, wandering alone in the dark muggle world. Harry thought about Ron and Hermione. No matter what happened, his friends would definitely help him, even if he had broken the law. Because of Aunt Marge's visit, Harry had sent Hedwig to stay at Ron's place for a few days, which meant he had no way of contacting anyone right now. He felt utterly miserable. "Harry, it seems like things are pretty lively on your end." A voice suddenly rang out, and Harry jerked his head up. John emerged from the shadows, holding a can of fish snacks for some reason. Seeing Harry so dejected, John raised an eyebrow and said, "Are you planning to run away from home?" "John, I think I'm about to become a fugitive." Seeing John, Harry realized he lived nearby and had probably seen the whole mess unfold. Defeated, Harry said, "I was hoping you could lend me some money so I could escape further away." "Don't be ridiculous, Harry. But you do need to calm down a bit." John looked at him with an exasperated expression. "Why don't you come to my home?" Harry was the chosen one. No way would the Ministry throw him in Azkaban over something this small. "John, I have gotten many warnings from the Ministry and what I just did now. I don't want to drag you in my mess. I think I'm going to live my life as a fugitive." "Okay, Harry, sigh." John walked up to Harry, set down the fish snacks, and said, "Don't be so down. You'll be fine. Just find a place to wait for a while. The Ministry might send you a letter. Don't worry about me. I'll somehow manage." Seeing that Harry clearly didn't want to go back, John thought for a moment and suggested, "If you don't want to return, you can stay at the Leaky Cauldron for a while. I'll handle the rest." "Okay. All right, maybe you're right," Harry said, feeling slightly better after being comforted. He remembered how in second year, Dobby had knocked over a cake, and the Ministry had sent him a warning. John patted Harry on the shoulder and pulled out a pouch of galleons from his bag. Harry's eyes went wide with shock. This is way too much, at least 100 galleons," he stammered, scratching his head. John rolled his eyes. "You've got a mountain of gold sitting in your family vault, and you're acting like a pauper here." He tossed the pouch to Harry, who clutched his chest, nearly winded by the heavy bag. "Oh, gotta do something about that balloon." John turned and headed toward the Dursleys' house. With someone as big as Aunt Marge floating around in the sky, he needed to take care of things before other muggles noticed. After John left, Harry finally caught his breath from under the pile of galleons. Watching John disappear into the distance, Harry felt a warm glow in his heart. But suddenly, he felt a chill creeping up the back of his neck. Confused, he glanced toward the darkened street behind him. At the far end of the road, there seemed to be something lurking there. Lumos. Harry's wand lit up, momentarily dazzling him. He raised it higher to ease the glare, finally able to see more clearly. Across the road stood a large black dog, almost bear-like in its size. A wave of panic hit Harry. Just as he tried to get a better look, he stumbled and fell. Ow. Suddenly, a loud rumble approached. Beep beep. Blinded by the intense headlights, Harry shielded his eyes with his hand, peeking through his fingers to see what was coming. It was a purple, triple-decker bus. A young conductor, about 17 or 18, stepped off. He had large, protruding ears. The conductor looked at Harry, who was sprawled on the ground, and asked curiously, "What are you doing sitting on the floor?" Harry quickly glanced back across the street, but the large black dog had vanished. Screams, barking, and chaos ensued inside the Dursley household, like a bull had stormed through their living room. Marge was still floating high in the sky, dangerously close to being swept away by the wind. Just then, a snowy owl swooped in, gripping her collar and trying to guide her back down. John stood at the Dursleys' front door, giving it a light knock. Judging by the commotion inside, it seemed they were too preoccupied to answer. With a simple wave of his hand over the door handle, there was a soft click, and the door unlocked itself. John walked into the house, and the chaotic noise abruptly stopped as if someone had hit a pause button. "You dare show up here? You lot," Vernon Dursley roared furiously. John frowned, and with just a glance, Vernon swallowed the rest of his sentence. At that moment, outside, Marge was being dragged back down by Basil, the owl. Seeing this, the Dursleys hurried over to help her. "Fix her. Now." Vernon barked, still in the habit of commanding Harry. But then he realized he was talking to John, who was now standing with an amused look on his face. John spoke calmly, "If you'd received a proper Muggle education, you'd know when it's time to be polite." Vernon's face turned a deep shade of purple as his lips trembled. Finally, he managed to force out a few words, "Please, help her." "That's better," John said, raising an eyebrow. He pointed a finger at Marge. It was as if a balloon had been popped. Marge's body deflated rapidly, shrinking back to normal size. She collapsed to the ground in shock, her hair in complete disarray. Even her bulldog couldn't snap her out of her terrified stupor. Just as John finished, a loud crack echoed from outside, and two figures appeared, a man and a woman. It was the Ministry of Magic officials. Upon arrival, they first saw John, then the terrified Marge. "You've arrived. I believe there's a Muggle here who could use some memory modification for a particularly stimulating experience," John said, turning around with a smile, as if the whole situation had nothing to do with him. The male official eyed John suspiciously and asked, "Are you a Hogwarts student?" "No need to thank me for sparing you the trouble of searching," John replied, pointing to Basil the owl. "If you could bring along 2 cans of fish snacks for my owl, it'd be much appreciated." The two officials were a bit stunned. They had meant to interrogate him, but somehow, John had twisted the situation into them owing him thanks. Of course, they knew this wasn't Harry Potter. The Ministry had been alerted to Harry performing magic. John's presence didn't explain much, and to make things even more confusing, John credited the whole situation to Basil. In the end, the Ministry officials erased Marge's memories, an act that left the Dursleys trembling in fear. To them, it seemed as though the Ministry was turning Marge into a mindless idiot. After handling everything, the two officials left. But John didn't. He casually sat down on the sofa, with Basil perched on his shoulder. "Now, Mr. Dursley, could you explain to me why Harry was so angry?" He smiled slightly, and Vernon Dursley swallowed hard. This child was clearly the same age as Harry, but he exuded the same level of intimidation as wealthy officials who abused their power through money. Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 107, 107, Silverhand Angel Investment. As the head of the household, Vernon reluctantly stepped forward and carefully said, "It was Marge. We accidentally brought up some things about Harry's parents." "Accidentally?" John glanced at him. Vernon quickly corrected himself, there may have been some unpleasant words involved. He cautiously looked at John's face, but saw no sign of anger. John sighed. No wonder Harry was so upset. In Harry's mind, his parents were perfect and the best people. Today, under those circumstances, he was provoked and unknowingly released magic, causing Marge to inflate. And it was wandless magic, which only confirmed John's theory that magic is closely tied to emotions. John sat on the sofa, tapping his fingers on the armrest. As the Dursleys watched in fear, everything that had been thrown into chaos earlier seemed to be tidily restored, as if by invisible hands. John's gaze turned deep as he looked at Vernon and calmly said, "It seems you have some misunderstandings about wizards." Vernon wanted to deny it, but seeing John's eyes, he decided to stay silent. Leaning his head back on the sofa, John said coldly, "You seem to think wizards are nothing more than street magicians, playing cheap tricks to fool people." "Wrong," John said calmly. "With just a flick of a wand, a wizard can easily demolish a house or send your car careening off a cliff." Vernon gasped, staring at John with wide eyes. His voice trembled as he asked, "But students aren't allowed to perform magic outside of school, right?" "Yes, and no." John chuckled softly. "It's not unheard of for students to drop out of Hogwarts. Do you think that once a wizard leaves school, they cease to be a wizard?" He stared directly into Vernon's beady eyes, enunciating each word slowly. "Mr. Dursley, I'm not trying to scare you. But you're provoking Harry, pushing him down a path that could turn him into a murderer." Gasp. Vernon's mind buzzed with panic. He had never liked Harry, but he hadn't realized things could be this serious. "Today, if Harry had been less rational, you might not have lived long enough for me to arrive. Life is fragile. Why would you provoke a wizard with such a terrible attitude? You could have been good family to him." At the mention of family, Petunia Dursley squeezed Vernon's hand tightly. Harry was her sister's child. When Voldemort killed Harry's parents, she had lost her sister too. Though she had always envied her sister's magical abilities, Petunia had never considered abandoning Harry. Now, hearing John's words, conflicting emotions surfaced, making her realize the gravity of her actions. Vernon, drenched in cold sweat, was shaken to his core. Yes, when Harry had pointed the wand at him earlier, he had felt as if his heart might stop beating. "That's all I have to say, Mr. Dursley. Sorry for the disturbance." Seeing that they had finally understood the need to change their attitude toward Harry, John stood up and left the Dursley household. On his way back, John once again spotted the large black dog. He sighed internally, "Really? After I just gave you some fish snacks, you're back again." He took out his last fish snacks, placed them on the ground, and fiddled with the now empty tin. "That's it, no more." The big black dog stared at John for a moment before approaching and gobbling up the fish treats. John gave the dog a pat on the head and headed home. Sirius Black, in his animagus form, had observed the scene clearly. This guy was one of Harry's friends, a very good friend. Chewing on the last bits of fish snacks, Sirius mulled over how he could capture the traitor. There was less than a month of summer vacation left. John lightly nudged the crystal ball, and it rolled off the desk and onto the floor. Tom, noticing this, immediately dashed over, attempting to pick up the ball with her mouth. "It seems young wizards are quite enthusiastic, after all," John mused, eyeing the growing pile of letters on his desk, all addressed to the generous Johnny Silverhand. The Little Wizards Foundation, besides covering the cost of Wolfsbane potion for young wizards cursed with lycanthropy until they come of age, still had a large portion of its funds unused. Now, with the Johnny Silverhand store bringing in a steady stream of income from the sales of Lockhart's books and other profitable ventures, the amount of money had grown to a staggering figure. Since the money wouldn't multiply by just sitting there, John decided to use it to boost Johnny Silverhand's reputation. He created a program that offered young wizards the chance to fulfill their dreams. As long as you had a good enough idea, Johnny Silverhand's angel investment would sponsor your startup. This initiative became a huge help to many aspiring wizards who dreamed of starting their own ventures but lacked the initial funding. Letters flooded in from all over the country, addressed to the Johnny Silverhand specialty store. To manage the influx, John set up a dedicated letter-receiving window. Every time Basil flew over to John's house, he carried a large sack of mail. John picked up a letter, and when he saw the address on it, he paused for a moment. Fred and George. What a coincidence, these two dreamers were actually his schoolmates. Knowing their boundless imagination for invention and creativity, John opened the letter with interest. Inside, it was one of the rare instances where the twins were being serious. It seemed they were in real need of this money. A joke shop, huh? That's actually a pretty great idea. John picked up his quill, dipped it in ink, and began writing a reply to the Weasley twins. But even if we're schoolmates, I still need to inspect the goods. Just as he was about to send Basil off with the letter, John remembered that the brothers were currently on vacation in Egypt. Never mind, I'll send it after they return. Setting the letter aside, John continued going through the other mail. Hermione had gone to France and even sent a photo from Paris. John glanced at it. She seemed a bit tanner, but it could just be the camera angle. Looks like Damocles Belby finally came out of his research. Seeing the response from Damocles, John opened the letter and took a quick look. Damocles was indeed very intrigued by the research John had sent him earlier. He had been holed up in his lab ever since, and now that he had made some progress, he was eagerly inviting John to his manor again. John, of course, didn't refuse. Using apparition, he quickly arrived at Belby Manor. He was greeted by the Belby family's house elf, who respectfully led him into the manor. When Damocles finally appeared, John was startled. "Don't drink too many stimulants," John said. Damocles Belby's ears were emitting smoke like a steam train, and heavy dark circles lined his face, as if he hadn't slept properly in months. "John. Come. But even in this state, nothing could dampen Damocles' enthusiasm. He grabbed John's hand, dragging him over to see his research results. "You're an absolute genius. The blood curse, something that's plagued wizards for centuries, and you've come up with a way to break it," Damocles exclaimed, his eyes wide as if they were about to pop out. John looked at his creation, a vial of blood-red potion. "Without an actual blood curse victim to experiment on, I had to rely on principles from the Wolfsbane potion," Damocles explained. If he had known the blood curse himself, Damocles would have likely tried the curse on someone just to test it out. The blood curse is a hereditary curse. It's incredibly dark, and there's no known way to break it, John said as he picked up the blood-red potion, noticing the foul stench emanating from the crimson liquid. "I'm more interested in its hereditary nature," John remarked, putting down the potion and glancing at Damocles. "Magic dies with the caster, but the blood curse isn't bound by that rule." Once Damocles had calmed down, exhaustion hit him like a tidal wave. He yawned widely and, after trying to stay awake for a bit longer, eventually collapsed onto the floor, snoring loudly. John stared at Damocles, who seemed like he was going to sleep for quite a while. As John was about to find a place to wait, a strange light shimmered in his eyes. His vision shifted, transforming into a scene of a dense, ancient forest. A faint, elusive chanting echoed around him, drifting in and out of his awareness. "What's going on?" John's body tensed as the sounds around him gradually morphed into something he could understand. "I'm here." A shadowy figure flickered before his eyes, and John widened his gaze, trying to focus. It felt as if his body was being yanked by an invisible rope, similar to the sensation of traveling through an apparition tunnel. He was pulled backward and upward, farther and farther. Just as he was about to completely leave the strange vision, John caught a glimpse of floating silver threads ahead. Summoning all his strength, he reached out and grabbed one of the silver threads, jerking himself downward. Everything vanished in an instant, and he found himself back in the Belby Manor. Ha! John leaned against the table, panting heavily, trying to steady himself. He focused on his right hand, where a silver thread was still connected, its other end disappearing into the void. What was that? John muttered in confusion. He felt something in his hand and looked down to find a book. On the open page of the book, there was a detailed entry about the blood curse. At the same time, a notification appeared in his mind. His mastery of ancient magic had leveled up. Focusing on his newfound knowledge, John realized that the voice from earlier sounded familiar. As he thought about it, it reminded him of the words in Goblin Forging. Ancient magic, huh? His fingers lightly brushed over the page describing the blood curse, and John's expression shifted with intrigue. That voice, it had been an ancient call, melancholic, and distinctly feminine. Well, no harm in checking it out, he said to himself, gripping the silver thread in his hand tightly. But it seemed that the place it led to wasn't within his country's borders. Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 108, Albania and the Source of Call. The silver thread slipped from John's palm and started pulling in a specific direction. He tightened his grip, and the thread remained still in his hand, though he could feel a faint force tugging at it. It's guiding me, John muttered. After a moment of consideration, he left the Belby estate and apparat. The moment he activated apparition, the pull of the thread in his hand grew stronger. Then John did something incredibly reckless. He didn't complete the apparition. Instead, he let the thread pull him wherever it wanted to go. The sensation was strange, his body being stretched and compressed in all directions. Slowly, he felt himself being drawn into the thread. His body raced through an unknown dimension, enduring the pain of this rapid acceleration. With a loud pop, John finally landed, glowing with a faint silver light. The thread in his hand began to dissolve. He took a look around and said, "For I can say for certain, I've just illegally entered another country, URG. UAC." The wild and untamed surroundings made it clear, this wasn't anywhere in his homeland. The primitive forest surrounded John, emphasizing how remote this place was. It was his first time using apparition for such a long-distance journey, and the intense nausea hit him hard. He gagged, his mouth opening as he dry-heaved a few times. This scene looks exactly like the place I saw before, he muttered. After a while, he recovered. He fixed his gaze on a forked tree. In his earlier vision, this tree had appeared as well. The figure he saw had hidden there before disappearing. Carefully approaching the tree, John's pupils dilated, the blackness in his eyes spreading. In his sight, tiny chaotic particles of magic shimmered on the tree, just a few, scattered here and there. Is this ancient magic, he wondered. Once he was sure there was no immediate danger, John reached out to touch the particles. As soon as his hand made contact, the chaotic particles transformed into a snake, biting his palm. He recoiled quickly, inspecting his hand. A faint, dark wound was left behind, barely noticeable unless examined closely. Highly aggressive, he murmured. After some trial and error, he conjured a small orb of water at his fingertips and wrapped it around the chaotic particles, containing them. Only goblin magic, which is also ancient, can control this, John muttered. 3 drops of water, each encasing one chaotic particle, swirled around his hand. He grabbed one of the orbs and softly whispered, "Point me, point him." It was merely an experiment, but to his surprise, the water droplet in his palm pointed in a specific direction. John followed the direction indicated by the orb, noticing that the underbrush thickened as he progressed. Occasionally, strange magical creatures scurried away, either from the sides or from the trees above. Damn. If Hagrid were here, he'd be thrilled, John thought with amusement. At one point, a red cap attempted to ambush him, aiming for his knees, but John swiftly kicked it away. After some time, the orb in his hand suddenly exploded. Out of magic, he remarked. Picking up the next orb, he repeated the process. By the time the last orb had also burst, John had been walking for nearly another hour. Finally, he saw an exit ahead, a small wooden cabin. Noticing the absence of any light inside, John paused for a moment before casting a disillusionment charm on himself. As he approached the cabin, he heard faint noises coming from within. It sounded like a large snake hissing and flicking its tongue, accompanied by a chilling, sucking noise that made John's skin crawl. Nuggany. The voice made John pause. The last time he'd heard it was in his first year, in the chamber of the Philosopher's Stone. Hoarse, cold, like the feeling of a stone slipping down your spine in the dead of winter. John instinctively gripped his wand tighter and crept closer to the wooden cabin. The cabin, once someone's home, had likely now become a tomb for its previous owner, reduced to little more than bones. Through a crack, John saw him, Voldemort, the Dark Lord who once terrorized the magical world. But now, he was grotesque, an unnatural monstrosity, lying weakly on top of a 12-foot-long serpent, Nagini. Voldemort was surviving on venom, barely clinging to life. He was so weak, so vulnerable, that a single thought crossed John's mind. Kill him. The thought, once there, surged like a flood, unstoppable and overwhelming. He had once defeated Voldemort when he possessed Quirrell. He had beaten Tom Riddle, the student form of the Dark Lord. John thought to himself, perhaps he could kill Voldemort now. Now, perhaps he could alter the entire course of history, change the future of Hogwarts and prevent the many battles to come. Kill him. Kill him, 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 kill him. The thought became unstoppable, flooding John's mind. His eyes locked onto the grotesque figure that was Voldemort. The wand in his hand was ready to unleash a killing curse or fiend fire, to erase the Dark Lord from existence forever. Merlin's first-class order, future White Wizard, the esteemed Johnny Silverhand, savior of the magical world. These visions of the future flickered through his mind. John's heartbeat quickened as he raised his wand, pointing directly at the abomination. Just as he was about to strike, John's vision flashed with colors. Fiend fire. John cast the spell decisively, and crimson flames instantly engulfed the entire wooden cabin form outside. He saw Voldemort's angry roar, and the big snake wanted to get out, but the outside was surrounded by fiend fire. Fiend fire turned into a fire dragon and entered the cabin window. The moment it entered, fiend fire touched a barrier and turned into a green flame snake to devour John. Beads of sweat covered his forehead as John realized his fate. The thoughts flooding his mind vanished instantly. There's an incredibly advanced rebound curse on it. John was filled with fear. If he had actually attacked, the rebound curse would have severely harmed him. At the same time, he realized that his state of mind earlier had been off, much like when Harry had been influenced by the diary. Without making a sound, John retreated, realizing he had almost fallen into the Dark Lord's trap. Luckily, his ability to foresee the future saved him. Otherwise, he might not have walked away from this. Once he had retreated far enough, John fixed his gaze on the small cabin. His pupils darkened as he saw the cabin was flowing with chaotic particles. Could these be related to Voldemort? John couldn't recall Voldemort ever using ancient magic, but given the Dark Lord's talent, it wouldn't be surprising if he had mastered it. As he observed further, he noticed that the chaotic particles were not coming from Voldemort but were instead emanating from the snake. Nagini. After muttering the snake's name, some fog cleared from his mind. I somehow remember it was destroyed by Neville as a Horcrux later. Staring at the giant snake, John suddenly heard a voice in his ear. I'm here, save me. The voice was sorrowful, filled with pain and sadness. John looked in surprise at the large snake, which showed no signs of anything unusual. The voice seemed to be coming from inside the snake, as if someone was trapped within. Voldemort's magic, or John recalled that it was after touching the book on the blood curse that he first heard the call. He glanced at the giant snake. Could it be that this was a victim of the blood curse, transformed into a cursed serpent? The blood curse could turn a person into a snake, granting them a power similar to that of an animagus, but with the risk of being consumed by that very power. If his guess was correct, the snake's original form should be human. The blood curse was ancient, and it seemed to align with the characteristics of ancient magic. So, you were the one calling me here. John gazed at the serpent, falling deep into thought. This snake was destined to become one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, or perhaps it already was. Under such circumstances, taking the snake away seemed to be filled with challenges. Should I go back and get help? As soon as the thought occurred, John immediately dismissed it. He had no idea where he was, and if he left, it would likely be difficult to return. Right now, he was all alone, and across from him was the formidable Voldemort. The chances looked slim. It's not my style to let such a rare piece of ancient magic material slip through my fingers. John was torn. The system hadn't issued any specific task, and he wasn't sure whether to take the risk or not. Okay. Judging from the earlier magical summons, this giant snake probably goes out to hunt or to carry out tasks for Voldemort. Once it leaves, things will be much easier. In a word, he decided to wait. Since he couldn't make a move against Voldemort, his only option was to bide his time, waiting until Nagini left the hut. If it doesn't leave within a week, I'll just bail. Setting himself a time limit, John began his long wait. Fortunately, he had brought along his small pouch, packed with snacks like dried fish, originally meant for feeding owls but now doubling as his rations. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 109, Capturing the Big Snake in Conversation. Time is a strange thing, it slips away unnoticed, yet sometimes, it feels incredibly slow. After 3 days, John was starting to lose patience. During these days, he constantly had the urge to rush over to the small hut and cast fiendfire or a blasting curse. It was as if something had crawled into his brain, persistently pushing him to go in and cast a spell. This is really getting annoying. Annoyed, John pouted and distracted himself with studying to stave off the restlessness. He pulled out his book on runes, occasionally casting a disillusionment charm on himself. Finally, on the 6th day, he saw the giant snake slither out. His eyes locked onto the snake as it left the small hut. This distance isn't enough. Estimating the distance, John needed to be within 10 steps of the snake to launch an attack. He also had to make sure he was far enough from the hut to avoid triggering the rebound curse inside. Tapping his wand against a tree trunk, John cast a supersensory charm, expanding his awareness to 100 meters. Nothing, not even the slightest rustle, would escape his attention now. Silently, he waited for the snake to move far enough from the hut's range. Chaotic colored particles fell wherever the snake passed, but these particles didn't last long, most of them staying within the snake's body. Mist. John opened his right hand, puffed up his cheeks, and blew out a breath. A thin, misty fog, like the haze after rain, silently rose in the forest. This was mist magic. Hidden within the fog, John used his supersensory charm, allowing him to track the snake's position clearly, even without sight. He took to the air, silently flying above the snake. Even in the mist, the snake was quite familiar with the path it had traveled hundreds of times. It snapped up a lost rabbit, swallowing it whole, fur and all. So brutal, nothing like that delicate, sorrowful voice I heard before. Seeing the snake's savage behavior, John couldn't connect it with the soft, weak, and pitiful voice from earlier. Continuing to follow the snake, they arrived at the three-pronged tree where John had first come. Along the way, the snake devoured small animals, and even a red cap wasn't spared. It occasionally let out hissing sounds, but without Parseltongue, John had no idea what it was saying. This spot should do. John calculated the distance. Even if Voldemort noticed and rushed over, he wouldn't make it in time. John silently took out a pair of anti-curse gloves from his small pouch and put them on. Then, he retrieved a bottle of black powder. This powder, as it happened, had been a gift from Quirrell, back when he had tried to convince John to fully become a Death Eater, by sawing off the horn of a unicorn. For a pure creature like a unicorn, any persecution would trigger a powerful curse throughout its body. Drinking the blood of a unicorn could help one cling to life, while its horn could put anything into a deep sleep. Carefully, John sprinkled a bit of the powder onto the snake, using wind magic to direct it gently over Nagini. The black powder was nearly invisible. Without the benefit of enhanced perception, it would have gone unnoticed. As the wind-borne powder touched the snake, inside the wooden cabin, the deformed Voldemort suddenly opened his eyes. Someone has discovered Nagini. No. Avada Kedavra. Voldemort realized that Nagini had fallen into a deep sleep and immediately used what little magic he had left to cast a curse. John glanced in the direction of the wooden cabin. The curse shot toward him like a laser, sending a chill down his spine. In the blink of an eye, he dove down to the now sleeping snake. Grabbing Nagini by the tail, John swiftly performed apparition. The two figures, tangled together, vanished with a loud crack, disappearing just before the deadly curse struck. The forest ground cracked open, and Voldemort's strike completely altered the landscape in that area. Yet, despite his power, Voldemort still failed to stop John. Inside the cabin, Voldemort let out a furious roar, and any animal that heard the sound instantly had its life snuffed out. Outside the Belby Manor. Crack! With a loud bang, a large snake was tossed to the ground. John looked pale. His apparition skill was only at level 2, and making such a long-distance trip while carrying a snake had thoroughly exhausted him. As he escaped, he also heard Voldemort scream. That voice struck his very soul, as if it was trying to crush his mind. Ha! Motherfucker. No wonder he's the second-generation Dark Lord. Even without a wand, he's still incredibly dangerous. John's expression was full of apprehension as he thought about Tom Riddle. Even as a fifth-year student, the young Voldemort had already displayed the power of an aura. It was hard for him to imagine just how powerful Voldemort had been at his peak. Perhaps, if not for Dumbledore, Voldemort might have already taken over the magical world. After narrowly escaping death, John's heart was racing, despite having faced Voldemort a few times before. Grabbing the snake by the tail, he dragged it toward the Belby Manor. Damocles Belby was still a bit frustrated. He had only taken a nap, and when he woke up, John had disappeared. They were supposed to achieve success together. What if John took all the credit and ran off? The thought made Damocles panic a little. To him, losing honor was worse than death. Better act fast, get the results out there first, so he can't steal the spotlight. Damocles' blood magic potion hadn't been tested yet, but to protect his own glory, he began writing letters. After several revisions, just as he was about to send out his results, John returned. Mr. Belby, is there a dungeon or something around here? Preferably one with warding spells. Ah, John. Oh Merlin, you nearly killed me. John looked quite strange at the moment. His hair was tangled with grass and leaves, and although it hadn't rained, his clothes were damp with dew. But most of all, the odd thing was what he was dragging, a 12-foot-long snake, its condition unknown, being hauled into the manor. Wait, John, what's going on? Belby was so surprised he forgot all about the letter in his hand. He watched as John, who had abruptly left, returned, and he wanted to question him about where he had been. But John gave him no chance, so Damocles swallowed his curiosity and led him to the Belby family dungeon. John tossed the massive snake inside and reinforced the dungeon with protective barrier magic. Damocles was utterly confused by what he was seeing. Phew, finally done. Now we have the material for our experiment, John said, wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead. He glanced at Damocles, who was dressed in a cloak, holding a fancy cane, and apparently about to head out. Are you going somewhere? John asked, puzzled. It's not urgent, Damocles mumbled nervously as he tucked the letter away. Suddenly, what John had said earlier dawned on him. Wait, did you just say, experiment material? John casually nodded while asking a house elf to prepare a cup of thick, sweet hot chocolate. It's a victim of the blood curse. What? Damocles' initial plan to question John was immediately forgotten. His eyes lit up as if he had just struck gold. Without any fear of the slumbering snake, he rushed into the dungeon. He began eagerly examining the snake from head to tail, as if trying to uncover all the secrets of this rare blood curse victim. I suspect that this blood-cursed person has already transformed, but it seems that some part of her soul still remains intact. We might be able to start from there, John explained. Taking the steaming cup of hot chocolate from the respectful house elf, John took a sip. The overly sweet taste would have been unappealing to him before, but now he drank it in large gulps without hesitation. As the warm hot chocolate flowed down his throat, John's pale complexion finally began to improve. Why is this snake still asleep? Damocles Belby noticed something odd. Despite all the noise and commotion, the snake showed no signs of waking up. Gulp, much better am. John quickly finished the rich, sweet chocolate and nonchalantly replied, Oh, I used a method similar to the sleeping charm. It'll probably stay asleep for a few months. A few months? Damocles asked suspiciously. John coughed awkwardly. Well, maybe 2 or 3 months. You must have cast the sleeping charm on it dozens of times. Damocles exclaimed in shock. Even a dragon would fall into an eternal slumber with that many sleeping charms cast on it. This was John's first time using black unicorn powder, so it was understandable that he hadn't been able to control the dosage perfectly. He defended himself, saying, It works out perfectly. This way, we can test it thoroughly. Damocles thought about it and agreed. Considering the size of this snake, it was certainly no docile creature. Testing it while it was unconscious would likely be much easier. Seeing that Damocles was convinced, John let out a small sigh of relief. At that moment, a thin strand of silver light floated in front of John's eyes. He was momentarily stunned, noticing that the strand was connected to the snake's body. As he reached out to touch it, that same sorrowful, gentle voice echoed in his mind once again. "Help me, end my suffering." The sorrowful voice seemed filled with despair. John paused, thinking for a moment before trying to respond in his mind, "I'm working on it." His voice traveled through the silver thread and into the snake's body. The owner of the voice seemed to hear him. Her voice trembled with disbelief. "You can hear me?" "Yes, I can. So please, don't give up. I'm trying to help you break free from this curse." John's voice softened, realizing that the snake's deep sleep must have allowed this voice to emerge. Each blood-cursed creature was a tragedy, a victim of fate, burdened with a destiny they hadn't deserved. With a solemn tone, John said, "Trust me." Those two words, though spoken by a young voice, carried an innate sense of trustworthiness. Nagini's nearly shattered soul seemed to stir with a newfound strength, and she spoke again. "Who are you?" "They call me Wick, John Wick." As soon as the words left his lips, the silver thread in his hand disintegrated and drifted back toward the snake, ending their conversation. John stared at the scattered silver light in his hand, like a fragment of a broken soul. Ethereal, beautiful, and tragic. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 110, The Road to Redemption. Ding, task triggered, Path of Redemption. Reward, +1 AP, Blessing, Soul Walker. The system triggered a redemption task for breaking this blood curse. This made John even more invested in the matter. August 21st, add in some fire ash snake eggs, let's test the blood curse potion this time. Although John knew breaking an ancient curse wouldn't be easy, he hadn't expected it to be this difficult. John casually tossed his coat to a house elf, while Belby downed a stimulant potion, smoke coming out of his ears, turning black in color. The two of them administered the modified blood curse potion to the slumbering giant snake. Under their hopeful gazes, nothing changed. Failed again. Belby, exhausted, slumped into a chair, his usual sense of etiquette and grace nowhere to be seen. Scratching his ever-diminishing hair, he pulled out a quill and crossed off this formula from his parchment. John took a large swig of thick, sweet hot chocolate, the fatigue on his face evident. It's not just the physical body. The patient's soul has been eroded as well. Targeting the soul, huh? John, dealing with the soul is taboo. Hearing John's speculation, Belby lifted his head and stared intently at him, his expression serious and solemn. Throughout history, those mad dark wizards who pursued soul research, every single one of them was utterly evil, and none of them met a good end. "I know, Mr. Belby. You should understand that this isn't something easy," John replied, rubbing his tired brow. He calmly said, "I've always believed there's no such thing as evil magic, only evil wizards. I just don't want you to take the wrong path." "We're partners, and we're friends," Damocles Belby said, struggling to stand. His already thin frame now looked even more emaciated, as if only skin and bones were left. He took the key down from the wall, and the barrier in the dungeon reappeared. John left the dungeon as the sun was setting, marking the end of another day. I think from now on, I won't be able to accompany you anymore, my friend," John said. The start of the school term was fast approaching, and aside from the books Hagrid had sent him, John hadn't bought anything else. These past few days, he kept seeing the silver thread, which only he could see. He had asked Belby about it, but the latter said he saw nothing. He even tried to touch it, but the silver light simply passed through his hand. This led Damocles to suspect that John might be deceiving him. It seems that only those who have learned ancient magic can see it, John mused. He had been communicating with the soul within the snake and had learned her name. What a vicious curse, changing the body, transforming the species, eroding the soul. A chill ran down his spine. The person who invented this curse was both a genius and utterly evil. It felt as if he were playing a game of chess, with an ancient entity on the other side, and defeating this unsolvable curse seemed nearly impossible. Nagini won't last much longer. I should find something to strengthen her soul. Nagini's soul was becoming more and more fragmented, and John wasn't sure if she could make it through the year. He needed something that could heal her soul. When it came to the soul, John thought of the unicorn's horn. Perhaps the unicorn, which could also unleash powerful curses, might be of help. I'll give it a try. He sighed deeply. John had grown more and more familiar with Nagini. He had come to learn about Nagini's tragic background. She was indeed a pitiful soul. The blood curse had been inherited from her mother, and she had grown up in a circus. After leaving Belby Manor, John returned home and collapsed into bed. Even just 2 hours of sleep would suffice due to his skill, but mentally, John still chose to stay in bed a little longer. The next day, John woke up unusually late, nearly at noon. He habitually picked up a copy of the Daily Prophet, which reported that Sirius Black was still on the run. Rita Skeeter had used her usual flair, writing extensively about the matter. She criticized the Azkaban guards for their negligence and inefficiency, then praised the Aurors for their tireless efforts. Her writing, every time I read it, it's like drinking the most bitter coffee. Instantly wakes you up, John remarked, admiring her skill. Rita wasn't just making noise for no reason. Only by being loud enough would people recognize your achievements. Since Rufus Scrimgeour was now part of his network, John wasn't stingy about offering support. This situation had indeed given Rufus Scrimgeour a chance to shine. He had done multiple interviews, stating that he would capture Sirius Black as quickly as possible, and in critical moments, wouldn't hesitate to take more severe actions. Scrimgeour's tough stance had quickly earned him public favor. Compared to the ever-ineffective Fudge, people preferred to see this hardened Auror's interviews. After tidying up his appearance, John glanced at his wand. Thinking it over, he decided to change his mode of travel for the day. Stepping out of his house, he raised his wand toward the street. Soon, a bright purple triple-decker bus zoomed to a stop in front of John. After paying the fare, John boarded the bus. The bus weaved rapidly through the streets, both wide avenues and narrow alleyways. As long as it was a road, the bus could squeeze through. This creation has more features than Mr. Weasley's car, John mused as he habitually inspected the vehicle, figuring it had been enchanted with quite a few spells. But UG. The only problem was that the ride wasn't very stable. Brass bed frames wobbled everywhere, and a wizard trying to drink water ended up getting splashed in the face. At least it wasn't piping hot sweet chocolate, or his face might have gotten a free mask treatment. Arriving at the leaky cauldron, John made his way into Diagon Alley. As usual, it was bustling with activity. The long cobblestone streets were lined with wizard shops. Some of the buildings were crooked, and in the Muggle world, they'd definitely be considered dangerous structures. Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor was booming with business, and they had just launched a new mysterious flavor, tomato and scrambled eggs ice cream. John pondered for a moment but didn't dare to try it. However, it seemed the customers trying it were mostly older wizards. Perhaps younger people weren't fans of the taste. There were a few young wizards, though, and John noticed a few of them sporting Hufflepuff ties. Passing by the quality Quidditch supplies shop, John noticed a brand new broom on display, the Firebolt. It was currently the fastest flying broom available, with no price listed, only offering negotiation. With next year's Quidditch World Cup approaching, the timing of the Firebolt's release was cunning, to say the least. The shopkeeper was proudly announcing that Ireland's national team had already placed an order for 7 of them. John couldn't help but consider getting into the broom-selling business himself, it seemed absurdly profitable. In the crowd, he spotted a familiar head, but before he could approach, the person disappeared again. Upon reaching Flourish and Blots, John saw a large banner advertising a new book titled Swinging a Great Sword at Hogwarts, prominently displayed in the most eye-catching spot. A note was stuck to the bookshelf. Anyone who purchased the entire set of Gilderoy Lockhart's books would receive an additional signed photograph. Some witches, who already owned the earlier books in the series, immediately pulled out their money again upon hearing about the photo, just for the signed picture. John grinned at the sight. Buy, the more you buy, the happier I am. After watching the frenzy for a bit, he stepped inside to purchase his schoolbooks. Through the glass near the entrance, he noticed a shop assistant standing next to a large iron cage, looking utterly dejected. The shop assistant glared viciously at every wizard passing by. Whenever a young student approached, he would let out a pained groan, "No, not again." John glanced at the cage where copies of the Monster Book of Monsters were biting and tearing into each other. He gave the unfortunate assistant a sympathetic look. Hagrid had certainly chosen a bizarre book. The shop assistant probably never wanted to see these books again. Thankfully, Hagrid had already sent John a copy, so he purchased the rest of his required schoolbooks. The textbook for divination was one he conveniently picked up when he bought his crystal ball earlier. After gathering all the necessary materials, John stepped outside and once again spotted that familiar head being jostled around in the crowd. Poor Harry, hopefully, he grows taller someday, John thought sympathetically, watching Harry get pushed around. By sheer bad luck, Harry stumbled into the event taking place at Flourish and Blots. John still needed to order new robes since his current ones had become a bit short, he had grown quite a bit recently. After picking up his robes, he passed by a shop window displaying a large glass sphere with a beautifully crafted, moving model of a galaxy inside. He stared at it for a moment, rubbing his chin. Hermione's birthday is coming up soon. She might like this as a gift. Glancing at the price tag, John sighed, expensive. Even though he was Johnny Silverhand, and wasn't short on money at all, he still felt the need to grumble. "Hello, pack this one for me." After purchasing it, he left Diagon Alley and used apparition to return home. There were still 10 days left until school started. Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 111, Ice Cream and the Kidnapping. Many thanks to Corrupt Zane, JJJJ, Dever, Bonk_there_it_eyes, Missing, Marty Rosetta, and Eileen de la Cruz for their patronage. Heartsuit. The powdered unicorn horn, known for its ability to heal the soul, was made into a potion by John and given to the large snake. When he connected with Nagini again, she sounded much better. Thank you, I feel so much better, Nagini said, her voice no longer filled with sorrow. For the first time, she wasn't crying out with no one to respond. John nodded and said, hearing that you're okay puts my mind at ease. Nagini, now lively again, chatted with John, her tone much more cheerful. I can't believe I'm able to talk to someone normally again. Usually, it takes control. It. John caught onto the key detail and asked, who is it? The blood curse. It controls my body and pushes my soul into a corner. The blood curse had its own consciousness. John felt puzzled but continued talking with Nagini. Gradually, he learned more about the blood curse. It was like an infant. Initially, it couldn't affect the host much. But over time, the curse would gradually grow stronger. And it was during this period that the host would begin to transform into a blood-cursed beast. Once the blood curse fully matures, it completely takes over the host's body, leaving the host's original soul pushed so far into the corner that it no longer has any control. This blood curse, it has a soul of its own. John frowned. This soul wasn't ordinary, it was intricately linked to Nagini's, almost as if they were the same being. Or, more accurately, it could be called an evil spirit. A spell that targets the soul. Muttering to himself, John looked at the snake's body. By treating Nagini, he had also inadvertently treated the blood curse. So, break it to rebuild. A gleam appeared in John's eyes. Since the curse was attached to the soul, he would have to sever the soul itself. The process would be excruciatingly painful. Even John wasn't sure if he could endure it. If removing Fenrir's arm was like cutting, then Nagini's case would be more akin to ripping the soul apart. The pain would be unbearable, and any slight mistake could result in the soul disintegrating. I need to be fully prepared. Taking a deep breath, John had found a breakthrough, but the process ahead was no less daunting. To break the blood curse, John needed both the blood curse potion and his soul surgery to happen simultaneously. The blood curse is like a permanent transfiguration, if I use the animagus method. A light began to flicker in John's eyes as he thought of another form of transformation, animagus. Although it was a form of transfiguration, it required a specific ritual combined with potions. I'll need to look through the records at Hogwarts to see if there's anything about it. Okay. The silver thread in his hand shattered, ending the conversation once again. John began to look forward to the start of the school year. August 31st. There was only one day left until the new school term. John made his way to Diagon Alley. He couldn't handle his dad any longer. Watson Wick had been pestering John to transfigure a cooking rat for him, clearly having watched Ratatouille one too many times. He even attempted to make Tom the cooking dog king, never mind the fact that Tom's paws were barely capable of holding anything, let alone cooking. That would be a medical miracle. In order to ensure Tom could grow into a proper dog, John chose to leave a day earlier. To avoid any more outrageous requests from his dad, John decided to leave. He really wanted to tell Watson, I'm just a wizard. Some of these requests you're making, God himself would want to smack you. Taking the night bus again, John arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. After paying for his stay, he noticed Tom, his dog, looking a bit downcast. What's wrong, buddy? Are you missing Blackie? Seeing his dog, John knew instantly it was missing the black dog of the street. Patting Tom's head, John comforted her, you're still too young. Those stray dogs out there are street smart. Aside from bossing around Fong, you're not much of anything yet. Tom. Are you sure this is supposed to be comforting? Depressed and questioning her life as a dog, Tom perked up the moment Basil the owl flew out of its cage and eagerly chased after it, trying to lick its feathers off. Classic simp behavior, John sighed. With that, he decided to head out for a stroll, not for any other reason but to try the tomato and scrambled egg flavored ice cream and see if it was the real deal. I heard there's even a mapo tofu flavor, John mused, curious about how in the world they turned such Asian things into ice cream. He headed towards Diagon Alley. Last time, Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor was booming with customers, but today it was much quieter. Most likely, the crowd had been scared off by those experimental flavors. As John approached, he noticed a dark-skinned girl who looked vaguely familiar. The girl saw him and shouted in delight, John. This voice. Blinking, John watched as the girl smiled, revealing two prominent front teeth. Hermione. Why are you so tanned? The trio was all there, and they'd already bought their school supplies. John greeted them, then noticed how effortlessly Hermione was carrying an enormous stack of books. He couldn't help but wonder if she'd been secretly working out. Hermione lifted her chin proudly and said, I went to France too. I know, but did you go for a tanning session? Even Ron, who just came back from Egypt, isn't as chocolatey as you. This earned him a sharp glare from Hermione. Scratching his head, John turned to Ron. Ron was still carrying scabbers. Even though Mr. Weasley had planned to use his lottery winnings to buy Ron a new wand, they realized that the one John had made suited him perfectly. Not only that, even Ollivander himself had high praise for the wand John made. This saved the Weasley family quite a bit of money. As the group gathered, they inevitably started discussing Harry's latest achievement. Ron laughed heartily about the incident with Aunt Marge inflating like a balloon, while Hermione was more aware of the seriousness of it. Harry, too, realized how lucky he was not to be expelled. At the same time, he silently grumbled to himself, thinking how John had made it sound like no big deal, leaving him to believe it wasn't anything serious. Hermione's birthday was coming up, and her parents had given her 10 galleons as a birthday gift. She planned to use it to buy an owl, just like Harry's Hedwig, Ron's Errol, and John's Basil. Ron also needed to get some medicine for Scabbers, who had been looking unwell. The trio quickly agreed they could all go to the magical creatures shop together. Meanwhile, John shrugged and said, I'm still waiting for my ice cream. Harry swallowed nervously, his entire body practically screaming, no, as he asked, John, are you really going to try it? John nodded confidently. You've got to be brave enough to try new things. UG. Yeah. The trio exchanged glances, hoping John would survive the ordeal, and then they headed off to the magical creatures shop. John waited for a while, and soon, 3 different flavors of ice cream were brought to him. He took a bite of the tomato and scrambled egg flavor, which had a tangy kick, and his expression showed surprise. Oh. It seems not as bad as I thought. Unconvinced, he took another bite. John found that the taste wasn't entirely unbearable. Next, he turned his attention to the mapo tofu flavor. With the previous ice cream setting his expectations higher, John was now full of confidence. He took a big spoonful and popped it into his mouth. Then. Fuck you, strawberry mapo tofu, die. He threw away the mapo tofu flavor with a constipated look on his face, and he was very disappointed. The final flavor, honeydew melon, was John's last hope of salvation. After finishing the battle, John decided that he couldn't suffer alone. In a fit of frustration, he bought 10 of each flavor. No one was escaping this madness. Stuffing the cursed ice cream into his small bag with a freezing charm to keep them cold, John returned to the leaky cauldron, only to be immediately blocked by 2 people. John, you're just in time. We've got a deal for you. A very lucrative one. You're coming with us. The way they spoke in tandem made it clear without needing to think, it was the Weasley twins, Fred and George. John had barely left Diagon Alley when he was kidnapped by the 2 and brought back. He felt his feet lift off the ground, and his IQ seemed to have taken a nosedive. John naturally didn't use his strength to fight. Wait, where are you taking me? He noticed the twins were passing by Gringotts, heading further into the depths. If they kept going, they'd end up in Knockturn Alley. Treating me like this, you're not exactly respecting the king of Knockturn Alley here. Fred and George said nothing, just carried John all the way to a familiar shop front. They wore mischievous grins. We received a letter. Angel investor from Silverhand. A brilliant idea. A product. And a qualified little genius. Their intentions were now clear. Fred and George spoke in unison, and that genius is you. John understood. They wanted him to interview with Silverhand Angel Investment. The Weasley twins knew of John's high level of alchemical skills, so they thought of him. This made John feel very strange. An interview with Silverhand Angel Investment. Interviewing myself. You 2 are only in your 5th year, and you're already thinking of starting a business. So, Hogwarts' 5th year is a threshold, huh? Voldemort made a Horcrux in his 5th year, and now you 2 are starting your first business venture. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 112, Flat-Faced Cat and the Start of School. Mundungus, ever since being warned, no longer dared to act as cocky as before. Having witnessed the extreme and wicked magical methods of Mr. Johnny Silverhand, Mundungus felt no desire to resist. The person in charge of the Little Werewolf Wizards Fund had also changed from Mundungus to Tommy. John felt quite helpless about this arrangement. He really needed to find someone with a business mind. For now, Tommy would have to do. The Johnny Silverhand specialty shop added a service window for Silverhand Angel Investments. Tommy sat at the window, his head aching from dealing with wizards who were constantly coming and going, claiming to have brilliant ideas. Tommy felt like he was nothing more than a display piece at an exhibition, being ogled by everyone. John was forcibly seated at the window by the Weasley twins. Seeing this, Tommy immediately knew that yet another wizard with big dreams had come. He casually glanced up, but couldn't stop his jaw from dropping. How can boss come here in his real identity? What if someone sees his face? We're here to apply for Silverhand Angel investment. All we need is 100 galleons. The Weasley twins, standing on either side of John, proudly patted his shoulders. John's face was full of awkwardness. Tommy snapped out of his shock, his expression turning strange as he asked, 100 galleons. The Weasley twins, thinking Silverhand Angel Investments found the sum too high, were blissfully unaware that Tommy was already questioning his very existence. You came here with my boss like this, and you're only asking for 100 galleons. Do you look down on my boss, or are you completely unaware of Johnny Silverhand's assets? Seeing Tommy's expression, John quickly chimed in, as you can see, we're just Hogwarts students with big dreams. We'll have to attend school soon, so our deliveries will be made through all post. John frantically gave Tommy looks, desperate to shake off the twins. Gulp. Tommy understood immediately and, with a serious face, cleared his throat and said, in that case, this amount seems quite reasonable. I'll post. John, you're a genius. I knew bringing you along was the right choice. We could collaborate and sell at school. The Weasley twins lit up with excitement at John's idea. Right, why hadn't they thought of that? John Wick, the undisputed top student in his year, always had the best ideas, whether it was power or clever strategies. John shot another glance at Tommy. Understanding the signal, Tommy nodded discreetly, pulled out a form, and with a friendly smile said, all right then, let's plan out your future business model in detail. We'll give you an answer as soon as possible. The Weasley twins cheered and immediately handed the form over to John. John was momentarily stunned. Wait, who's opening the store here, me or you? The form was his own design, detailing the future business plan with short-term goals for 1 year, long-term objectives for 3 years, projected revenue, and a focus on core products and target markets. It was a comprehensive strategy that every shop should have, and also served to weed out wizards trying to scam investors. Now, with the form shoved into his hands, John's face darkened. Are they really treating me like a workhorse? He stuffed the parchment back into Fred's hands, saying meaningfully, this is your idea. No one knows it better than you two. Checking the time, John realized he still hadn't fed Tom. The Weasley twins agreed with John's point and thanked him, carefully storing the form. Their mother, Mrs. Weasley, had always wanted them to work at the ministry like their father. But for the energetic pair, that would be a living hell. That's why they wanted to open a joke shop. The 100 galleons was just the startup money, and after graduation, they planned to really launch the business. Really? This was possible because of your thinking at the time. I've heard there are some new ice creams. Let's go. Listening to them, the unpleasant memory resurfaced, making him shudder. New ice creams. No. I mean, Tom is hungry and you two don't need to thank me for this. Politely declining the twins' offer to treat him to some new flavored ice cream, John returned to the leaky cauldron. Tom, the dog, was munching away at her food, while Basil, the owl, still perched on a high spot, half asleep, or at least pretending to be. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the room next door. It was probably some unfortunate Hogwarts student who had opened the monster book of monsters. The entire Weasley family was staying at the leaky cauldron. Initially, John had been quite dismissive of the place, thinking it was dirty and chaotic. But to his surprise, the rooms inside were actually quite clean. As he walked out, intending to grab a bite to eat, he bumped into Mr. Weasley. John Wick, thank you for helping Harry and the others, Mr. Weasley said, shaking John's hand. He was referring to the events of their second year. Before John could reply, Molly Weasley, with her motherly warmth, came over and hugged him. One tall and thin, the other short and plump, this perfect, strict mother, kind father duo managed to keep all 7 Weasley children in line. Dear, you must be hungry. We've got freshly baked pies coming right up, Molly said affectionately. John, feeling a bit flattered by their warmth, realized he was now getting the same treatment Harry always received from the Weasleys. Sitting at the dining table, John noticed Hermione and Ron arguing. The cause? Hermione's new pet, Crookshanks, had been eyeing Scabbers in a way that made Ron furious. The two were bickering like an old married couple. John's attention shifted to Crookshanks, who was nestled in Hermione's arms. The cat's face looked squished, like a squashed persimmon, with a fierce and gloomy expression. Its ginger fur was fluffy and soft, making it look oddly pinchable. John and Crookshanks stared at each other for a moment. Quietly, John took out a dried fish snack and tossed it toward Crookshanks. The cat skillfully caught it in midair with its mouth. Damn. John pulled out another snack and threw it again. Heh. Crookshanks, clearly no ordinary cat, caught it with the same precision. John suspected there was some magical creature lineage in the cat, given how clever it seemed. At dinner, John noticed Percy Weasley, proudly wearing his head boy badge everywhere he went since being appointed. The Weasley twins loved to tease him, and even Harry and Ron thought Percy was starting to resemble a typical ministry official. "Ah. John, it's great to see you here," Percy greeted him with a wide smile. "Eh?" The Weasley twins were flabbergasted. Percy, who was usually so stiff and formal, was smiling at a Slytherin. It felt like they'd seen a ghost. John nodded, taking a bite of his meat pie. He smiled and said, "Congratulations on becoming head boy." "It wouldn't have been possible without your help," Percy replied. The two exchanged a knowing glance, hinting at some hidden secret. The twins murmured among themselves, while Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged confused looks. None of them knew what kind of help John had provided Percy. After dinner, John returned to his room. From outside, he heard angry voices. Listening closely, he realized it was Percy shouting. John stepped outside and saw Harry coming out as well. Percy's head boy badge was missing, and he was loudly interrogating Ron about it. Ron, looking aggrieved, insisted he had no idea who took it, and now the medicine he bought for Scabbers had also disappeared. Seeing the commotion, Harry quickly offered to go downstairs to fetch more medicine. John watched the scene unfold, and he figured it was most likely the twins' doing. After all, who else but Fred and George would dare mess with Percy? The glass ball he bought was forgotten downstairs, and John went downstairs to get it. When he reached the lower floor, he noticed Harry standing suspiciously outside a private room, leaning close as if eavesdropping. "Oh! Who would have thought the famous savior had such a hobby?" John remarked quietly to himself. "You really can't judge a book by its cover," he thought. Who knew that someone as seemingly upright as Harry would be listening to the noises of the married couple? John grabbed his glass ball, and just as he turned around, he saw Harry darting behind the bar, trying to hide. The Weasley couple emerged from the room, and when they saw John, Arthur Weasley looked a bit uneasy as he greeted him. After they left, John glanced at the bar and said nonchalantly, "Harry, what are you doing?" Harry looked conflicted, torn about what he had just overheard. He had been listening in on the Weasleys' conversation, and from what he gathered, the escaped prisoner Sirius Black seemed to have a target, him. The Weasleys were worried Harry would be terrified if he found out. Harry clenched his fist defiantly, refusing to be afraid of Sirius Black. At the same time, he finally understood why the Ministry of Magic hadn't punished him. On the contrary, Minister Fudge had personally come to check on him. It turns out the minister was just relieved Harry was still alive. Sitting on the bar stool, Harry muttered gloomily, "John, do people really see me as that much of a coward?" Mrs. Weasley was worried the truth would scare him, and Mr. Weasley feared he'd act impulsively. Eh. John looked at the moody savior of the wizarding world, and couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. However, he patiently replied, "All right, if you're willing to tell me what gave you that impression, I can give you an answer." Harry explained that Sirius Black had gone missing from Azkaban and might have broken out specifically to come after him. John stroked his chin thoughtfully. With Harry's luck, it wouldn't be surprising if he did cross paths with Sirius at some point. Still, Mrs. Weasley wasn't entirely wrong. With Dumbledore at Hogwarts, even Voldemort would have to think twice before making a move. Looking at the worried Harry, John calmly said, "Stop scaring yourself. Whether you know about this or not, it won't change anything." Harry considered this and realized John was right. The important thing now was that Sirius needed to be caught. The Ministry had sent out Aurors, and Azkaban had dispatched guards. With so many people after him, there was no way Sirius Black could reach Hogwarts. Feeling a little more at ease, Harry went into the room where the Weasleys had been earlier and retrieved the medicine for Scabbers. The two went upstairs and saw the twins once again pranking Percy, turning his head boy badge into a giant head. Since this wasn't the first time the twins had done something like this, John just returned to his room to rest. The next morning, they prepared to head to the station. John originally wanted to apparate there, but it wasn't convenient with so many people around. He reluctantly accepted Mr. Weasley's invitation to join them. John saw at a glance that the wizard driving the car was an Auror. The other party was capable and always alert. Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 113, Dementors and Albatross. Many thanks to Ana Carolina Hernandez for becoming a patron. Heartsuit. These ministry people were there to protect Harry, and for once, John got to enjoy the privilege of having a ministry escort clear the way. Upon arriving at the station, Mr. Weasley didn't relax. He stayed close to Harry as they entered platform 9 3/4. John walked in with Percy, chatting along the way. "This year feels like another unsettled one," Percy said, now speaking with an official tone befitting his new head boy status. He lowered his voice and added, "And somehow, all of this always seems to involve Harry." Percy had hit the nail on the head. John nodded in agreement and glanced at the visible ministry personnel stationed around the platform. He calmly replied, "We can't let our guard down, not even on the train. Great minds think alike." Percy and John got on the train and walked in different directions. Prefects and head boy have special carriages, and they need to move around frequently to maintain order. Just as John was about to head to his compartment, the Weasley twins approached from behind. George dramatically asked, "What did His Excellency Percy say to you?" Fred pointed to his head, shaking it as if to suggest Percy had lost it. Maybe he's trying to recruit John to his little empire. John, looking at the two troublemakers clearly plotting something, sighed helplessly. "Looks like you guys need something from me again." Without hesitation, the twins each took one of John's arms and carried him off to a compartment with practiced ease. Inside, they found Gryffindor's Lee Jordan, who had a pet tarantula with him. "Hey, we can't just prank Slytherins here." Lee Jordan, seeing the twins dragging someone into the compartment, shouted in protest. "Shut up, Lee Jordan," the twins snapped, squeezing John between them, one on each side. John was confused. After returning last night, the twins had already sent their future business plan to Johnny Silverhand, and he had approved it. So why were they coming to him now, looking like they needed help again? With excited gleams in their eyes, George stared at John and grinned. "John, the idea of owl delivery is really pure genius." Fred, with a mischievous smile, added, "If you could give us the specifics on how to execute it, you'd truly be the smartest Slytherin." Ah, so the two were still hung up on the owl delivery plan. John smirked and said, "What's in it for me?" He wasn't about to give away his ideas for free. Honestly, with the Weasley twins' intelligence, just hearing the name should have been enough for them to figure out how to run it at school. But the two had come to John because they wanted to offer something in return. "What's in it for you?" Fred raised an eyebrow. "We can share the profits with you," George continued. "Whether it's the funds or pranks," the twins said, this time with uncharacteristic seriousness. Their mischievous smiles remained, but there was a sense of earnestness behind them. John thought about it. While the twins weren't top students, their alchemy skills were very good. Maybe they inherited it from their father who made the flying car. Too bad he didn't pursue that area and became a ministry employee. The twins' endless stream of joke products proved that their heads were full of inventive ideas. "All right, forget about the money. But I'm planning to create a club, and you two might want to join," John said, shrugging. Money. He didn't need it. Pranks. Not really his thing. While he might wander around at night, he never indulged in practical jokes. What truly interested him was talent. The twins had potential in alchemy. In the future, they could very well become suppliers for Johnny Silverhand's specialty store. "Deal," the twins replied in unison. Feeling left out, Lee Jordan immediately protested, "What kind of club?" "I want in too." "As long as you don't mind Slytherins being part of it," John shrugged nonchalantly. Hearing there would be Slytherins, the Gryffindor-loyal Lee Jordan suddenly lost interest. The train slowly started to move. After some time, Percy walked by outside the compartment. The twins immediately started mocking their older brother again, and John pushed Fred to sit across from him. Having three people squeezed into one seat was just too uncomfortable. The four of them continued chatting, and the atmosphere was quite pleasant. The twins talked about their plans to open a joke shop, while Lee Jordan mentioned his desire to become a full-time Quidditch commentator after graduation. John wanted to say, "With your biased commentary that leans all the way to oblivion, I doubt many people would want you as their announcer." Though John and Lee Jordan weren't particularly close before, Lee's humor quickly helped him bond with John. As they continued chatting, the train gradually came to a halt. John frowned, looking outside. They hadn't yet arrived at Hogwarts. Some students stepped out of their compartments to see what was going on. At that moment, John noticed the windows. A layer of frost was forming on the glass, as if cold air was blowing directly onto it. "Why is it suddenly so cold?" George rubbed his arms to stay warm, while Fred noticed Draco Malfoy strutting by outside, followed by his usual entourage. The lights on the train began to flicker and go out, and terrified screams echoed from outside the compartment. The door to the carriage creaked open, as if something was boarding the train. "George, switch seats with me," John said, noticing something strange passing by the window. He spoke up, requesting to switch places. The cold grew more intense. Suddenly, a panicked Draco Malfoy stumbled into their compartment without even looking who was inside. He was followed closely by Crabbe and Goyle, who squeezed their large frames into the already cramped space. John was shoved by someone's rear, and with an irritated expression, he decided to leave the compartment altogether. Walking along the corridor, John saw one compartment after another being opened. He spotted the creatures responsible. They were draped in tattered cloaks, their bodies appearing as if they had been soaked and rotted in water, with scabbed, decaying hands. Azkaban guards. Dementors. John watched as they opened compartment doors, causing the young wizards inside to recoil in terror, like cans of joy being drained by the Dementors. His brow twitched at the sight, and one of the Dementors took notice of him. Several Dementors drifted closer to John, and he could feel his happiness being drained away. Dementors had the ability to suck out a person's joy, turning any place they occupied into a living hell. "There's no one here that you're looking for," John said coldly, but the Dementors kept advancing. In a panic, Malfoy shouted, "John, get back inside." As the Dementors closed in, John reacted swiftly. Expecto Patronum. A silver mist shot out of his wand, and the Dementors recoiled as if encountering their natural enemy. John kept the Patronus spell flowing, and from the silvery glow, an albatross took shape. Its wings spread wide as it flew swiftly along the length of the train, passing by each compartment. The Dementors it touched emitted strange, unintelligible noises, retreating quickly as they were expelled from the train. In a compartment near the back of the train, another Patronus charm had been cast. A silver mist had just begun to form when several Dementors were driven out, startled by the forceful expulsion. Lupin stood there, momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected that someone else on the train knew how to cast a Patronus, especially one so advanced that it could take a corporeal form. The Dementors were chased out of the train, and the young witches and wizards, having narrowly escaped, emerged from their compartments, shaken but relieved. They watched as the beautiful albatross circled back to John, flying gracefully around him. "You did it, John, you're a hero." Lee Jordan cheered, leading the others. John, however, remained frowning. The Dementors had overstepped their bounds by entering the train. If Dumbledore had allowed these creatures into the school, it wasn't just about Sirius Black, the students were also in danger. "John, what just happened? Was that a..." Percy arrived with the prefects, just in time to witness the Patronus fading away. "Dementors," John said seriously. "They suck out happiness. I need you to check if anyone's been hurt." Percy, understanding the gravity of the situation, quickly organized the prefects to inspect the compartments one by one. The final report concluded that only Harry had fainted. "Stupid and cowardly Potter," Malfoy jeered, taking the opportunity to mock Harry without mercy. John shot him a glance. Just moments ago, Malfoy had scrambled into someone else's compartment, panicked and terrified. It was a case of the pot calling the kettle black. Tapping his wand against the compartment door, John activated the supersensory spell. John noticed that the Dementors hadn't completely left. Instead, they had gathered in the sky above the train, forming a dense and terrifying mass of darkness. Suddenly, a phoenix-shaped Patronus appeared, driving all the Dementors away. It was Dumbledore who had acted. The train soon resumed its journey. Meanwhile, Malfoy and his two cronies were unceremoniously shoved out of the compartment by the Weasley twins. Feeling uneasy, John decided to join the prefects on their patrol rounds. No one objected. In fact, John's presence gave the prefects a sense of security. When the train arrived at Hogsmeade Station, John spotted Hagrid looking unusually serious. Clearly, he was also aware of the Dementors nearby. Noticing his vigilant stance, John greeted him with a nod. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 114, Two New Professors and an Exchange Student. On the Thestral-drawn carriage, the ride was a bit bumpy as they headed toward Hogwarts. As soon as Daphne saw John, she squeezed over to him, the awkwardness from last term finally gone. Malfoy brought his two cronies with him, and this time he dragged the Weasley twins down and sat in the Thestrals with a proud look on his face. The smug look made the twins gnashing their teeth. When they arrived at Hogwarts, they all got out of the carriage. John noticed that the Thestrals pulling the carriage looked a bit weary, likely from the combined weight of Goyle and Crabbe. "You fainted, Potter." "Did Longbottom really say the truth?" "You actually fainted." Turning his head, John saw Malfoy continuing his daily ritual of taunting Harry. This had become Malfoy's routine. Endlessly bickering with Potter, exchanging curses with Weasley, and bullying Gryffindors. From John's perspective, Malfoy embodied everything Harry despised. Harry had already been miserable enough, having fainted on the train, and now that Malfoy had found out, it was even worse. But what really made it unbearable for Harry was that, as soon as he walked in, Professor McGonagall loudly called him away. Now, everyone knew he had fainted on the train. Harry and Hermione were called away. John sat in the Great Hall and noticed a mysterious figure lurking in the shadows on one side. A new professor. Puzzled, John looked up toward the staff table. Among the professors, a tall figure stood out the most. Professor Kettleburn, who had been teaching care of magical creatures, had retired, hoping to leave Hogwarts alive. And so Hagrid had taken over his position. This wasn't news to John. What surprised him was another professor. Because John had sent a set of clothes to each of the security team members, Remus Lupin, thankfully, wasn't dressed in rags anymore. With graying hair and noticeable wrinkles, even though Lupin had changed into a new outfit, it was clear that he hadn't lived an easy life. What made John even more curious was the look on his head of house's face, like he was harboring some deep-seated grudge. Did they know each other before? John rubbed his slightly hungry stomach. Using the Patronus charm had drained his mind. After all, most of his happiest memories involved food, and summoning a Patronus was like rewatching a live stream of his best culinary experiences. With Professor McGonagall absent, the sorting was handled by Professor Flitwick. Professor Flitwick had to stand on a stool due to his short stature as he called out the names for sorting. When the last student was sorted into Hufflepuff, John thought it was over. However, Professor Flitwick called out another name. Heinrich Edgar. Oh shit. Everyone turned to see the figure in the shadows step forward. Judging by his height and face, it was obvious he wasn't a first-year student. The students began murmuring among themselves. Dumbledore explained, Heinrich Edgar is an exchange student from Durmstrang. He will be spending this year at Hogwarts. Durmstrang. As soon as the name of the school was mentioned, the whispers grew louder. Durmstrang was a famous magical school, known for its teaching of the dark arts. Some of the more timid students were frightened by Heinrich's pale face. When the sorting hat was placed on his head, it didn't even take a second before it called out Slytherin. While everyone was murmuring and whispering, John was frozen since he saw Edgar. He remembered the letter Heinrich had sent him, so that's what it meant. Malfoy, meanwhile, was excitedly waving at Heinrich. Eh? John noticed this and found it odd. He asked, you know him? Of course, Edgar is a relative of the Malfoys. Heinrich was 2 years older than Malfoy and had been placed in Slytherin's 5th year. Heinrich, it's nice to see you. Welcome to SLYT. Malfoy, thinking he had gained a new ally, stood up eagerly to greet Heinrich as he approached. Move aside. However, Heinrich frowned and ordered Malfoy to step aside immediately. Without hesitation, Heinrich sat down in the spot where Malfoy had been sitting. His skin was unnaturally pale, like a vampire who hadn't seen sunlight for years. What the fuck just happened? As they met again, Heinrich said, I told you we would meet again. I didn't expect you to be an exchange student, John replied with a wry smile, extending his hand. Though we've met before, I still have to say, welcome. Edgar's follow the strong. I will be by your side, Heinrich Edgar stated bluntly. The Edgars were known for their loyalty to power, serving as the right-hand men of those in control. John smiled slightly and replied, then you'll have to keep up with me. Heinrich smiled back. Only Malfoy was left sulking. They were supposed to be close relatives, yet Heinrich had come in and taken his spot, not to mention, stolen his ally as well. This is. Forget it, I can't beat him anyway. With a sour expression, Malfoy pushed Goyle to the other side and sat down. When Harry and the others returned, it was just as Dumbledore was introducing Heinrich Edgar. Ron bet, I'll wager a sickle that guy's a vampire. Harry glanced over at the Slytherin table. He hadn't expected an exchange student and had never even heard of Durmstrang before. Ron explained that Durmstrang was a school known for teaching the dark arts, which made Harry instantly think that Heinrich must be a dark wizard. Dumbledore then introduced the two new professors, Remus Lupin and Rubeus Hagrid. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were stunned to learn that Hagrid had become a professor. Of course, it made sense, who else would choose a textbook that bites? We have also welcomed a few Dementors from Azkaban to our school, Dumbledore announced. They've been stationed here by the Ministry of Magic to carry out their duties. You've likely already encountered them, as they conducted a search on the Hogwarts Express. As Dumbledore reached this point in his speech, he paused for a moment, his gaze shifting to John, who was still grumbling about how hungry he was. However, I must remind you all not to attack the Dementors lightly, as they are extremely dangerous, he continued. They are stationed at every entrance to the school. No one is allowed to leave the grounds without permission, and no tricks, disguises, or even invisibility cloaks will fool them. That last line was clearly directed at Harry. Dumbledore also emphasized that Dementors wouldn't heed anyone's pleas or explanations, so don't even think about doing anything reckless. Once the speech ended, it was finally time for John's favorite part, food. The golden plates filled with heaps of food, and John quickly speared a sausage with his fork, popping it into his mouth. He ate fast. Heinrich, determined to keep up with John now that he had pledged to follow him, set aside his aristocratic manners and tried to match John's pace. But after only a short while, Heinrich felt uncomfortably full. Meanwhile, John was still devouring food as if it wasn't going to his stomach but disappearing into thin air. In the end, this Durmstrang exchange student, on his very first day at Hogwarts, ate so much that he had to be sent to the hospital wing. This made everyone wonder just how awful the food at Durmstrang must be. As the clattering of knives and forks gradually quieted down, John finished off the last bit of chicken leg and wiped his mouth with a napkin. While everyone else had leftovers on their plates, John's was spotless. Daphne's eyes sparkled with admiration. Even the way John ate was so cool. John thought for a moment and decided it would be best to go congratulate Hagrid. The trio, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, were also there, and Hagrid, overwhelmed with emotion, gave John a big hug. Thanks to John here, he gave me loads of advice for my classes. Hagrid exclaimed excitedly. John, you knew about this all along. Why didn't you tell us? Ron complained, feeling a bit betrayed. No wonder John hadn't been surprised when he saw those strange books earlier. John shrugged casually. I wanted to give you guys a surprise. Fine, Ron said, grudgingly accepting the explanation, though he still hadn't forgiven the incident with his pants getting eaten by the book. With that, the day came to an end, and John headed back to the dormitory. Basil and Tom had already been sent up, and after hanging around for a bit, John decided to start his night patrols right on the first day. He hadn't forgotten the thing he was most concerned about. Leaving the dormitory, he headed for the room of requirement. Inside the Gryffindor's secret chamber, John searched for any research related to souls. Perhaps it was because Gryffindor wasn't too interested in that kind of thing, but the chamber didn't have much on the topic. He had no choice but to venture into the Forbidden Forest and enter the Slytherin's secret chamber, which contained numerous research manuscripts. Among them were Horcruxes, but from the traces of ravage on them, it seemed that Slytherin was very dissatisfied with Horcruxes. Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 115, John's Death Prophecy. It made sense, John thought. As one of the 4 Hogwarts founders, Salazar Slytherin would never be content living like a lowly worm. His pride wouldn't allow him to cling to life as a mere remnant, which was likely why he had disdainfully discarded his research on Horcruxes. Could Voldemort have learned about Horcruxes from here? John mused. It was possible. The writings mentioned the existence of Horcruxes but didn't provide any concrete instructions. But that wasn't John's main concern. He needed to find a way to separate a soul. In the Slytherin chamber, he continued his search. There was a massive amount of information stored there. No wonder Salazar Slytherin had fallen out with Gryffindor. The sheer volume of materials here far exceeded even what was in the restricted section of the library. While knowledge doesn't always get better with age, Salazar Slytherin's brilliance shone through, and much of what John found was not only still relevant but utterly astonishing. John learned a great deal, particularly increasing his understanding of souls. Time and souls, 2 untouchable taboos. This saying had long circulated in the wizarding world. Those who dared to research either of these subjects always met tragic ends. John decided not to return to the dormitory and instead spent the night in the chamber, sleeping there. Like a parched sponge, he greedily absorbed the knowledge. The next day, John left the chamber and headed off to class. At this point, the downside of taking all the classes was becoming clear. At 9 a.m., divination, Muggle studies, and arithmancy all clashed. John, though he had anticipated this, couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. I wonder how Hermione is handling this. He headed to the Great Hall and ran into Heinrich and Malfoy. Coincidentally, Malfoy had chosen arithmancy, and John, with a look of delight, handed him a star badge. Malfoy was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. The surprise was too sudden, he hadn't expected to be acknowledged by John so quickly. Don't get the wrong idea. I want you to wear it to class so I can listen in, John interrupted his moment of joy, explaining that he intended to use the 9 interconnected badges to effectively attend multiple classes at once. Malfoy deflated a bit, while Heinrich, eyeing the badge, said, "Give me one." John thought about it for a moment. It wasn't unreasonable, after all, Heinrich had come all the way from Durmstrang to follow him, and his strength was well known, making him one of the top students. Sure. John took out a badge and personally pinned it on Heinrich. Seeing this, Malfoy was overcome with jealousy and shouted, "Why does he get one so soon? I was here first." Looking at Malfoy's sour expression, John glanced at him and said calmly, "Because he's strong." Short and to the point. Malfoy was left speechless. It hadn't been long since someone, who knows which fool, mentioned that John had chosen Slytherin. Heinrich had immediately challenged the Slytherin students to a duel. The result was predictable. While Heinrich wasn't as casual about it as John, not a single Slytherin was his match. Even Malfoy had stepped up, hoping to teach his relative a lesson, only to end up petrified in the common room for several hours. Now, everyone in Slytherin accepted that Heinrich was second only to John in strength. Thanks to John, Slytherin had become full of battle-hungry individuals, always ready to duel and settle things through strength. Strength above all. That phrase had nearly replaced the original mantra of pure blood within Slytherin. After sorting out arithmancy, John went in search of someone who could attend Muggle studies in his place. Daphne eagerly volunteered, her beautiful eyes fixed on John's badge. John handed the badge to Daphne, and she flashed a beautiful smile. Class time was approaching, and John found himself interested in divination. He had a prophet's blessing that had yet to be triggered, and he wondered if divination might awaken his potential. There were a few minor incidents during breakfast. Because Heinrich looked like a vampire, the Weasley twins had secretly added garlic extract to his milk. After taking a sip, Heinrich spat it out immediately, drawing his wand, ready to settle the score. The twins, familiar with the terrain, quickly bolted before he could catch them. Sigh, childish, John muttered, shaking his head. He pulled out some mapo tofu-flavored ice cream from his small bag and offered it to Malfoy. Kakeek. Malfoy took a bite, and his expression immediately turned as though he'd eaten something terribly disgusting. Unfazed, John kept a straight face, telling them he was off to class. The divination classroom was in the astronomy tower, a place John had never been before. Luckily, he had the Marauder's map. Upon reaching the astronomy tower, he noticed a trapdoor above. But just before he closed the map, he saw something curious. 3 Hermiones had appeared on the map at the same time. What the fuck? How was she present at 3 different locations? The trapdoor lowered a ladder, and as John climbed up, he noticed a few people had already arrived. Ah. Neville, you're early, John greeted, walking over to him. The classroom, if it could be called that, felt more like a mix between an attic and a tea house. There were numerous small round tables, surrounded by armchairs draped in floral patterns, and overstuffed little cushions scattered around. Everything in the room was bathed in a hazy red light. The curtains were drawn tightly, and most of the lamps were covered with deep red scarves, adding to the suffocatingly warm atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. A large copper kettle was boiling over a roaring fire in the fireplace, but the tea brewing inside didn't smell particularly pleasant. In fact, the overly strong aroma was almost nauseating. John found a seat, and his gaze immediately fell upon Professor Sybil Trelawney, who was lurking in the shadows. Her appearance was exactly what one might expect from a divination professor, resembling a giant insect. She was gaunt, but her enormous spectacles magnified her eyes several times their normal size. With her bizarre attire, adorned with beads, chains, bangles, and rings, she embodied the eccentric image of a scam fortune-teller in the Muggle world. John looked at her, but his thoughts were on Harry's prophecy. This woman might seem a bit unhinged, with the characteristics of a charlatan, but in reality, she was incredibly accurate. Professor Trelawney also noticed John. It was as if she sensed an inexplicable aura around him. Suddenly, she stepped out of the shadows, her pace quickening as she hurried over to John. Her enormous eyes locked onto his, and her voice carried a faint, ethereal tone, like the prelude to a fortune-teller's scam. "Child, I sense a gift within you," she said. The students in the classroom gasped as Professor Trelawney made her appearance. None of them had even noticed her there before. Placing her hands gently over John's eyelids, her voice grew even more mystical, almost otherworldly. "Relax. Try to sense, to connect. Your aura is so bright. You can see far into the future." The other students held their breath, captivated by the scene. Following Professor Trelawney's guidance, John relaxed, and colorful visions swirled behind his closed eyes. "All right, child, tell me, what do you see now?" Professor Trelawney asked, releasing her hands. With his eyes still closed, John tapped into his foresight. "I see Hermione and the others coming in," he said. No sooner had he spoken than the trio walked into the classroom. The scene before them was quite odd. Harry saw Professor Trelawney, who looked like a giant beetle, standing beside John, staring at him with hunger. Professor Trelawney exclaimed, "You truly have a remarkable gift." Harry, confused, sneaked over to Neville to ask what was going on. Neville, full of admiration, whispered, "John just predicted you guys walking into the classroom." Hermione wrinkled her nose and said, "John already knew we were coming in. We ran into him in the Great Hall." Hermione didn't believe much in this class. To her, abstract, intangible things like divination were far less reliable than what she could see with her own eyes. She thought maybe John was just playing along with Professor Trelawney for fun. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, agreeing it was likely the same. Professor Trelawney, however, was thrilled by John's apparent third eye abilities. She herself was only sporadically accurate with her predictions, and when she was, people often dismissed her as a fraud. Even among the other professors, many thought she was nothing but a charlatan. But now, it seemed like a chance to prove herself had arrived. Eager to showcase John's potential, she continued guiding him. "Child, you can see even further. Relax your body, and let everything flow through your third eye," she urged. Listening to her voice, John quickly entered a strange, ethereal state, as if sensing something beyond the present moment. In that moment, it seemed as though John saw many things. To the others, John suddenly snapped his eyes open. His eyes were filled with an overwhelming, suffocating white, and a palpable sense of pressure radiated from him. "Ha!" He grabbed Professor Trelawney's hands, making her gasp. At the full moon, the howl of the wolf will echo with the wail of the dog, the rat will flee, an old acquaintance from afar will return, and an unwitting soul will lose a leg. Those who violate the forbidden will be drowned by a black tide. John's words flowed from his mouth in a near chant, his voice filled with eerie resonance. Everyone in the room felt a chill down their spines. Professor Trelawney hadn't expected the effect to be so intense. When John finished, he emerged from the strange trance, blinking as he looked at Professor Trelawney, who was now breathing heavily. Oops. Sorry, Professor, I didn't mean to, John quickly apologized, releasing her hands. Forcing a smile, Professor Trelawney shakily replied, It's all right, child. You did it. The tension in the room dissipated, and the students exploded into excited murmurs. Being drowned by a black tide, that sounds like a death prophecy. John Wick just gave a death prophecy. Could all of this really be true? Are we sure we're not being tricked? Doesn't matter, this is John Wick we're talking about. The chatter among the students grew louder, even drowning out Professor Trelawney's calls for order. They were unable to remain calm. Even Hermione, who typically didn't believe in divination, was now unsure, torn between whether it was real or fake. Harry, having heard the mention of the dog's wail, furrowed his brow, thinking of the big black dog he had seen. Regardless, this class had given the young wizards plenty to gossip about. Soon enough, news of John's death prophecy spread like wildfire. Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 116, Hagrid's First Lesson and Buckbeak. After that prophecy, everyone in the divination class was suddenly bursting with unprecedented interest. Unfortunately, John was still one of the few who had a true talent for it. While the others tried their hand at tea leaf reading, John placed one of his badges in front of him. With a light tap of his finger, 2 holographic projections emerged from the badge. Even though he was multitasking during class, Professor Sybil Trelawney pretended not to notice. Hermione, meanwhile, looked both surprised and puzzled. She recalled the time turner that Professor McGonagall had given her yesterday. Did John not have something similar? As it turned out, John was projecting his image into 2 other classrooms simultaneously, managing to attend multiple classes at once. The professors in those other classes were briefly stunned, clearly not expecting such a clever workaround. Had it not been for John's reputation for being studious, they might not have tolerated this high-pressure multitasking. But with his Akematic Scholar mode activated, John not only absorbed all the lessons but even managed to answer questions. Trouble. When it came to his tea leaf reading, John saw a sign of impending difficulties. He was perplexed. What kind of trouble could he face at Hogwarts? He shared his interpretation with Professor Trelawney, and she immediately gave him extra points. At this point, Trelawney practically viewed John as her successor. It was the first time she'd seen prophetic talent outside her own family. However, compared to John's smooth experience, Professor Trelawney wasn't as friendly toward Hermione. Grabbing Hermione's hand, she spoke with a deep sense of pity, telling her that her aura was pitifully small. This made Hermione so angry she nearly wanted to punch someone. Meanwhile, Harry was told he had the grim omen of a black dog, which made everyone think back to John's earlier prophecy. The way people looked at Harry was now filled with sympathy, which made him quite frustrated. After divination class, their next lesson was transfiguration. When Professor McGonagall saw how gloomy the students looked, she quickly understood what had happened. She reassured them that divination was not a rigorous subject and that Sybil Trelawney predicted a few student deaths every year. This finally put the students' minds at ease, but then Neville hesitantly said, "But John also made a prophecy." John. Professor McGonagall was taken aback. How did this involve John? Neville then recounted John's prophecy, which left McGonagall astonished. Could it be that John Wick has the gift of prophecy? That's an extremely rare talent, and perhaps there's only one person in the entire country with it. Hearing her say this, the students' previously calm nerves started to fray again. McGonagall thought back to Dumbledore's peculiar behavior. This term, 2 students had chosen all elective subjects, but Dumbledore was only willing to entrust that item to one of them. Recalling Dumbledore's exact words, Professor McGonagall fell into deep thought. Minerva, some overly curious students will inevitably touch upon forbidden knowledge, Dumbledore had said. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore's eyes were deep and thoughtful. Before him sat a rare magical artifact, a golden hourglass, one of the only ones left in the world, now kept in the office of the Silent Ones. Professor McGonagall couldn't quite understand. John Wick had the best grades across all subjects, so why did Dumbledore express doubts about whether he could handle the responsibilities? Don't worry, Minerva. He'll find his own way to manage the coursework, Dumbledore had reassured her when she'd questioned him. Now, in retrospect, it seemed like Dumbledore knew something the rest of them didn't. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a decision. Although it might seem unfair to the students, it was ultimately Dumbledore's call. Transfiguration class ended. As soon as the bell rang, the students, barely able to contain themselves, rushed out of the classroom, spreading the news about the prophecy. John quickly became the center of conversation once again. Malfoy, proudly wearing his badge, approached John and asked him about the prophecy. "I really don't know," John replied. At that moment, I just spoke according to the instructions. It was the first time John had triggered his seer ability, and he wasn't entirely sure if it was real. However, the information in the prophecy felt oddly familiar, like something he'd seen before. He rubbed his chin, wondering if these events were part of the original storyline. Could it be that his prophecy was just him recalling the plot? In his hand, a card spun between his fingers. This was something Professor Sybil Trelawney had given him, claiming it was a tool to enhance his seer abilities. John stared at the card, which had a symbol resembling an eye on it. The symbol emitted a faint glow that only he could see. Trelawney really does know her stuff. John muttered. Not only had she helped him make a prophecy, but she'd also given him this ancient magic eye card. It seemed there was more to Professor Trelawney than met the eye. Tucking the card away, John prepared for the afternoon's Care of Magical Creatures class. He felt confident about this class. With him around, he was sure Hagrid wouldn't get any wild ideas, like making them ride Thestrals into the sky. Clang. John heard a sound coming from the direction of Gryffindor and turned to see Hermione storming off, clearly furious. The instigator, Ron, still had a bewildered expression on his face, as if he had no idea how hurtful his comment about Hermione lacking the talent for this class was. Ron's focus was always strange. He furrowed his brows and said to Harry, "What's she going on about? She hasn't even taken arithmancy yet." Harry nodded in agreement, which made John want to facepalm. Was whether she'd taken the class really the point? If you poured out the water in both their heads, it could probably flood the Black Lake. The focus should obviously be on why she slammed the table, John thought to himself, feeling quite wise. That afternoon. Care of Magical Creatures. Draco Malfoy had also chosen the class, and along with him were Daphne, Pansy, and his two henchmen, Crabbe and Goyle. The whole John Slytherin squad had basically gathered, walking across the damp grass toward Hagrid's hut near the Forbidden Forest. At first, they were walking in neat formation, but soon Malfoy spotted the trio, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, and immediately launched into full-on taunting mode. Daphne couldn't stand it and moved to John's side, complaining, "I just don't understand how you can tolerate him. Don't let Draco's childishness fool you." "He really is quite childish," John replied, deadpan. Daphne rolled her eyes at John, unimpressed by his deadpan humor. On the other side, Malfoy had already started mimicking a Dementor to provoke Harry, making Harry want to pull out his wand and shove it up Draco's nose. As they reached Hagrid's hut, the half-giant was already waiting for the students, wearing his usual worn moleskin coat. His massive dog, Fong, only looked somewhat less huge when standing next to him. Come on, hurry up," Hagrid bellowed, his loud voice booming. "I've got something really special to show you today. This lesson's gonna be fantastic." Hearing the word fantastic, John couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. Given what he knew about Hagrid, it wasn't likely that a simple creature like pixies or fairies would make him say fantastic. Did he change the lesson plan I gave him? John thought, feeling more and more uneasy as Hagrid led the students toward the Forbidden Forest. Harry, too, grew anxious, recalling some unpleasant memories of their ventures into the forest. Fortunately, after 5 minutes, Hagrid stopped just at the edge of the forest. They arrived at a small enclosure, but there was nothing inside. "Gather round the fence, everyone," Hagrid commanded, brimming with confidence. "Right, first thing you need to do is open your textbooks." Malfoy, in his typical lazy and disdainful manner, drawled, "How exactly do you open it?" The students had all suffered at the hands of the Monster Book of Monsters over the past few days, so most of them had tied their copies up securely with ropes. Hagrid looked a bit embarrassed, realizing that none of the students had figured out how to handle the book properly. Desperate, he turned to John for help, his eyes pleading. John, receiving the signal, took out his book and said calmly, "You just need to gently stroke the spine until it makes a contented sound." He demonstrated, and the book immediately relaxed, no longer thrashing about. Hagrid, overjoyed, shouted, "Brilliant. 10 points to ya." Thanks to John's intervention, Hagrid managed to escape his awkward situation and regain his composure. Now back in control, he instructed the students to wait for a moment. They watched as Hagrid strode confidently toward the Forbidden Forest, as if he were merely walking into his own backyard. Malfoy opened his mouth to complain, but before he could say anything, John gave him a glance and said, exasperated, "Draco, just be quiet for once. Hagrid's a professor now, he can dock points from you." Malfoy clamped his mouth shut. The mere thought of having his points taken away by that big oaf was almost unbearable for him. Given Hagrid's usual demeanor, it was unlikely that he'd actually dock points. At most, he'd just award some extra points. Unfortunately, Malfoy didn't understand Hagrid's nature, so he begrudgingly kept his mouth shut. He then turned his attention to mocking Harry again, pulling his usual Dementor scare tactic to provoke him. After a short while, a dozen magical creatures with the bodies of horses, heads of eagles, and wings came running over. "Fuck my life." John immediately covered his face in exasperation. Hagrid was holding a bundle of long iron chains and yelled for the students to step back. He looked as happy as a child, well, a half-giant child, as he shouted, "Hippogriffs! Aren't they beautiful?" Hagrid, always wanting to impress with his lessons, decided that the first class needed to be spectacular. So, of course, he brought out a XXX class dangerous magical creature. He pulled forward his favorite one and introduced it to the group. This here is Buckbeak. Now, the first thing you need to know is that they're very proud. After explaining how to approach these majestic creatures, Hagrid scanned the group, looking for a volunteer to go first. He saw John cursing his life and face-palming himself and with a gulp, decided not to trouble him. Harry volunteered to come out, because he didn't want Hagrid to have no one respond in the first class. You can read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 117, well, he is my employee. Good job, Harry. Hagrid's booming voice filled the air. Now, let's see how you handle Buckbeak. He unclasped Buckbeak's leather collar, and the tension in the group skyrocketed. Hagrid instructed Harry, "You've already made eye contact. Don't blink. If you blink too much, the hippogriff won't trust you." Harry was starting to regret volunteering, as his eyes began to water from the constant staring. Buckbeak tilted its sharp, bird-like head, its fierce orange eyes locked on Harry. "That's it, Harry. Now, bow," Hagrid said, his voice cautious, as though afraid of startling the hippogriff. Harry, despite his reluctance to expose the back of his neck to Buckbeak, followed Hagrid's instructions. He quickly bowed and raised his head, relieved to find that it was still attached to his shoulders. Buckbeak continued to stare at him, arrogantly unmoving. Hagrid, starting to get nervous, said, "Now step back, Harry. Slowly, just ease back." He was worried Harry might retreat too fast, which could upset Buckbeak. However, just as Harry took his first step back, Buckbeak suddenly bent its scaly front knees and returned the bow. Hagrid, overjoyed, exclaimed, "Well done, Harry." The first lesson had gone so smoothly that Hagrid was convinced everyone would love the class. Students, gasp. In his excitement, he said to Harry, "All right, you can pet him now, give him a pat on the beak." For Harry, it would have been much easier to just step back. John, watching this unfold, also let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that even with dangerous magical creatures, Hagrid's knowledge was reliable enough. Seeing Harry successfully pat Buckbeak, Hagrid went a step further. He promptly hoisted Harry onto Buckbeak's back. Wah. Harry was utterly bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Before he could protest, Hagrid gave Buckbeak a pat on the backside, sending Harry soaring into the sky. Ha. Ha. That was something. After a brief ride through the air, Harry returned to the ground, still visibly shaken. Seeing that Harry had managed just fine, Hagrid became even more confident in his teaching. He instructed the rest of the students to pick a hippogriff and give it a try. John selected a black one and approached it, locking eyes with the creature. This is easy, he thought. Feeling confident, Draco Malfoy, believing he was back on top of the world, strutted arrogantly towards Buckbeak, completely forgetting all of Hagrid's warnings. John furrowed his brow. Malfoy was recklessly tempting fate. Buckbeak, seeing that this person wasn't bowing, immediately raised its sharp talons, ready to strike. Hagrid let out a loud shout, trying to stop the attack, as it seemed Malfoy was about to meet his end any second. But before the talons could make contact, a red spell hit Malfoy, sending him flying out of Buckbeak's reach. Ah! Someone hit me. I'm dying, Malfoy screamed instinctively, clutching his hand. Hagrid rushed over to calm Buckbeak, while John walked up to the still howling Malfoy and let out a long sigh. Tisk. Quit exaggerating. I used the disarming charm, not the killing curse. Oh. It was you, John. John pulled Malfoy up, who now realized that he wasn't hurt at all. Malfoy, suddenly feeling very embarrassed, especially under Daphne's scornful gaze, wished he could disappear into the ground. Looks like your courage isn't quite there yet. Maybe try a haunted house next time, John quipped, casting Malfoy a glance. If he had just paid attention in class, none of this would have happened. He then turned to the two dim-witted Goyle and Crabbe, who were contemplating copying Malfoy's actions, and sighed deeply. Thanks to John's quick intervention, Buckbeak, who would have otherwise injured Malfoy, avoided causing any harm. John glanced at Hagrid, who looked utterly mortified, but he chose not to say anything. After all, it was the first class. He decided to give Hagrid some face. If something had gone wrong on the very first day, Hagrid would probably cry himself to sleep, especially since this was the position he had always dreamed of. By the end of the class, John hadn't even ridden a hippogriff himself, too busy keeping an eye on things for Hagrid. This made Hagrid feel incredibly guilty, knowing it was all his spontaneous decision-making. After dinner, John suggested to Hagrid that he should adjust his lesson plan, as not every class would have John around to supervise. After today's incident, Hagrid realized just how dangerous these creatures were for the little wizards and agreed to change the upcoming lessons. With that sorted, John went to the Slytherin chamber and took a few books with him. He spent the night in the dorms, cramming as much knowledge as possible. He threw the responsibility of walking Tom onto Daphne, who happily complied. On the third day of the term, John heard shrieks coming from the Great Hall. Curious, he walked over to see what was going on. It turned out to be people reading the newspaper. Sirius Black had been spotted near Hogwarts by Muggles. Seeing this, John didn't think much of it. After all, with Dementors stationed everywhere, even someone using Polyjuice Potion wouldn't be able to get in. No longer paying attention, John found that Heinrich became cautious when drinking after breakfast. It was probably because of the psychological trauma of garlic essence. The morning was potions class. Professor Snape seemed to be in an even worse mood than usual, though his attitude towards John had slightly improved. At least now, John wasn't treated the same as the Gryffindors, but rather as a proper Slytherin student. It wasn't clear what Snape had gone through to cause this change. John successfully brewed a shrinking solution, earning Slytherin 30 points from Snape. In just 3 days since the start of the term, Slytherin had already pulled far ahead of the other 3 houses. The afternoon class, however, was one of the most dreaded over the past few years. Defense against the dark arts. Given their past experiences, none of the students had high hopes for the new professor. Professor Lupin entered the classroom, placing his worn-out suitcase on the desk. Good afternoon. Please put your textbooks back in your bags. Today's lesson will be a practical one. All you'll need is your wand. A practical lesson. The students all glanced at John. Aside from John, who had acted as Lockhart's apprentice, no other professor had ever held practical lessons before. This piqued their interest, and they eagerly tossed aside their books, following Lupin out of the classroom. As they walked through the corridor, they saw Peeves the poltergeist mischievously stuffing chewing gum into a keyhole. Just as Lupin was only 2 steps away, Peeves finally looked up. Seeing Lupin, Peeves opened his mouth, ready to burst into song. Lupin, being a gentleman, smiled kindly at Peeves. It brought back memories. He had dealt with Peeves often during his own school years. Loon, Peeves began, about to call Lupin, Loony Lupin. But the moment Peeves saw John, he shrieked in fear. No, no, no. John Wick is here. I've got to get out of here, fast. Peeves bolted away as if his life depended on it, leaving Lupin astonished. Back in his day, Peeves had never been that terrified. Turning his head, Lupin looked at John's innocent face. I remember you, John Wick. It seems Peeves is quite scared of you. John blinked. He hadn't done much, really, just caught Peeves a few times to test out some spells about souls. Who would have thought Peeves had such a weak psychological tolerance? Seeing John was like seeing a ghost, no, more like seeing the Dark Lord himself. After that little interruption, Lupin remembered something Professor Flitwick had told him. Flitwick had said, if there's anything you're unsure about, you can consult John Wick. He was the assistant for defense against the dark arts last year. A teacher consulting a student. Now, it seemed that this assistant wasn't so simple. Lupin glanced at John with a hint of curiosity but didn't dwell on it too much. After passing through another corridor, they arrived at the staff room. Inside was another professor, Snape. John looked curiously at Professor Snape. He was sure their head of house had a class this afternoon. As soon as Lupin and Snape locked eyes, the lingering grudges from their youth filled the air with tension, thick like gunpowder. Even Neville couldn't escape Snape's biting sarcasm, which left Harry fuming, ready to throw a punch. Scoff. Snape shot a cold glance at Lupin before leaving the room, but not without pausing briefly by John's side. You might want to take note of something, certain people, certain identities, Snape muttered cryptically. His words were vague, but they almost directly implied that Lupin had some kind of problem. John had a peculiar expression. He suspected that Professor Snape was trying to hint that Lupin was a werewolf. As if John didn't already know. After all, he was technically Lupin's boss and had even generously supplied the wolfsbane potion. Snape glanced at John, as if unsure whether he understood or not, then gave him a look before leaving. Soon enough, Lupin's first lesson began. At the far end of the room stood a familiar old wardrobe. Inside it was the boggart John had captured last year from the Shrieking Shack. Their first lesson, how to deal with a boggart. Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 118, A Vivid Lesson and Thoughts. Suddenly, the old wardrobe began to shake. Lupin, expecting this familiar scene to frighten the students, was surprised to see them all remain calm. This puzzled him. With a composed tone, he explained, there's no need to be afraid. Inside is a boggart. After speaking, he looked around the room and asked, can anyone tell me what a boggart is? The chance to earn points had arrived. 2 hands shot up simultaneously. Lupin glanced over. Naturally, one was the ever-knowledgeable Hermione, and the other was John. After a brief moment of thought, Lupin called on Miss Granger. Hermione beamed with delight and quickly responded, "Boggarts like dark and confined spaces. They usually hide in wardrobes, gaps under beds, or cupboards under sinks. A boggart is a shapeshifter," she continued confidently. "It transforms into whatever it thinks will frighten us the most." "I couldn't have explained it better myself," Professor Lupin praised, which made Hermione, who always worked hard in class, positively glow with pride. Lupin then approached the trembling wardrobe and continued, "So the boggart inside this dark cabinet doesn't have a fixed shape yet. It doesn't know what the people outside fear, and no one knows what a boggart looks like when it's alone." At this point, John couldn't help but smirk. He had some authority on the subject because he knew exactly what a boggart looked like. Through his own research, John had learned that if you used a clemency to shield your mind, the boggart wouldn't be able to see into it. If you also used a disillusionment charm, the boggart wouldn't even know you were there. Once, he'd spent time with a boggart in a wardrobe, observing the formless black cloud it resembled when it couldn't figure out what to transform into, just a mass of swirling black smoke. Meanwhile, Professor Lupin continued his explanation. He tapped the wardrobe with his wand and said, "The moment I let it out, it will immediately turn into the thing each of us fears the most." "But that means we have a significant advantage over the boggart," Lupin added, looking around. Hermione, standing on her tiptoes, raised her hand high, and John also raised his. But Lupin glanced at a pair of familiar green eyes and decided to call on Harry instead. "Harry, have you realized what that advantage is?" Lupin asked. "Ah." Harry, caught off guard like a student who'd been daydreaming and suddenly called on in math class, hesitated. Glancing nervously at Hermione, he tentatively answered, "Because there are so many of us, it won't know what shape to take." You had to hand it to Harry, he had the instincts of a born Auror. His intuition was spot on, and he nailed the key point right away. "Exactly right." Lupin praised loudly. Hermione, looking a little disappointed, lowered her hand. John also lowered his, quietly observing Lupin. "You cheeky boy, I'll dock your pay when you get back," John thought to himself. Of course, that was assuming Lupin would ever go back to work. Lupin, clearly pleased with his old friend's son's performance, gave the wardrobe a casual pat and said, "I once encountered a boggart that tried to scare two people at once. It ended up turning into half a slug, not scary at all. The spell to repel a boggart is quite simple, but it requires strong willpower," Lupin explained, his face breaking into a smile as he added, "Remember, the real way to defeat a boggart is laughter. What we need is to force it into a form you find hilarious." Raising his wand, Lupin stepped forward to begin teaching. "Now, pick up your wands, and let's practice the incantation. Repeat after me." Ridiculous. The students quickly realized this professor was a vast improvement over the last two Defense Against the Dark Arts teachers. Their enthusiasm surged as they shouted, "Ridiculous. Excellent, very good. Now, that was the easy part. But remember, just saying the spell won't be enough. Laughter, that's what will truly defeat the boggart. Neville, it's your turn." Suddenly hearing his name, Neville, with his pointy chin and bewildered expression, stepped forward. He looked nervous, though not outright scared. "Very good, Neville." Lupin had initially expected the boy to be scared, but now it seemed the son of the Longbottoms wasn't as much of a coward as he'd thought. Standing beside Neville, Lupin asked gently, "Neville, what are you most afraid of in this world?" Neville's lips quivered slightly as he glanced toward John's direction, before whispering, "Professor Snape." Professor Lupin couldn't help but chuckle. Snape's popularity really was that bad. Actually, Neville had wanted to say John too, but seeing John staring directly at him, he wisely chose to only mention one person. If John ever found out that the boy was scared of him, he'd undoubtedly double his training sessions. Just imagine John stepping out of the wardrobe. The sheer embarrassment of that moment would be enough to get Neville thoroughly beaten. The rest of the students burst into laughter when they heard Neville was afraid of Snape. After all, Snape's reputation wasn't exactly stellar. John noticed a few Slytherin students laughing too, and he thought to himself, "You lot really have a death wish." Lupin, meanwhile, told Neville to imagine his grandmother's eccentric attire. He, too, had a bit of a mischievous streak. As a former member of the Marauders, Lupin might not have been as wild as the other three, but he certainly had the typical Gryffindor spirit that thrived on daring. With a flick of his wand, Lupin remotely opened the wardrobe. The rattling ceased, and soon after, a hand pushed open the door. John, watching this unfold, couldn't help but think to himself, "Good grief, Professor Snape has come out of the closet." Out stepped a figure that wasn't just close to Snape, it practically was Snape. He loomed like a bat, glaring menacingly at Neville. Gulp. Despite his training and newfound courage, Neville couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. Still, he raised his wand and pointed it at the figure. Ridiculous. The moment the boggart turned Snape took a step, his clothing transformed into an outrageously bright red and green dress. The sight was enough to make the entire class erupt into laughter. John even caught Draco Malfoy snickering. Professor Lupin laughed the loudest. Seizing the opportunity while the boggart was momentarily disoriented, he waved his hand and called out, "Parvati, you're up next." With the first transformation setting the tone, everyone felt more confident. They eagerly stepped forward one by one to test themselves against the boggart, which kept shifting into different forms. The poor creature became the subject of endless ridicule. Each student took a turn. When it was Ron's turn, predictably, the boggart turned into a massive spider. With a quick incantation, Ron made the spider's legs vanish, leaving it to roll around on the floor helplessly. Eventually, it tumbled over to Harry's feet. Harry was about to deal with it when the boggart began to change again. Just as it was about to take shape, Lupin dashed forward in an instant, intercepting it. "Harry!" The boggart immediately transformed into a silvery white orb that floated in front of him. But shortly after, the silver ball that Lupin had turned into a balloon floated toward John. When it reached John, the balloon hesitated, and the boggart quickly began to shift. As everyone wondered what John might fear, they were stunned to see the boggart spiraling out of control, changing frantically. It cycled through all the forms it had previously taken before finally settling into something unrecognizable. This. Everyone, including Professor Lupin, was left speechless. Lupin, in particular, had never seen a boggart react like this. A sudden thought popped into John's mind: what would happen if he imagined the boggart's true form? Even Lupin had never seen its original shape. John didn't mind giving everyone a glimpse. He began to visualize the boggart's true form in his mind. The boggart's chaotic shifting stilled for a moment. Then, in a flash, it darted back into the old wardrobe and slammed the door shut, locking itself inside. The entire room was left dumbfounded. Why had the boggart retreated on its own? John was in deep in thought. Looks like even a boggart, capable of probing others' fears, can't bear to face its true self. He looked up at Lupin, silently asking, "So, how do we score that?" Lupin was equally puzzled. How could they call that a failure when the boggart had scared itself and fled? But if they were to call it a success, John hadn't even used his wand. Lupin was stuck in a dilemma, though the class soon ended, sparing him from having to decide. He awarded Gryffindor 5 points, with Hermione, Harry, and Neville all receiving additional points. After assigning homework, an essay on boggarts, Malfoy loudly began to conspire with his fellow Slytherins, claiming that Lupin was blatantly biased toward Gryffindor. He grumbled that even when John raised his hand, Lupin deliberately ignored him, giving all the credit to the Gryffindors. This sparked agreement among the Slytherins, who felt that John had clearly been the most outstanding in the class. While they were busy being indignant on his behalf, John's mind was elsewhere. Boggarts peer into the depths of one's heart, while Dementors suck out souls and happiness. What if I combined the two? His eyes gleamed with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a new idea. He felt he might have found a method worth trying. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 119, Capturing Dementors. A week into the school year, Professor Lupin's exceptional teaching had earned unanimous praise from the entire school. The incident where Neville forced the boggart version of Professor Snape into women's clothing had become a secret favorite among the students. However, this came at a price. Neville now found himself being scolded multiple times more than usual in potions class, with Professor Snape always watching him with a dark, malicious gaze. Whatever points Neville earned in defense against the dark arts, Snape deducted almost all of them in potions. John, on the other hand, consistently completed his assignments with excellence, earning Slytherin a hefty amount of points. His talent was undeniable, and Snape's attitude toward him improved significantly. Heinrich also performed excellently in all subjects, though his popularity was lacking. He looked down on everyone except for John. Surrounded by an aura that warned people to keep their distance, his pale, sickly complexion made him seem like a vampire. And he never hesitated to cast nasty curses on those who badmouthed him. As a result, Slytherin lost a few points because of him, but in secret, many Slytherins found it oddly satisfying. When only one person is bullied, they might feel resentful. But when a whole group is bullied, they start to think it's normal. Behind his back, Heinrich was nicknamed Slytherin's vampire. The Weasley twins often found creative ways to sneak garlic extract into his food. The tension between them intensified, and one time, they ended up fighting in Charms class. It was 2 against 1, but Heinrich held his own. Eventually, Professor Flitwick had to step in to break up the three-way conflict. Night fell. John quietly slipped out of the dormitory, not heading to the room of requirement as usual. Instead, he stealthily left the castle. Outside the castle, Dementors patrolled the grounds. John cast a disillusionment charm on himself. Though Dumbledore had mentioned that such spells were ineffective against Dementors, John knew they only sensed emotions, especially joy, which was their most delectable food. Let's see. Using occlumency, John sealed his mind tightly, like an impenetrable steel wall, without letting a single emotion leak out. He set his sights on a lone Dementor roaming the area. John carefully calculated its path and set a trap along the way. The Dementor hadn't noticed anything, lazily floating nearby. Now. John then slightly relaxed his mental defenses, allowing just a sliver of emotion to slip through. The Dementor paused in its tracks. It had sensed something. Since leaving Azkaban, it hadn't feasted properly in a long time. Instantly, it drifted toward where John was hiding. As the Dementor approached, John quickly sealed his mind again. The delightful taste it had sensed vanished, leaving the Dementor confused. Dementor, eh? It lingered, unwilling to give up, continuing to float around the area in search of the source. Soon, the Dementor reached the trap John had set. It was a box, intricate and complex in design, seemingly left there casually. The Dementor approached, somewhat suspicious, as if expecting someone to be hiding inside. The moment it reached out to touch the box, it sprang open. An empty, dark space within emitted a powerful suction force, and the Dementor was pulled in like it was being vacuumed, its body dragged into the box. John stepped forward and shut the box. The sound of locks clicking and clanking filled the air as a dozen locks secured themselves in place, leaving no chance for the Dementor to escape. Fuck yes. John's face lit up with satisfaction as he cast a levitation charm on the box. With the box floating behind him, he made his way back to the castle. This box was something he had specially crafted to capture Dementors. Having completed his mission, John headed toward the Forbidden Forest and tossed the box into the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. The chamber had already been transformed, with books on souls floating in the air. John reached out and brushed against one of them. The pages rapidly flipped, stopping at a passage about Dementors. Dementors exist in a state between the soul and the body. They resemble ghosts, but they are far more powerful than any ghost. Staring at the section about Dementors in the book, John absent-mindedly touched the silver skull in the room, deep in thought. Clang. A noise broke his concentration. He looked over and saw an old wardrobe standing next to the box. A sudden idea flashed in his mind: what would happen if a boggart encountered a Dementor? What would it turn into? Wasting no time, John cast a disillusionment charm on himself, then used occlumency to block his mind. With a wave of his hand, the locks on both the box and the wardrobe clicked open. Almost simultaneously, the Dementor emerged from the box, while inside the wardrobe, a swirling mass of black smoke quickly twisted and contorted. After a few twitching movements, it transformed into a bizarre-looking black albatross. Both the Dementor and the boggart seemed to pause, as if confused. Despite having no eyes, they gave off the strange feeling of a stare-down. The Dementor floated around the room, while the boggart flapped its wings as if mimicking something. Is it trying to copy my Patronus? John's mouth twitched as he watched the boggart's awkward imitation of an albatross, a distorted version of his Patronus. Ironically, the Dementor John had captured was one of the very ones he had driven away from the train earlier. Judging by the boggart's vague form, it seemed that even Dementors had some capacity for thought. Swoosh. John didn't feel like watching the bizarre performance any longer. With a wave of his wand, both the Dementor and the boggart were forced back into their respective containers. After locking up the box and wardrobe again, John sat on top of the box, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. It's all very unclear. This suggests that the Dementor's mind isn't fully coherent, he mused. It felt almost as if the Dementor was mentally impaired, or perhaps its soul was damaged in some way. The only thing he could confirm was that both the Dementor and the boggart had abilities similar to legilimency, the power to delve into minds. The more John thought about it, the more complicated it seemed. He sighed heavily. Damn, there's still a long way to go. If he wanted to solve the issue with Nagini's soul, he'd need to keep pushing forward in his research. Climbing off the box, John left the chamber. In the following days, he continued to visit the chamber regularly to study the two creatures. Days passed. September 19th. That day, Hermione, who was eating in the Great Hall, an owl hooted to her. The owl that delivered it was familiar to her, and she exclaimed, "Oh. Basil." Harry and Ron looked up as well, watching as Basil fluttered its wings and expertly landed between the plates on the table. Ron couldn't help but think about his family's old owl, which always caused chaos whenever it came by, sometimes even crashing headfirst into a bowl. Reaching out to pet Basil, Hermione noticed that the owl had brought a gift. When she unwrapped it, inside was a beautifully crafted glass ball that contained a miniature starry sky. A card fell out, and Ron picked it up. It was from John. Happy birthday. Ron didn't know why, but he felt a bit irked, and muttered with a hint of jealousy, "Wow, he actually remembered your birthday." Hermione shot him a sharp look, replying, "I mentioned my birthday when the term started. You just weren't listening." Well, Harry and Ron felt a little embarrassed. They vaguely recalled that she had indeed said something. Harry stared at the glass ball, puzzled. That thing looks expensive. How does John afford something like that? From what Harry knew, John came from a Muggle family. He suddenly remembered the 100 galleons John had lent him. Could someone from a non-magical family have that much wizarding money? Harry began to feel a bit suspicious, but Ron was more interested in whether he could borrow Hermione's glass ball to copy for future astronomy homework. Later, Hermione found John to thank him personally for the gift. John waved it off, saying there was no need for formalities between them. "Oh, by the way, where's your cat? Why didn't you bring him out today?" John thought that the flat-faced cat was quite interesting, at least smarter than Tom, with its fluffy and soft fur. When Hermione mentioned the situation, she seemed a bit upset. It turned out that Crookshanks was always trying to catch Scabbers, which had made Ron very angry. As a result, she had to leave Crookshanks in the dormitory. Hermione explained, "He keeps trying to catch Scabbers, and that makes Ron furious. So I have to keep him in the dormitory." "Oh, I see. Well, it's natural for a cat to want to chase a rat. You can't really blame Crookshanks for that." John nodded in understanding, and just then, he noticed Tom happily darting past his feet. At Hogwarts, apart from Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, Tom was the freest pet around. Hermione looked enviously at Tom. John thought for a moment and said, "Since you're often at the library, if you don't mind, I could help feed your cat." Of course, he wouldn't admit that he was just eager to pet Crookshanks. The round, pudgy body seemed incredibly satisfying to touch. Hermione hesitated a bit, uncertain whether Crookshanks would like spending time in the Slytherin common room. In the afternoon, Hermione found John again, a little embarrassed. "Crookshanks doesn't like leaving the Gryffindor common room." "Huh. Oh, all right then. I've got some cat treats here. You can take them to him." John was a bit disappointed that he wouldn't get to pet the adorably ugly Crookshanks. He pulled out the cat treats and dried fish he had prepared. Hermione glanced at his small bag, noticing how much stuff he seemed to have packed in there. "That's quite a lot. You can read 12 chapters ahead." Chapter 120, Encounters and Experiments. Filch's office. Filch was eating ice cream, his face unusually lit up with a rare smile of happiness. Mrs. Norris meowed softly, nibbling on a cat treat from Filch's hand. One hand held the ice cream, the other a cat treat. It seemed Filch had reached the pinnacle of his life. What was even more surprising was that his favorite flavor turned out to be mapo tofu ice cream, which left John astonished. If this existed in India, Gandhi would have been reincarnated yelling, "This ice cream go back." John thought. All he could conclude was that European tastes were odd, and European wizards' tastes even odder. While on his usual visit to groom Mrs. Norris, John noticed a bit of purple paper sticking out from one of the drawers. Curiosity piqued, he reached out and pulled it out. Filch, preoccupied with his ice cream, didn't notice at first. By the time he realized, John had already seen the letter. Quick spell course. John stared at the envelope, and Filch's face shifted between shades of green and purple. John wasn't feeling any particular disdain, just curious about why Filch, working in a magic school, would go out of his way to find a course like this. "Give that back." Filch suddenly snapped, angry. He screamed and yelled, driving John out of the office. Ever since Harry discovered last year that Filch was a squib, Filch had become a bit more self-destructive. As a squib, no one desired magic more than Filch. "I can endure the darkness, as long as no beam of light shines into my world." Seeing his siblings using magic had always been a deep torment for Filch. He was even kicked out of his family home, losing his place there. Hogwarts took him in, and he desperately wanted to belong, but his inability to perform magic made him feel inferior. This also developed his habit of obsessively watching students for mistakes. John was one of the few students Filch didn't completely despise, mostly because John never showed off magic in front of him. More importantly, Mrs. Norris liked John. After being kicked out of the office, John had no choice but to head elsewhere. Once again, John saw Tom trotting off happily. "Don't go too far, be careful not to get caught by a Dementor," John warned, sounding like an overprotective father. He figured Tom was just going to find Fong and wouldn't wander too far. Indeed, distance erases all feelings over time. Now, Tom didn't even seem to care about that big black dog anymore. As long as Tom didn't encounter any Dementors outside, everything should be fine. John headed to the library, casually handing Madame Pants a signed note from a professor along with 2 small boxes of ice cream. Madame Pants glanced at the ice cream indifferently, then at John's handsome face. She said coolly, "No food allowed in the library." "I know, that's why it's for you," John grinned, looking both charming and elegant. It had to be said that John's appearance was quite striking, reminiscent of a young Dark Lord, with the same deceptive allure. Madame Pants let out a soft hum through her nose, quickly glancing around before snatching the ice cream. The ice cream had a spell on it, so it wouldn't melt even after 3 days. Looking at the note, Madame Pants said dryly, "It's expired." "What?" John was taken aback, only to see Madame Pants pointing at the signature with a sneer. "Gilderoy Lockhart's name doesn't count." At that moment, John suddenly remembered, his time of unlimited influence was over. For the second time, he was kicked out, even though he had brought a gift. John left feeling frustrated. It seemed he'd have to return at night. As John passed by the staff room, he overheard Professor Snape's mocking voice and Professor Lupin's calm, composed response. "Lupin, it seems that Johnny Silverhand's appearance has made things easier for you," Snape sneered. "Thank you for your concern, Sir Johnny Silverhand is indeed quite the man," Lupin replied evenly. Snape almost choked on his own words. Concern. He was clearly mocking Lupin, a werewolf who could hardly find a job. Lupin, recalling Silverhand's ruthless methods, found it impossible to call him a good man. Seeing his former enemy doing well made Snape more miserable than if Lupin had been killed. His face grew so dark it could practically drip water. "Lupin, don't think I don't know why you're here," Snape hissed, stepping closer, his face almost touching Lupin's. Gritting his teeth, he lowered his voice, "The moment that man escaped Azkaban, you show up at Hogwarts. Don't tell me that's a coincidence." Lupin's eyes darkened, but he replied firmly, "It's just a coincidence, Severus. Don't call me by my name." Snape snapped coldly. "I'll be watching you. You've learned a lot from Johnny Silverhand, haven't you? That ruthless man, maybe he helped you rescue your good friend." The way Snape spat out, "good friend," was dripping with mockery, causing Lupin's eyes to redden with emotion. "Enough, don't say any more, it was my mistake." Lupin's already pale face turned even whiter. Snape forced words out through gritted teeth, "He was never a good person, neither then nor now. He once." An unpleasant memory resurfaced in Snape's mind, causing him to take a deep breath as the chill in his eyes grew sharper. Lupin knew exactly what incident Snape was referring to. It was indeed Sirius Black's fault, and it was an outrageous mistake. If not for James Potter, Snape might not even be alive today. Knowing that he was in the wrong, Lupin chose to remain silent. Seeing this as a victory, Snape clicked his tongue in satisfaction, then turned away, walking off like a giant bat. But as soon as he opened the door, he was met with John. Snape's triumphant expression instantly turned sour. "Mr. Wick, I believe you know eavesdropping is inappropriate," Snape said coldly. John replied sincerely, "Professor Snape, I actually came to talk to you about something." Snape stared at John's face for a moment before responding icily, "Somewhere else." Following Snape out, John glanced back at Lupin. Lupin smiled at him, appearing unfazed by the earlier argument. Once they reached Snape's office, John explained that he wanted to borrow books from the restricted section. Snape, with his usual sarcastic tone, said coldly, "I don't think a third-year student is capable of handling books from the restricted section." And then John was kicked out. For the third time. John clenched his fists, feeling as if the whole world was against him today. Taking a deep breath, he turned to leave. "Bah. It's just the restricted section, it's not like I haven't snuck in before. Who cares?" Meanwhile, Tom had obediently stayed nearby, just as John had told him. Carrying her dog food, Tom ran all the way to the Whomping Willow. Her short legs moved with an agility that didn't match his size, managing to avoid spilling even a bit of the dog food as she slipped into the tunnel beneath the Whomping Willow. It seemed to validate what John often teased Malfoy about, "Even my dog behaves better than you." Once inside the passageway, Tom trotted happily into the Shrieking Shack. A large black dog was resting inside, its fur a little patchy in places. When it saw Tom approach, a look of joy crossed its face. Tom set down the dog food and tore open the package. The big black dog eagerly dug into the meal, while Tom wagged her tail so furiously it looked like a helicopter rotor. After finishing the meal, the large black dog talked to Tom. Tom occasionally nodded, as if she was responding. Having been rejected 3 times today, John decided to head to the Slytherin chamber and focus on studying the Dementor. Treating the Dementor like an experiment, John opened the box. As soon as the Dementor emerged, John extended his wand, twisting it as if turning a key. "Radi ad animum tuum," he muttered. The Spectre charm activated. The Dementor, which had just crawled out, suddenly froze, and beneath its tattered, ragged body, something seemed to stir as if it were about to emerge. "Radi ad animum tuum." John pushed harder. The Dementor let out a high-pitched scream. The piercing sound was almost unbearable for John, and with a flick of his wand, he shoved the Dementor back into the box. The Dementor's body and soul are tightly bound. To pull the soul out, you'd have to tear it apart forcefully, John mused, recalling the sensation from earlier. It was as if the soul was glued together with powerful adhesive. His expression remained calm. Since that was the case, he decided to try again. Releasing the Dementor once more, John plugged his ears this time and cast the Spectre charm again. The Dementor's body was gradually being torn apart by an unseen force, and just as John was about to succeed, his hand trembled. The Dementor stopped screaming, and its body dissolved into thick smoke and vanished. Dead. John stared at the spot where the Dementor had disappeared, rubbing his temples, which ached from the piercing noise. He hadn't expected to accidentally kill it, meaning he'd have to capture another one. A soul-like entity, but it seems more like it's pieced together, he noted. With no one else around, John pulled out some parchment and jotted down his observations, realizing he'd need to catch another Dementor for further experiments. The boggart in the nearby chest had also gone still, as if sensing the terrifying events that had just unfolded outside. After all, a boggart is naturally timid, only taking on scary forms to frighten others. Carrying the chest, John repeated his process, heading outside the castle to capture another Dementor for his experiments. Some time later, the Ministry of Magic noticed that a few Dementors had gone missing. Read 12 chapters ahead at Chapter 121, The Case of the Missing Dementors and Jealousy. Cornelius, I've told you, I haven't done anything to the Dementors. Inside the headmaster's office. Dumbledore looked rather weary as he faced the rotund Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Fudge, wearing his trademark bowler hat, raised his voice a bit, demanding, then who? I mean, apart from you, who else could possibly make 3 Dementors vanish into thin air? The moment the Dementors went missing, the Ministry's first suspect was, naturally, Dumbledore. After all, the headmaster had made his disdain for Dementors known on more than one occasion. And besides Dumbledore, Fudge couldn't think of anyone else capable of pulling off such a feat. Strictly speaking, the Dementors of Azkaban weren't directly subordinate to the Ministry of Magic. They had a cooperative relationship. The Ministry supplied prisoners for the Dementors to feed on, while the Dementors fulfilled their duty of guarding the prisoners. So, when Fudge found out about the missing Dementors, he stormed straight to Dumbledore. If this issue wasn't handled properly, the Dementors might go on strike, and that could lead to mass prison breaks at Azkaban. Under no circumstances could Azkaban fall apart, especially not while Fudge was minister. The Dementors could not be allowed to fail. Dumbledore sighed, waving a hand tiredly. Cornelius, aside from me, there may be others capable of such a thing. Besides the Patronus charm, it's possible there are other spells that can kill Dementors. Fudge suddenly thought of a possibility, a terrifying and self-deluding one. He shouted, impossible. We all know he can't come back. The first figure to appear in his mind was that man. Then, another thought struck him, and he spoke with conviction, as if to reassure himself, I know now. It's Sirius Black, it must be him. Fudge's eyes lit up, his body swaying with excitement. It has to be him. He's hiding nearby and killed the Dementors. His voice grew louder, as if convincing himself, until he was nearly shouting. He stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind him. Dumbledore watched him leave, sighing quietly to himself. Everything has changed. Fudge hadn't always been like this. Back then, Dumbledore had lent him his own influence to help him become Minister of Magic. It was power and comfort that had turned him into this fearful man. At the time, there were better candidates for minister, but Dumbledore had believed that stability was what the wizarding world needed most. In hindsight, it might have been the wrong choice. Fudge had been running from the truth that Voldemort could return. Even if Dumbledore himself told him, he wouldn't believe it. Power should never be used as a personal tool. If Dumbledore wanted it, all he had to do was show the slightest interest. His old friends, his former students, the Ministry, the Wizengamot, and even the entire wizarding world would gladly make him Minister of Magic without hesitation. But Dumbledore knew his own heart. He was pure, strong, brave, and righteous, but he could never touch power. It was a fatal poison, one that would cause him to lose himself. The younger version of himself had once been with that man, who would go on to become the first Dark Lord after the breaking of the Statute of Secrecy. And Dumbledore knew, it was his own ideas that had influenced him. So, even in the darkest times under both Dark Lords, Dumbledore had never sought power. In fact, he avoided it at all costs. On the desk lay a small golden hourglass. He gently touched it with his fingertips, as if speaking to himself, or perhaps to someone else. I hope you won't become like that. In his mind's eye, 2 figures appeared. One was a young, vibrant man full of ambition, the other, a student in a Hogwarts uniform, equally handsome but hiding behind a mask. Their images overlapped, and a third figure began to take shape. Dumbledore tried to see it more clearly, but his old eyes failed him. All he could make out was the back of that person. Infinite possibilities, he whispered. Withdrawing his hand, Dumbledore's gaze shifted toward the Sorting Hat and the Sword of Gryffindor. He is so different, yet so similar, Dumbledore thought. He is flourishing, while I am withering. Can an old phoenix still rise from the ashes? This was John's second encounter with Minister Fudge. The man's face was sour, as if he'd just eaten one of the Weasley twins' new canary creams. Fudge looked unpleasant, muttering words like, Sirius Black, under his breath. John shrugged at the sight, guessing that the Minister of Magic had likely been rebuffed by Dumbledore. Back in the Slytherin common room, John found another sour face waiting for him. Daphne's usually lovely features were scrunched up in a frown, as if she were just a step away from announcing, "I am very, very angry." As someone who relied on Daphne to help him with classwork, John sidled up to her and asked, "What's wrong? Did Tom mess up your notes again?" The last time she had been this upset, it was because Tom had ruined the notes Daphne had painstakingly organized. Daphne had chased Tom around the room, while Tom, thinking it was a game, had gleefully pranced ahead. In the end, John had to step in, figuring out the whole story after catching Tom mid-sprint. Since it was his dog that had caused the mess, John had been left to clean up after it, and had solemnly promised, "I'll have Tom do a backflip for you. Don't stay mad at a dog." Daphne glanced sideways at John, her voice dripping with sarcasm as she mimicked, "Thank you so much, John." Her tone was exaggerated, as if she was intentionally making her voice higher-pitched, and it sent shivers down John's spine. "Ah, you're welcome," John muttered awkwardly, rubbing his arms. The next second, Daphne's face fell again, and she gave a cold huff before turning and storming off. Humph. John was left standing there, completely bewildered. So, no backflip from Tom. He remembered that Tom could even do a headstand while eating the food. The next day, John figured he might as well have Tom perform her headstand eating trick for Daphne. Maybe that would cheer her up. In the Great Hall, Daphne arrived and sat a few seats away from John. John leaned over and whispered, "Come with me, I want to show you something." Daphne's expression brightened with a hint of excitement, thinking that John had finally gotten the message. After whispering something to her friend Pansy, she followed John, her heart filled with anticipation. Pansy gave her a knowing look before casting a glance at Malfoy, who was loudly scheming with his two goons about how to handle a younger Gryffindor student. She resisted the urge to throw the plate of unpeeled potatoes in front of her at his head. Daphne followed John out of the Great Hall, brimming with expectation, as they walked all the way to the covered bridge. This spot was rarely visited, with its long stretch of stone and wood. The morning breeze brushed against their faces, tousling John's slightly long black hair. The sunlight caught his perfectly sculpted features, making him look even more striking. The tips of his hair danced in the wind, framing his fire salamander-like brown eyes, and Daphne found herself momentarily lost in them. She stared at John, her heart pounding, trying to keep her composure. Despite her nervousness, she managed to stutter, John, what do you want to show me?" She pretended to be nonchalant, remembering what her mother had told her, that women who were too forward were not cherished. John gazed directly into her pale gray-blue eyes, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. Daphne's heartbeat seemed to skip for a moment. "I know you've always cared, and I understand what you've been feeling." Perhaps it was the intensity of John's gaze that made Daphne instinctively look away. Seeing her shy and expectant demeanor, John's smile grew even more pronounced. He knew he had guessed correctly. Raising his hand, he snapped his fingers. Out of nowhere, music began to play, catching Daphne off guard. Watch closely. To apologize, Tom has specially trained for this. Watch our Tom eat dog food upside down." John's voice brimmed with pride and excitement as he pointed to his begrudgingly performing dog. Tom trotted over with her bowl in her mouth, tore open a bag of dog food, and dumped it into the bowl. With a forceful push of her front paws and a loud grunt, she lifted her hind legs into the air, balancing perfectly on her front legs. Her floppy ears dangled down as she enthusiastically devoured the food. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet, with John still enthusiastically cheering Tom on from the side. "Come on, Tom. Keep eating. You got this, Tom. Believe in yourself. Go for it. You're going to be the king, queen of all dogs." John's motivational shouts echoed in Daphne's ears, transforming her previously shy expression into one of cold indifference. She stared at the hard-working Tom, and the corners of her mouth curled into a sarcastic smirk, letting out two cold chuckles. "How was that?" "Impressive, right?" John looked at Tom with satisfaction as the dog had polished off every bit of food. "Heh." Daphne let out a cold laugh, once again using that sarcastic, high-pitched tone as she said, "Thank you, John." Why did that sound so off? John scratched his head, feeling something strange, and cautiously offered, "Actually, Tom can also do a one-pod handstand while eating dog food." "Thank you, John." It was the same sentence again. After saying it, Daphne turned and walked away, not giving John a chance to understand what was happening. John glanced down at Tom, who was happily wagging her tail at his feet. With a raised eyebrow, John shouted, "Something's wrong with you." Daphne's footsteps paused. Was he finally realizing it? But soon, she realized she was overthinking it. John was pulling on Tom's face, scolding, "You've been eating double the dog food these days, so how come you haven't put on any weight?" Tom's fawning expression froze, and she lowered her head guiltily. "Humph. Meanwhile, Daphne stomped harder as she walked away, as if the floor were John under her feet. This idiot notices how much dog food Tom eats but can't figure out why I'm upset. Read 12 chapters ahead at Chapter 122, Quidditch Training Week and Borrowing Books. John had always been someone who swung back and forth between being meticulous and careless. Take Daphne, for example. She had been acting snarky around him for 3 days straight, and it was only now that John vaguely remembered hearing that tone somewhere before. Isn't this what Hermione said to me on her birthday? He was a bit stunned. It felt so familiar because, well, Hermione had said the same thing. Could it be that she's upset I gave a gift to someone from Gryffindor? After thinking it over carefully, John thought this was highly likely. After all, as the leader of the little Slytherin team, even though, thanks to him, Slytherin's attitude toward Muggleborns and Half-Bloods had changed significantly, their attitude toward Gryffindor had not. Slytherin and Gryffindor had always been rivals, one rising by stepping on the other. It was practically ingrained in their bones. Even John had a bit of that sentiment. If that's the case, then I didn't do anything wrong. After all, when they became friends, there was no house division to consider. He was a loyal Slytherin, definitely not a traitor to his house. I need to report this to the organization, I'm innocent. After wrestling with this for a while, John finally decided that he should apologize to Daphne. After all, this little rift had caused him to miss a Muggle studies lesson. John found Daphne and said earnestly, "Daphne, I know I've been a bit off lately. I'm sorry." His serious tone made Daphne start to feel a bit awkward for her own petty behavior. Blushing, Daphne replied, "I was wrong too. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that." Thinking about how she'd been acting snarky these past few days, she couldn't help but rub her face, feeling like her constant cold smirks had made her face stiff. "Yeah." That sarcastic tone, John nodded knowingly and said, "It felt just like Professor Snape was right next to me." As soon as he finished, he noticed Daphne's mouth open wide in shock. John didn't understand, wasn't he just comparing it to Professor Snape? Why such a big reaction? "Well then, Mr. Wick, you can ask someone else for your permission slip," came a cold, chilling voice from behind. John felt a shiver run down his spine. Slowly turning around, he saw Professor Snape himself, dressed in his usual black robes, smirking at him. A drop of sweat trickled down John's face. Snape rarely sought him out, but today of all days. Awkwardly swallowing, John forced a smile and said, "Good day, Professor. I was just saying how handsome you are." The lie was so painfully obvious that even Daphne couldn't bear to watch. Snape's mouth twitched slightly in response, then he coldly glanced at John before tossing a note in his direction and walking off. "Well, I'm doomed," John muttered. The goodwill John had worked so hard to build up was gone in an instant. With a look of frustration, John noticed the note out of the corner of his eye. He picked it up and saw Professor Snape's signature on it. What does this even mean?" John muttered, puzzled. A few days ago, Snape wouldn't give him the note, and now suddenly, he delivers it. Was Snape playing hard to get? John chuckled at the absurdity. "You're not a girl, Professor, so what's the point of this game?" But regardless of the reasoning, he had finally gotten the permission slip. Having been too busy experimenting on Dementors for the past few days, John hadn't had the chance to visit the restricted section of the library. Now that he had time, he took off running. Daphne reached out as if to stop him but ended up stomping her foot angrily when he bolted away. October. Defense Against the Dark Arts continued to be a stellar class. In terms of teaching skills, John had to admit that he couldn't quite match up to Lupin. Who would have thought he's actually cut out to be a teacher? Maybe the young wizards in the werewolf community could use him someday, John mused, watching Lupin's confident and kind teaching style. He was teaching in such a way that made learning enjoyable, helping the students not only gain knowledge but also have fun in the process. John admired that about him. John habitually ran his fingers over his wand, a common gesture for him. He always needed something in his hands to fidget with. If he had a ring on, he'd fiddle with the ring. If not, it was his wand. He figured by the time he graduated, his wand would probably have a permanent polish from all the handling. In divination class, John racked up points like running water. His performance was so outstanding that Professor Trelawney's address for him shifted from "child" to "my dear." Care of magical creatures was also going smoothly. Despite a bit of chaos in the first lesson, John had handled it all well. Thanks to John's training, even Draco Malfoy wasn't acting as pampered as usual and didn't go running to his father to complain. Hagrid had started bringing in charming fairies, which were a huge hit with the girls. He also introduced some magical creatures that, in Hagrid's opinion, were quite boring but were surprisingly popular with the students. Hagrid had even complained to John about it, to which John, exasperated, replied, "What, do you want to bring in a dragon for the students?" The suggestion made Hagrid's eyes light up, but he hesitated and said, "Well, one dragon would be fine, but if I brought too many, I wouldn't be able to manage them all." Good grief, you're really something. He was sure that if Hagrid brought a dragon to Hogwarts, he'd be kicked out immediately after. Even adult wizards wouldn't dare get close to such dangerous creatures, yet you want to use them for a lesson with young wizards, John remarked, putting an end to Hagrid's unrealistic ideas. Afterward, John made his way to the Quidditch pitch. It was Quidditch training season, and the pitch was fully booked by the four houses every day. No matter the weather, be it wind or rain, the sight of students flying on broomsticks, darting after various balls, was a constant. Today, it wasn't Gryffindor in the air but Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff had a new captain. Cedric Diggory, who had once sparred with John in a duel practice session last year, had taken over the position. While Cedric might not have Harry's exceptional instincts and raw talent, his technique was impressive, particularly his fluid and seamless turns, which seemed contradictory to his tall and strong build. As Cedric practiced, he spotted John from a distance and waved in greeting. John nodded back and gave him a thumbs up for encouragement before heading off to the library's restricted section, where he scoured through the books. He ended up checking out a book titled The Origins and Theories of Dementors. It was such an obscure book that when Madame Pants saw it, she was momentarily taken aback. You shouldn't be interested in Dementors, she said, frowning slightly, even though they're lurking outside. Madame Pants typically didn't say much to students, but she offered John a few extra words this time. John flashed a toothy grin and said, "It never hurts to learn more, right?" After that, Madame Pants didn't press the issue further. As he was leaving, she mentioned, "The ice cream you brought last time was quite nice, especially the red one." Motherfuck. John stumbled slightly at her words, casting a suspicious glance at Madame Pants. He couldn't believe she had the same strange taste as Filch, enjoying the mapo tofu-flavored ice cream. Passing by the Quidditch pitch again, John noticed that the yellow-clad figures from before had been replaced by red ones. It was Oliver Wood's final year, and he seemed as pumped up as ever, while Harry tirelessly practiced spotting the golden snitch over and over again. The Weasley twins were perfecting a sandwich strategy, where they would flank an opponent from both sides and send them flying right off their broom. John stopped to watch for a while, only to be shooed away by Wood. Though Wood knew John wasn't the type to leak secrets, he still didn't like having a Slytherin watching their practice. John just shrugged and left the pitch. He had thought about joining the Quidditch team before, but with how busy he'd been lately, he decided against it. If only I could control time, he mused, imagining how much easier life would be with something like that. But he quickly dismissed the thought. Time was a forbidden subject in the wizarding world, as dangerous as meddling with souls. There was no way an object like that would be easily available, right? John returned to the castle and hurried to the Gryffindor common room, eager to open the origins and speculations of Dementors. Dementors are a fusion of soul and matter. The first sentence immediately caught John's attention. During his experiments with Dementors, he had suspected something along these lines. It seemed the author was onto something. He quickly settled in to keep reading. They are an artificially created, wicked, cruel, and pitiful entity. Their intelligence is pitifully low, and they cannot reproduce to increase their numbers. John stared at the book in shock. Dementors were artificial. A sudden thought popped into his mind: basilisks were also a man-made creation. But unlike Dementors, basilisks were the result of human intervention, using natural selection and genetics to bring them into existence. Dementors, on the other hand, were different. The book speculated that they were entirely man-made. They had no gender, no concept of reproduction. They were like malevolent spirits, spreading from dark, decayed places, growing like fungi. John felt a shiver run down his spine. What kind of person would create something as horrifying as a Dementor? Forcing himself to keep reading, he uncovered more unsettling truths. The creator of Dementors was an extremely evil being and also the very first prisoner of Azkaban. Christie's. Read 12 chapters ahead at Chapter 123, Strange Hermione and Level 5 Alchemy. The process of creating Dementors could be summarized in 2 steps: soul and curse. Christie's was an exceptionally cruel individual, murdering countless muggles. Any muggles who crossed his path were brutally tortured and killed by his dark magic. Even in death, their souls found no peace, cursed to a state of eternal torment, trapped between reality and a nightmarish limbo, neither dead nor truly alive. Over time, these cursed souls would transform into Dementors, feeding on the souls of others. If evil had a ranking, Christie's would unquestionably be at the top, the author remarked, a sentiment John deeply agreed with. Using tortured souls to create Dementors was something so vile that even John couldn't imagine doing it. As the thought crossed his mind, John froze and suspiciously wondered, wait, why am I even considering this? After all, he was a good person, wasn't he? Even if he became powerful in the future, he'd be a white wizard, never a dark lord. Right. He was definitely on the side of good, without a doubt. Closing the book, John exhaled deeply. The book not only detailed the creation of Dementors but also recounted some of Christie's deeds and history. If Voldemort killed to dominate the magical world, then Acristes was evil for no reason at all. He didn't care what others thought of him. He was purely a self-absorbed, deranged madman. Good thing he died early, or even Voldemort would have had to step aside, John thought, feeling grateful that Acristes was long gone. By October, the third-year students were getting restless. Halloween was coming, and that meant they could finally visit Hogsmeade Village. It was the only village in the country entirely populated by witches and wizards, full of magical folk and many shops to explore. Places like Honeyduke's Sweet Shop and Zonko's Joke Shop were highly recommended. As John listened to the others excitedly explaining these places, he debated whether he should go. To be honest, he was mildly interested, but his mind was more focused on completing his surgery. How much longer could Nagini hold on? It could be a month from now, or it could be tomorrow. Nagini's soul was like a candle in the wind, and even the unicorn horn couldn't extend her life much further. I need to finish the surgery as soon as possible, John decided. He was determined to save Nagini, not just for the reward, but also for his academic pursuits and the promise he had made to a friend. Entering the Slytherin common room, John opened the door just in time to see Tom sneaking out. This girl, could she be seeing another dog outside? John watched as Tom left again with a bowl of dog food, feeling suspicious. However, no matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't think of anyone else who might have a dog besides himself. Maybe Fong's been extra friendly, making the big boss Tom feel extra pleased, he mused. Classes were manageable on their own, but when several of them overlapped, John started feeling the strain. He had to be intensely focused to absorb the lessons from 3 different subjects simultaneously, because if he missed something, he'd lose a chance to earn points. This year, as usual, he had a series of tasks, as well as the goal of maintaining first place in his studies. John wasn't sure if this first place applied to every single subject, but if it did, dropping even one subject would be a huge loss. The pressure was mounting, and he was on the verge of wanting to just give up entirely. While others were finishing up their classes, John was already heading off to his next one. One day, he woke up a little late and bumped into Hermione on their way to class. He greeted her. "You're off to class too." "Oh, right, I forgot you're taking all the subjects as well." "Sorry, John, I'm running late." With that, Hermione rushed off, leaving John standing there. Staring in the direction Hermione had rushed off, John felt a bit confused. Class hadn't even started yet, so why was she in such a hurry? Also, it looked like she was headed toward arithmancy. Was she planning to skip divination? John walked into the divination classroom, and the moment he sat down, he saw Hermione already there. The fuck? His eyes widened, and he glanced around, bewildered. He was sure he hadn't seen her come in. What is going on? Even John was starting to feel a little baffled. After class, as soon as it ended, John watched Hermione leave in a hurry again. A little while later, he ran into her at a corner. Hermione looked exhausted, and her pace had quickened noticeably. John rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Why does Hermione seem so odd? Watching her walk away, John realized it wasn't the first time he'd felt this way. Every time it was class time, Hermione always seemed strange. The weirdest part? John was intensely curious how Hermione managed to attend 3 different classes at the same time. Unless she's got some remote surveillance like I do, or she's mastered duplication spells. I'll keep an eye on her from now on, John thought, nodding to himself as he headed to his next class. Soon, it was time for another lesson. And there she was again, Hermione. John was starting to seriously question if someone had taken Polyjuice Potion to impersonate her. If not, maybe she was secretly operating around the castle. To figure out if it was really her, John discreetly pulled out the Marauder's map. Motherfuck. The moment he opened it, he almost blurted out a curse. For the love of God, or Merlin, whatever. Why are there 3 Hermiones? John stared at the map in disbelief. He was really not just hallucinating due to frustration, was he? It clearly showed 3 Hermiones, one in the divination classroom, another in arithmancy, and a third in Muggle studies. John was stunned. So, Hermione had actually mastered duplication magic. You could have at least mentioned it. Here I am struggling to juggle 3 classes at once, and you're pulling this off like it's nothing. After class, John blocked Hermione's path. Hermione, can you do duplication spells? John stared at Hermione, noticing the confusion on her face. Did I guess wrong? Unwilling to give up, John asked again, how are you managing to attend 3 classes at the same time? At the mention of this question, Hermione opened her mouth to speak but suddenly remembered that Professor McGonagall had specifically told her not to tell anyone. She quickly shut her mouth, pursing her lips, and said, I have my own way, John. Please don't ask any more. What do you mean? Please, John. I can't tell. Hermione's face was becoming paler by the moment. John, still suspicious, looked at her before reluctantly replying, "TCH** alright, seems like it's some kind of secret you can't share." As he left, John couldn't help but think, so the fool here turns out to be me. He figured that Hermione must have some secret she wasn't allowed to reveal, likely because Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall had forbidden her from sharing it. Whatever it is, it's probably something they don't want me to see, he thought. Hey, we're all students here. The professors sure are playing favorites, John muttered, slightly annoyed. But then he shrugged, whatever. I don't need it anyway. With my alchemy skills, what can't I figure out on my own? After class, he rushed into the Chamber of Secrets and focused on his alchemy, his fingers moving as he leveled up. Alchemy level 5. The alchemy panel dimmed, signaling to John that he'd need to accumulate more knowledge if he wanted to level up further. At this point, John could easily be called a master. He surveyed the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets once more and nodded in satisfaction. Everything looked clean. Maybe I should renovate it a bit. Running in and out of the Forbidden Forest all the time is kind of a hassle. With his current level of alchemy, John figured he could attempt some modifications. Installing a door seemed like a good idea, it would save him from having to sneak into the Forbidden Forest every time. Last time, he was almost spotted by a centaur, and only managed to avoid trouble because his disillusionment charm was high level. Once he made up his mind, John immediately began modifying the entrance. Slytherin's alchemy skills were remarkable, far superior to John's current level. But he didn't need to dismantle everything, just creating a new exit would be simple enough. And done. After some work, a brand new door stood before him. John added a passcode to control access, so he wouldn't have to crawl through the pipes anymore. He also made sure to modify the girls' bathroom entrance as well, setting up a special incantation that only he would know. The stars are eternal, he said, and the door swung open. John exited from the inside and reappeared in the girls' bathroom. Thankfully, no one was around at this time, likely due to moaning Myrtle often haunting the place. As if on cue, Myrtle emerged from a broken toilet, her head still adorned with the hairpin John had given her. "John." She beamed with excitement, "You came to see me." You could say that," John replied awkwardly, glancing at the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. He couldn't exactly admit he was just passing through. Remembering his manners, he turned to Myrtle and said politely, "It's been a while." Myrtle was overjoyed, telling John that she had shown the hairpin to the other ghosts, though they had been skeptical, which made her furious. Nearly Headless Nick, in particular, had been quite envious, even suggesting that John help sever the remaining skin on his neck so he could finally join the Headless Hunt. Listening to this, John thought that these ghosts, unchanged for so long, got overly excited by even the smallest novelty. Myrtle hinted again that she wouldn't mind receiving a necklace or some thinner glasses. John, trying to dodge the request, explained that the materials were difficult to come by. This seemed to make Myrtle give up on the idea of asking for a new, fashionable outfit. Read 12 chapters ahead at Chapter 124, Astoria. John walked into the room of requirement, snapped his fingers, and entered the Gryffindor's secret chamber once again, deep in thought. Shouldn't I have my own secret chamber too, he wondered aloud. He mused about how the 4 founders of Hogwarts each had their own secret chambers. If he was going to establish the Constellation Society in the future, wouldn't it be strange if they didn't have a base of operations? Surely he can use this or the Slytherin's chamber, but with his current level of alchemy, and if he upgraded his knowledge of runes a bit more, creating a secret chamber of his own wouldn't be difficult. There are only 2 formal members of the Constellation Society, including those who are not in school. The first is Fleur and the second is Heinrich. In his plans, John had already identified 3 more candidates. Percy from Gryffindor, Malfoy from Slytherin, and Neville Longbottom. First, there was Percy Weasley from Gryffindor. Percy was an ambitious person seeking glory and success. He was a super scholar with 12 certificates, and John saw him as a key player in infiltrating the Ministry of Magic. Next was Draco Malfoy from Slytherin. As a pureblood and one of the Sacred 28, Malfoy's family connections and reputation, though not great, were still valuable. He could be a potential bargaining chip to undermine Voldemort later on. Finally, there was Neville Longbottom, the future Gryffindor Sword's chosen one. If you considered the entirety of the story, aside from Dumbledore, Neville was one of the only 2 people capable of wielding the Sword of Gryffindor. All 3 had incredible potential, and John had already reserved spots for them in his Constellation Society. Daphne and Hermione were also in his consideration, but after thinking it through, John felt Hermione's chances of joining were slim. Let's not even talk about the trio, who are undoubtedly aligned with Dumbledore's side. Even Hermione herself wouldn't abandon Harry to join the Constellation Society. Cedric is also a decent option, but unfortunately, I haven't really interacted with him much, John mused, rubbing his chin. He had seen Cedric's abilities firsthand, and the Hufflepuff was quite popular within his house. He wondered if inviting Cedric would even work. After running through his list of potential candidates, John still couldn't decide on the remaining members. For now, I'll stick with the initial group. Once the Wick secret chamber is built, I'll start sending out invitations. With this resolution, John left the room of requirement. He needed some materials to construct the chamber. As the future headquarters for the Constellation Society, he didn't want it to look too shabby. John headed to Hagrid's hut and asked for help in finding some materials, mainly wood. Hagrid enthusiastically pounded his massive chest, promising to gather everything John needed. After some more conversation, Hagrid quickly urged John to leave. His eagerness to get rid of him struck John as odd, so he glanced curiously inside, spotting Fong. Eh? If Fong's in there, who's Tom playing with? John thought, puzzled as he made his way back to Slytherin. In the days that followed, John was frequently absent, disappearing without a trace. Even Draco Malfoy struggled to find him at times. Meanwhile, Professor Lupin's exceptional teaching skills filled in the gaps from the previous 2 years of defense against the dark arts classes. By October 15th, Halloween was drawing closer, and the air seemed filled with a sense of joy. It was as though Sirius Black lurking outside didn't concern anyone inside the castle. The Dementors greedily sniffed the happy emotions emanating from the castle, and they were a little restless. In the Gryffindor common room, Hermione's pet, Crookshanks, once again attacked Scabbers, Ron's pet rat, which infuriated Ron. He angrily grabbed his bag and tried to toss Crookshanks out, leading to a heated argument with Hermione. Hermione stormed off in anger, while Ron sulked over the incident, leaving Harry awkwardly stuck in the middle, unsure of what to say or how to fix things. Over at the Quidditch pitch, it was business as usual, buzzing with activity. Oliver would once again warned Harry about Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff, telling him to be cautious of that guy. Harry, however, was still distracted, preoccupied with his friend's ongoing feud. The next day, Lavender Brown was found sobbing, her face filled with sorrow. Someone asked Lavender what had happened, and she tearfully explained that her rabbit had died. It had died today, October 16th. While some people were confused, the students who had taken divination class provided an explanation. It was John, one of them said. During class, he predicted that the thing Lavender Brown feared the most would happen on October 16th. A chill ran down everyone's spine. The accuracy of this prediction sent a clear message: John's prophecy had come true. John had fallen into a prophetic trance twice during divination class. Once, he predicted something happening during the full moon, and the other time he mentioned October 16th. Now that one of the predictions had come true, did that mean the other would as well? He said, the ignorant will lose a leg, and those who break the taboo will be drowned by a black tide. Ernie Macmillan, discussing the prophecy with an air of mystery, added, it sounds like a death prophecy. I think it might be about Harry Potter. Hannah Abbott, puzzled, asked, why Harry Potter? Ernie, as if it were obvious, replied, don't you remember? Every time something bad happens, it's always tied to Harry. He's like a magnet for disasters, trouble just finds him. Even Seamus nodded in agreement, which made Harry feel deeply uncomfortable. Ugh. What did they mean by calling him a magnet for disasters? Hermione's expression shifted. If Professor Trelawney had said it, she might have dismissed it as coincidence, but since it was her friend, she found it somewhat credible. In an attempt to comfort Lavender Brown, she said, these are all just coincidences, right? I mean, you've always been afraid that your rabbit would be eaten by a fox. Hearing the mention of her rabbit again, Lavender teared up and shook her head. No, I was just afraid it would die. Hermione asked skeptically, was your rabbit very old? No, it was just a baby bunny. All right, Hermione was at a loss for words. Afraid of a baby bunny dying. She had intended to console Lavender, and maybe even Harry, but instead, it seemed like she had only reinforced the accuracy of John's prediction. Even Harry started to wonder if the other prophecy was really about him, especially since he had already seen the ominous black dog. While Gryffindor was filled with unease, Slytherin was in a great mood. Even the younger wizards from wizarding families were eagerly looking forward to Hogsmeade. Malfoy was telling John, for the third time, the story of how his parents fell in love in Hogsmeade, and John felt like his ears were going to fall off from hearing it so much. As the bell rang, Professor Snape entered to remind everyone to turn in their signed permission slips for the Hogsmeade trip before Halloween. Daphne approached John, no longer upset, and curiously asked, Hi John, are you going to Hogsmeade? Oh. So she is not acting angry today. Girls. Truly unpredictable creatures. John. Oh. I think I will, John replied. Noticing the little girl next to Daphne, John asked, puzzled, who's this? Hee. Daphne proudly said, this is my sister, Astoria. She's a first-year Slytherin student. John looked at the first-year girl, who was wearing the Slytherin uniform, her delicate features already starting to show. Like her sister Daphne, she had blonde hair. However, while Daphne exuded pride and arrogance, Astoria seemed much more gentle and well-behaved. She blinked at John, her eyes full of curiosity. "You're John Wick, right? My sister talks about you a lot. Astoria." Hearing her younger sister say this, Daphne's face showed a mix of panic and embarrassment. She quickly covered Astoria's mouth to stop her from saying anything more. John glanced at Daphne, wondering what she had been saying about him at home. In a fluster, Daphne hurriedly led her sister away, clearly afraid that Astoria might reveal more. John shook his head and thought, "I'd better speed up the construction of that secret room." Malfoy sidled up to him, looking a bit dazzled. He asked, "Who was that little girl just now?" Hearing this, John turned to see Malfoy's astonished expression. It was true, the girl was quite pretty. He responded casually, "Daphne's sister." "Oh, and by the way, give me back the badge. I just took a couple of glances, is that really necessary?" Malfoy clutched the badge on his chest, full of regret. If he'd known this would happen, he wouldn't have asked. Who would have thought a single question would cost him his badge? John gave him a sidelong glance. "Do I really seem that petty? I'm just worried you'll lose the badge in Hogsmeade, so I'm keeping it safe for now." "All right," Malfoy replied, still somewhat doubtful. John pocketed the badge. He was planning to add a function that allowed access to the Constellation Society. In other words, a system upgrade. Heinrich approached. His pale, handsome face now bore an unsightly boil. "Did you get into another fight with the twins?" "Don't worry. I can live with this," Heinrich said nonchalantly. "Sigh this guy. Stop acting so stoic, will ya?" Staring at the boil, John raised his hand and gently brushed it. The once hideous boil gradually shrank, eventually disappearing. A cool sensation passed over Heinrich's face. "Ah, thank you, my friend. Those twins are indeed many steps ahead of me with things like this. But..." His eyes flashed with a sinister glint as he muttered, "One day, I'll make them suffer 1,000 times worse." What a grudge, John thought, raising an eyebrow. He could only hope the twins would take care of themselves. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 125, The Establishment of the Constellation Society. Time passed quickly, and John gazed up at the starry dome he had constructed with immense satisfaction. The initial Wick's Constellation Society chamber was almost complete. He had to admit, magic made everything easier. If Muggles had to build this, it would have taken at least several months, if not a year. Adding magic is key, John muttered to himself as he meticulously carved magical circuits bit by bit. For the chamber's power source, he embedded 36 magical crystals, resembling 36 stars twinkling in the night sky. By his rough estimation, unless Voldemort or Dumbledore showed up, no one could breach the chamber thanks to the power of those 36 crystals. The circuits he was engraving weren't just ordinary spells, they were rooted in ancient magic and runes he had painstakingly researched. As the ritual was completed, the entire chamber radiated a powerful magical glow. "Ha, so damn beautiful." Only John was there to witness this breathtaking sight. One by one, the circuits lit up, and the runes seemed to float like ethereal sprites within the chamber. The Constellation Society's interior was incredibly lavish. Beneath the starry dome was a round table with 9 seats. Mystical violet tapestries and silver artifacts adorned the space, while the dome projected the insignia of each seat. Floating objects resembling galaxies revolved endlessly within the room. It was a masterpiece. John completed the construction of the Star Society's chamber and now needed to find a place to install it. "I remember the room that used to house the Philosopher's Stone is currently vacant. Nice. It'll be perfect for this." Without wasting any time, John set up the teleportation device formed by the circuits. The wooden door in front of him quickly transformed. On the surface, it still looked like an ordinary door. In reality, the room had been split into 2 spaces, one being the original room, and the other leading to the Constellation Society's chamber. As for the chamber itself, John placed it within the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. Now, John no longer had to enter through the girls' bathroom, which was a win-win for him. Once the chamber was successfully completed, John summoned the people he had chosen for his society. To his surprise, Cedric showed up. "I'm curious too about what kind of society you've created," Cedric said with a smile. He had heard quite a lot about John Wick's exploits. John's impressive dueling skills had also shown Cedric the strength he possessed. "John, what do you need from me?" Malfoy asked, unusually without his 2 usual sidekicks. In addition to them, Heinrich was there too, lurking like a shadow. Neville seemed a bit out of place, wondering if he should even be there. Percy frowned, not quite understanding what John was up to. Daphne had eventually been invited too. After all, she was one of the top students. If John was first, then the second spot was always a contest between Daphne and Hermione. Including John, there were 7 people in total, and the ragtag group of the Constellation Society had assembled. John placed his right hand on the badge on his chest, smiling lightly. "Welcome, everyone, to the Constellation Society. Constellation Society. Hearing the name, Malfoy was the most excited. After being beaten down for a whole semester, he had finally earned his place. Slowly pushing open the wooden door, they stepped into a room with a starry ceiling, luxurious and dazzling. Wow. Daphne gently covered her mouth, amazed by how beautiful it was. Percy was puzzled, since when did Hogwarts have such a place? John invited everyone inside, where stars sparkled all around. With a sincere expression, he said, "The Constellation Society welcomes all friends. We pursue glory, help each other. We are not family, but we are closer than family. We seek strength and share strength." His gaze slowly swept over everyone, his voice rising. "The Constellation are eternal, forever unchanging. So, my friends, do you wish to join the Constellation Society?" As soon as John finished speaking, Heinrich stepped forward without hesitation, lowering his proud head. With a fanatical expression, he declared, "Heinrich Edgar, willing to join." Following him, Daphne walked forward gracefully, her voice serious and composed. "Daphne Greengrass, willing to join." Not to be outdone, Malfoy strode forward, placing his right hand over his chest and solemnly stating, "Draco Malfoy, willing to join." Among the remaining 3 were 2 Gryffindors and a Hufflepuff. Percy finally understood John's purpose. The ambition in John's words made Percy's eyes gleam with recognition. He stepped forward, his prized head boy badge gleaming on his chest. After a moment, he removed it, imitating Malfoy's gesture as he said, "Percy Weasley, willing to join." "I knew you weren't so simple," Cedric muttered under his breath. He stepped forward with a smile and declared, "Cedric Diggory, willing to join." Now, only Neville was left. John turned his gaze toward him, not forcing anything, and gently asked, "Neville, I won't pressure you." Neville hesitated for a moment. After some thought, he stepped forward. With his now slimmer face and taller frame, thanks to his training, he announced loudly, "Neville Longbottom, willing to join." The 6 bowed their heads, and John raised his hand, pointing toward the ceiling. 6 stars descended from the starry sky, transforming into 6 shining badges. Each badge contained a piece of the night sky within it, with purple crystals embedded in the design. John placed a badge on each of them, completing the official initiation ceremony. Looking at the 6 before him, John silently thought, "At last, we've taken the first step." Once these 6 grew stronger, even if the Constellation Society couldn't match the size and influence of the Order of the Phoenix, it would still become a formidable force that could shake the wizarding world. With a tap on the table, 7 golden goblets appeared. Each flew towards one of the members. John picked his up, feeling a surge of boldness and camaraderie. It felt like something straight out of Water Margin, where heroes swore oaths of brotherhood, eating and drinking heartily. He was about to down his drink in one go, maybe even smash the cup afterward in a show of dramatic flair, when Percy frowned and said, "Students aren't allowed to drink alcohol." Cough, cough. "This is pumpkin juice," John said, almost choking in embarrassment. "I couldn't get alcohol in school. The house elves in the kitchen refused to give me any." Puffed. Everyone, who had been caught up in the solemn atmosphere, burst into laughter at this moment. The 7 clinked glasses and drank in unison. The Constellation Society was officially established. In this unassuming corner of Hogwarts, John's own faction was officially born. It was a pity that Fleur wasn't here, otherwise, the Constellation Society would be complete. The school had various clubs, most of which were created by professors. But John's self-created Constellation Society remained limited to just the 7 members. After joining, Malfoy started walking with even more swagger than usual. He adopted a gait that practically screamed, "I'm better than everyone," and even began to look at Neville more favorably. John had said that once someone joined the Constellation Society, it didn't matter what their past was or where they came from, the society was their closest family. Previously, Malfoy had been a bit resistant to Weasley and Longbottom, but after hearing John's words, he had no further objections. "Percy is the head boy, and don't underestimate Neville, he could easily beat you down if he wanted." Malfoy didn't believe it, but after nearly getting himself cut in half by Neville swinging a sword at him, he was convinced. Power is power. In the past, Malfoy would never have acknowledged either of them, but now he couldn't deny that both of them were stronger than him. He had thought he would at least be in the top 3, or at worst, the top 5. But reality hit him hard, he was at the bottom. Even Daphne and Neville were stronger than him, not to mention Heinrich and the others. "Phew, at least I'm 7th. Malfoy said with relief, but John glanced at him and scoffed, "What are you thinking? You're ranked 8th. This left Malfoy dumbfounded. John explained that there was another member in Beauxbatons. So, Malfoy was officially ranked 8th. If new members joined, who knows where he would land. Work hard, kid. John patted the stunned Malfoy on the shoulder with a meaningful look. What Malfoy didn't know was that John had almost become his godfather. If Malfoy didn't put in the effort, how could his father rest easy? John had praised him endlessly when he was persuading Lucius back then, but now, if Malfoy couldn't live up to it, wouldn't that be like slapping his own face? From now on, your training is doubled. When you can finally beat Neville, you can stop. Painting grand visions was an essential leadership skill. John said seriously, I have great hopes for you. These words left Malfoy fired up, like he had just taken an energy boost, unaware that almost everyone had heard the same speech. Except Percy. John had told Percy that Barty Crouch was looking for an assistant, and Percy was so excited he nearly jumped for joy on the spot. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 126, Paw Meeting. The shrill scream pierced through the eardrums, and the Dementor's body, covered in a thin, smoky substance, seemed to be torn apart by an invisible, forceful hand. John was more focused than ever before. His wand, like a surgeon's scalpel, precisely peeled away layer by layer of the Dementor bit by bit. The magical crystal hanging around his neck emitted a faint glow. But with one careless movement, John applied too much force, and the third Dementor died. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, John's frown remained. He didn't understand. He had been controlling every strand of magic with pinpoint accuracy, so why wasn't it working? Unable to read the Dementor's thoughts. I can only rely on the intensity of its screams to gauge things. TSK. Expressionless, John removed his earplugs and tapped his fingers absent-mindedly on the cabinet. The boggart inside didn't dare make a sound. It shrank within the cabinet, pretending to be dead. John glanced over at the newly added shelf for reagents, where a vial containing a black, smoke-like substance sat. It was the result of his painstaking efforts to extract what could be considered the blood from the boggart. The black mist floated within the vial, moving erratically without direction. This substance reminded John of another creature in the magical world. An obscurus. Beside it, there were several other vials, each containing varying amounts of floating silver threads. These things looked incredibly pure and sacred. Is this the soul the Dementor didn't fully digest, or is it its own soul? Pondering for a moment, John put on his gloves and used his wand to pick up one of the silver threads. It looked just like what had come out of Nagini, but when John grasped it this time, there was no familiar calling sensation. He stared at the silver thread, a crazy idea forming in his mind. Anima, veni ad me. Pointing his wand at his head, the silver thread slid into John's ear. Suddenly, everything before John's eyes changed. He was paralyzed, unable to move, and in front of him appeared a wizard with long black hair. The wizard's face was cold, looking at John as if he were nothing more than an insect. With a slight flick of the wizard's wand, John felt his body being crushed, like his bones were being shattered, and his skin peeled off inch by inch. A scream welled up in John's throat, but all that came out was a whimper. It turned out his tongue had already been cut off, and the veins around his eyes bulged grotesquely. John couldn't escape, his face contorted in agony. Around him, there were many others imprisoned just like him. Resentment began to spread in John's mind, eventually overflowing and filling the entire room. After what felt like an eternity of torment, John's eyes were wide open in terror. Arg. Then, everything vanished, and he found himself back in the chamber. Huff. Ha. Ha. Breathing heavily, everything he had just experienced felt all too real. Checking the time, he realized half an hour had passed. Planting a soul fragment into my body is far too dangerous, John muttered, still shaken. He collapsed into a chair, his eyes tightly shut, needing a moment to recover. The edge of the table bore the clear imprints of his fingers, a testament to the agony he'd just endured. I'll need to find a different method next time, he thought. John noticed his fingers were bleeding and cast a spell to stop the bleeding. Yet, it seemed there were some benefits. After a good night's sleep, he woke up feeling much more refreshed than usual. What's going on, he murmured, puzzled, as he looked at a book. Without even engaging his usual focus, he could now skim through the pages at lightning speed. This surprised him greatly. Then, a thought struck him. Could it be because of that soul fragment, he muttered. Placing a soul fragment into one's brain could enhance mental strength. Damn. John felt that this was something only dark wizards would do, and after all, he considered himself a good person. The heightened state only lasted for about an hour, so there seemed to be a time limit. If I could turn this effect into a potion, it'd probably be the magical world's equivalent of a stimulant, he mused. As he walked out of the classroom after his lesson, John found himself missing that powerful sensation. On the eve of Halloween, the Slytherin common room erupted in cheerful laughter. Daphne reluctantly bid farewell to her younger sister, Astoria, while Malfoy confidently announced to his followers that they would go drink some fire whiskey. Handing his permission slip for Hogsmeade to Filch, John noticed Harry pleading with Professor McGonagall. Please, Professor McGonagall, my aunt and uncle just, forgot to sign the form. Harry was very desperate. McGonagall, with her usual strict and businesslike demeanor, sternly replied, I'm afraid not, Potter. You heard me, without a signed form, you cannot go to Hogsmeade. McGonagall had no intention of letting Harry leave. While the other students were unaware, she knew that Sirius Black was out there, searching for Harry. Though Hogsmeade was a wizard-only village, Sirius was a dangerous figure, the kind of man who had blown up an entire street with a single spell. There was no room for leniency in McGonagall's decision, leaving Harry utterly crestfallen. John raised an eyebrow. Wait a minute, did the Dursleys just ignore what he said last time? It seemed like good advice was wasted on the wrong people. If Harry ever turned dark, the first to go would be the Dursleys. Seeing Harry looking dejected, Hermione and Ron hurried over to comfort him. We still have the feast, right? Ron tried to cheer Harry up. You know, the Halloween feast is tonight. In the past, Harry might have been excited for the feast. But compared to spending the whole day out with his friends, it just didn't seem as fun anymore. In truth, the Dursleys really had forgotten about the permission slip. After Harry left, he hadn't contacted them, and since he had left in anger, it wasn't surprising that the Dursleys hadn't bothered to sign anything. So, in the end, Harry hadn't gotten the signature. Seeing how down Harry was, John walked over and patted him on the shoulder. It's okay. It's just a bunch of joke products and tasty candies, right? You can always drink butterbeer later. Hearing John's comfort only made Harry think even more about Hogsmeade, causing his face to fall even more. Hermione couldn't stand it anymore and scolded, "That's not how you cheer someone up." Eh? I should go. John didn't think he said anything strange. He patted Harry's shoulder again and then turned and walked away. A dog strolling with a cat outside, a peculiar sight that made Ron instinctively clutch his pocket, only to remember that he hadn't brought his rat. He breathed a sigh of relief. Hermione called out, "Crookshanks." Crookshanks stopped and turned to look at Hermione, holding a paper bag full of dried fish in his mouth. Tom, the dog, was also carrying a bag of dog food, loaded up like they were on their way to visit relatives. "Oh, they are so cute, letting Tom take care of Crookshanks was a good idea," Hermione commented with excitement. As the cat and dog wandered around Hogwarts together, the tension between Hermione and Ron began to ease. Tom was the reigning ruler of Hogwarts pets, and Crookshanks was clever. Surprisingly, the two got along without any fighting. After briefly telling Harry they'd bring him back gifts, Ron and Hermione hurried to catch up with the others heading to Hogsmeade. Harry watched everyone leave, feeling dejected. Sigh. Alone, he turned and started to walk back. Filch glared at Harry sideways, as if worried he might try to sneak away. Mrs. Norris meowed, and Filch quickly pulled out some dried fish from his pocket to feed her. Meanwhile, the cat and dog duo ran all the way to the Whomping Willow. There was no need for Tom to show off its quick moves like when she had outmaneuvered Malfoy. Instead, Crookshanks simply reached out with a paw and pressed the knot on the Whomping Willow. The tree immediately froze, and Tom excitedly scampered into the tunnel below, with Crookshanks following close behind. Inside the Shrieking Shack, Sirius Black had almost fully recovered. On his way to Hogwarts, he had been spotted by Muggles, which led to Aurors chasing him down. He had been hit a few times during the pursuit. Fortunately, being an unregistered animagus, he managed to escape by transforming into a big black dog. When he saw the cat and dog approaching, Sirius grinned. These two little creatures were familiar friends of his, always willing to lend a paw. If only John knew that Tom acted as a food delivery guy for some other dog behind his back. Woof. Woof. Meow meow. It was unclear how they communicated, but the barks and meows filled the air, somehow exchanging one clear message: Sirius was ready to take action, and it was time to catch that wretched rat and finish him off. As for leading the way, there was no need to bother anyone else. After all, Sirius was a Hogwarts graduate, he knew the way around perfectly well. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 127, Forbidden Magic and the Stripped Soul. Hogsmeade Village, the only all-wizarding village in the country. John walked into Honeyduke's sweet shop, a favorite among young wizards. Even grown-up wizards frequented the shop, though the pile of cockroach-like candies crawling around made John wonder if the person who invented them had a bit of a twisted mind. Grabbing one of the cockroach-shaped sweets, he put it in his mouth and could actually feel it wriggling around. Oh. Sweet. Really sweet. It was like pouring syrup straight down his throat, so sweet it was almost overwhelming. "Hi, I'll take some of these," John said, unfazed as he crunched down on the cockroach-shaped candy and swallowed it. He spent 10 galleons and stuffed a huge pile of candy into his little bag. Though it was called a village, no one expected Hogsmeade to be very large. John wandered around and spotted Hagrid coming out to grab a drink. Following him into the Three Broomsticks, John ordered a butterbeer. After taking a sip, he found it quite nice. It would have been even better cold. Unfortunately, cold butterbeer would clump up and become far too thick to enjoy. "Hi, John. What are you doing here?" Hagrid often drank at the Three Broomsticks, and seeing John, he instinctively called out to him. John pointed to a seat, inviting Hagrid to sit down. Glancing at the increasing number of enforcers outside, he casually remarked, "There really are a lot of Ministry people in Hogsmeade." Hagrid, whose one mug of beer was about the equivalent of a bucket for John, took a big gulp and whispered, "Well, you know. Sirius Black is near Hogwarts." His face showed hesitation, and if it weren't for John sitting in front of him, Hagrid wouldn't have revealed this so easily. He leaned in, speaking in what he thought was a low voice, "That guy's after Harry. You don't know, back in the day, he..." Several times, he opened his mouth but couldn't bring himself to finish, clearly struggling with what to say. Seeing Hagrid in such distress, John waved a hand and said, "Don't force yourself to tell me, Hagrid. You're asking for my help, right?" Taking a sip of butterbeer, John could already tell from Hagrid's expression that he needed a favor. He instinctively adopted a wise and knowing posture, placing his right hand on his left as if he were a sage. Too bad he didn't have his magic ring with him. If he did, he'd look every bit the powerful wizard godfather. Leaning back in his chair, John gave Hagrid an appraising look. Gulp. That gaze made Hagrid feel as though he was in front of Dumbledore, causing him to sit up straight, subconsciously more respectful. With hesitation on his face, Hagrid stammered, "John, I know you're powerful. You're the most talented student I've ever met. That Sirius Black is definitely going to go after Harry. I was hoping that maybe you could. You want me to protect Harry?" John looked at Hagrid with a calm expression and said, "Hagrid, you're not the first person to say this to me. Back in second year, someone else told me the same thing." Hagrid looked a bit embarrassed. After all, John was still a student, and he was a professor. Asking a student to protect another student felt a bit strange. "Harry isn't a child, Hagrid. He can take care of himself," John replied, not agreeing to the request. Back in second year, he had protected Harry and was suspected for it, and now this year, he was focused on studying soul magic, so he didn't have the time. Hagrid, clearly anxious, raised his voice a bit, saying, "You don't know how cruel Sirius Black is. He betrayed James, his best friend, and on top of that, he's still..." The words caught in his throat, and Hagrid slumped a bit, finishing quietly, "He's still Harry's godfather. I can't imagine what Harry would think if he found out." What would he think? John figured that if Harry found out, he'd probably want to run out and kill Sirius Black on the spot. Suddenly, everything clicked for John. No wonder the Weasleys were worried about Harry acting impulsively, it was because of this. The murder of his parents was, for Harry, the beginning of all his misfortunes. Not just Harry, if it were John in that position, he couldn't imagine being able to hold back either. Hagrid took a sullen swig of his drink, finishing off a mug that was more like a barrel of beer. "John, promise me you'll stop him," Hagrid pleaded. Hagrid might look clumsy, but he cared about Harry more than anyone. He was like an awkward father, doing his best to protect his child. "I'll keep an eye on him for you, but please understand, Hagrid, Harry isn't a puppy. I can't just leash him up and stop him from leaving," John said, nodding slightly, but without giving a full promise. If he ran into something, he wouldn't stand by and do nothing, that much was certain. Hagrid was pleased to hear this. To him, John was the most powerful student he'd ever known, even better than some of the professors. "How about another butterbeer?" "My treat," Hagrid said, noticing John's empty glass and getting him another drink. After finishing the drink, John stood up and left. Hogsmeade was even duller than he'd imagined. But his real reason for coming wasn't just to explore. He donned a mask, shrouding himself in a cloak, and headed to another pub. The Hog's Head. Inside, the Hog's Head really did have a hog's head mounted on the wall. The head even moved, drool hanging from its tusks, dripping down in a slimy trail. The atmosphere here was far from the cozy warmth of the Three Broomsticks. All kinds of shady characters filled the place, and unsavory deals were constantly being made. John found a seat, his entire figure cloaked, his appearance concealed. Not long after, a figure wearing a white mask sat across from him. "Master." The voice that spoke was familiar to John. In a calm, low tone, John said, "Do you have what I asked for?" "Right here," the masked figure replied, placing an ornate silver box on the table. It was taken from an old witch in Nocturne Alley. She was using children for her experiments. We've dealt with her, naturally. Inside the box was a book, more precisely, a book carefully stored within the silver, intricately designed casing. John took the box, verified its contents, and nodded, his voice still raspy. "Go back. Keep me informed about the shop. There shouldn't be any movement from the Ministry, right?" The masked man, named Tommy Shelby, replied with admiration, "None. The Ministry still holds us in good regard. Cornelius Fudge even wanted to visit you, but I declined, saying you were away." "Visit me?" Looks like Dumbledore is losing patience with him, and Fudge is getting desperate, John mused, shaking his head. Fudge is not fit to be a proper minister. We'll just wait and watch. When the time is right, we'll step in. Understood, Tommy nodded before quietly leaving the Hog's Head. As soon as Tommy left, John picked up the book and made his way out. This book couldn't be stuffed into his small bag, it was no ordinary book. Titled Forbidden Magic, this was an ancient tome, so old that John had to handle it with extreme care. Powerful enchantments had been cast on it, and John had only stumbled upon its description by chance in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. The book should have been locked away in the chamber, but somehow it had ended up in Knockturn Alley. There had been a time when Voldemort spent some time in Knockturn Alley. John figured that's how the book got lost and found its way there. John, while building up his persona of Johnny Silverhand, had been clearing out dark wizards in Knockturn Alley who preyed on children. By sheer luck, he had come across this book during one of those missions. The contents included research on souls, particularly methods of soul separation. John didn't stay long in Hogsmeade. In a secluded spot, he used apparition to leave immediately. Meanwhile, Daphne was still looking for John. She had finally caught a glimpse of him, but after he turned a corner, he vanished. He appeared in the Forbidden Forest and then made his way to the castle. Back at Hogwarts, John hurried straight to the Chamber of Secrets. Filch saw John return and looked at him strangely. Harry also noticed John, curiosity welling up in him, but John was too fast, disappearing before Harry could approach him. Why did John come back? Harry stared in the direction where John had disappeared, lost in thought. Meanwhile, John had already arrived in the Chamber of Secrets. He opened the intricately carved silver box, revealing a book with a mysterious red leather cover. The moment he touched it, a piercing scream echoed in his ears. The sound was sharp and grating, reminiscent of a Dementor's wail. Urgh. John gritted his teeth, fighting off the discomfort, and used occlumency to drive the noise away. A curse that strikes directly at the soul, wow. Once the sound disappeared, John's face looked much better. Opening the book, he found it filled with beautifully written calligraphy, recording numerous arcane details. John read quietly, his eyes occasionally widening in surprise. After closing the book and processing the information within, John packed up the box and once again set out to capture a Dementor. Returning with the Dementor, John began his experiment. Curses belong to curses. Souls to souls. Unravel carefully, gently. John muttered in understanding while the Dementor was slowly disassembled piece by piece. Not too quick. Not too slow. Gently and carefully. Before he knew it, 3 hours had passed. John maintained his position, witnessing an unbelievable scene before him. A figure glowing with a silvery white light was being extracted by John, with the black and white aspects clearly separated. It worked. He muttered softly. It really fucking worked. This time he shouted. The figure quickly shrank into a mass, and John used his wand to separate the black and white components. A look of joy was unmistakable on his face. As he placed the last fragment of the soul into a vial, John couldn't help but clench his fist in triumph. He. Ha 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 ha, hell yes. Cough. Cough. He had successfully completed the operation. The Dementor wasn't killed, but rather split apart. Using another soul as the scalpel. Staring at the now depleted collection of soul fragments, John's expression gradually became more composed. He sighed and said, "What a cruel procedure." However, thanks to the presence of Dementors, John could easily capture a few more as backups. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 128, Lupin's Discovery and Attack. Harry returned to the Gryffindor common room, but Colin's relentless questioning made him decide to leave. He didn't dare tell Colin that he couldn't go out because he didn't have the signed permission form. "What's wrong, Harry?" Professor Lupin, looking pale and unwell, encountered Harry and invited him into his office. With a smile, Professor Lupin asked if Harry would like some tea. Harry, feeling a bit out of it, responded absent-mindedly. They started chatting, and the topic of their first class came up. Harry was puzzled as to why Lupin didn't let him face the Boggart. "I naturally assumed that if the Boggart faced you, it would turn into Voldemort," Lupin explained. Harry suddenly understood, Lupin must have been worried that Voldemort's appearance would scare the other students. Harry clarified that while Voldemort was the first thing that came to his mind, the Dementors appeared afterward. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door. Snape. He stared at Lupin, as if challenging him with his gaze, before producing a dark, murky potion. Harry even thought that Snape was trying to harm Lupin. "It's nothing, I just have a condition," Lupin explained to Harry, and only then did Harry reluctantly believe him. However, the wolfsbane potion Snape brewed was terribly bitter, making Lupin's face twist in pain. Lupin had worked at Johnny Silverhand's specialty shop, where he had managed to stockpile quite a bit of wolfsbane potion. But before leaving, he felt pity for the werewolf community and gave away several bottles. Now he only had 2 left, and he had no choice but to seek help from Dumbledore, who instructed Snape to make more wolfsbane potion for him. Harry watched as Lupin took a sip, half expecting him to keel over from poison. Luckily, that didn't happen. Well then, I'll go look for John. Seeing how much Lupin was suffering, Harry thought it best to leave. Hearing John's name, Lupin curiously asked, "John Wick. Didn't he go to Hogsmeade?" "I saw him return, but I don't know where he went, Professor," Harry said, glancing outside, unsure of John's whereabouts. Lupin pondered for a moment. It seemed like one of the students had returned. He raised his hand in the air but stopped short of patting Harry's head, instead opting to tap his shoulder. "Perhaps John Wick has his own matters to attend to," he said, gazing into Harry's eyes. They were just too similar, just like Lily's eyes. In a daze, Lupin felt as if he had traveled back to his student days, back to that smart, beautiful, and brave witch. Lily Evans. As Harry left, Lupin shook his head, feeling a deep melancholy upon seeing the son of an old friend. The Marauders, once a group of 4, 2 dead, 1 a traitor, leaving only him behind. Lupin sighed, a complex expression crossing his face as he thought of Sirius Black. James and Sirius, the 2 pranksters of the group. Their bond was the closest of all. No matter how many sleepless nights Lupin spent thinking about it, he couldn't fathom why Sirius had betrayed them. "I hope I never see you again," he muttered, clenching his fists as an unnatural flush appeared on his pale face. That evening, the students returned from their trip, but Lupin noticed that John Wick was nowhere to be seen throughout the entire feast. When the feast ended, Lupin headed back to his office. On the way, he ran into John. John, by now, had grown accustomed to returning from the chamber after the feasts ended, often avoiding running into other students. Upon seeing Lupin, John instinctively said, "Good evening, Professor Lupin." John almost let it slip, having gotten used to calling Lupin by his first name, Remus, but he quickly caught himself. Lupin paused, looking at John with a hint of suspicion in his eyes, but he still smiled and said, "John, it's a pity you missed the feast. Thanks for your concern." "I was studying earlier and lost track of time," John replied, his tone impeccable as he absent-mindedly rubbed the spot where he usually wore his ring. "I'm heading there now." "Hopefully, there's still some food left," John shrugged, bidding Lupin farewell. Lupin stared at John's retreating figure, his pupils shrinking. That motion, rubbing the ring, it reminded him of someone. He stood there, mumbling to himself, a coincidence. After hastily grabbing a bite to eat from the kitchen, John returned to the Slytherin common room. Students were streaming back in, excitedly discussing their trip to Hogsmeade. Daphne stormed up to John, demanding, "Why did you come back?" "Something came up," John replied nonchalantly as he sat down and pulled out a bag of cockroach clusters, offering it to Heinrich, who was lounging on the sofa. "Want some?" Heinrich glanced at the pile of cockroach-shaped candy in silence. Though he didn't say anything, John could easily tell that his face was screaming a firm no. "All right, it's actually not that bad," John said casually, putting the cockroach clusters away. Meeting Heinrich's gaze, John asked indifferently, "Do you need help with something?" Heinrich's pale face lit up with a fervor as he suppressed his voice, "I want to get stronger." John said that the Constellation Society would help each other and share power. John looked at his pale yet handsome face and smiled. "Ambition is never a bad thing. I'll make sure you get stronger." Standing up, John added, "Come find me anytime." Behind him, Heinrich gave a slight bow as a gesture of respect. John had planned to finally get a good night's sleep, but something forced him out of his cozy bed. Sirius Black had arrived. The news spread like wildfire, quickly infecting the entire school with fear and panic. Headmaster Dumbledore ordered all students to gather in the Great Hall, and John was no exception. He had just succeeded in performing a soul separation spell and was utterly exhausted, barely able to keep his eyes open. Called into the Great Hall, John could barely keep his eyes open. His casual demeanor made it seem like he had anticipated all of this. Harry noticed and felt a bit puzzled by John's nonchalance. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor students were discussing the recent events with others. The fat lady had been attacked. Sirius Black had tried to force his way in, and when he failed, he slashed the painting. The professors had gone to search the entire school, and Percy was put in charge of maintaining order. Magically conjured sleeping bags were handed out, and John immediately crawled into one in the corner. All he needed was 2 hours, and he'd be as good as new. Nearby, John overheard conversations. "Do you think Black is still in the castle?" Hermione asked, clearly worried. "Dumbledore seems to think so," Ron replied. The rustling sound of the trio getting into their sleeping bags filled the air. "Good thing he tried tonight when we weren't in the tower," Hermione said, still shaken by the thought of what could have happened if it had been the night before. "I think he's been on the run so long he's lost track of time," Ron muttered, his own exhaustion evident after a day full of activities. Hearing this, Harry's mind raced. He considered a possibility. Perhaps Sirius Black had chosen this particular time on purpose. Other students were still speculating about how Sirius had managed to enter Hogwarts. Some said it was through transfiguration, others suggested he had clung to the roof of the Hogwarts Express. Harry didn't think any of these theories made sense. It was more likely that someone had helped Sirius from the inside. Opening a door from within would certainly be faster than forcing it open from the outside. With these thoughts swirling in his head, Harry soon felt his own eyelids growing heavy. After closing his eyes for a while, he was startled by a creaking sound. The door had opened. It was Dumbledore, accompanied by Snape and Percy. They were talking, well, it was mostly Dumbledore and Snape, while Percy trailed behind silently. One of Snape's remarks made Harry perk up and listen closely. "Have you considered how he got in, Professor?" Snape suddenly asked. "Many ideas, Severus, but none of them seem plausible," Dumbledore replied, casting a glance at Snape. Snape shifted slightly and said in a low, suggestive voice, "Do you remember our conversation, Headmaster? The one just before the start of term." "I remember, Severus," Dumbledore said, his tone carrying a hint of warning. "Sirius Black breaking into the school without inside help seems impossible," Snape drawled, stretching out his words. "I have expressed my concerns, especially when you. I do not believe there is anyone within this castle who would aid Black in getting inside," Dumbledore concluded firmly, cutting off any further discussion. Realizing he couldn't sway Dumbledore, Snape remained silent. Dumbledore continued, "I need to inform the Dementors now. I promised them that once we finished our search, we would let them know." Gathering the students together wasn't just to guard against Sirius Black, more importantly, it was to ensure the students didn't encounter the Dementors. Several Dementors had gone missing recently, and both the Ministry of Magic and the Dementors themselves were eager to search the grounds. If it were up to Dumbledore, he wouldn't let them in at all. Hearing all of this, the trio, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, found it impossible to sleep, while John was still soundly asleep nearby. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 129, Preparation for Transformation. The Dementors entered the castle to search, and their chilling presence made it hard for the young wizards to sleep peacefully. Right on the dot, 2 hours later, John's eyes opened, not a second too soon. It seems Tom hasn't returned, he thought. The first thing John noticed after waking up was that his dog wasn't in the dormitory. Casually glancing at the trio beside him, he confirmed they hadn't noticed that he was awake. Placing his hand on the ground, John silently cast the sensory charm. An invisible ripple spread out from him as the center. By now, he could control the range of the charm to extend beyond 300 meters. "Dementors have entered," John muttered to himself, surprised that Dumbledore allowed them inside. As long as the Dementors weren't directly encountered, animals wouldn't be harmed. Tom surely wasn't that foolish. Now fully rested, John felt wide awake. Normally, he'd be doing experiments at this hour, but since he couldn't leave now, he sighed and said, "Well, I guess I'll read instead." Fortunately, John had the habit of carrying a small handbag with him. He pulled out a book on transfiguration and started reading. Since he could see perfectly well in the dark, there was no need to turn on a light. Meanwhile, the trio had finally wrapped up their brainstorming session. Harry turned his head and, through the blur, saw that John seemed to be flipping through something. He tried to get a clearer view but, lacking John's night vision, couldn't make anything out. As the night passed, the Dementors retreated from the castle. They hadn't found Sirius Black, and the young wizards were abuzz with chatter. The topic of everyone's discussion was Sirius Black, that dangerous man who had somehow managed to enter the school. Hannah Abbott was telling anyone who would listen that Sirius had transformed into a blooming shrub. For the time being, Gryffindor's portrait had been replaced by Sir Cadogan, much to the students' dismay. Sir Cadogan had a habit of changing his passwords to the most bizarre things. After freshening up, John walked past the girls' bathroom and stumbled upon Peeves bullying moaning Myrtle. Myrtle was sobbing, while Peeves was laughing hysterically. John's expression shifted, and he called out, "Peeves, come here." Ah, at the sound of John's voice, Peeves' grin froze. Reluctantly, he floated over. "Honorable John Wick, what can I do for you?" Peeves put on an uncharacteristically ugly smile, a far cry from his usual demeanor. It wasn't surprising. Once, moaning Myrtle had bragged about her hairpin to the other ghosts, which had immediately irked Peeves. So, he had gone to John, hoping to get one for himself. The result? John had promptly caught and locked him up to test ghost-related spells on him. That incident had cemented John as the person Peeves feared most, even surpassing the Bloody Baron, who now held second place. John, unconcerned with how Peeves was undoubtedly cursing him internally, feigned curiosity and asked, "The fat lady was attacked, what do you know about it?" Peeves, being his usual restless self, bent down and poked his head through his legs, grinning cheekily. "Oh, I know all right. His temper was terrifying, none other than Sirius Black. What did he look like when you saw him? John fixed his gaze on Peeves. After studying Dementors for so long, John had learned that Dementors only consume the souls of beings with clear, rational thoughts. Animals, for example, don't register on their radar, as they can't comprehend or feed on animal emotions. This led John to consider another possibility. In the wizarding world, there was one particular type of person who could transform into an animal. An Imagi. This was an advanced form of transfiguration, allowing a person to fully transform into an animal, possessing both the characteristics of the creature and the intelligence of a wizard. Peeves said, Black, you've no idea how terrifying he is, looked like a giant bear. Black. Like a bear. John raised an eyebrow. It seemed his guess had been right. Wait. Just as Peeves was about to leave, relieved, John called him back. Peeves, what was it you wanted from me last time? Peeves, grinning ear to ear, paused in confusion. John shrugged and said, You've helped me, so I'll help you. Brilliant. If you could give me some dung bombs, I'd be happy to call you sir. Deal, John agreed without hesitation. But he added, just so you know, you can't use them during class. Anytime else, go wild. Peeves burst into gleeful cackles, darting through the air. Of course, Sir John Wick. Watching Peeves zoom off with such joy, John shook his head, knowing that many were about to have a bad day. Dung bombs, huh? Those could easily be gotten from the twins. The Weasley twins had set up an owl delivery service at Hogwarts, using the school's owls to send products to students who placed orders. John quickly penned a letter and had it delivered by his owl, Basil. By evening, the goods would arrive. Today was Monday, another busy day. In the afternoon during care of magical creatures, John once again saw the hippogriffs. Upon asking, he found out that Hagrid's restless heart had started acting up again. Hagrid felt terrible that the other students hadn't gotten a chance to ride the hippogriffs during the first lesson. He thought it was quite unfair. John, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. Professor Hagrid, I need to take a leave of absence today. I won't be able to help you manage the class. Hagrid looked shocked. You're taking a leave? Are you feeling unwell? Not exactly. It's more of a personal matter, John replied, though in truth, he was preparing for something quite significant. Yes, he was preparing for a transformation. Animagus. With his transfiguration skills at level 4, John was ready to attempt the Animagus transformation. The process would take a long time, from one full moon to the next. During this period, John wouldn't be able to speak, as he would need to keep a mandrake leaf in his mouth at all times, without removing it even for a second. He needed to gather all the necessary materials. John had a feeling that now was the right time to begin. Naturally, Hagrid didn't hesitate to approve John's request for leave. Hagrid was confident that even without John's help, he could still manage the situation well. After teaching for 2 months, Hagrid had grown more self-assured. Once John had said goodbye to Hagrid, he left. John's leaving. Harry noticed, and Ron was surprised. Is he dropping this class because it's too much work? Hermione shot him an angry look and said, Don't be ridiculous. If anyone's dropping a class, it'd be divination. Despite her words, Hermione knew that John had indeed been very tired lately. He didn't have something like her. Hermione had the time turner, which allowed her to take extra classes by rewinding time. But John had been attending all his classes without any such aid. Hermione couldn't shake a strange feeling. Why hadn't the school given John a time turner as well? Or was there only one available? Feeling a bit down, Hermione had a nagging sense of guilt, as if she had taken something that rightfully belonged to John. In her view, John was clearly more outstanding, yet he hadn't received any help. As Hagrid brought out the hippogriffs again, Harry noticed Buckbeak, the one he had ridden last time. Just then, a curious young wizard approached Buckbeak a bit too closely. Buckbeak, with a single swipe of his claw, knocked the oblivious young wizard to the ground. Buckbeak, bow to me, fool. A scream echoed, and Hagrid's mind went blank as he realized something had gone wrong. He quickly scooped up the unlucky student and rushed to end the class early, heading straight to the hospital wing. Everything was back on track. John sought out Professor Sprout to get a mandrake leaf. Based on his observation of the weather, he calculated that in about a week, the full moon would rise, and that would be the perfect time for him to begin. Becoming an animagus required more than just the mandrake leaf. On the second full moon, John would need a cocoon of a death's head hawk moth. With everything ready, all that remained was waiting for a storm. When the storm arrived, and lightning cracked the sky, only then would his transformation truly begin. So troublesome, no wonder so few people managed to succeed. Even John found the animagus transformation process tedious. To succeed, one needed more than just talent and determination, luck played a big role too. There were many factors involved, and any misstep in the process could render all previous efforts futile. In fact, if he had an experienced animagus to help, it would be much easier. Professor McGonagall was a prime candidate for such assistance. Even though he wasn't a student from her house, Professor McGonagall would likely not refuse if he asked for help. But John didn't want to seek her out. He knew his transformation would be unique. If he turned into a dragon in front of Professor McGonagall, she might very well be shocked out of her wits. It was common knowledge that animagi couldn't turn into magical creatures. John's special form came from having various magical blood in his veins, so the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Read ahead of WN at Chapter 130, Snape's Hint and the Soul-Devouring Curse. Money isn't everything, but for most people, money is pretty persuasive. Even in the magical world, this principle still holds true. John quickly gathered all the necessary materials. In a delicate box lay the leaves of the mandrake. Once the first full moon arrived, John could begin his animagus transformation. Speaking of which, Remus will also transform during the full moon. Remembering Lupin's condition, John figured that despite the Wolfsbane potion, Lupin probably wouldn't be showing up to class in his werewolf form. Sure enough, during defense against the dark arts, Professor Snape took Lupin's place. "Sorry, I'm late, Professor Lupin, John noticed Harry arriving late, with confusion written all over his face. "This class started 10 minutes ago, Potter, so I believe Gryffindor deserves to lose 10 points. Sit down." Snape, standing at the podium, lifted his eyes slightly, his tone calm yet dripping with sarcasm. Harry didn't move. He stared at Snape and asked, "Where's Professor Lupin?" "He said he's feeling unwell and won't be able to teach today," Snape sneered. No student had ever dared to challenge his authority before. Fixing Harry with a cold glare, he added, "Didn't I tell you to sit down?" Harry's mind raced after that statement. He thought about how Snape had always coveted the position of defense against the dark arts professor and remembered the dark, murky potion Snape had given Lupin the other day. It was almost as if Snape had poisoned Lupin. Harry didn't move, continuing to stare daggers at Snape as he asked again, "What happened to him?" Snape's patience was running thin. His eyes widened slightly as he replied, "He's not in any danger." Though Snape said this, his expression suggested that he wouldn't mind if something had happened. In a calm yet icy tone, he added, "Gryffindor loses another 5 points. If I have to tell you to sit down a third time, it'll be 50 points. Finally, Harry slowly made his way to his seat. John smirked slightly. Snape might act tough, but he had answered every one of Harry's questions. Snape glanced coldly around the room. "Before Potter interrupted me, I was discussing the material you've already covered. Professor Lupin left no records." "Excuse me, sir, we've learned about boggarts, redcaps, kappas, and grindylows." Seeing Snape's frustration, Hermione quickly recited everything they'd covered in class so far, even reminding him, "We were about to start learning." "Quiet. I didn't ask." Hermione's display of knowledge only made Snape's attitude even colder. He was clearly displeased with Lupin's teaching methods. "I was merely criticizing Lupin for his lack of structure in this class. He did teach us." Dean Thomas, seeing both Harry and Hermione speak up, decided to follow suit and chime in as well. However, as soon as Dean opened his mouth, he was met with Snape's deadly glare. John was speechless. "Does your mother's name happen to be Lily too? You're that brave, huh?" It wasn't hard to notice how dark Snape's expression had become. Sensing that the classroom was on the verge of descending into chaos, John gave a light cough. It wasn't loud, but the classroom gradually quieted down. John looked up at Professor Snape with a polite smile and said, "Please, continue." Snape stared at John for a moment, then flicked his wand. "Today, we'll be discussing werewolves." He stretched out the last word, drawing attention. Hermione, on the other side of the room, was about to speak again, but Snape had already turned his gaze to John and said, "Mr. Wick, perhaps you could enlighten us." John looked down to see the textbook had been flipped open to page 394, the chapter on werewolves. Snape crossed his arms, his voice dripping with laziness as he asked, "How do you distinguish between a werewolf and an ordinary wolf?" Snape calling on John specifically was a rare occurrence, especially with Lupin absent, who just so happened to be a werewolf. The whole situation seemed loaded with hidden implications. John couldn't let the opportunity for extra points slip away, so he responded, "There are several small differences between werewolves and regular wolves, such as their pupils, nose, and tail." He answered with ease, earning Gryffindor 10 points from Snape. Snape continued firing questions about werewolves, all directed at John. Every single one. Hermione, sitting not far away, had her hand raised the entire time but was completely ignored. Ron, growing increasingly irritated, blurted out, "You've asked so many questions, and she knows the answers. If you're just going to ask John, why not just give him the full 50 points already?" Snape turned dangerously, striding over to Ron and leaning in close, his face almost touching Ron's. The entire class held its breath. Ron was being incredibly bold. Snape spoke softly, almost as if he were soothing a child to sleep. Detention, Weasley. Malfoy. Pfft. Straightening up, Snape glanced around the room, his gaze making everyone shrink back into their seats. No one dared offer another word of protest. This lesson seemed tailored just for John and Snape, like a two-man show. With each question, John noticed Snape had a particular fondness for him today. It was as though Snape's eyes were saying, "Hurry up and realize that Lupin is a werewolf." John had to fight the urge to rub his forehead in exasperation. As if I didn't already know. With how obvious you're being, you might as well just come out and tell me. After the barrage of questions, the class was assigned to copy down information about werewolves. Snape placed another piece of parchment in front of John, who stared at the one he'd just finished copying, lost in thought. "John Wick, your handwriting is atrocious." "Do it again," Snape said slowly, his tone unhurried. "You've got to be kidding me." "Say that again." "My handwriting is cursive. Do you even know what cursive is?" John's mouth twitched in frustration. "I get it, you're trying to hint at something, but do you really need to go this far?" With a resigned sigh and feeling a bit bitter, John started copying it all over again. Finally, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Snape glanced at John, his wand casually resting on a page with the word werewolf written on it. "Each of you will write me an essay on how to identify and kill a werewolf." "I expect it to be 2 scrolls of parchment long," Snape said. Then he paused, lowered his head, and enunciated every word as he addressed John. "John Wick, you will submit 4 scrolls. You've got to be." John nearly snapped. "I already know. You don't need to keep hinting. I know Lupin's a werewolf. Who reminds someone like this?" Unfortunately, Snape didn't catch John's exasperated expression. Instead, with a hint of displeasure, he added, "Due Monday morning. This class clearly needs better discipline. Weasley, stay behind." Ron had been fuming about Snape's deliberate disregard for Gryffindor, but after seeing John receive double the homework, he began to count his blessings as a mere unnoticed student. Just as he was about to blend into the crowd and slip away, Snape called him out directly. His legs wobbled a bit as he looked at Snape's pale face, which now bore a smile that was anything but reassuring. "Harry, Hermione, help me," he pleaded to his 2 friends, but all he got in return were helpless looks. In the end, Ron was punished by being made to clean the hospital wing's toilets, without magic. Frustrated, he muttered about how it would be great if Sirius Black could sneak into Snape's office and take care of him once and for all. That night, John looked up at the sky. Tomorrow would be the full moon. He made his way to the Chamber of Secrets. Last time, when the Dementors had searched the grounds, they hadn't found the chamber. Now, a new Dementor was cornered against the wall, with John holding his wand in one hand, casting the Patronus charm. His albatross Patronus pinned the Dementor in place. Before him were 2 bottles, one containing a silver-white essence, the other, a black one. After a moment of hesitation, John picked up the black one. "Let's see if this can be used for soul separation." If Dementors had physical bodies, then the black mass in front of John could be considered as such. The essence was a mixture of curses and dust. John pressed his right hand over the black mass. It began to absorb onto his hand, slowly forming into a black sphere. Strands of darkness were drawn out, and John blew them toward the Dementor. Phoo! The black threads, like spider silk, gradually spread over the Dementor's form. Its tattered cloak started to unravel, being devoured by the black sphere. Seeing this, John narrowed his eyes. A case of similar entities devouring each other, huh? Staring at the black sphere in his hand, he took out a ring. "Come here." Holding a ring adorned with a bright green gemstone in his palm, the darkness was drawn toward it. The blackness slowly tainted the green gem, with spiderweb-like cracks appearing on its once pristine surface. "I'll call this the soul-devouring curse." He placed the ring on his right ring finger, clenched his fist, and turned back to the now weakened Dementor. With his hand open, he began stripping layers of blackness off the Dementor, which flew into the ring. The Dementor screeched sharply as its body was gradually stripped of its cursed physical form, leaving behind only a mindless soul. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 131, Attack of the Dementors. Saturday, a stormy day. It seemed that the heavens were not on Gryffindor's side. Wood had a grim expression as he watched the storm outside. The wind was so fierce it was about to blow the umbrellas away. Originally, today they were supposed to have a match against Slytherin, but the Slytherins had dodged it, claiming a teammate was injured. Yes, that unlucky guy who got swatted down by Buckbeak. That was Slytherin's new chaser. Those despicable Slytherins. Wood gritted his teeth, saying, "They're definitely trying to sit back and watch us and Hufflepuff tear each other apart." Harry was fuming too, especially after his friend got punished by the Slytherin head of house to clean the hospital wing toilets. They all held in their frustration, looking up at the downpour outside. The rain was coming down like bullets, and just hitting their faces felt like being pelted by small stones. The gale was strong enough to blow any young witch or wizard off their broom. Just flying was going to be a challenge. Harry went to change into his scarlet Quidditch robes. Before he entered the locker room, he spotted Malfoy sulking, his face looking like someone owed him thousands of galleons. In the stands, Goyle and Crabbe were holding up a sun umbrella, while Malfoy, in a foul mood, sat beneath it. Nearby, John had cast a waterproofing charm, and the rain slid right off him before it could even touch. Daphne also asked John to cast a waterproofing charm for her. "Looks like you're not in the best mood," John commented after glancing at Malfoy, already knowing why he was upset. Malfoy sat down angrily and said, "Damn it. They think I'll lose to Potter." Originally, Malfoy had been determined to restore his honor, but the Slytherin team captain, Flint, refused the match due to an injured player. This made Malfoy feel humiliated. He had prepared for everything, and now they were doubting his abilities. The current Malfoy wasn't someone who backed down from a fight. On the contrary, he was eager to face Harry. John calmly remarked, "Once you're the captain, you'll be in control of everything." "But, it's frustrating," Malfoy grumbled, thoroughly annoyed. If Potter found out about this, he'd think Malfoy was scared to lose. The match was about to begin, with red and yellow blurring together in the rain. But that wasn't a problem for John. He chuckled softly and said, "Since you can't be on the field, let's cheer for our friends." He looked over at Cedric, who, as both captain and seeker for Hufflepuff, wasn't fazed by the downpour. Cedric smiled kindly at Wood and said, "This will be an exciting match." Wood shook hands with Cedric, who had a character so likable that even his enemies couldn't help but respect him. With a sharp whistle, the game began. Harry shot into the sky like a bolt of lightning, with Cedric right on his tail. They moved like predators hunting in the air, both intensely searching for the golden snitch. Bludger zoomed dangerously across the field, and Harry barely avoided getting knocked off his broom several times. The rain was relentless, making it hard for anyone to see. For Harry, it was even worse, his glasses were soaked, leaving his vision completely blurred. It was hard enough just to see people, let alone a walnut-sized golden snitch. The match had gone on for what felt like an eternity. At one point, Harry barely dodged what he couldn't even tell was either a teammate or an opponent. A flash of lightning split the sky, and Madame Hooch blew her whistle for a timeout. Taking advantage of the break, Harry gathered some understanding of the situation. Wood's brutal training had given them a 50-point lead despite the harsh weather, but unless they caught the golden snitch, the match could go on until midnight. Harry took the chance to wipe his glasses, but it was futile. Within 5 seconds of being back out in the rain, he wouldn't be able to see a thing. In desperation, Harry muttered, "With these glasses, there's no hope for me." And just like in every tough moment, when a son is struggling, a mother's help always seems to appear. Hermione appeared at just the right moment, tapping Harry's glasses with her wand and saying, "Impervious. There, now they're waterproof." Hermione handed the glasses back to Harry. Wood was overjoyed at this and for a moment felt an overwhelming urge to kiss Hermione in gratitude. Of course, he held back. He wasn't that impulsive, or at least he hoped not. Even though Harry would still get drenched by rain, battered by wind, and frozen stiff in the air, he could see clearly now. Riding his broom through the storm, Harry scanned the field for the golden snitch. Bludgers, unaffected by the downpour, zipped through the air. Harry narrowly dodged one that nearly smashed into his head and skillfully maneuvered underneath Cedric with a sharp, evasive move. A loud rumble echoed through the sky as lightning zigzagged across the clouds, making the already dangerous weather even worse. Nature seemed full of hidden threats. Harry knew he needed to catch the snitch quickly. He turned around, looking for a spot with a better vantage point. Suddenly, another bolt of lightning lit up the stands as if it were daytime. John squinted, gazing up at the sky, the rain pelting him without any effect. Noticing his concentration, Daphne asked, "What's going on?" "There's something up there," John replied. "Is that so?" John responded with a hum, his eyes fixed on the sky, scanning intently. At that exact moment, Harry saw it too. The outline of a large, shaggy black dog appeared, stark against the stormy sky, perched on the highest row of empty seats in the stands. Its fur was matted, and the figure was eerily clear amidst the dark clouds. Harry's frozen hand slipped slightly on his broomstick, causing him to drop a few feet in the air. He quickly pushed his wet hair out of his eyes and looked again, but the black dog had vanished. "Harry, behind you!" Wood shouted at the top of his lungs. Harry whipped around, his heart racing. Cedric was already chasing the tiny golden dot, the golden snitch. Panic surged through Harry. If Cedric caught it, they would lose the match. Forgetting about the black dog, he urged his broom to go faster. "Come on." "Faster," he growled, as if shouting could make his broom speed up. Maybe he yelled too loudly, because suddenly there was no other sound around him. Just an eerie silence. Then, creeping in, came a familiar coldness. He recognized it immediately, the same chill that had caused him to faint on the train. Horrified, Harry realized what it was. Dementors. At least 100 of them had stormed into the Quidditch stadium. Up in the stands, John finally saw what was happening clearly. When he laid eyes on the swarm of Dementors, black as storm clouds, his expression darkened immediately. If the Ministry can't control their hands, I'll break them myself. Without hesitation, John stood up, drawing his wand before Daphne could even grasp the situation. Expecto Patronum. The professors had also realized something was terribly wrong, but by the time they noticed, the Dementors had already descended onto the field. Dumbledore's face was grim as he prepared to act, but before he could, a bright light pierced through the darkness. A Patronus. Professor Flitwick's high-pitched voice rang out, almost as if he were giving a lecture. Amid the silver-white glow, a petrel resembling an albatross swooped through the sky, heading straight for the mass of Dementors. Wherever the petrel soared, the Dementors recoiled, as if encountering something utterly terrifying, and fled swiftly. Professor Flitwick, overcome with excitement, shouted, "An extraordinary Patronus." He looked as if he might faint from excitement as the albatross weaved in and out of the swarming Dementors. John narrowed his eyes, his right hand extended as if holding something invisible. The rain within a 100-meter radius began to change direction, gathering toward his right hand. Soon, a massive water sphere, 10 meters in diameter, formed in John's hand. Everyone was stunned by this sight. John inserted his wand into the water sphere and softly chanted once more, "Expecto Patronum." The albatross rushed towards the water ball, and after entering, the water ball changed. Like a newborn bird unfurling its wings, the water sphere expanded and morphed into a gigantic albatross, glowing with white light. It soared through the air, swallowing the Dementors it encountered. The creatures it devoured disappeared, unable to escape from within. The albatross moved as though it was hunting, consuming every Dementor that had entered the Quidditch pitch, and even chasing down those attempting to flee. Sweat, or perhaps rain, dripped from John's forehead, while his magic crystal rapidly depleted. Out of the 100 Dementors that had arrived, more than 20 were devoured. The giant albatross rushed towards the water ball, and after entering, the water ball changed. Finally landed, losing its form and reverting to a water sphere. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Professor Flitwick clapped his hands so hard they turned red. His voice grew even more excited. Combining a Patronus charm with the water prison spell, if this were in class, I'd award 100 points without hesitation. This voice shattered the stillness that had settled over the pitch, as all eyes turned to John in the stands. With his right hand placed on his chest, John smiled and bowed slightly toward Professor Flitwick. "You're too kind," he said. "Powerful. Graceful." Two words came to everyone's mind, powerful and graceful. So cool. As they realized that John had driven away the Dementors, the young wizards erupted in deafening cheers. John was smiling, but then he suddenly remembered something. He had forgotten about someone. He looked up. A figure was rapidly falling from the sky, and John, already too late to act, could only watch. Arresto momentum. A loud voice rang out, and Harry's body, just moments from crashing into the ground, was suddenly halted in midair. John turned toward the source of the voice, Dumbledore, who hadn't used a wand, but merely extended a hand. Wandless magic. John knew well the strength of this old wizard and respectfully bowed toward him. Dumbledore smiled warmly, his gaze shifting to the giant Patronus water prison, surprise glinting in his eyes. It was an exceptional variation of a spell. Even Dumbledore had to admit that Voldemort would have stood no chance against John in his third year. However, Harry wasn't as lucky. He had fainted, and unsurprisingly, Hufflepuff won the match. Upon hearing that Harry had passed out, Cedric suddenly felt as if he had taken advantage of the situation. In a gesture of sportsmanship, he proposed a rematch. His graciousness impressed even Gryffindor, and if it had been a girl, he might have rushed over to confess his love to Cedric on the spot. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 132, Ministry of Magic's Apology. Harry was sent to the hospital wing, but the matter wasn't over yet. Dumbledore hurried down, staring at the Dementors trapped in the Patronus water prison. In his eyes, John saw an anger he had never seen before. The White Lord was truly furious. 100 Dementors charging into the Quidditch pitch, what a terrifying disaster that could have been. "I need to find Cornelius Fudge." "John, please keep these Dementors under control," Dumbledore said to John. John nodded, though some of the more daring students were trying to approach. Feeling a bit of a headache, John used his wand to control the water prison, attempting to move it elsewhere. Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall joined in to help. Their eyes were filled with both fear and anger. How dare the Ministry gamble with the safety of the students? "I will definitely be filing a complaint against those people." Professor McGonagall's face was pale as she spoke fiercely. Mr. Wick, thank you for stepping in and spotting the danger in time. Professor Flitwick, his voice thin but trembling with excitement, praised John greatly. Absolutely brilliant, John Wick. A Patronus combined with a water prison, what a genius idea. As the charms professor, Flitwick was immensely proud. Where should we move this thing to? John asked, somewhat concerned. I mean, I might not be able to move it very far. John's magic crystal was continuously depleting, and this thing wasn't a philosopher's stone. Once used up, it would become useless. The materials for one magic crystal alone cost hundreds of galleons, which made John feel a sharp pain in his wallet. Professor McGonagall suggested placing the Dementors in the dungeons, not the Slytherin one, but Hogwarts' own underground chambers. The Dementors struggled, trying to escape, but the three of them managed to subdue them and send them to the dungeon. After everything was done, John's arm felt a bit sore. He glanced at the ring on his right hand. Earlier, he had secretly absorbed quite a bit of the curses from the 20 or so Dementors. The black patterns on the ring were now even more pronounced. Without drawing attention, he silently retracted the black threads that had been attached to the water prison. The Dementors all appeared listless. Professor McGonagall simply assumed it was the result of the suppression from the Patronus charm. Later that evening, people from the Ministry of Magic rushed over, led by none other than Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic. An old acquaintance was also present, Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of the Aura Office. They hurried in, and John could tell from Fudge's pale face that he wasn't doing well. A trembling handkerchief was wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Fudge was clearly terrified. The Dementors were not to enter the school borders. He had never expected the Dementors to invade Hogwarts, a school backed by every wizarding family in Britain. If the wizarding families found out about this incident, they would likely unite to protest against Cornelius Fudge as the Minister for Magic. Fudge was scared. He had grown accustomed to the power he had worked so hard to obtain. John watched as Fudge hurried into the headmaster's office, and shortly after, John received a notice asking him to come to the office as well. Upon entering the office, John saw Dumbledore's face. This was the angriest and most serious he had ever seen the headmaster. When Fudge spotted John, his eyes lit up, and he moved surprisingly fast for someone of his size, rushing over and excitedly grabbing John's hand, shaking it vigorously. You must be John Wick, the one who stopped the Dementors. I cannot thank you enough. You prevented a tragedy and, at the same time, saved the reputation of the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry will not forget your service, Fudge said, extending an olive branch with a beaming smile, though the sweat on the tip of his nose was close to dripping off. If you're willing, I can send you an invitation after you graduate. The Ministry needs talents like you, he added, all the while sneaking glances at Dumbledore. It seemed that recruiting John might not be the real goal, winning over Dumbledore was likely the true aim. Rufus Scrimgeour, standing nearby, remained calm, ignoring Fudge's maneuverings. John glanced at Dumbledore, and on the headmaster's face, he saw a deep look of disappointment directed at Fudge. Fudge had made a mistake. If he truly cared about the wizarding world, Dumbledore would have been his greatest ally. Unfortunately, everything Fudge did was only to preserve his own power. His attempts to evade responsibility were enough to warrant Dumbledore's disappointment. I'm sorry, Minister, but the headmaster wanted to speak with me, John said with a perfect fake smile, pulling his hand away from Fudge's grasp. He walked over to Dumbledore, who shifted his gaze to John with a look of approval. John, we need you to describe everything that happened, Dumbledore said. John nodded and calmly recounted the events, from when he first noticed the Dementors storming the Quidditch pitch, to how he subdued them. His expression remained composed throughout, as though what he did wasn't anything extraordinary. Fudge's face darkened with each word, and John didn't mind adding one final blow. I think the Dementors might have been drawn to the joyful atmosphere of the Quidditch match and were unable to suppress their natural instincts, he said in a calm tone. Leaving the student's safety to Dementors was like leaving a hungry cat to guard fish. Dumbledore nodded slightly and turned his gaze toward Fudge. At this point, John's involvement was over. What followed was practically a scolding from Dumbledore, leaving Fudge humiliated and at a loss for words. In the end, the meeting ended on a sour note, with both sides parting in frustration. John took in everything with sharp eyes, and a gleam appeared in his gaze. This is an opportunity. Fudge was far too incompetent, even a hindrance, especially after Voldemort's resurrection, where he made things worse at every turn. Given this, John began to wonder if he could find a way to bring the minister down ahead of time. Rufus Scrimgeour didn't face any blame for the incident. His stance had always been clear, using auras to control the Dementors. Unfortunately, Fudge saw this as a threat to his authority, so he never gave Scrimgeour the chance. After this incident, John knew his opportunity had arrived. He sent out over a dozen letters, each one reaching someone from a prominent pure-blood family or an influential figure. Once they all spoke out in unison, even if the minister hadn't made any mistakes, he would still have a headache. And now, Fudge was clearly at fault. The next day, the Dementors were taken away, though the 20-some Dementors seemed far less lively than before. Some even appeared to be wearing smaller robes, as if they had shrunk. Rufus Scrimgeour coordinated their removal with Professor McGonagall. He assured her that the Dementors would be punished accordingly. His words carried confidence, as Lord Johnny Silverhand had promised to help him. That night, after leaving Hogwarts with Fudge, they soon saw Fudge being urgently called back to his office. Not long after, the sound of Fudge's furious outburst and things being smashed echoed from his office. It must have been Lord Johnny Silverhand making his move. Scrimgeour was quite pleased. He had been fed up with Fudge for a long time. After all, who wouldn't want to be in charge, rather than constantly being overshadowed by someone else? Harry hadn't woken up yet. He had fallen from a height of at least 50 feet. Even though he didn't hit the ground, falling that much can mess up your brain. That evening, John looked up at the sky. After the storm, the sky was clear, with a full moon hanging like a jade plate above. The time had come. John took out a mandrake leaf and placed it in his mouth. Thus began his journey to become an animagus. Though he couldn't speak during this process, John had a solution. He pulled out his wand and waved it through the air, leaving behind red sparks that hovered in place. A symbol appeared. He could use this to communicate with others. As for why he couldn't speak, he could simply claim that he overexerted his magic the day before, causing his throat to swell. In the magical world, there were all sorts of odd conditions. This explanation wouldn't raise too much suspicion. After the full moon passed, Harry finally woke up. He was heartbroken, feeling guilty that the team had lost because of him. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened, especially for Wood. He stood in the rain, feeling like he wanted to drown himself. It was Wood's final year, and despite his passion for Quidditch, he had never managed to lift the championship cup. Harry thought this was bad enough, but life always had a way of getting worse. His Nimbus 2000 had been blown into the Whomping Willow, which promptly smashed the broom to pieces. The companion that had been with him for 3 years was now gone, leaving Harry in an even worse mood. A steady stream of people came to visit Harry, and John also brought him a box of cockroach clusters. "John, what's wrong?" Hermione asked curiously, noticing that John hadn't said a word the entire time. John pointed to his throat, then used the hovering marks to reveal the excuse he had prepared. Upon hearing that it was because he had overexerted himself while saving him that day, Harry felt even more guilty. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 133, Lupin's Return. TSK. Because John couldn't speak, the number of points he earned in class decreased. Lupin returned after the full moon, though he still didn't look well. He had a smile on his face. The students, excited to see their beloved Professor Lupin back, all started complaining about Snape's behavior. Malfoy, however, wasn't impressed. He didn't like Professor Lupin and insisted that only Professor Snape was the best. The defense against the dark arts class wasn't dull at all, and John's silent casting of spells made Lupin look at him in a different light. Silent casting was typically taught in the 6th year, yet John, a 3rd-year student, had already mastered it. At the same time, Lupin's gaze fell on John's hand. He stared at the ring John was wearing, as if trying to discern something. Could it be? The ring was indeed similar in design, but the color was different. And there was another thing, the ring was on John's right hand, not Johnny Silverhand's left. Lupin was filled with suspicion. After class, he deliberately approached John and casually asked, "When did you start wearing that ring?" John looked at Lupin in surprise, then quickly used his wand to write in the air. "It's a gift." Lupin was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized Halloween had just passed. The reason John gave seemed reasonable, but something still felt off to Lupin. He had heard of John's impressive feats, especially how he used a Patronus charm to repel Dementors, something Lupin had witnessed himself on the train. Am I overthinking this? Lupin furrowed his brow, lost in thought. One of the defining traits of dark wizards was their inability to cast a Patronus charm. This was common knowledge among wizards. From what Lupin knew of Johnny Silverhand, that man was ruthless, with a repertoire of highly evil curses, definitely a dark wizard. Being able to use the Patronus charm, in some sense, was enough to prove John wasn't one. But Lupin couldn't shake the suspicion that John might have some connection with Johnny Silverhand. The mere thought of being connected to that man made Lupin uneasy. Perhaps Sirius Black's escape has something to do with him. Recalling Snape's words and combining them with what he had seen of Johnny Silverhand's methods, Lupin started to believe it might actually be possible. Johnny Silverhand, a man known as a philanthropist who created a foundation for cursed young wizards. Everyone thought the same, except for Lupin and others who had witnessed such cruel methods firsthand. That was a man whose ambition was obvious. He could be a great friend but also a terrifying enemy. With concern in his voice, Lupin said in his heart, "I hope you have no connection with that person, John." Whether as a teacher or just an ordinary passerby, Lupin sincerely didn't want his students getting involved with that man. Potions class. For the third time, John received a cold glare from Professor Snape. He could feel the resentment in Snape's eyes, making him sigh inwardly. You're the professor, right? Keep your act together. What's with this sulky attitude? Well, Snape had his reasons to feel frustrated. He had tried to give a hint, but in the end, John ended up losing his voice. And Snape couldn't even blame him. John lost his voice after fending off Dementors, protecting those eyes that were the same as Lily's. That's exactly why Snape felt so frustrated. From John's observational skills, it wouldn't be hard for him to figure out that Lupin was a werewolf. That would have given Snape the perfect excuse to have Lupin expelled from Hogwarts for being a werewolf, while also eliminating a possible accomplice of Sirius Black, a perfect two-in-one plan. But alas, everything fell apart. Under Snape's resentful gaze, John managed to get through the potions class. Daphne was extremely worried. She noticed that John's usual appetite, where he could easily eat 3 bowls of rice, had shrunk to just half a bowl, making her even more anxious. Because he was afraid of accidentally swallowing the mandrake leaf, John was only consuming mushy food. The Constellation Society also sent their support. Cedric approached with both concern and admiration, saying, "John, thank you. You saved the entire school. I hope this will help you." He left behind a bottle of swelling solution. After Cedric left, Percy also came over. Although he maintained a formal demeanor, his eyes showed concern. "God. I'm not a pregnant lady. Stop treating me like one." John waved his hand, signaling that he was fine, and then Neville showed up, suggesting that John should visit the hospital wing. "No need, but thank you for your concern," he wrote. John didn't want to go to the hospital. He accepted Neville's concern, and promptly doubled Neville's training regimen. Draco was in the same boat, with Heinrich becoming his drill sergeant from hell. Time passed, and John still had no intention of speaking. He was waiting for the next full moon. However, he noticed that Lupin seemed to be onto something regarding his identity, so he simply decided to take some time off. Previously, John had never realized that Lupin had such a sharp eye, so he decided to simply hide away for a while. Snape, for once, didn't have the chance to corner John and accuse him of being a werewolf. After taking his leave, John holed up in the Chamber of Secrets, occasionally emerging to check the weather. Everyone thought he had left school and gone home, but in reality, John was still around. His schedule was different from everyone else's, so when some little kid occasionally caught a glimpse of him, they assumed it was just their imagination. Finally, John got his second full moon. He was lucky, it wasn't cloudy this time. If it had been, he would have had to find another leaf and repeat the entire process all over again. He carefully took the saliva-soaked leaf from his mouth and placed it in a transparent bottle, allowing it to bask in the pure moonlight. Plucking a strand of his own hair, he added it to the mixture, along with some dew and the chrysalis of a death's head hawk moth. After mixing everything, he hid the transparent bottle in the Forbidden Forest, where Aragog's lair once stood. Since it had been burned by fiend fire, the area was now deserted and empty. Having completed this step, John now only had 2 things left to do: wait for a storm to arrive and cast a spell on himself at every sunrise and sunset. At sunrise the next day, John pointed the tip of his wand at his heart and recited the spell, Amato, Onimo, Onomato, Animagus. Now that he could speak again, John returned to attending classes. His return was met with cheers from Slytherin House. Surprisingly, despite his absence, Slytherin was still leading in points. This was thanks to Daphne, Malfoy, and Heinrich, who had been racking up points like mad. The other Slytherin students hadn't slacked off either. Even without John, they remained the strongest house. They were still ahead of Ravenclaw, firmly holding first place. December. With Christmas approaching, John had to stay at Hogwarts as he waited for the storm he needed. He couldn't help but wonder if Mrs. Wick would show up at school to hunt him down. The trio, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, wished John well as he recovered, though Ron's smile seemed strangely forced. John found this odd. He didn't know that Ron had been hoping Slytherin's lead would slip while he was gone, giving Gryffindor a chance to overtake them. Now that John had returned, Ron's hopes were dashed. During class that day, John received an owl. A long-eared, black owl flapped its wings as it approached John, with Basil, the snowy white owl, hopping alongside it, nuzzling its head against the black owl. John quickly took the letter brought by Riddle, his shop's owl, scanned through it, and his expression darkened. Fudge. This motherfucker. Still trying to cling to that position and do nothing, huh? The letter was from Shelby. He informed John that, after all the pressure from various parties, Fudge had started to manufacture public opinion. He was trying to create an enemy, someone he could blame to rally public support back to his side. And who could make a better enemy than Nocturne Alley's new king, the infamous Johnny Silverhand? The Daily Prophet had completely shifted its tone, now painting Knockturn Alley as a place of tyranny, and portraying Johnny Silverhand as a dictator instead of the benevolent figure he was once seen as. One bloody crime after another was being attributed to Knockturn Alley. Whether the accusations were true or not didn't matter. As long as it came from there, it was pinned on Johnny Silverhand. In the letter, Tommy asked if John wanted to impose the infamous Silverhand sanction on Fudge. Sanction? Ha! John let out a cold laugh. To deal with Fudge, he didn't need to just punish him. This asshole. No, he would make sure Fudge lost everything. If Fudge was going to call him a dictator, then John would show him exactly what a dictator could do. Taking out his Silver Connections ledger, John began writing letters with a Silverhand crest, one by one. Tempting them with promises of profit. Engaging in power deals. Coercion through force. John employed all sorts of tactics, with only one goal in mind, to pressure the Ministry of Magic and make them realize that their current minister wasn't just incompetent but also severely mental and unfit for the position. Tisk, sometimes, certain bloody measures are simply unavoidable. After sending off the last letter, a sly smile crept across John's face. He stroked the gemstone on his ring, a dangerous aura emanating from him. The sensation was like a predator awakening, baring its blood-soaked fangs, eager to strike. Within 3 days, conflict erupted within the Ministry of Magic. Read 12 advanced chapters. Chapter 134, Accountability and Resignation. Ministry of Magic. Fudge was in complete disarray. It wasn't just ordinary witches and wizards anymore, now even the sacred 28 families were stepping in. Lucius Malfoy had a smirk on his face, equal parts mocking and cold indifference, with a casual, detached air completing the expression. His platinum blonde hair was perfectly groomed, and his cane lightly tapped the floor, just loud enough to stand out amid the chaos of the Ministry of Magic. Thud, thud. The sound caught the attention of the ministry officials, who shifted their gazes toward him. Lucius was no longer the man he once was. He had reclaimed his position as a Hogwarts Board of Governors member, and now he was also the curator of the Dark Arts Museum. Fudge's lips twitched slightly as he glared at Lucius. Lucius, what are you doing here? Minister Fudge, I'm here on behalf of the Hogwarts Board, of course. Lucius smoothly navigated through the noisy crowd and found a seat. This was a press conference Fudge had specifically organized to shift the blame, but now it felt like a bed of nails. Rita Skeeter, the top reporter from the Daily Prophet, sat among the audience. Fudge had made arrangements with her superiors. When the press conference started, she was to ask pointed questions about Knockturn Alley, directing the blame toward Johnny Silverhand. As long as the topic was explosive enough, even the matter of Dementors invading Hogwarts could be overshadowed. It's just a Malfoy, Fudge thought bitterly, glaring at Lucius. Once this was over, he would definitely settle the score with this former Death Eater. More and more people arrived, and a burst of chatter filled the air. Fudge looked over and his face darkened. Damocles Alex Belby, he ground his teeth, his round face contorting with rage. This recipient of the Order of Merlin, First Class, Damocles Alex Belby, was unusually active. Last time with Hagrid's case, it was Damocles Alex who had applied the pressure. And if that wasn't enough, the sound of camera shutters clicking echoed. Dressed in an extravagant turquoise wizard's robe, the popular best-selling author Gilderoy Lockhart also appeared. He had just won Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile award for the 6th time. This top celebrity in the magical world had actually shown up at a ministry meeting. Fudge couldn't stop him, even if he wanted to, because Lockhart was also a recipient of the Order of Merlin, which meant he held influence in the wizarding world. Moreover, he was a member of the Anti-Dark Magic League, which was no small organization. It was founded by pureblood wizards and mostly consisted of influential figures or officials from various magical ministries around the world. Lockhart's ability to join was due to his immense influence. Fudge's lips curled into a cold smile. Others might not know, but over the years as Minister of Magic, he hadn't just been sitting idle. Gilderoy Lockhart was a fraud, and there was no way that could escape his notice. If Lockhart didn't know his place, Fudge didn't mind exposing him as a fraud in public and sending him to Azkaban to deflect the public outcry. Confident that he had the upper hand, Fudge instructed his assistant to send a message to Lockhart. From a distance, Lockhart nodded, and Fudge thought he had finally come to his senses. When the crowd had mostly gathered, Fudge straightened his clothes and walked toward the podium. He gave a signal to Rita Skeeter, who lowered her head, scribbling something unknown. Ahem, I would like to thank all my fellow members of the wizarding community for coming here today. His formal demeanor made it seem, to those unaware, as though he had already captured Sirius Black. A long-winded introduction slowly drained the patience of the audience. Lucius Malfoy lazily raised his hand, his voice neither loud nor soft, but dripping with sarcasm. Minister Fudge, if you may, I suggest getting to the point. He smirked, his tone mocking as he added, no one is particularly interested in how many pups your family dog has had. A stifled laughter rippled through the room, and Fudge felt his face flush with embarrassment. Reluctantly, he moved on to the main issue. Signaling to Rita again, he cleared his throat. Feel free to ask your questions. Rita stood up right on cue. Fudge smiled and said, you first. He was expecting to hear questions about the Dark Tyrant of Nocturne Alley, Johnny Silverhand, but what Rita Skeeter opened with was far sharper. What is your opinion on the Dementors entering Hogwarts while performing their duties, especially since you advocated for using Dementors? Sharp. Fudge's eyes widened in disbelief. He stared at Rita as if doubting whether she was an imposter in disguise. Was the Ministry's inability to control the Dementors a failure on your part? Sirius Black is still a threat to the wizarding world, do you take responsibility for that? I've heard that 10 pureblood families have already submitted complaints against you. What's your response to that? Aura Office Head Rufus Scrimgeour suggested that the Aura should manage the Dementors, but you refused. Was there some personal motive behind that? Each question was like a sharp blade, piercing Fudge's already fragile composure. He was breathing heavily, his small eyes reddening with anger. He never expected Rita Skeeter to be the first person to betray him. Was the Daily Prophet planning a rebellion? What were they trying to pull? Ahem. Lucius Malfoy rose gracefully, all eyes in the room shifting to him. With a smirk on his face, he said, on behalf of the Hogwarts Board of Governors, I wish to hold the Ministry accountable for its negligence. Damn. His words set off a wave of commotion, and the reporter's eyes lit up with excitement. At that moment, Damocles Alex Belby struck his cane heavily on the ground and said coldly, the Potion Masters Guild questions whether Cornelius Fudge is still capable of leading the Ministry of Magic. We want a wise leader, not a clown who can't even maintain his dignity. A truly vicious blow. The Potion Masters Guild mentioned by Damocles was an elite organization comprised of the top figures in potion making. Though its membership was fewer than 10, each was a highly influential potions master. Seeing that all the big names were stepping forward, Gilderoy Lockhart decided to stop hiding like an ostrich. With the same charming smile that had earned him Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile award 6 times in a row, he stood up and spoke pompously. I, too, question Cornelius Fudge's competence. If it were up to me, there's no way something like Dementors storming into the school would ever have happened. The moment he spoke, Fudge's already reddened eyes turned even darker with rage. He could tolerate the others, but this fraud, this charlatan, daring to join in the chaos was too much. He pointed angrily at Lockhart and shouted, you're a fraud. Everything you've done is a lie. He doesn't know how to do anything. Blinded by the betrayals that had piled up, Fudge yelled at his enforcers nearby, arrest him. Throw him into Azkaban. These enforcers were loyal to Fudge, and at his command, they immediately sprang into action. A flash of red light from a stupefy spell shot toward Lockhart. A trace of malicious satisfaction crossed Fudge's twisted face. He was already imagining how the massive news of exposing Lockhart as a fraud would overshadow everything that had happened today. Protego. Lockhart shouted dramatically, and a shimmering shield charm appeared around him, deflecting the incoming attacks. He then drew his wand, looking calm and collected as he said with flair, it seems you wish to attack me, a recipient of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, and an honorary member of the Anti-Dark Magic League. Eh? Fudge was confused. The Lockhart he knew shouldn't have been capable of casting such a powerful shield charm. Magical energy flowed from a ring on Lockhart's finger into his wand. He smiled confidently before casting a disarming charm, sending one of Fudge's enforcers flying. Several red stunning spells shot towards him, but Lockhart's Protego blocked them effortlessly, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Each time he cast a spell, another enforcer was thrown aside. There were 5 enforcers present, and now 3 of them joined forces to attack Lockhart from the front. Heh! But Lockhart moved with ease, as if taking a casual stroll, his left hand behind his back. With only one hand, he effortlessly deflected spells and launched counterattacks. Oh Merlin! Mr. Lockhart is so cool. My heart is racing up. Can't believe I'm witnessing Sir Lockhart's glory firsthand. Naturally. This is Lockhart we are talking about. How can Fudge be so foolish to challenge him like this? Lucius thought Fudge's brain was eaten by a troll. Hey, he gave a playful wink to his admirers present and then pushed the 3 enforcers back steadily, and soon he wasn't even speaking incantations anymore, his mastery of nonverbal spells left everyone watching in shock. Reducto. A powerful blast of white light formed into a sphere, hitting the 3 enforcers and scattering them across the room. Lockhart lowered his wand with a look of melancholy, saying, why force me to take action? Was it really necessary? Now things had completely backfired. Ah. This. Fudge, who had hoped to expose Lockhart and turn the situation around, collapsed into his seat. Anyone with eyes could now see how powerful Lockhart truly was, and there was no need to rely on lies to uphold his reputation. No one noticed, but Lockhart's palms were sweating nervously at that moment. The rings that adorned all 10 of his fingers were down to just one. The grand spectacle had come to an end. The next day, the Daily Prophet published the news. Cornelius Fudge, due to multiple accusations and scandals, was forced to step down early. Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of the Auror office, temporarily assumed the position of Minister for Magic, vowing to do everything in his power to ensure the safety of the students at Hogwarts. We will spare no effort to capture Sirius Black. No matter where he is, if we find him in a bathroom, we'll drown him in the toilet. His iron-fisted approach marked a stark contrast to the Ministry's previous weakness. Aurors were dispatched to Hogwarts to oversee security and manage the situation with the Dementors. That's so awesome. Ron's face flushed with excitement as he mimicked Scrimgeour's tone, saying, if we find him in a bathroom, we'll drown him in the toilet. Now that's a real hardcore Auror. Harry, equally thrilled, stabbed his fork into a potato. They both felt that this was what an Auror should be like. Still, Harry felt a bit sorry for Fudge. After all, Fudge had been rather kind to him at the start of the school year. At the Slytherin table. Draco, that's your father, one of the Slytherin students said, looking at Malfoy with envy. Malfoy proudly puffed out his chest. In the Daily Prophet, Lucius Malfoy was pictured chatting and laughing, a symbol of the Malfoy family's long-awaited return to the upper echelons of the magical world. John was reading the newspaper. Fudge had stepped down, and although Rufus Scrimgeour was just a temporary minister, if they managed to capture Sirius Black, the temporary tag would surely be removed. Nice. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 135, Poor Dementors and Map. John put down the newspaper and looked over at the Gryffindor table. Ron and Hermione were arguing. Again. How do they manage to argue every single day and still stay so close? John mused. The reason for the argument was once again their pets. Crookshanks had been running around as usual, but still hadn't given up on trying to catch Scabbers. This had become a constant source of tension, and Ron had long been fed up with the ugly cat. On one side was a pet Ron had had for 12 years, and on the other was a hideous cat Hermione had only bought less than 6 months ago. He couldn't understand why Hermione couldn't see things from his perspective. At least from Ron's point of view, he wasn't in the wrong. John was also curious why Crookshanks was so fixated on Scabbers. From what he knew, Crookshanks was a smart cat. It should have realized that the rat was a pet belonging to its owner's friend. Peter Pettigrew, huh? John thought to himself. The Marauders map showed all the people within Hogwarts, and the rat by Ron's side wasn't listed as Scabbers. John had known this for a while, but he couldn't exactly walk up to Ron and say, hey, your rat isn't really Scabbers, you know. That rat's been hiding a lot lately, barely even coming out of the dormitory, John reflected. He had originally wanted to confirm whether the rat was really an animagus, but unfortunately, Scabbers wasn't giving him the opportunity. John had no choice but to put this matter aside for now. After eating the sausage on his fork, he sensed someone standing behind him. Turning around, he saw Professor Snape deliberately slowing his steps. Well, I guess I have to deal with this, John muttered to himself, then called out to Snape. Professor. It was as if Snape had been waiting for this moment. He stopped, turning around slowly. John noticed that Snape's face showed an unusual expression of expectation. Wiping his mouth, John said, I know. Without any context, Snape's face broke into an unexpected smile. He stretched out his words, oh. John said the key phrase, full moon. Snape replied in a low voice, Mr. Wick, you're a smart man. Great, now I'm smart, John thought sarcastically. He couldn't help but wonder if Snape was cursing him for being stupid behind his back. Grumbling internally, John forced a smile and said, thanks for the compliment. One big and one small, like two sly foxes. Snape's footsteps sped up as he left, clearly in a good mood. The two of them had spoken in riddles, leaving Daphne wide-eyed and confused, her face filled with curiosity. Meanwhile, Heinrich quietly continued eating, carefully lifting his juice and sipping it cautiously. Garlic essence. Without hesitation, he walked over to the Gryffindor table. The twin pranksters saw him coming and made a quick escape. Harry was in high spirits. Lupin had agreed to teach him the Patronus charm. After this Christmas break, he wouldn't have to keep being mocked by Malfoy and his gang anymore. Speaking of Malfoy, Draco arrived. Despite the fact that the tables of the two houses were separated by Hufflepuff, Draco Malfoy deliberately walked all the way around just to get Harry's attention. The Dementors are coming. He put on a mock terrified face, causing Pansy and the others to burst into laughter. Harry scowled, and even Ron and Hermione, who had been giving each other the cold shoulder, immediately jumped into defense mode. Shut up, Malfoy. Ron was already in a bad mood, and after being provoked like that, he immediately stood up, staring right back at Malfoy. Weasley, you should be thankful this is the Great Hall, Malfoy threatened openly, lowering his voice. If you dare, come duel me. Ron's face darkened. It wasn't the first time he'd clashed with Malfoy. Malfoy had gotten much stronger lately, and if they really fought, Ron wasn't sure he could win. What Ron didn't realize was that Malfoy had stopped mocking his family's background, thanks to Percy being part of the Constellation Society. If not, with Malfoy's venomous mouth, he wouldn't have been so civil. "I'll duel you, Malfoy," Harry said, stepping in to defend his friend. "Enough, Malfoy. Do you want to get detention?" Hermione intervened, stopping the two hotheads from rushing into a duel. She glared at Malfoy, not backing down. Every time someone cast a curse, they'd lose house points. Gryffindor was already trailing behind Ravenclaw. Malfoy shrugged, sneering at Harry, "Oh, dear baby Potter, always hiding behind your friends." Then, he made a mock baby crying face before turning and leaving with his group. Ron slammed his fist on the table in frustration, and Hermione comforted Harry, saying, "He only talks big." Harry mumbled, "I know, thanks, you guys." After what had just happened, the trio's friendship was restored once again. Time passed quickly. Every day, John made sure to perform his incantation at sunrise and sunset, like clockwork. The storm, however, didn't seem like it was coming anytime soon, which left John a little frustrated. In the meantime, he could only catch some Dementors to practice on. He'd go to the forest, close off his thoughts, and head out for a bit. By the time he returned, one unfortunate Dementor would be missing. Due to the Auror's involvement, the Dementors had been mostly confined to one specific area. But Dementors often tried to escape, so whenever a few went missing, the Aurors just assumed they had fled. After a fruitless search, they'd leave it at that. What they didn't know was that the reason Dementors kept trying to flee was because they had noticed some of their kind disappearing mysteriously. It was like they had encountered a natural predator, wanting to escape but constantly being held back. Pretty tragic, really. John didn't care about their plight. His soul extraction skills had become more and more proficient, and he stuffed the extracted souls into bottles. An entire shelf was now filled with bottles containing the remnants of at least a dozen Dementors. The ring on his finger grew darker and darker, and he no longer even needed bait to lure Dementors. He simply used the soul-sucking curse to pull them in directly. Nice. That should be enough. John carefully stored away the glowing bottles of souls on the shelf. With these soul fragments, it would be enough for the surgery on Nagini. He stretched out his left hand toward an idol box, clenched his fist, and murmured, "Crush." The box crumpled as if squeezed by an enormous invisible hand, collapsing inward under an unfamiliar force. This wasn't the typical crushing charm, it was ancient magic. To be precise, it was a variant of ancient magic, one that could manipulate objects. It sounded similar to the levitation charm, but in reality, it was quite different. The levitation charm lifts objects, and its damage comes from the object's weight falling back down. However, this spell was for grasping, grabbing an object with one hand, then accelerating it to smash downwards. John had found this spell in forbidden magic. With a snap of his fingers, the crushed box ignited in flames, burning away until there was nothing left. Now there's no evidence, John chuckled softly. With enough materials in hand, there was no longer a need to torment the Dementors. After putting away the soul fragments, John glanced at the boggart that had been quiet for a while and decided to let it be for now. December 18th. A group of students had gathered at the castle gates, ready to head off to Hogsmeade. John spotted Harry again. He was standing all alone at the entrance, looking utterly pitiful. With a sigh, Harry began to turn back. How unfortunate, John thought. Seeing the chosen one in such a sad state, John figured that since he had two Marauders maps, he might as well give one to Harry. After all, the map originally belonged to James Potter anyway. So, John called out to Harry. Confused, Harry looked over as John approached. "John. What are you doing?" John pulled out a piece of parchment. Harry's eyebrows furrowed. Was this guy about to give him homework? Wait, that didn't make sense. John wasn't a professor. What homework could he possibly assign? Still puzzled, Harry watched as John smiled slightly, then said mysteriously, "There's more than one way out of Hogwarts." With that, John gently tapped the blank parchment with his wand. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Ink lines spread across the blank parchment, and Harry's eyes widened in surprise. "This is the Marauders map," John said with a light chuckle. "I'm sure you can see how it works." Harry's mouth hung slightly open. He hadn't expected John to hand over something so important. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Harry asked, "Is this for me?" "Of course," John nodded, a deep meaning in his tone. "It was always meant to be yours." Harry was overjoyed, his eyes scanning the map, spotting several secret routes out of Hogwarts that piqued his interest. "Thank you, John," Harry said sincerely. "The closing spell is mischief managed," John added, waving him off before turning to leave the castle. Not long after John left, Harry was already planning to use one of the secret passages to sneak out. In the end, Harry was caught by the Weasley twins, who dragged him to one of the floors. They winked at him mysteriously and said, "Before we leave, let's give you a bit of holiday spirit." With that, they pushed Harry into a nearby classroom. The twins began introducing him to a secret passageway that led out of Hogwarts. Harry's expression turned odd as he tried to say something. But Fred, who had sharp eyes, noticed the Marauder's map in Harry's hand. "So that's where it went. We thought we lost it." Harry stood there dumbfounded, watching as the twins casually took the Marauder's map from him and used it without hesitation. Seeing how familiar they were with it, Harry's expression grew stranger, and so did the twins. Regardless, Harry was finally able to make his way to Hogsmeade. Full of excitement, he crawled into the secret passage hidden inside the statue of the hunchbacked one-eyed witch, followed it, and eventually emerged in Honeyduck's candy shop. Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 136, Leaving School and Soul Surgery. While the other students went off to Hogsmeade, John did not. After arriving at Hogsmeade, he used apparition to head to the Belby Manor. With a sharp crack, John appeared outside the gates of Belby Manor. Striding inside, John found Damocles Alex Belby casually mixing potions. Seeing John approach, Damocles smiled. "You finally arrived. That big snake is about to wake up." Damocles, who had just returned from the Ministry of Magic, couldn't hide his grin. Overthrowing a Minister of Magic had greatly satisfied his vanity. The blood potion had gone through several new versions, and with John's suggestion, they had added mandrake leaves into the mix. The crimson potion turned green, and then John pulled out a bottle. Initially, Damocles didn't think much of it. But when he got a clear look at what was inside, he suddenly grabbed John's hand in shock, exclaiming, "What have you done?" His voice was filled with both accusation and a touch of fear. It was a bottle containing a soul, glowing white. The soul was tattered and fragmented, with no consciousness at all. But the mere presence of the soul was enough to make him tremble in terror. "The soul is taboo. You've crossed a line." Damocles Alex stared at John. John smiled calmly and said, "Relax, I didn't kill anyone." "Didn't kill anyone?" Damocles didn't believe it. But seeing the calm expression on John's face, he slowly released his grip. "I'll explain it to you later, Damocles. Trust me, I'm not doing anything like that." Understanding what the other was concerned about, John made a promise. After a moment of silence, Damocles finally said, "All right." As John poured the soul into the mixture, the once green potion turned black, and then shifted to white. John was sure, this blood potion had finally succeeded. The pure white potion glowed faintly in the dim dungeon. Now, only the surgery remained. He turned to the sleeping snake. John opened the cell door and walked in. Using water element magic, he manipulated the blood potion into a floating mass and guided it into the snake's mouth. Silver threads began to emerge, and soon, the entire snake was surrounded by countless floating silver strands. It worked. With enhanced insight, John could clearly see the serpent undergoing gradual changes. Damocles Alex was also staring intently, afraid to miss even a single detail. His quill scratched quickly across the parchment, recording everything. More and more silver threads appeared, and John heard Nagini's voice in his ear. "John." "Yup, it's me." A simple response, yet it seemed to bring boundless reassurance. John stood at attention in front of the countless silver threads, his hand reaching out to grasp one of them. In an instant, his consciousness traveled through numerous tunnels before landing in a blank space. A hazy illusion. This was the place where souls lingered between life and death, a realm with no fixed form. Currently, John found himself in a pure white space, an endless expanse of white. He saw a figure and walked toward it. It was a woman in a blue dress, with the beautiful features of East Asian descent, long black hair, and clear, autumn-like eyes. She was curled up in a corner, shrouded in an ominous aura of blood-green mist. "Nagini." John spoke softly. The woman's body trembled slightly. She raised her head and stared blankly at the boy who had appeared here. With disbelief in her eyes, she murmured, "You." "John." Her face was delicate, her figure graceful, though it would have been better without the ever-present blood-green curse that was eating away at her. She looked like a shattered porcelain doll, with horrifying cracks spreading densely across her body. Nearly half of her body was missing, and an ominous blood-green aura seeped from the gaps. In her hand, she carefully held a small silver figure. That was the blood magic potion, or more precisely, the soul contained within the potion. The tiny soul figure was desperately trying to piece together the fragments that were falling apart, while Nagini looked as if she was on the verge of shattering completely. John walked toward Nagini, the ominous blood-green aura continually swirling around her, completely intertwined with her. It was as if they had fused together, part of her, and her part of it. Seeing this, John took a deep breath. The situation was even more challenging than dealing with a Dementor. His face grew serious as he said, "Nagini, I will heal you now." He raised his hand, and outside, his physical body mirrored the gesture. This process was happening in sync, allowing a direct view of the soul's changes. "If you can't bear it, just say something," John said, more serious than ever before. Hope flashed in Nagini's eyes, and she nodded firmly. With the tiny soul figure temporarily protecting Nagini, John could focus on the treatment with more confidence. He opened all the soul bottles from his bag, and the sacred white orbs of light began to swirl around him. John thrust his wand into one of the orbs and recited an incantation. Anima Redditus et Sana. The orb extended and transformed into 100 soul scalpels, which then plunged into the body of the giant snake. In the hazy realm, Nagini felt it too. 100 soul scalpels pierced her body, and the excruciating pain was evident on her delicate face. John meticulously manipulated the soul scalpels, slowly pulling out the blood curse and dragging it away. The blood curse took on the form of a snake, launching attacks against the soul scalpels. John's face remained cold, his hand moving steadily without pause. When one soul was completely used up, John crafted another soul into scalpels. Time passed slowly, second by second. Nagini's soul was tattered, and from the gaping holes in it, the soul scalpels reached in to pull out the blood curse. John was already drenched in sweat. His focus was razor-sharp, switching into scholar mode to increase his precision. Even the tiniest strands of blood curse, hidden in the smallest details, were carefully removed. Outside, Damocles stared intently in the direction of the giant snake. The snake was enveloped in a silver-white radiance, and its body was slowly undergoing a transformation. Can this really work? He forcibly suppressed his anxious emotions, not daring to make even the slightest sound. This was a miracle, an unprecedented one. Even Merlin himself wouldn't dare claim he could achieve this. John was like a conductor of a grand orchestra. With every wave of his wand, a piece of the blood curse was taken away. Under Belby's intense gaze, the snake's body gradually began to take on more human characteristics. The body of a snake, but now with human limbs. Half human, half snake, the sight was grotesque and unsettling. John remained completely unaffected, maintaining his unwavering focus. His eyes reflected the situation in the hazy realm. The blood curse, most of which had already been removed, still refused to give up. It transformed into a massive serpent, with ominous blood-green energy surging into the sky. The giant serpent opened its massive maw, lunging toward John to swallow him whole. John's brow twitched, and his wand pierced into a cluster of souls with pinpoint accuracy, then he swiftly flung it out. As soon as the soul left his hand, it transformed into a dazzling burst of white light that struck the blood curse. Soul Shatter Curse. The giant serpent was hit, becoming disoriented. In John's hand, the soul morphed into a large sword, and he slashed down hard on the serpent's head. The blood curse let out a wail, its body swiftly retreating, trying to merge back into Nagini. Yeah, fuck off. But John wasn't about to let it succeed. The tiny soul being inflated like a balloon, expanding to envelop Nagini. The retreating blood curse slammed into the soul barrier, shaking it dangerously. Seizing the opportunity, John swung the soul sword down at the root of the serpent. The serpent's body erupted in white light, thrashing about as it tried in vain to escape. Trying to flee. Sorry, but it's too late. John let out a cold chuckle, grabbing another soul. That soul ignited, transforming into white flames. The flames became a dragon, which bit down on the giant serpent. The blood-cursed serpent couldn't escape, and in the end, amidst endless echoes of its wailing, it was completely consumed by the soul fire. John kept his eyes fixed on it, not relaxing until the very last trace of the blood curse vanished. Turning to look at Nagini, the tiny soul figure protecting her could no longer hold on, quickly shrinking as if deflating. Nagini's broken soul stared blankly at John, seemingly unable to believe that the blood curse had disappeared just like that. It's over now, John said with a soft smile. Though his face betrayed signs of exhaustion, his smile was sincere and full of joy. He approached Nagini and used the last remaining soul to repair her damaged soul. These souls, refined by the Dementors after devouring countless others over hundreds of years, began to merge into her body as soon as they touched her. Welcome back, Nagini, John said, offering her a gentlemanly hand. Nagini looked at the boy, and slowly reached out her hand. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 137, Blurred Illusions and Hidden Souls. John was sent flying. Just as he was about to touch Nagini, his heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, a force hit him, sending him flying. After rolling a few times on the ground, John adjusted himself and stopped. Looking up, he saw a figure appear in the blurry dreamlike realm. The moment John saw that face, his pupils constricted. His pale and aged features had only made him more handsome, and his eyes occasionally flashed red. Dressed in a simple suit, his face carried a cold smile. John was all too familiar with that face. Clenching his teeth, he spat out those 3 words, Voldemort. Voldemort, this version of him looked older than his student days, and much more handsome as well. John stood up. Voldemort wasn't holding a wand, he just looked at John with indifference. So, it was you who intruded into my world. When he spoke, Voldemort's tone was filled with a faint disdain. John let out a cold laugh, saying, yours. Voldemort, it seems you've turned Nagini into a Horcrux. What was entwined around Nagini wasn't just the blood curse, it was also Voldemort's soul. John should have figured it out earlier. In the original storyline, Nagini was indeed one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Voldemort was ruthless toward others, but even more so toward himself, splitting his soul and embedding it into Nagini. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, John could feel that his own body had been injured. The soul is the most vital part of a person. If the soul is wounded or destroyed, the body suffers the same fate. Nagini wanted to help, but Voldemort raised his hand. Don't hurt him, UGH. An invisible force gripped Nagini's neck, lifting her into the air. With domineering authority, Voldemort declared his ownership, Nagini, you are mine. Nagini struggled to speak. John made his move. With a swift gesture, Voldemort was flung into the air, and the force that had gripped Nagini vanished. She fell to the ground. John coldly stated, you're not the only one who knows these kinds of spells. Voldemort looked surprised but quickly steadied himself in midair, slowly descending. Oh. Voldemort laughed, his bloodthirsty gaze locked onto John, and said in a chilling voice, a weak soul dares to make a move in this realm of illusions. John frowned, looking down at his left hand, where the silver-white glow on his fingers had faded. Fuck. His heart sank. Using magic here seemed to consume his soul. He murmured, no wonder, you need to use a soul to cut through a soul. At this moment, he found himself in a difficult position. Without magical support, defeating Voldemort in this place was almost impossible. He glanced at Nagini. John knew that if he left, Nagini would be doomed. With Voldemort eyeing him like a tiger ready to pounce, retreat was not an option for John. In that case, let's fight. Striking first, John waved his hand, and flames ignited in the empty realm of illusions. At the same time, his soul's depletion accelerated. A small flame flickered in his right hand, quickly growing into a massive fireball. Voldemort's expression darkened. Perhaps he hadn't expected John to be capable of such ancient magic. A water serpent appeared in front of Voldemort. As the fire and water clashed, thick mist filled the illusionary realm. John seized the moment and blew out a breath, causing the mist to envelop Voldemort. The fog, created from the clash of souls, was impenetrable. John took advantage and slipped into the mist. His left hand brushed over his right hand, and a dagger formed from his very soul appeared in his grasp. The cost was that his right hand became ghostly, nearly transparent. A cold, ruthless smile curled on his lips. Magic. Don't forget, I'm a level 7 short weapon master. Within the mist, John was like a relentless, ever-present shadow. Voldemort, though shrouded in mist, remained calm. A terrifying aura radiated from him. Suddenly, a green light pierced through the fog, striking the spot where John had stood moments before. Confident in his strike, Voldemort frowned when he didn't see John. Then, a sudden sense of danger crept over him, his brow twitching wildly. In a split second, Voldemort spun around just in time. But it was too late. 7 bloody punctures appeared on his back. Voldemort's expression changed drastically as John materialized like a ghost, his movements swift and deadly. Crucio. A red lightning bolt hit John. He grunted in pain as the dagger he held to his chest burned a large hole through it. Without hesitation, he threw the dagger and immediately cast a summoning charm to control it. The dagger flew as fast as lightning, but before it could strike, a shield resembling the Protego charm formed in front of Voldemort. The moment the dagger touched the shield, it shattered into countless bubbles. Voldemort hesitated, and John seized the opportunity to rush forward. John's eyes turned into vertical slits, and he tore off his right hand, transforming it into a sword shimmering with silver light. He muttered in dragon tongue, Edu sum Draco. Flames ignited along the blade. Despite the pain, John let out a fierce roar and thrust the sword with all his strength, piercing through Voldemort's body. The flames exploded into a sea of fire, and Voldemort could no longer maintain his previous calm expression. Grabbing the sword with his hands, his eyes burned with fury, and he snarled, "You think you can escape? Avada." It was classic Voldemort, trading injury for the chance to kill. The green light was aimed directly at John's face. Just as it was about to hit, John's mind went blank. John had miscalculated. He thought he could deliver a fatal blow but had still underestimated Voldemort. Just as the green light was about to hit him, a woman leaped out, her nearly shattered body crashing into Voldemort. The green light veered off course, grazing John's cheek as it passed. Voldemort, enraged, grabbed Nagini by the throat and hurled her away. Avada Kedavra. The green light rushed toward Nagini. Nagini closed her eyes in resignation. She felt that saving John was enough. Time seemed to stop. The green light slowed down to a crawl before her eyes, as did Nagini's resolute expression and Voldemort's savage face, also vividly clear. John let go of the sword in his hand and slowly reached out toward Nagini, his lips moving. Anima, river tear at me. The green light illuminated the entire space. Nagini opened her eyes once more, confused, gazing around the dim dungeon. Before her stood two people, one was an old bald man frozen in shock, and the other was John. John's eyes were tightly shut, and his body gradually became ashen. Nagini felt as if her heart had been mercilessly wrenched. She wanted to go to him but passed right through John's body. Looking at her own now silver-white, translucent form, she glanced back to see her fully restored human body lying quietly on the ground. No, no. Don't. Images of another person she had failed to save flooded her mind. Nagini had never panicked in the face of death, but now, she felt like a helpless young girl. Damocles finally snapped back to reality and, with great difficulty, spoke. Is this success? Without even pausing to feel joy, Damocles Alex Belby rushed over. John had just used the soul extraction charm to pull Nagini's soul out. Where's John? What happened? Damocles, losing his usual composure, roared furiously at Nagini. John's body complexion grew grayer. Dharma Alex took out a potion, forcefully pried John's mouth open, and poured it in. In the illusory realm. Voldemort's expression froze, as Nagini vanished into thin air. For a brief moment, he was bewildered, and John laughed. Looks like even you don't fully understand all of this. John chuckled softly, and Voldemort's fury grew even more intense. Where did you take my pet? Voldemort shouted furiously, striking John with a wave of his hand. John's phantom-like body flickered, as if a candle in the wind. Voldemort turned into black smoke and appeared in front of John, grabbing him by the throat and lifting him up. The silver sword embedded in John's chest shattered, and his eyes dimmed. Yet, a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Want to know? Why don't you go ask her? John glanced behind Voldemort. Voldemort paused, turning his head to look. Was there nothing? Realizing he had been tricked, Voldemort quickly spun around. Avada Kedavra. This was John's first time using the killing curse, and he did so without a wand. Boom. The green light struck Voldemort squarely in the face, and cracks appeared on his once handsome visage. He screamed in terror, momentarily forgetting about John. Clutching his face, he shrieked in madness, but unfortunately for him, this was the killing curse. One of the unforgivable curses. Amidst the agonizing screams, Voldemort's face shattered, his body breaking apart inch by inch, emitting green light from the inside out. The fragment of Voldemort's Horcrux had died. Ha. Ha. Huff. John sat on the ground, looking in the direction where Voldemort had glanced before. He wasn't lying. In that direction stood a figure in a black cloak, their face obscured, but John could feel it, this figure was quietly watching him. John's soul was growing more transparent, as if it was about to dissipate. Can you at least let me die knowing who you are? John spread his hands and stared at the black-cloaked figure. Are you another soul, or the Grim Reaper? The illusionary realm was silent, and John felt as if the black cloak was smiling. Interesting. You are the most amusing person I've ever encountered. The black-cloaked figure moved closer to John. John, now unable to do anything, just watched as the figure approached. Even just standing there, the black-cloaked figure radiated an overwhelming sense of deathly stillness. And then, they spoke, revealing their identity. You people call me Death. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 138, The Legend of the Three Brothers. The Tales of Beetle the Bard recorded a particular story. The Tale of the Three Brothers. Once upon a time, there were three brothers who were traveling along a lonely, winding road at dawn. The three brothers eventually reached a river, one that was deep and treacherous, impossible to cross by foot or by swimming. But these three brothers were skilled in magic, so with just a wave of their wands, they created a bridge to cross the river. However, when they reached the middle of the bridge, they found a hooded figure blocking their path. That figure was Death. Death spoke to them. He was angry that he had been outwitted by these three new victims, for travelers usually drowned in that river. But Death was cunning. He pretended to congratulate the three brothers on their magical skills and, because they had cleverly avoided him, he said each of them would receive a reward. The eldest of the brothers, who was a combative man, asked for a wand more powerful than any other, a wand that could win any duel. So Death broke a branch from an elder tree and fashioned it into a wand, giving it to the eldest brother. That wand was the Elder Wand. The second brother, who was an arrogant man, wanted to humiliate Death, so he asked for the power to bring others back from death. Death picked up a stone from the riverbank and handed it to the second brother, telling him that this stone had the power to bring the dead back to life. That stone was the resurrection stone. Finally, the youngest of the three brothers, who was humble and wise, did not trust Death. He asked for something that would allow him to escape Death's grasp. Reluctantly, Death handed over his own cloak of invisibility. The Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Invisibility Cloak. These were the Deathly Hallows. Later, the eldest brother was murdered for showing off his power, and the second brother, driven mad by the cold indifference of his resurrected lover, took his own life in despair. Only the youngest brother lived a long life, using the Cloak of Invisibility until he was old, and finally, he met Death as an equal and left with him willingly. The figure standing before John now claimed to be Death, and John felt a bit dazed. So, I'm going to die? John asked, staring at Death's hood, trying to see the face beneath. Death seemed to be in a good mood and smiled. Yes. Well then, it seems I traded my life to save someone else. Suddenly, I feel really foolish. John was not someone who easily accepted death. He had just taken his first steps on the path to becoming a White Dark Lord, and now, it seemed like it was all about to end. But even though he didn't want to die, there was no way out. Death stood before him, and he had no power left. So, John acted nonchalant, which surprised Death even more. You're not afraid of death? Death asked. John shrugged, spreading his hands with an indifferent expression. What do you think I can do? Kill you and then make a run for it. He made no effort to hide his thoughts, because it seemed pointless now. Death paused, then let out a low chuckle. You really are quite interesting. As if amused, Death raised his hand, and John's nearly fading soul began to solidify again. John was stunned, eyeing Death suspiciously. Death smirked. There was once someone like you, someone who accepted death calmly. You're not quite at the end of your time yet. In fact, if not for you, I wouldn't have been able to come here. With another gesture, John felt a force pulling him away from the place. The liminal realm or the limbo is where the wandering souls dwell. Those who toy with death cannot be tolerated. You helped me deal with one. As thanks, I'll send you back. Everything before John turned blank, the white light stabbing his eyes, forcing them shut. When John opened his eyes again, he was greeted by a face full of snot and tears, almost dripping onto him. Whoa. Whoa. Fuck off. He shoved Damocles aside forcefully, horrified, checking to make sure none of it had stuck to him. His face twisted in disgust, as if he hadn't just had a near-death experience moments ago. Damocles was frozen in shock. Just a second ago, John had clearly stopped breathing. But without thinking too much, he suddenly erupted with joy, rushing toward John. Hey. Stop right there. I know you're excited, but calm down for now. John, revolted by how gross it all was, quickly stopped him in his tracks. Damocles halted just in time, while John conducted a full-body inspection on himself. Am I really back? A moment ago, he had been facing death himself, and now he was back. Slap. Ow. Still feeling uncertain, he hesitantly slapped his own handsome face, hard. John sucked in a sharp breath, his cheek swelling up. Looks like it's real. After confirming he was truly back, he let out a sigh of relief, finally starting to feel the soreness all over his body. Glancing at the ground littered with potion bottles, John could taste the overwhelming flavor of potions the moment he opened his mouth. God knows how many potions Damo Alex had forced him to drink. His stomach felt bloated, and he was on the verge of throwing up. He lifted his head and looked toward Nagini. The beautiful woman lay on the ground, her soul-filled eyes brimming with joy. I'm back, Nagini. John greeted her casually, and welcome back to you too. He gently placed Nagini's soul back into her body. The sleeping beauty let out a soft moan, and when she opened her eyes, she blinked a few times, adjusting to the light. The more she blinked, the more tears began to fall. A smile spread across her face as tears rolled down her delicate cheeks. Thank you, John. Life is truly precious, and love is precious too. But for the sake of freedom, can't you have all three? As someone who nearly died, John was filled with many emotions. He had transmigrated and had blurred memories of his past. It can be said that he had never seen death until now, metaphorically and literally. Phew. Though there had been quite a few twists and turns, the result was good in the end. However, Nagini's soul was still incomplete, so for now, she wouldn't be able to walk. John made a wheelchair for Nagini, so she could rest and recuperate well at the Belby Manor. He wasn't sure if the blood curse had some sort of preservation effect. When John asked, he found out that Nagini was old enough to be a grandmother, yet she still looked like she was in her 20s. If this function didn't turn you into a snake with little to no chance of cure, women in the magic world would probably beg to be cursed. Rubbing his shoulders, John instructed Damocles to take good care of Nagini before preparing to return to school. John didn't need to say much, Damocles was already ready to treat Nagini like his own mother. After all, it was the blood curse. The blood curse, which the wizarding world unanimously recognized as unbreakable, had been undone by John. The second Merlin first-class medal seemed to be practically waving at Damocles. If anyone dared to touch Nagini, even if it were Voldemort, Belby would be willing to fight back with an Avada Kedavra. Ding. Task completed. You have gained +1 arbitrary point. Soul Walker, able to wander in the realm between life and death. With the death token, you can enter and exit the limbo realm. John operated back to Hogsmeade. He had left in the morning, but by the time he returned, it was nearing sunset. There was still some time to stroll around, but John wasn't in the mood for it. He went to Honeyduke's and bought a dozen pieces of chocolate. After eating the chocolate, the pale, bloodless look on his face finally improved a bit. Earlier, John's face had been so pale that the shopkeeper at Honeyduke's almost mistook him for a vampire. My hands aren't working properly. Is it because my soul is weakened? Looking at his trembling right hand, which was shaking even as it held a piece of chocolate, John sighed. It seemed like he'd need some time to recover. After finishing his usual spell practice at sunset, John returned to Hogwarts by operating in the middle of the Forbidden Forest, and cast a dissolvent. The trembling in his hand wasn't going to go away anytime soon, but fortunately, John used his left hand for his wand. Once back in the Hogwarts castle, he headed straight to the common room. He needed to sleep well, if he didn't, it would become a real problem. By the time John woke up, dinner was already over. Without hurrying, he made his way to the kitchen, where the house elves were already used to his visits. "Sir, Wick. What can I make for you?" one of the house elves asked. "Meat, preferably steak," John replied. After a brief wait, a house elf proudly presented him with a steak. John ate slowly and calmly, letting the steak's nourishment restore his strength. But as John savored each bite, his expression shifted from confusion to outright horror. After finishing the steak, he asked for a slice of apple pie. John took a bite of the apple pie, and his face turned ashen. No. No. He had lost his sense of taste. Earlier, when he had eaten the chocolate, he had been too distracted to notice. But now, as he put food into his mouth, there was nothing, no flavor at all, just texture. It was like chewing wax. At least. It looks good. He looked at the house elves' expectant gazes and sighed. Mechanically, he finished the apple pie, his face devoid of life as he left the kitchen. The cost of saving someone this time had been too high. He sat in the common room for a long while before finally accepting the reality. To take away a food lover's sense of taste. Death, you motherfucker. You're cruel, John muttered through clenched fists, a dark storm swirling in his eyes. In that moment, a new thought began to form in his mind: why not collect the Deathly Hallows himself and drag Death up here for a beating? Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 139, Murder and Talent. The Great Hall. John held a piece of bread in one hand and put it into his mouth. It was dry and tasteless. Other than the slightly stiff texture, there was nothing to it. Malfoy had gone home, and Daphne had also been called back by Mr. Greengrass. With fewer Slytherins around, the place felt a lot more empty. Heinrich spread some jam on a piece of bread and placed it next to John's left hand. "Aren't you going to ask?" John glanced at Heinrich, surprised that he didn't even seem curious about what had happened to his hand. At Durmstrang, it's not uncommon for wizards to accidentally disable themselves without realizing it. Heinrich's golden eyes, peeking out from under his black, tousled hair, remained calm. His pale, handsome face looked sickly. He seemed used to this sort of thing, and after sitting down, he instinctively began tending to John. John frowned and said, "We're friends, Heinrich." Heinrich paused, and his eyes, hidden beneath his messy hair, darkened. Shaking his head, he replied, "To me, you are the brilliant light that Edgar spent his life pursuing." He said it with such sincerity that John was silent for a moment. John had thought Heinrich's loyalty was just about joining the Constellation Society, but now, it seemed there was more to it than that. "Then I'll leave my back in your hands." John lifted his head, his face serious. A smile appeared on Heinrich's sickly face. Placing his right hand over his chest, he spoke as if making an oath, "Behind you, there will always be a shadow named Heinrich Edgar. A shadow named after the pursuit of light." John chuckled lightly. "Even so, it doesn't stop us from being friends, does it?" Heinrich was momentarily stunned, feeling a warmth in his heart. Touching the forbidden always comes with a price. An eye, an arm, a leg, or even, life. In comparison, John's loss of taste didn't seem so severe. At least his handsome face and nose were still intact. "Right, Voldemort. Professor Lupin was going to enjoy a well-deserved vacation this holiday, which gave John some relief. Because Lupin's sharp eyes and intuition told John that the professor had noticed something. After a breakfast that tasted like chewing wax, John made his way to Snape's office. Since Snape believed John had identified the werewolf, it wouldn't sit right if he didn't give him some sort of explanation. At the same time, John was quite curious why Professor Snape harbored such deep hatred toward Lupin. Even without knowing their history, anyone could feel the intense animosity. It was almost as if Lupin had stolen his wife. Stopping in front of Professor Snape's office, John knocked on the door. Soon, the door was yanked open. Professor Snape stepped out, his face dark and gloomy. Upon seeing John, he let out a cold sneer. This left John completely puzzled. Smart people don't need excessive words. Snape stepped aside, giving John space to enter. John walked in, and the door was slammed shut behind him. With a stiff face, Snape strode across the room and spat out a single word, "Sit." John's head of house seemed to be in a foul mood. After thinking for a moment, John figured he hadn't lost any house points recently. Sitting obediently, John watched as Professor Snape, looking like a walking bat, opened a drawer and laid out a bag. Inside were various potion tools, but the most attention-grabbing item was a bottle of Veritaserum. John's body tensed as he gave a sheepish grin. "Professor, isn't this a bit much?" Snape glanced at him, sneering, "You have quite a tight mouth, or else by now I should have heard at least a bit of gossip. So, you're going to make me gargle with Veritaserum?" This comment made John realize why Snape was upset. Awkwardly scratching his head, John asked, "Is it because of Professor Lupin?" That one sentence turned the atmosphere even colder. John had suspected there might have been some grudge between his head of house and Lupin, but now it seemed like it wasn't just a small grudge, it was a mountain of resentment. Swallowing hard, John quietly reached out his hand, trying to roll up the tool bag. Snape noticed, slapping his hand away. John winced in pain, grimacing. "Professor, do you have a personal vendetta against Professor Lupin?" John asked, trying to sound curious. Feeling like he was being too blunt, he quickly added, "Ahem, the students seem to have a pretty good impression of him." "Good impression? That hypocritical, disgusting guy." Snape practically spat the words through clenched teeth. He recalled the past, those obnoxious Gryffindors. James Potter, Sirius Black, Peter Pettigrew, and Remus Lupin. The four of them formed a group that clashed most frequently with Snape. Throwing curses back and forth was a common occurrence. There was even one time when Snape had almost died at the hands of Lupin. At that time, werewolves didn't have the Wolfsbane potion, so Lupin could only hide in a remote place to endure the agony of transforming every full moon. But once, Sirius Black deliberately led Snape into that very place. Though James Potter saved him at the last minute, Snape didn't see it as a rescue. He believed James did it out of fear of being expelled. Faced with John's inquiry, Snape's face twitched slightly, and he stared coldly into John's eyes, saying, "What if your so-called good professor was once involved in a murder?" Murder. John was stunned. Remus Lupin. The Lupin he knew, whether in Johnny Silverhand's world or at Hogwarts, seemed to have nothing to do with murder. Judging by Snape's expression, it was clear he didn't want to talk about this old incident. "He's a dangerous man, John Wick," Snape said. John remained silent for a while, meeting Snape's scrutinizing gaze without flinching. He finally responded, "If that's the case, I'll know what to do. But before that, I'll investigate it myself." With that, John stood up, maintaining the respect one should have for their head of house. Snape watched John's retreating figure, his gaze drawn to that right hand hanging limply by his side. He seemed to have noticed something. His expression was full of thought, suspicion, and scrutiny, but he said nothing, simply watching John leave. After the confrontation with Snape, John hadn't expected to uncover such secrets. Did Lupin really participate in a murder? John rubbed his chin, deep in thought. On one hand, there was the Lupin who dared to raise his wand against Johnny Silverhand for such a thing, and on the other, the professor involved in a murder. The stark contrast left John puzzled about Lupin. Not remembering the original plot is a real pain. At that moment, he deeply regretted not rewatching Harry Potter more times. Since crossing over to this world, he hadn't thought too much about magic, so he never deliberately tried to recall the details. By the time he realized, 11 years had passed, and it was too late to remember. Feeling a headache coming on, John grumbled, "Can't even catch a proper break during the holidays." The Azkaban escapee. Animagus. Soul surgery. Dementors. Death. And now, murder. And my fucking hand and delicious food. John hadn't had a moment of rest this entire year. He made his way to the room of requirement and entered the Gryffindor chamber. His right hand still needed treatment. Although Gryffindor's collection had few books on souls, there were plenty on healing magic. He brewed a potion using a unicorn horn. The milky liquid swirled in the silver goblet, and John drank it without hesitation. With his sense of taste gone, potions, or even Veritaserum, well, no, he wouldn't go that far. After drinking the special potion, John's right hand finally stopped shaking as much. However, the unicorn horn was nearly used up. He had been using it to brew potions for Nagini too, and now there was barely a finger-length piece left. I need to get more. Unicorns were rare, and even in Nocturne Alley's black market, they were hard to come by. Fortunately, John had a friend who was a reliable supplier, Hagrid. With the Forbidden Forest as his backyard, Hagrid's chances of acquiring unicorn horns depended mostly on luck. John was ready to try his luck. If Hagrid happened to have some unicorn horn, he wouldn't have to wait for Johnny Silverhand's shop to acquire it from the black market. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, hinting that it might drizzle soon. As John approached Hagrid's hut, he saw a cat and a dog walking toward him. It was Tom and Crookshanks. So they're just here to play with Fong. Knowing that these two often roamed around, John wasn't surprised. But before he even entered the door, he heard the sound of sobbing coming from inside. A deep, resonant voice, no doubt it was Hagrid's. John was puzzled. What's Hagrid crying about this time? Wait, why did I say this time? Come to think of it, it seems like Hagrid cries a few times every year. First year, it was for the dragon Norbert. Second year, for the Acromantula Aragog. Who's he crying for this year? Curious, John moved closer and knocked on the wooden door. Heavy footsteps quickly approached, and the door creaked open. Hagrid stood there, holding a pink handkerchief that was covered with snot and tears. A tough guy's face, but a soft heart. John, have you heard? As soon as Hagrid saw John, he became even more upset and gave him a bear hug. John felt like his ribs were protesting loudly. Hagrid, let me go. 3 years. It had been 3 whole years. John had a look of despair on his face. He had trained hard for years, yet when faced with Hagrid, his body was still so fragile. Could it be that hard work was truly worthless in the face of sheer talent? Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 140, Angry Harry and Weeping Hagrid. Gryffindor Common Room. Harry was having trouble sleeping. Yesterday, he had finally gotten the chance to go to Hogsmeade. But unlike the good mood he had when going there, he was hit by a shocking piece of news. His parents. They had been betrayed. And the one who betrayed them was none other than Sirius Black. What he couldn't believe the most was that Sirius Black had another identity. Godfather. That title, both strange and familiar, threw Harry into a daze. Sirius Black was his godfather. He was his father's best friend, his most trusted brother. But he had betrayed them, betrayed his comrades, betrayed his good friend, betrayed his parents. In that moment, Harry knew, he clearly knew, that he couldn't remain calm. It was like drinking poison, cold and piercing, yet boiling with rage, that coursed through him, twisting and entwining inside. He was furious. It was that man who made him lose his parents. He resented, his father had trusted that man so deeply, yet was still betrayed. He feared, that man had escaped from Azkaban, coming to eliminate the last obstacle for Voldemort. He grieved, the fortress his parents had built was torn down by someone they trusted. How heartbroken they must have been. Anger, resentment, fear, sorrow, all these emotions fused together like a pot of boiling water filled with random spices and mud, bubbling and steaming, creating a foul and overwhelming stench. Hatred. He saw Sirius Black laughing at him in the dark, like someone had pasted a picture from a photo album right in front of his face. It was like watching a movie. He saw how Sirius Black brutally murdered his father's other best friend, Peter Pettigrew. In his ears, a voice echoed, filled with fawning and excitement, "I did it, Master. The Potters made me their secret keeper." Screams intertwined with high-pitched, maniacal laughter, just as it had sounded when a Dementor drew near. His father's resistance, his mother's pleading. The green light flashed before his eyes, causing the two people he loved most to vanish. Revenge. Those 2 words appeared in his mind without warning, yet they felt so fitting. The flames of vengeance began burning from his toes, and by the time an entire night had passed, even the tips of Harry's hair were screaming for revenge. A person the same age as him appeared in his mind, strong and graceful. If it were John, he would definitely do the same. Though he didn't have John's power, he had the same fearless heart. When morning came, Harry wasn't sure if he had slept at all. His eyes were filled with gloom, and the aura he exuded made others wary of approaching him. Leaving the dormitory, he sat on the soft couch. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. "Harry, you don't look well," Hermione stammered, unsure of what to say. Since she had known Harry, she had never seen him like this. At the same time, she understood how terrifying it must be to realize your enemy is your godfather. Hearing his friends call out to him, Harry snapped back to reality a little. He asked, "Where is everyone?" They've gone out. Today's the first day of the break, remember? Ron said, studying Harry carefully. It's almost lunchtime. I was about to wake you up. The drizzle outside had turned into snowflakes. Stop right there. Duel me, you yellow-bellied, red-headed, freckled-faced bastards. Heinrich was chasing the twins outside. The fire in the hearth brought warmth, and as Crookshank saw someone leave, he padded out behind them. Harry, listen to me. Hermione knew her dear friend all too well. That expression, clearly, he was thinking of revenge. She exchanged a look with Ron and said, what we heard yesterday must have been really hard for you, but the important thing is, you can't do anything foolish. Her concern was written all over her face. Harry looked up and asked, like what? What else? Of course, it was going after Sirius Black. Like going after Black, Ron chimed in, as if they had rehearsed, cutting straight to the point. Harry's state was deeply worrying, but he said nothing. Hermione, still anxious, asked, you wouldn't do that, would you, Harry? Ron followed up quickly, it's not worth dying for Black. Even if they could defeat Sirius Black, committing murder would be inescapable, and Harry would be sent straight to Azkaban. Harry understood all of this, but the thought of letting the person who caused his parents' deaths roam free gnawed at him like insects crawling over his heart, their jagged mouths tearing at him viciously. Do you know what I see, what I hear, every time the Dementors get too close to me? The youthful voice carried a newfound depth and hoarseness as Harry spoke. I hear my mother screaming, begging Voldemort for mercy. If you heard your own mother screaming like that before she was killed, you wouldn't forget it either. You can't do anything. Hermione exclaimed in panic. I know. Harry snapped, but what do you expect me to do? Nothing. The room fell into an uneasy silence. Harry looked at Hermione, his lips moving slightly, but then his eyes dimmed as he finally muttered, I'm sorry, Hermione, I just can't stop thinking about him. And when you find him, what do you want to do? Ron swallowed hard, visibly tense, his voice trembling. Do you want to kill Black or something? Harry didn't answer, but Hermione quickly cut in, don't say such stupid things. Harry doesn't want to kill anyone, right, Harry? She desperately hoped for some sense to prevail, but unfortunately, Harry wasn't capable of that right now. No matter how hard Hermione tried to reason with him, he remained silent. In an attempt to lighten the mood, Ron suggested they go visit Hagrid. It was Christmas, and surely Hagrid would be happy to have some company. Hermione shot him a furious glare, like he was an idiot who just didn't get it. Of all the things to bring up. What if Harry got caught by Black out there? In the end, Harry agreed immediately. Unable to argue with him and hoping that the outing might improve his mood, Ron and Hermione had no choice but to reluctantly accompany him, full of concern. The snowfall, which had started lightly, quickly became heavier, blanketing the grass with a layer of fine, powdery snow. Inside Hagrid's hut, John was staring at the investigation letter that had just arrived, deep in thought. Why does it feel like Buckbeak's head is on the chopping block? He muttered, remembering a similar scene from the movie, just saying what came to mind. Hagrid heard him, and it was as if he could already see Buckbeak's execution. A deafening wail erupted from him, practically exploding in John's ears. John covered his ears, casting an envious glance at Hagrid. The physique, the strength, that voice. He was practically the perfect warrior template. All the abs John had worked so hard to build were nothing in the face of Hagrid's raw, natural strength. All right, Hagrid, there's still time, isn't there? John made an effort to stand on his tiptoes so he could reach Hagrid's shoulder, but he ended up patting his belly instead. Just as John was trying to comfort Hagrid, there was a knock at the door. He paused, about to open the door, but Hagrid had already made his way over. When he opened the door, 3 familiar heads appeared. The moment John saw the 3 of them, his face changed drastically, and he shouted in alarm, Hagrid, hold off the hug. He was genuinely afraid that Hagrid, with just one careless move, might accidentally crush all 3 of them in a deadly embrace. Fortunately, John had yelled just in time. Hagrid didn't use as much strength, but it was still enough to make the 3 of them cry out in pain. After closing the door, Hagrid threw himself onto the table, sobbing uncontrollably. John had originally planned to take a sip of tea to calm his nerves, but with Hagrid's collapse, the table almost buckled, and the teacups jumped into the air. John, what's going on with Hagrid? Harry asked, confused as to why Hagrid was so upset. Just yesterday at the 3 broomsticks, he hadn't been like this. John pointed to the letter on the table, and Harry suspiciously picked it up. We accept Professor Dumbledore's assurance and believe that you are not at fault in this unfortunate incident, Harry read aloud. I don't understand, isn't this good news? Harry asked, puzzled. John motioned for him to keep reading, and when Harry saw the Ministry's decision about Buckbeak's case, his confusion deepened. It's just a hearing at the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures, right? What's there to cry about? Hagrid, choking back sobs, said, you don't understand, those people on the committee, they're always against cute creatures. Just as he finished speaking, a noise came from the corner of the hut. Everyone turned to look and saw Buckbeak noisily chewing on some bloody food, the blood splattered all over the ground in stark contrast to Hagrid's words. John was speechless. In Hagrid's eyes, as long as something is deadly, it probably counted as cute. The trio had the same expression. Hermione started offering suggestions to Hagrid, saying they could help defend Buckbeak. Harry, too, shifted his focus. His mind had been full of thoughts of revenge, but after Hagrid's loud wail, it transformed into how he could help. Ron and Hermione had expected Harry to blame Hagrid for not telling him the truth about Black, but Harry couldn't bring himself to do that. In a way, Hagrid had always taken care of Harry like a father figure, and there was no way he could say anything harsh to him. Hagrid, however, didn't believe that a defense would help. He seemed already convinced that Buckbeak's lovely head was destined to be separated from his body. Sadness and fear clung to the big man like a shadow. John, meanwhile, attempted to bite into a rock cake, feeling like he was chewing on tasteless stone. He frowned in frustration. What did Dumbledore say, Hagrid? At John's words, Hagrid finally stopped burying his face in his hands and replied through sniffles, "He's already done so much for me. He's got so many things on his plate, Dementors, Aurors, and Sirius Black." At the mention of Black, Hagrid got even more upset and howled again, "My poor Buckbeak." "All right, maybe there's another way," John interjected. Everyone immediately turned to look at him. Just as he was about to flash a confident smile, a sudden realization hit him. His right hand was still injured. Normally, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But the embarrassing part was, Johnny Silverhand always wrote with his right hand. Chapter 141, 141, Firebolt and Meteor Shoes. For the time being, John couldn't use his alias. His handwriting with his left and right hands was different, a precaution to avoid anyone linking Johnny Silverhand with John Wick. John Wick had connections that could resolve this, but Damocles Alex wouldn't bother with the Ministry of Magic for a mere hippogriff that was beneath his pride. Tommy, the head of security at Johnny Silverhand's specialty store, had the strength for it, but it would take someone with more pull to make the ministry give face. Forget it, there's still time. No rush. Buckbeak's trial date wasn't until April 24th, so there were still a few months left. John left Hagrid's hut. Hagrid's crying was simply too loud. Outside in the snow, 3 little ones, 1 big and 2 small, were buried in a snowbank, with only their butts sticking out. Fong got up first and pulled the other 2 out one by one, like pulling up carrots. John had no idea what kind of game involved burying your head in the snow. Brushing the snow off his clothes, John looked up at the sky and said, "It seems I won't be able to complete the Animagus transformation in these 2 months." As expected, John left a trail of footprints in the snow. The next day, the trio enthusiastically threw themselves into gathering defense materials. They were practically living in the library. Just like back in their first year, when they were searching for Nicholas Flamel, they were full of energy. John didn't go out either. He managed to get 2 unicorn horns from Hagrid, which were part of Hagrid's old stock. Hagrid wasn't in the mood to venture into the Forbidden Forest. John had considered going to the Forbidden Forest himself to find a unicorn, but unicorns are extremely sensitive creatures. According to many legends, unicorns only allow pure maidens to touch them. Any hint of malice would alert the unicorns. They are holy and delicate creatures, and wands made from unicorn hair are the least compatible with dark magic. John ground the unicorn horns into powder and added them to a cauldron. The bubbling liquid shifted from green to a milky white. He took a sip, swallowing without expression. On the table sat a pair of shoes, John's flying shoes. He had grown quickly, and the shoes, which he had deliberately made a bit bigger, were now uncomfortable. He also wanted to upgrade the flying shoes, so he decided to retire the old pair altogether. The upgraded flying shoes were named Meteor Shoes, enhanced from the original to go faster, higher, and to be stronger. He put the shoes on, noticing they were now much bigger. John clicked his heels together, and the shoes shrunk to fit snugly against his skin. It was as if he wasn't wearing shoes at all, soft yet tough. Even a standard blasting curse wouldn't be able to destroy them, and John was very satisfied with his craftsmanship. He had also inscribed the shoes with runes, including the rune Awaz, which symbolized the horse of transportation. This allowed John to traverse even the most rugged terrain with complete ease. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The scene inside the room of requirement quickly shifted, and a racing track appeared. John bounced in place twice, preparing himself. With one powerful step, he launched forward like an arrow from a bowstring. His speed was incredible. As his steps increased, the meteor patterns on the surface of the shoes gradually lit up. When all of them were glowing, he reached his maximum speed, making it look like he was gliding across the ground. Out in the open, it would have been comparable to the speed of a supercar. After completing one lap, John was slightly out of breath. "Let's test the flight." Small fluttering wings appeared on the sides of the shoes, and with a gentle leap, John flew into the air. Adjusting his body's direction, he accelerated in flight. After completing a lap, he tidied his wind-tossed hair. Based on his estimation, the speed of the meteor shoes was already faster than most flying brooms on the market, probably only the Firebolt could compare. I wonder just how fast the Firebolt is. After landing, the cute little wings on the shoes disappeared, and John snapped his fingers again. The racetrack melted away like snow, revealing the chamber of Gryffindor. After becoming Gryffindor's heir, John had also learned the magic to alter the Room of Requirement. Although he didn't have the Sword of Gryffindor, the Room of Requirement was more than enough to satisfy John. If you were to name the greatest magic within Hogwarts, it would undoubtedly be the Room of Requirement. It was the masterpiece of the four founders. Christmas. Tom playfully struggled as she was nearly buried under a pile of gifts, barely managing to crawl out. The presents were stacked like a small mountain, and that was just for John Wick. There were even more for Johnny Silverhand. A bunch of Slytherin students had sent gifts to John, and there were also packages from his uncle. His parents sent him gifts too. Watson Wick had sent a chirping toy bird, while Mrs. Wick gifted him a finely crafted pocket watch. After reading through his father's 1,000-word letter, mostly filled with day-to-day chatter, there was a clear message: he wanted John to make him a wand, even if it didn't have a core. John rolled his eyes. His dad was always asking for something. Then there were the gifts from his uncle's side. On his mother's side, including Mrs. Wick, there were 12 children in total. You could only say that being physically strong pays off, still so full of energy in old age, it just doesn't make sense. 3 daughters, 9 sons, which means John has 9 uncles and 2 aunts. Last time, it was his eldest uncle who sent gifts, but this time, all 9 uncles and 2 aunts had sent something. Luckily, none of it was dangerous. At most, there were things like nesting dolls, and, well, a few knives and brass knuckles. But compared to guns, those seemed pretty normal. The most practical gift came from Uncle Andre, the one who took John hunting. He sent a big box of meat, and it was fortunate the weather was cold, so John didn't have to worry about it spoiling. After opening his uncle's gifts, the aunts' gifts were much less wild. They sent gloves and scarves. Dressed warmly, John continued opening the remaining presents. The Slytherin students were pretty practical. Most of their gifts were sweets or small tokens. Malfoy sent some fancy pastries, which happened to overlap with Daphne's gift. Heinrich sent a book about dark magic of the Edgar family, which John quietly tucked away and hid. Since word had gotten around that John loved food, most of the gifts he received were edible. If it were last year, John would have been thrilled, but now these things didn't bring him any joy. Noon. John saw the trio. Harry and Ron were laughing foolishly, leaving Hermione neglected on her own. No need to guess, they'd had a fight. Due to the smaller crowd, Dumbledore suggested everyone dine together. Aside from Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and a few other professors, there was also Filch, a 5th-year Slytherin student and 2 first-years. Adding in the trio, there were exactly 12 people. John didn't dare go over, afraid that Dumbledore might notice something. That was the White Dark Lord after all. Voldemort knew ancient magic, so who's to say Dumbledore wouldn't as well? With his soul still injured, getting found out would be a disaster. So, he made up an excuse and avoided staying. Dumbledore noticed John's absence and turned to Filch. For once, Filch had shed his usual brown coat and was wearing a brand new tailcoat. Noticing Filch's wide grin, Dumbledore asked, "Filch, did you buy new clothes?" Filch puffed out his chest, trying to sound casual but clearly wanting to boast. It was a Christmas gift. Oh. This surprised Dumbledore. Filch, with his reputation, had actually received a Christmas present from someone. It was from John Wick, Headmaster Dumbledore. At the mention of John, a smile spread across Dumbledore's face. He asked curiously, "Where has John gone?" A 5th-year Slytherin student replied. He and Edgar stepped out. They had something to attend to. All right then. Trelawney had come out, breaking her usual routine, but she had something ominous to say. She told everyone about the curse of 13 people dining together, that the first one to stand would die. Naturally, no one took her seriously. After lunch, Harry couldn't wait to get back to the common room. He had received a firebolt, and both he and Ron were ecstatic, not caring at all who had sent it. Hermione, however, was concerned that this mysterious gift might be dangerous, but the 2 boys completely ignored her. All they cared about was the firebolt. And when Crookshanks tried to catch Scabbers again, Ron, irritated, snapped at Hermione. Harry felt that Ron's behavior was a bit out of line, but with his mind consumed by the firebolt, he didn't say anything. When they returned to the Gryffindor common room and were admiring the firebolt from every possible angle, the portrait hole opened. Hermione came in, along with Professor McGonagall. "Miss Granger just informed me that someone has sent you a broomstick, Potter," Professor McGonagall said, her sharp eyes instantly spotting the firebolt. Harry instinctively wanted to hide it, but unfortunately, Professor McGonagall was already there, and there was no way to conceal it. After questioning, it was clear that the gift came with no note, no sender, completely untraceable. Professor McGonagall said she would have to take it for inspection. Harry's voice trembled as he said, "There's nothing wrong with it." "Really, Professor?" "You can't be sure, Potter," McGonagall replied, her tone kind but slightly resigned. With Sirius Black still at large, during such a sensitive time, Harry wanted to ride a mysterious firebolt. Even if it was a firebolt, this was not acceptable. "I'll let you know as soon as we find anything," she assured him. She then prepared to take the firebolt to be thoroughly checked, of course, by the professionals. Harry stood there, staring blankly as she took the firebolt away. Ron, furious, vented his anger at Hermione, shouting, "Why did you go to Professor McGonagall?" Hermione was upset too, her face flushed, either from shame or anger. Defiantly, she said to Ron, "Because I thought, and Professor McGonagall thought so too, that the broomstick might have been sent by Sirius Black for Harry." Her intentions were good, but even Harry couldn't help feeling a little angry. Hermione was deeply hurt. She had only been trying to help both of them, but now she was being blamed. Fighting back tears, she turned and walked out of the portrait hole. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 142, Vehicle Killer and Password. Hermione was a smart girl, which is why she understood the seriousness of the situation and decided to inform Professor McGonagall. But being misunderstood felt really unpleasant. Because of this, her two friends were angry with her. She ran out, initially heading for the library, but as she walked, she spotted Crookshanks. Crookshanks was trotting along with his little wiggling butt, and behind him was Tom, ears drooping, its short legs working hard to keep up. Watching the bond between the two little creatures made Hermione feel envious. She no longer felt like going to the library and decided to follow them instead. Despite their short legs, the two little ones ran surprisingly fast. Hermione, panting, chased them all the way to the Quidditch pitch. She spotted John there, frowning at a gift box wrapped tightly in paper. Hermione, without suspicion, walked over curiously and asked, "John, what are you doing here?" John wasn't a Quidditch player, so his presence puzzled her. During the Christmas break, the Quidditch pitch was rarely this quiet. In the empty stadium, John was staring at his newly purchased item, looking troubled. Hearing her voice, he turned his head and an idea suddenly popped into his mind. John waved excitedly, "Hermione, you're just in time. Help me test something." Hermione was stunned for a moment, and then she saw John tearing the wrapping off the gift box. A brand new firebolt appeared in front of her. She was completely dumbfounded but certain she wasn't seeing things. This firebolt was identical, even down to the packaging, to the one Harry had received that morning. The broomstick gleamed, with its golden registration number, and its sleek tail made from fine birch twigs looked absolutely stunning. It was practically a work of art. John lifted it effortlessly with one hand. The firebolt trembled slightly in his grasp, and once he let go, it hovered in midair, at the perfect height for someone to hop on. A firebolt. Where did you get this? Hermione was shocked. She worried that, like Harry, John had no idea who sent him such a gift. John froze at her question, looking puzzled. "Of course, I bought it." "Bought it?" Did she really think someone had just sent it to him? His expression turned a bit strange. Looking at the firebolt, he winced slightly. It was outrageously expensive. It had cost him a whopping 5,000 galleons, which made John, well, let's say it made his heart ache quite a bit. Even though his family was wealthy, John had to maintain relationships, exchange gifts, and take care of the usual social obligations each month. Alchemy was also a massive expense, and then there were books to buy and salaries to pay. Apart from all these expenses, John only had a few thousand galleons left to spend each day. "That's just my daily income." He had ordered the firebolt before Christmas, thinking he could have some fun with it. But then his hand got injured. Now, it seemed like the perfect time to test the speed of his meteor shoes. Buying a flying broom was like buying a sports car in the Muggle world. Even if you didn't plan on using it, you'd still buy one just to admire it. He figured it also had some collectible value, perhaps he could gift it to a Quidditch player someday and use it to win them over. This was a firebolt, after all. If he gave it to Wood, John reckoned the guy would probably let him ride on his head for a month. But after purchasing it, John was faced with another problem. With his right hand injured, controlling the firebolt would be difficult. And if he fell off, that wouldn't be any fun. His heart aching from the cost, John handed the firebolt to Hermione. Seeing her confused expression, he said, "Could you help me fly a lap and check the speed? My hand's injured." Hermione was stunned again. John was so rich that he had actually bought a firebolt. She didn't know the exact price, but she knew it couldn't be cheap, otherwise, Harry wouldn't have just stood there staring at it through the glass. Something this expensive, and John, someone from a Muggle-born family, could afford it. She couldn't tell if the world had gone mad or if she had. John saw Hermione's many expressions and thought she was too scared to fly. Thinking it over, it made sense. The firebolt was known as the fastest flying broom, and not everyone could handle it. Should I get Heinrich? But I don't think I've ever seen him use a broom. John frowned in thought, weighing his options. Either he could go ask Harry, or he could drag Malfoy over here. If it's just one lap, I can do it. Hermione responded, snapping back to reality. She nervously looked at John and asked, which hand did you injure? John raised his right hand, which was trembling as if he had Parkinson's. With a wry smile, he said, I had a little mishap while researching magic. It won't get better for a while, but it's no big deal. Even though he sounded relaxed, Hermione couldn't help but worry. Finally, John reassured her that he'd be fully healed in no more than 2 months, and she sighed in relief. Feeling awkward as she mounted the firebolt, Hermione was filled with tension. Saying she wasn't nervous would have been a lie, her flying skills were nowhere near Harry's level. If John wasn't standing there watching, she probably would have chickened out. At the same time, a strange thought popped into her head. If Harry and Ron knew she was using the firebolt, what would their reactions be? They'd definitely be jumping with envy. Closing her eyes and pushing off with her feet, Hermione decided to go for it. The firebolt shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Swoosh! Ah! Hermione screamed as the speed blurred her vision. A doorway appeared in front of her, and she screamed louder, yanking the broom upward just in time. Ah-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H. The firebolt shot into the air. John saw that she couldn't control it and, with a burst of wind beneath his feet, dashed a few steps forward before leaping into the air. Wings sprouted from the sides of his shoes. Hermione was flying ahead, and John was chasing from behind. While pursuing, John quickly calculated the speed, 150 miles per hour in 10 seconds. As expected of the world's fastest broom. The wings on the sides of his shoes grew larger, flapping quickly, and John increased his speed, closing in on the firebolt. The distance between them shrank. John noticed the Quidditch goalposts ahead of Hermione and, without hesitation, cast a shattering charm to obliterate them. In the blink of an eye, the goalposts shattered into pieces, disintegrating before any debris could fall. Instead, the splinters flew straight into Hermione's face. Luckily, it was only tiny fragments. If she had crashed into the goalposts at that speed, she'd have been ready for cremation on the spot. Accelerate. John sped up again. The patterns on his shoes began to glow, and his speed surged, leaving a contrail behind him as he overtook Hermione. John reached out and grabbed the back of Hermione's collar, shouting, "Let go." Hermione clung to the firebolt like a sloth, making John roll his eyes in frustration. He had no choice but to pull harder and shout louder, "Hermione, let go." Hermione finally heard him and, seeing John beside her, didn't even question why he was there. Trusting him completely, she let go without hesitation. The firebolt shot out from beneath her, and Hermione was left dangling by her collar in John's grip, like a kitten being carried by the scruff. Once the firebolt lost its rider, it didn't fly far before starting to fall. John raised his trembling right hand. As magic flowed through his hand, it shook even more violently, causing him to grunt in pain. Using the summoning charm, he caught the falling firebolt and gently guided it to the ground. John then slowly lowered Hermione as well. The wings on his meteor shoes seemed exhausted, lazily flapping as they descended. Once her feet touched the ground, Hermione's legs were weak, but she managed not to collapse. Feeling guilty, she said, "I'm sorry, John, I thought." "It's fine, as long as you're okay," John replied, wiping sweat from his forehead. He swore never to let Hermione near a firebolt again. She was practically a vehicle destroyer. At least he had gotten some useful data from the test. His meteor shoes, in acceleration mode, could keep pace with the firebolt. There was also a hyper-acceleration mode that John hadn't dared to use. That mode consumed too much power, draining a fifth of a magic crystal in one go. The magic crystal installed in John's meteor shoes could only handle about 5 uses. After this incident, Hermione's previously gloomy mood had significantly improved. But then, after a delayed realization, she suddenly screamed. John rubbed his ear, confused by her sudden outburst. Firebolt. Hermione dashed toward where the firebolt had fallen. She had already upset Harry and Ron by letting Professor McGonagall take his firebolt for inspection. If John's firebolt had gotten damaged, she couldn't even imagine how angry he would be. Worried, she ran to the spot where the firebolt lay. The broom, which Harry had been so obsessed with, was lying there peacefully. There wasn't even a scratch on it, still as pristine as if it were brand new, which, of course, it was. As she calmed down, Hermione began to realize something wasn't right. How had John managed to fly right beside her? And why was the firebolt completely undamaged? She glanced at John, who was holding Crookshanks by the hind legs, preventing the cat from wandering off. Seeing this, Hermione decided to push her questions aside. She thought to herself that John had always been quite mysterious, and she shouldn't interfere too much. Then, thinking about how Ron didn't like Crookshanks and how she was busy with Buckbeak's case, she asked, "John, could you help take care of Crookshanks for a while?" "Take care of Crookshanks?" "Of course." John lifted Crookshanks, just as he had done with Hermione earlier. He scratched Crookshanks' belly and chuckled, "Of course I can." Hearing this, Hermione was delighted, but she remembered that Crookshanks didn't like leaving the Gryffindor common room, so she added, "I'll write down the Gryffindor password for you." John's smile widened, free access to pet a cat. That was like winning the jackpot. Hermione handed him the password. Taking care of Crookshanks wasn't a big deal, it just meant taking him out for walks and bringing him back. Crookshanks would still sleep in the Gryffindor common room. When Hermione returned, she found Ron still fuming. Harry, however, had mostly cooled off. "Hi, Hermione, I'm sore, what?" When he saw Hermione come back, he followed her and asked, Hermione, what happened to your hair?" After flying around the Quidditch pitch, Hermione's already bushy hair had been swept back, giving her the look of a full-blown explosion. Realizing what Harry was talking about, she rushed to her dormitory and looked at herself in the mirror. At once, she remembered John trying to hold back his laughter earlier. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she looked like an angry lion. John Wick. You could have told me. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 143, Dementors in Fear. Ever since the Dementors were taken over by the Aurors, they had lived in constant fear. Oshild, the Auror in charge, was listening to their eerie howls and couldn't help but feel the veins in her forehead throbbing. What are these ghostly things wailing about? Her colleague, Lippy Corbell, wore the same frustrated expression. They both wished they could just send all the Dementors back to the nightmare that was Azkaban. Oz took a deep breath to calm herself down. She was a veteran Auror, experienced enough to lead a team of enforcers. With her raspy voice, she said, "These Dementors haven't fed for too long. Sirius Black is nearby, and we can't just send them back to Azkaban." Hearing the name Sirius, Lippy's face twitched slightly. The Ministry of Magic's wanted notice for Sirius described him as extremely dangerous, and even Aurors weren't guaranteed to be a match for him. The thought that someone this dangerous had been hiding at Hogwarts for nearly half a year made even Lippy want to curse out the now dismissed Fudge for being utterly useless. At the same time, Lippy's mind was racing. He looked at Oz and asked, "Don't you have any thoughts about this?" "Thoughts?" Oz glanced at Lippy. Lippy grinned and took out a cigarette from his pocket, tossing one to Oz, while lighting one up for himself. Both were heavy smokers. As a thick puff of smoke left his mouth, Lippy said meaningfully, "The Ministry of Magic is going through a power shift right now. Don't you think it's time for you to make a move up?" Others might not know, but as Oz's longtime partner, Lippy knew her well. Oz was certainly capable. She had been an Auror for 10 years, and in terms of both experience and skill, she was one of the leading figures in the Auror ranks. However, Oz had made a mistake in the past. She once let a werewolf go, and that incident became a stain on her record. Couple that with the Ministry's previous efforts to suppress the Auror office, and she had been stuck in her position for years, unable to even earn the title of Elite Auror. Instead, she was relegated to working with strike teams, doing things like tracking down contraband items. Lippy shook his head in sympathy. "If Tommy were still around, you will definitely be with him." Seeing the sudden dimness in Oz's eyes, Lippy quickly changed the subject. "We can't aim for the head of the Auror office, but at least we can hope to get away from this contraband hunting work." Lippy was a sharp guy. He knew that neither he nor Oz, who had no connections, stood a chance for that vacant head position. All he wanted was to stop being so sidelined and at least get himself into the main Auror office. Oz, with her red lips curving as she exhaled a puff of smoke, stubbed out her cigarette with a couple of hard stomps. Her voice was flat as she said, "You know as well as I do, we don't stand a chance. Those spots are for the purebloods." She was a half-blood, and Lippy came from a Muggle family. Although they became Aurors after Voldemort's downfall, the internal pureblood biases still affected them. The positions in the Auror office weren't for people like them, only purebloods or those with connections were qualified. Lippy chuckled, a strange look in his eyes as he said, "That's not necessarily true. We all know Tommy landed himself a great position beside the King of Nocturne ally, right? Rumor has it, he's the one who pushed Fudge out." Before he could finish, he noticed the murderous glare in Oz's eyes. Quickly raising his hands in surrender, he said, all right, I won't mention him." The two of them continued their idle chat outside. Meanwhile, things weren't looking good for the Dementors. The Dementors huddled together, retreating like a wave. A figure walked among them as if picking out livestock. Suddenly, a slower-moving Dementor became locked in his gaze. Black threads snaked around it, and the Dementor let out a wretched screech as the tentacle-like threads dragged it away. The rest of the Dementors were petrified, desperately trying to flee. The Aurors didn't notice anything, since no one would ever expect someone to voluntarily seek out Dementors. Why are you running? I'm not going to kill all of you, John muttered after capturing a Dementor. Seeing how terrified the others were, he rolled his eyes. These are the ones supposed to be guarding Azkaban. He clicked his tongue twice and left a parting remark, I'll be back tomorrow, which nearly scared the remaining Dementors out of their ragged cloaks. LOL. With the captured Dementor, John returned to the Slytherin chamber. The Dementor was thoroughly stripped apart by the soul-devouring curse. The black threads retracted into the ring, leaving a mass of soul glowing with a pure, silver-white light in John's hand. He tore the soul into thin strands, tossing them into a cauldron to mix with a potion. After adding powdered unicorn horn, a potion to fortify souls was ready. He downed it in one gulp, his body shuddering. In his mind, the same men he'd seen several times before appeared, and the vision stretched on for a long half-hour. When it finally ended, John slumped over the table, drenched in sweat. For my souls recovered a little. He closed his eyes to feel it for a moment. His right-hand soul had restored a bit, and he realized that with each torment he endured, his soul seemed to undergo a kind of refining. Opening his right hand, dark, malevolent black threads swirled and shifted in his palm. John's gaze deepened. This power, which he had only ever used on Dementors, made him wonder what would happen if he used it on other living beings. A terrifying thought surfaced in his mind, and even John was startled by it. Forcing the idea away, he looked down at the now darker ring. He knew this object was beginning to affect him. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Fully aware of the terrifying power he possessed, John repeatedly warned himself not to cross any moral lines. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze returned to clarity. In another room within the chamber, waves of heat radiated outward, and just standing near the door made the intense temperature obvious. A large chunk of mithril was slowly melting in the furnace, though the process was rather slow. At this rate, it'll take a while to melt completely. John moved to another area and started working on a mold. This mold was different from the ones he'd made before. It wasn't for a sword, but rather for something shaped like a hand. Using a small knife, he meticulously carved out every groove in the mold, perfecting the details. John was preparing to craft something worthy of the name, Johnny Silverhand. After all, how could the esteemed Silverhand go without a silver hand? Once the finer details were in place, all that remained was to pour the molten mithril into the mold. The hand had 6 slots left empty, specifically designed to hold gemstones. It looked suspiciously like a certain purple titan's infinity gauntlet. While waiting for the mithril to melt, John finished refining the intricate details of the silver hand. This object, which John called the limited gauntlet, was no simple creation. It could be said to be the most powerful alchemical item John was capable of making at the time. As the mithril melted, John poured it into the mold. At the same time, he stretched out one hand, casting some spells to imbue the creation with magic. The liquid solidified and cooled, and the mold was cracked open, revealing an exquisite silver arm before him. John embedded magical crystals and the gemstones from the rings of enchantment into the 6 slots on the arm. Grabbing the silver arm with his right hand, the entire thing immediately shattered. But instead of falling apart, the fragments adhered to John's right arm, piece by piece. By the end, John's entire right hand had transformed into silver. The intricate patterns on the arm were both delicate and luxurious, with the gemstones emphasizing its regal quality. He flexed his hand, finding no sense of obstruction. Clenching and unclenching his fist, he stared at the burning furnace and, without hesitation, plunged his hand into the flames. The scorching heat was enough to melt steel, but John's brow didn't furrow even a little. As the flames burned, the silver hand not only failed to melt but also gave John a pleasantly cool sensation. Ha. Ha ha ha. Flesh is weak, but through machinery, we ascend. John nodded to himself. Raising an eyebrow, John pulled his hand out and snapped his fingers. Instantly, the objects around him began to levitate. Even though it's just a basic levitation charm and shield charm, practicality is what matters. A white ball of light appeared in John's palm, and he aimed it at a nearby table. The light ball instantly shattered the table into pieces, and John nodded in satisfaction. Lowering his hand, the silver material on it rapidly flowed toward his fingers, finally condensing into a silver ring on his middle finger. 1 silver, 1 black, 2 rings on his right hand stood out conspicuously. John removed the silver ring and slipped it into his pocket. He imagined that if he could one day create a philosopher's stone, this thing would truly become a magical version of the Infinity Gauntlet. Leaving the chamber, John passed by the Constellation Society's secret room. Heinrich looked up at John and asked, "Finished?" "Yup." John wasn't wearing wizard robes. Instead, he was dressed in a vest suit with his sleeves rolled up to his elbows. Catching sight of Heinrich eyeing the firebolt in the chamber, John smirked and said, "Like it? You can have it." Heinrich shifted his gaze away, lowering his head and saying, "No need." With Edgar's wealth, buying a firebolt wouldn't be a problem. John, feeling a bit of a headache, put on his wizard robes and said, "Come with me." Heinrich didn't ask any questions and followed him. After arriving at the room of requirement, John opened the door that appeared out of nowhere and led Heinrich inside. Inside was a dueling platform. Heinrich's golden eyes flickered slightly. John was the first to step onto the platform, and Heinrich followed closely behind. "You don't need the firebolt, so let's train to make you stronger instead." John smiled and bowed like a gentleman. Heinrich's gaze grew increasingly fervent. Indeed, only battle could bring an Edgar joy. John smiled faintly. How convenient, since strength was something he didn't lack. Read 12 advanced chapters. Chapter 144, Burning Money. Come on. John Wick. I'm not done yet. On the last day of Christmas, Heinrich's fighting style resembled that of a mad dog. He had a natural talent for fire magic. His wand spewed flaming bats that flew toward John. John pressed his lips together and raised his hand, transforming a stone block into two large dogs to block the attack. Seizing the moment, he pointed his wand at Heinrich's feet. The ground caved in beneath Heinrich, and just before he fell, he grabbed the edge. Ugh. Jagged wooden spikes dug into his palms, and blood trickled down Heinrich's hand. Ugh. This is nothing. You asked me to help you duel. I will naturally go all in. Heinrich climbed with his bloody hands while laughing maniacally. As he climbed back up, John had already conjured a ball of water and slammed it into Heinrich. Okay, just give up now. A water prison charm trapped Heinrich, and the water replaced the air in his mouth and nose. Just before he blacked out, John lifted the spell. Heinrich collapsed, drenched, onto the ground. John walked over and pulled him up. Ha. Your strength has improved quite a bit, John complimented. It wasn't just flattery. Compared to his time at Durmstrang, Heinrich had made great progress. Thanks to John as his opponent, Heinrich's reaction speed and spellcasting had both advanced. Naturally, heh. With fanatical fervor in his eyes, Heinrich smiled at John. Paired with his pale, sickly face, it gave off a certain Yandere vibe. Gulp, John subconsciously shivered. After finishing their day of training, the two parted ways. John headed toward the Gryffindor common room. After speaking the password, John walked straight into the Gryffindor common room. What was once a quiet room was now filled with people, all sharing stories about their holidays. The moment John entered, the room fell silent. Crookshanks, however, was completely unfazed, having already been waiting by the fireplace. Upon seeing John, Crookshanks ran over. John scooped up the cat and stroked its fluffy fur. With a smile, he said, "Carry on." After speaking, he turned and left. The Gryffindors exchanged puzzled glances. Once outside, John released Crookshanks, who immediately jumped down and walked off without a second glance. Not even a shred of gratitude, John muttered to himself, shaking his head. He thought about all the cat treats that had gone to waste. Just then, Basil flew over, carrying a package. John opened it, revealing a book bound in dragonhide. Tommy really knows how to get things done, John praised as he looked at the old book. He had been searching for traces of ancient magic, and aside from the blood magic curse, he had finally found a second one. The record of ancient goblin magic. The book had been brought back from Egypt by Tommy Shelby, and it was over 1,000 years old. It contained records of goblin magic. In John's eyes, there was a glowing symbol on the book's cover. The emerald glow was only visible to him, it was an ancient magic mark. Goblin magic was primarily based on primitive elements. John reached out and touched the mark. A memory, belonging to a goblin, surged into his mind. John stood still for 3 seconds, processing it. Coin charm. His expression turned a little strange as he recalled the scene he had just witnessed. A goblin held a galleon, and as the galleon disappeared into thin air, a broken vase before him automatically repaired itself. This wasn't elemental magic, it was more like a type of rule-based magic. The more money you give, the more you get in return, huh? After pondering for a moment, John understood the nature of this magic. The reason ancient magic was considered ancient was largely due to some strange rules attached to it. This monetary exchange magic was quite interesting, it couldn't involve self-made coins, and it had to be actual circulating currency. John spent the entire afternoon studying the spell, and after several attempts, he finally succeeded once. Holding a galleon, he looked at a broken cup and cast the coin charm. The galleon disappeared into thin air, and the cup in front of him began repairing itself right before his eyes. Why does this feel like a rip-off? He stared at the cup, which he had bought for 10 nuts at Diagon Alley, realizing he'd just spent 1 galleon to fix it. It seemed like he had gotten the short end of the deal. It had to be said, goblins really knew how to hide sneaky traps, even in their magic. Remembering that he had once smashed a Quidditch goalpost, John grabbed a bag of galleons and headed out. That day, John had tried to repair the damage, but unfortunately, after hitting it with a level 4 shattering charm, the destruction was nearly beyond repair. Taking advantage of the fact that no one had noticed yet, John headed to the Quidditch pitch. On both sides of the Quidditch pitch, there were originally 3 goalposts, resembling forks standing tall on the field. Now, on the right side, one of the 3 goalposts was reduced to just a single pole. John walked over, grabbed a handful of galleons, and cast the coin charm. The galleons in his hand disappeared one by one, and as they did, the shattered remains of the goalpost, destroyed by his shattering charm, began to piece themselves back together. Splinters of wood flew towards him, and after using up 5 galleons, the goalpost was only halfway restored. John added another 10 galleons, and finally, the goalpost was fully repaired. The restoration level is higher than the repairing charm, John remarked, surprised as he looked at the goalpost, which appeared as good as new, just like before it had been shattered. This got him thinking, did this mean that if he encountered magical damage that couldn't be healed by regular spells, he could use the coin charm to heal it? Suppressing his excitement, John knew he would need to conduct more experiments to be sure. However, this coin charm really was a money drainer. It had cost him 15 galleons just to fix a goalpost. If he didn't have deep pockets, he wouldn't even be able to afford it. He had also tried substituting other items for currency, like using gold made from magical crystals, but those couldn't be used for the spell. You must first assign value to create value. Understanding this, John opened the ancient goblin magic record and skimmed through it. Besides the coin charm, it also documented a lightning magic spell. John had tested it, and its power was quite considerable, but most importantly, it looked incredibly cool. Closing the book, John carried his now empty money pouch, frowning as he walked back to the dormitory. He had tried using the coin charm to restore his right hand, but the money was gone, and his right hand showed no signs of repair. The soul can't be repaired, huh? Fuck you, death. John glanced at the empty pouch again, cursing under his breath about how tricky the goblins were. Not only did the spell fail to repair him, but they took the money without getting the job done. What kind of nonsense was that? No wonder goblins got beaten by wizards. With this kind of deceitful magic, they deserved it. The new term began. In the Great Hall, students gathered in small groups, chatting amongst themselves. John noticed Daphne staring at him. He was puzzled, touched his face, and found nothing unusual. John, did something happen to you? Daphne hesitated for a moment but finally asked the question. Eh? This made John even more puzzled. What could have happened to him? I feel like you're not enjoying your food as much anymore. Daphne was a keen observer. She had clearly noticed that John wasn't as happy while eating as he used to be. She thought something must have happened to John. Could something major have occurred during the Christmas break? John suddenly understood. It was just that the food tasted like chewing wax, and he couldn't find any joy in eating. Nothing's wrong, I just haven't had much of an appetite lately. Hearing the words, no appetite, come out of John's mouth, Daphne was as shocked as if she had just seen a Gryffindor being honest and well-behaved. She glanced at the food, thinking that it must not suit John's taste. She made up her mind to create something that would lift John's spirits. If John knew what she was thinking, he would definitely tell her, young lady, your thoughts are dangerous. Please stop acting like a Hufflepuff. The first class after the new term was divination. By now, John had already begun to master his foresight abilities. Placing both hands on the crystal ball, John stared at it, trying to peer through the mist within. Professor Trelawney was teaching others, but it seemed she had already given John a perfect score in advance. John didn't forget to actively participate in the other classes as well, always answering questions eagerly. From the higher points of the castle, one could sometimes see Aurors patrolling outside with Dementors in tow. Sirius Black seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. There had been no sightings in either Hogsmeade or outside of Hogwarts. With no second attack, some speculated that Sirius had drowned after falling into the lake during his escape. Pfft. John could only think that these young people's imaginations were quite vivid. Hagrid brought in a bunch of fire salamanders, so the cold wasn't too bad during class. John picked up one of the fire salamanders and stared into its eyes. Did its eyes look like his? After examining it closely, he couldn't find anything similar, so he put the fire salamander back down. That evening, John went to grab a Dementor for a meal. Peeling away its essence layer by layer, the curse had almost turned the entire ring black. After drinking the potion to repair his soul, John endured the familiar pain, which had now become bearable enough for him to stand still through it. Sweat beaded and dripped down his forehead, but John had gotten used to it. Pulling out the Marauders map, John was also becoming accustomed to occasionally seeing multiple versions of Hermione running around on it. He noticed that Peter Pettigrew was tossing and turning on Ron's bed, and saw Dumbledore walking back and forth in the office. Lupin usually stayed in the office, and seemed to be busy with something. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 145, Daphne's Food and Patronus Charm. Harry was in a much better mood and was feeling a bit excited. Lupin had agreed to teach him the Patronus Charm on Thursday, which left him so thrilled that he tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Since he couldn't sleep, Harry decided to go for a walk. Throwing on his invisibility cloak, he stepped out of the Gryffindor common room. Because of that one time Sirius Black broke in, the number of students sneaking around at night had decreased. Harry didn't have any particular destination in mind, he just wanted to wander around. With the invisibility cloak, he wasn't worried about getting caught. As he passed the room where the three-headed dog had once been kept, he saw a figure slip by. It was John. John moved like a ghost, his footsteps made no sound, and even his outline was blurred and hard to discern. If Harry weren't a seeker, he probably wouldn't have been able to spot him. In the moonlight, John swiftly entered that room, and as the door closed behind him, Harry crept closer. What's John doing in there? Harry's curiosity was piqued, and he cautiously, quietly opened the door to peek inside. There was no light inside, and Harry felt PTSD, as though he was back in his first year. It was as if, at any moment, Fluffy, the three-headed dog, would come charging out. His breathing became rapid as he pushed the door open just a crack. It was dim and shadowy inside, so he pushed the door open a bit more. At that moment, he saw that there didn't seem to be anything inside. But he had just seen John go in, so Harry opened the door fully. The room was completely empty, there was no trace of John. Harry was confused. Could he have imagined it? Lumos. Lighting his wand, Harry carefully searched the room, confirming that there was no way for John to have left through any other exit. Eh? He was puzzled. John's always been so mysterious, Harry thought to himself. As he left the room, he found himself lost in thought. From the moment they had started at Hogwarts, John had always been someone who was difficult to understand. He wasn't like Ron, who was simple and easy to understand, nor like Malfoy, who made his hostility obvious. Harry made a mental note of the room before turning to leave. Not long after he left, John emerged from the secret room of the Constellation Society. A few more Dementors, and that should be enough. His right hand had stopped trembling, but there was still little strength in it. John opened the door and stepped out, smacking his lips together. It was frustrating not having any sense of taste. Just as he was about to leave, he paused. Turning back to look at the wooden door, he moved closer. Someone's been here. In the corner of the wooden door, a hidden eye symbol seemed to come to life. This was a detection spell John had set up. Whenever someone outside of the Constellation Society came here, the eye would spin rapidly. He reached out and tapped it lightly, causing the eye to return to normal. The next day, John stared at the strange object in front of him, lost in thought. Daphne's nose had a bit of flour on it, and when her eyes met John's, she nervously explained, "I was trying to make waffles." Waffles? Are you telling me these burnt lumps that look like charred mud are waffles? John looked at Daphne again, his tone sincere. "I don't think I've done anything to wrong you, have I?" Daphne lowered her head. It was her first time making them, and she didn't expect them to turn out this badly. I'm sorry." Feeling downhearted, Daphne picked up the plate, ready to throw it away. John gently pressed her slender, pale wrist. Daphne's heart fluttered slightly, and a quick blush spread across her cheeks, giving her a shy, delicate beauty. Thinking about how inedible her creation was, she awkwardly shifted her hand and said, "They're all ruined, don't eat them." Despite her words, her heart felt sweet. Her mother had told her that if a man truly liked you, he would enjoy anything you made, no matter how bad. Daphne shyly looked back, only to see John's face completely expressionless, with his face and clothes covered in an excessive amount of maple syrup. She wanted to cover up the burnt waffles. "I was just going to warn you the maple syrup was about to spill. Why did you twist like that?" Without needing to see a mirror, John knew he looked a mess. His lips twitched as he said, "It was not going to pour out, but you twisted your hand and put it on my face." "Ah. Sorry, John." Daphne hurried over to wipe it off, but when she took out a towel to wipe it, the maple syrup, which had cooled down, stuck to John's face. John clearly saw Heinrich's mouth twitch. He probably wanted to laugh, but he held it back. Taking a deep breath, John wondered if today was just an unlucky day to be out and about. As Daphne was about to help again, John quickly stopped her. "No, don't. Just stay still, I'll handle it myself." Pulling out his wand, John cast a cleaning spell on himself, and the syrup was whisked away, though there was still a sticky feeling that made him uncomfortable. He decided to just run to the washroom and take a proper shower. Daphne buried her head in Pansy's arms, too embarrassed to show her face. "I'm doomed." Other there, Pansy patted her back and comforted her kindly. "It's okay, you see, John wasn't even mad." Hearing this, Daphne, feeling a surge of confidence, perked up. "You're right, I'll keep trying next time." Pansy muttered, "John wouldn't kill me for encouraging her, would he?" Heinrich, Ftbahaha. After that, John was repeatedly tortured by Daphne's various failed attempts at cooking, making him suspect that this might be revenge for Tom stepping on her homework with its dirty feet last time. Pulling out the Marauder's map, John noticed that Lupin seemed to be looking for something. At this hour, going to the kitchen, surely he's not just hungry. Watching as Lupin moved from the staff office and wandered around to another location, John still had no idea what he was doing, but that didn't stop him from heading out to hunt Dementors. Using the disillusionment charm, John boldly and openly left the castle, skillfully making his way to the Dementor gathering site. The number of Dementors had noticeably decreased. The Aurors had already been sent to investigate, but they hadn't found any evidence of Dementors escaping. This led the Ministry of Magic to suspect that Sirius Black might be behind it, seeking revenge on the Dementors who had tormented him in Azkaban. Entering the gathering site, John began to search for a target. Catching a Dementor that was too slow to escape, John turned to leave. "Who's there?" A loud shout startled John. He'd been discovered. Without hesitation, John activated his meteor shoes and used the disillusionment charm to make a swift getaway. Behind him, Oz and Lippy rushed to the spot where John had just been. With a grave expression, Oz said, "It was Sirius Black." "Sirius Black?" Lipin was taken aback. Oz nodded seriously. "I saw that black hair. There's no one else it could have been but Sirius." Lippy was surprised by the news. This was a major lead. They quickly contacted the other Aurors to search the area. They even suspected that Sirius had mastered a terrifying form of dark magic, one that could silently capture Dementors. The Ministry of Magic took the matter very seriously and initiated a search overnight. Meanwhile, the person involved had already escaped back to Hogwarts. Thursday night. Harry arrived at the History of Magic classroom, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. His previously good mood had evaporated after reading that morning's Daily Prophet. It reported that Sirius Black had appeared and, in front of witnesses, had captured the Dementors who had once tormented him. That cruel nature, he didn't even leave any Dementors alive. Such a terrifying person. Harry thought, he must bring him to justice with his own hands. Clenching his fist, Harry looked up at Lupin, speaking earnestly, "Professor, I want to learn the Patronus charm." Lupin smiled, a look of approval in his eyes. It hadn't been in vain that he had spent several days searching for a boggart. The Patronus charm was an advanced spell, one that even many fully graduated wizards could not master. Lupin was one of the few who could. Due to his sensitive nature, he could conjure a Patronus although without fully manifesting it, but able to control it at will. He gave Harry a demonstration, and a silver-white light emerged from the tip of his wand, causing Harry to marvel in awe. "John Wick is a master of the Patronus charm. Originally, I wanted you to learn from him, but..." At this point, Lupin hesitated, stopping mid-sentence. This pause left Harry itching with curiosity. He wanted to know more, but Lupin showed no intention of continuing. Only Lupin knew that he held suspicions about John. As one of Harry's elders, Lupin didn't want Harry getting too close to John. It was a werewolf's instinct, something about that person felt dangerous. Ignoring the inquisitive look in Harry's eyes, Lupin opened the crate he had brought with him. The boggart, sensing Harry's deepest fear, transformed into the shape of a Dementor and flew out. Harry tried hard to shout, "Expecto Patronum," but it was no use. Once again, his mother's voice echoed in his mind, and he fainted. Lupin quickly contained the boggart back into the crate. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 146, Lupin's Test and Level 5 Runes. John recently noticed something off with his dog. Not only Tom, but even Crookshanks seemed strange. Watching as Tom happily scampered out of the common room, John stared at the now empty bag of dog food, lost in thought. 3 dogs worth of food, but no weight gain. Are you taking advantage of my kindness? Tom needed the dog food to maintain her top dog status in front of Fong, so John had always made sure to bring triple the usual amount. But the dog food, which should have lasted until the end of the term, was already gone. With such an appetite, even someone as slow as Longbottom would have realized something was wrong by now. To figure out where all that food was going, John cast an invisibility charm on himself and followed Tom. Tom didn't notice John, but instead met up with the sneaky Crookshanks, and the two headed off together. The cat and dog were surprisingly harmonious, with Crookshanks clearly being the brains of the operation, and Tom serving as the loyal sidekick. John tailed them all the way to the Whomping Willow. With an expression that screamed disbelief, John watched as Crookshanks expertly placed a paw on the knot at the base of the tree, freezing it in place. Is this cat turning into some kind of magical being? John had needed an entire month to figure out that weakness, yet this cat knew it too. Taking advantage of the frozen Whomping Willow, Tom dashed inside. Then something even more absurd happened. Crookshanks stayed behind, seemingly standing guard. John wanted to follow, but unfortunately, Crookshanks was sitting right at the entrance of the tunnel. After a while, Tom came back out. The dog food on her had disappeared, and John's eyes narrowed. Were these two little creatures secretly keeping something in the shrieking shack? How did they even know about this tunnel? Questions filled John's mind, and he decided to investigate the situation himself. Crookshanks was incredibly clever. Before leaving, it even doubled back, as if to make sure no one was following. Is this what they mean by pets resembling their owners? John thought, impressed by the cat's intelligence. He guessed Crookshanks must have inherited Hermione's smarts, basically a Hermione of cats. But as the saying goes, the higher the road, the more cunning the magic. Using a heightened sensory spell, John confirmed that Crookshanks was really gone, and he proceeded to the tunnel under the Whomping Willow. Following the passage, John once again entered the Shrieking Shack. Now that he thought about it, it had been a while since he last came here. Ever since testing Malfoy, he had gradually forgotten about this place. The eerie atmosphere of the Shrieking Shack remained the same as ever. John walked further inside. A single piece of dog food on the floor caught his attention. He leaned down to inspect it. His hand instinctively moved to his wand as he glanced around cautiously. "Who's there?" "You think you can hide," he muttered, tapping the furniture in the room with his wand, looking for any hidden presence. "Yeah. I can see you. Get out." TSK. Always worked while playing hide and seek. Revelio. Nothing unusual appeared. "Strange," he mumbled. After another thorough search, there was nothing else but that piece of dog food. John turned and left. Not long after he departed, under the tree outside the Shrieking Shack, a head popped out from a hole resembling a dog den. What a clever little wizard. If it weren't for my keen sense of smell, I might have been caught. On Sirius Black's dog-like face appeared a very human expression of lingering fear. After becoming an animagus, one inherits certain abilities. His gift was an extraordinary sense of smell, far beyond that of an ordinary dog. While the disillusionment charm could hide a body, it couldn't conceal scent. For Sirius, this heightened sense of smell was what gave him the confidence to evade the many auras hunting him. The Shrieking Shack was no longer a safe spot for now. Sirius needed to relocate. Last time Sirius had snuck to the Quidditch pitch to watch Harry, it ended with Dementors chasing him. Since then, Sirius didn't dare risk approaching Harry again. Luckily, he had two friends willing to help. Once they found the right moment to capture that person, Sirius could finally take action. A flash of anger and hatred crossed the face of the large black dog as Sirius dug the hole a little deeper. This would help him avoid being caught during the search. John, in fact, had doubled back to the Shrieking Shack, but unfortunately, he didn't find anything. Since the Shrieking Shack wasn't within the range of the Marauders map, he couldn't rely on it to track what was happening there. Upon returning to Hogwarts, John bumped into Lupin. He gave a nod of greeting, intending to move on. But just as he turned around, a gust of wind whooshed past his ears. John quickly turned his head, only to find a wand pointed right at his face. "Professor Lupin, are you planning to murder a student at Hogwarts?" There were only the two of them in the corridor, and Lupin's eyes carried a look of inquiry as he asked, "Why didn't you dodge?" John had been unnervingly calm, a reaction quite unlike that of a third-year student. Even seasoned aurors wouldn't stay this composed with a wand aimed directly at their forehead. Hearing the question, John smiled faintly and said, "Because I'm not afraid." Lupin seemed a bit surprised. "Oh." John shrugged and replied, "No one would be foolish enough to commit murder inside the castle." It was a confident and logical reason. Lupin lowered his wand, offering an apologetic smile. "Sorry, I mistook you for Sirius Black in disguise. You know, after Black broke into the castle last time." "I understand. I just came back from outside the castle," John responded, seemingly unsurprised by the situation. He then added, with a meaningful tone, "As long as it's not about murder, everything's fine, right?" Lupin looked at John with confusion. "Murder?" Switching gears, John asked, "I heard that you were also a student at Hogwarts, Professor Lupin. You must know a lot about this place, right?" Lupin nodded modestly. "I know a few things." "Well then, Professor, do you happen to know about any murders that occurred within Hogwarts?" John asked, staring directly into Lupin's eyes. You are talking about Moaning-Mere." "No, Professor. In my second year, we already know that Myrtle was killed by the basilisk. What I'm talking about is a murder you surely can understand what I mean." Lupin's pupils contracted for a split second, as he recalled an absurd incident from his own past. If James hadn't intervened that day, he might have committed a terrible mistake. But within that brief moment, Lupin quickly regained his composure, pretending to ask casually, "Why are you asking about such things?" Catching that fleeting change, John smiled and said, "I've been looking into the history of Hogwarts, hoping to compile it into a collection of stories. There's nothing more gripping than tales of murder." His words were flawless, but Lupin had a vague feeling that John might know something more. Watching John closely, Lupin nodded and turned to leave. As the two walked away from each other, the same thought crossed their minds simultaneously. This guy is suspicious. Lupin's words had hidden probing intentions. Though he couldn't figure out what connection John might have with Johnny Silverhand, he could tell John wasn't as simple as he appeared on the surface. John's calmness in the face of a wand pointed at him, along with his subtly pointed remarks, all seemed to hint at something extraordinary. Meanwhile, John also confirmed one thing: there indeed had been a murder attempt at Hogwarts related to Lupin. Whether that murder was successful or not, it was somehow connected to Lupin. Both of them had their own thoughts, and after that round of testing each other, neither had gained the upper hand. Later, John went to the Constellation Society's secret chamber. John's runes had leveled up. Level 5 runes, which he had upgraded on his own, saving him from using an ability point. With 2 level 5 skills, John felt his understanding of magic had deepened even further. The long-unused silver Wick sword lay on the table as John worked to strengthen its enchantments. Wounds caused by the silver Wick sword are difficult to heal. He added a severing curse to it, a curse that regular magic wouldn't be able to undo. John also inscribed some runes, establishing a connection between himself and the silver Wick sword. In times of danger, this sword will come to my aid. He held the sword in his right hand, extending it forward. However, less than half a minute later, he had to put it down. The defect in his right hand still remained, leaving him with no choice but to wield the sword with his left hand. After sheathing the sword and stowing it back into his small satchel, John resumed brewing the potion to repair his soul. 1 Dementor's soul was only enough for 3 doses. Once he finished this batch, he would need to catch more Dementors. Last time, he had alarmed the Aurors, and it would likely be more difficult to make a return trip there. Fortunately, John had an idea: if he couldn't capture Dementors outside of Hogwarts, perhaps those in Hogsmeade Village would be an easier target. The Ministry of Magic was on high alert, heavily guarding against Sirius Black. Hogsmeade was under constant surveillance, and there was no escaping it. With a plan in mind, John used the secret passage through the one-eyed hunchback witch to leave. After arriving at Honeydukes, he used a disillusionment charm to sneak out. Hogsmeade at night was deserted, save for the Dementors roaming around like lost souls. There were also a few Aurors, but they wouldn't be much of a problem. John quickly set his sights on a lone Dementor. Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 147, The Sour Stink of Love. Quidditch is an intense and thrilling game. Maybe it's due to wizards having different physical traits than muggles, but this game has no time limit. As long as the golden snitch isn't caught, the game will continue. It's said that the longest Quidditch match once lasted 3 months. John understood this as, in Quidditch, the match won't end as long as nobody dies on the team due to overexertion, much like how he was watching the green and blue figures clashing in the sky. Slytherin versus Ravenclaw. Although Ravenclaw doesn't have much of a presence, their team is consistently strong. The Eagles are known for their clever minds, and they have excellent strategies and technique. But against the Slytherins with their high-end equipment, they still fall a bit short. Ravenclaw's Seeker is a 4th year, Cho Chang. Her skills are quite good, but she still has some gap to close with Malfoy. The main issue is that she can't catch up to Malfoy, although her refined flying technique keeps her from falling behind. But none of that really mattered. John looked at Cho Chang's face, both unfamiliar and friendly. She had talent, but the Slytherin team's brooms were outstanding, not to mention that Malfoy was more mature after becoming a member of the Constellation Society. Watch out. Cedric's heart nearly leaped into his throat. Earlier, Malfoy had rather unsportingly crashed into Cho Chang, almost making her lose control and fall. John glanced at Cedric. He had initially thought Cedric was just there to cheer of Draco as a member of the Constellation Society, but it turned out he was actually pining for her. TSK, shameless. This guy's eyes were practically glued to her. But to be fair, Cho Chang was quite pretty. When she was still, she had the typical elegance of an Eastern lady, gentle and charming. On a broomstick, though, she was a little eagle soaring through the sky, valiant and graceful. No wonder Cedric was utterly captivated. From the way he looked, as if he wished he could jump in himself to save her, John figured that once the match was over, Malfoy would likely receive a good beating. The Quidditch styles of the 4 houses were distinct, too. Gryffindor's was the bold, adaptable style. Hufflepuff's was all about skill and endurance. Ravenclaw's focused on meticulous tactics. Slytherin, though, was different. They specialized in pay-to-win and dirty tricks. As a Slytherin player, it seemed every one of them had a trick or two up their sleeve. Like Flint with his sneaky trick, smacking down opponents one by one. And then there's Malfoy with his reckless charges. If you didn't know better, you'd think he was a beater. This team could be described as a squad of rogues. Ravenclaw was like a group of scholars facing off against unruly thugs. No matter how fine their tactics, they couldn't match the constant fouls. In the end, Slytherin narrowly defeated Ravenclaw. John. Didn't I told you we would win? Oh, Diggory is also here, eh? Malfoy strutted over proudly, but Cedric went right past him, heading over to comfort Cho Chang. What exactly he said, John didn't know, but he definitely overheard Draco Malfoy at least 3 times, and words like dirty and despicable more than 10 times. What the? Malfoy's face darkened. They were all part of the Constellation Society. If Cedric wasn't going to congratulate him, he could at least avoid putting him down. John stepped forward, patted Malfoy on the shoulder, and said with a hint of amusement, "Does your father know you play this dirty?" He had a feeling that if Malfoy brought a saw to the game, he wouldn't hesitate to saw off his opponent's broomstick. Question mark. Malfoy was baffled. Playing dirty. Wasn't this the Slytherin way? His father had even bragged about putting a Gryffindor in the hospital wing back in his day. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. February was fast approaching. John was still waiting for the storm, but in the meantime, he wrote a letter to Nagini. Because she'd been a snake for so long, Nagini needed time to recuperate. Her left hand and right leg had both been affected by the transformation, and it would likely take over a year to fully heal. From her words, John could tell how relieved she was to finally be able to return to human form. When John first discovered her, Nagini was nearly fully consumed by the transformation. John was also considering how to arrange Nagini's life moving forward. She wasn't a muggle, but she wasn't exactly a witch, either. She'd fought before, but always by using blood magic to turn into a snake. She hadn't received any systematic training in magic. She wouldn't be suited for security roles, but another idea came to John's mind that might be a better fit. Come to think of it, Johnny Silverhand could use a secretary. After taking over the Nocturne Alley business from the Shafiq family, John's operations had expanded significantly. He'd even opened a bookstore in Diagon Alley, so managing everything on his own was impossible. Eventually, he would need to delegate some of the business, and Nagini seemed like a good option. One regret was that Kim Ladisley was only working as a seasonal hire and had left before the school term began. He was a great guy, and John had been interested in helping him develop. The security team had expanded, now reaching a strength of 20 members. Tommy was still the captain, with 2 sub-captains appointed to assist in management. John also planned to establish a Nocturne Alley strike squad specifically to deal with unruly dark wizards. This project hadn't started yet. The last crackdown by Fudge on Johnny Silverhand's exclusive shops did have some impact, with several ministry officials now viewing Sir Johnny Silverhand with an added layer of caution. At this critical juncture, forming a Nocturne Alley strike squad might be too much for the ministry to handle. Since Rufus Scrimgeour temporarily took over as acting minister for magic, he had maintained respect toward John, though it was slightly less reverent than before. John understood this, but it was no concern. That's just how alliances work. Those you help to power tend to fear your influence the most. Just as Dumbledore held sway over Fudge, Johnny Silverhand occupied a similar place in Rufus Scrimgeour's mind. As long as he does his job well, I don't mind either. John glanced at the Daily Prophet. Rufus Scrimgeour had been active in the press. He was working to solidify his position and win public support. Until he dealt with Sirius Black, he couldn't fully secure the role of Minister for Magic and therefore wouldn't dare show any disrespect to Johnny Silverhand. If Sirius Black's target is Harry, where would he be hiding? After some thought, John suspected that Sirius Black might still be hiding within Hogwarts. He had once been a student at Hogwarts, which meant he might know about secret passages the Marauders map couldn't display. The Marauders map wasn't omnipotent, some locations couldn't be detected on it. For example, the Room of Requirement and the Chamber of Secrets, as well as John's Constellation Society's secret room, which he had magically shielded to keep off the map. Excluding those areas, there was also the Shrieking Shack. John had visited it before and had gone a few more times since, but still hadn't found anything. However, he stayed cautious, placing a spell on the Shrieking Shack so that if anyone entered, he'd be notified. Time quickly passed, and February arrived. It had become more challenging for John to capture Dementors, as the Ministry had caught on to someone deliberately targeting them, so they had Oris leading patrols now. This was the first time John had come back empty-handed. In the castle, even before Valentine's Day, there was already an unmistakable smell of romance in the air. Daphne casually moved closer to John, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, looking especially lovely. Her looks weren't of the sweet variety but more of a high-born elegance, with a sharp chin and finely shaped features befitting a young lady of distinction. She was already beautiful and captivating, even without her features fully matured. When she grew up, who knew how many hearts she'd break? "John, Valentine's Day is coming up," she murmured, her earlobes turning red as she tried to sound casual. "I wonder how many people will confess to you this time." At the mention of Valentine's Day, John's expression darkened. Last year's Valentine's Day had left him with no fond memories. Lockhart's ridiculous stunts were chaotic enough to be considered outrageous even at Hogwarts. The thought gave him a bit of a psychological shadow, as he wondered whether Lupin would pull any of Lockhart's flashy stunts this year. Daphne, too nervous to look John in the face, missed the strange expression on his face. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she continued, "I've been learning how to make chocolates recently, so if you'd like, I could." Before she could finish, she caught a glimpse of John's horrified expression out of the corner of her eye. She nearly choked, holding back the words, and stomped angrily on John's foot before storming off in a huff. John rubbed his now sore right foot, feeling even more relieved that he wouldn't have to eat Daphne's homemade chocolates. After all, too much of that sort of thing was hard on the stomach. Even a stomach of iron wouldn't survive Daphne's relentless culinary assaults. Daphne's cooking had three prominent features: color, aroma, and taste. The color was charcoal. John couldn't taste, probably a good thing in this case. And the smell was like cow dung. It was the kind of horror that made one's skin crawl. Watching Daphne's retreating figure, John sighed, "Daphne's a great girl. As long as she doesn't cook, that is." He turned his gaze to the courtyard, where Cedric and Cho Chang were chatting and laughing, their relationship seemingly progressing quickly. The atmosphere was thick with the stench of young love. On the other side, it was the same story. Draco Malfoy was relentlessly pursuing, or rather antagonizing, Harry, constantly provoking him with ghostly antics and throwing in jabs about Ron being a guy who only knew how to munch on chicken legs. That kid's definitely crushing on him. Taking it all in, John commented with a blank expression. Whether Harry owed him money or had somehow tricked him emotionally, the level of dedication Draco showed by provoking him every single day was almost admirable in its persistence. Harry, having just gotten his firebolt back, didn't even want to bother with Malfoy's taunts. He just glared coldly. The next day, Harry, riding his firebolt, gave a stunning performance and crushed Ravenclaw. He was hoisted up and cheered on by the crowd. Meanwhile, Cedric ran over to comfort Cho Chang. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 148, Cold War and Wei Wei. Some things are indeed strange, like a Gryffindor slipping into the ranks of Slytherin. John didn't understand it. The Golden Trio was bickering, yet again. This time it was Ron and Hermione. Ron had found a blood stain on his bed. Furiously, he accused Crookshanks of having eaten Scabbers, yelling at Hermione until she stormed off, clearly upset. In private, Harry also suspected Crookshanks, especially since they'd found ginger cat hair in the room. "So, you ended up here." John glanced to his right, where Hermione's eyes were tinged with sadness, then to his left, where Daphne's glare could have set something on fire. He was at a loss. Instinct told him he might be better off sitting somewhere else. Draco Malfoy, who usually had a distaste for Hermione, pretended not to notice and drank his pumpkin juice like it was the finest delicacy in the world. Even the usually oblivious Goyle and Crabbe were silent, heads down, munching away at their bread. The atmosphere was intensely awkward. Daphne's plate of smoked meat had been stabbed so many times it looked like Swiss cheese, while Hermione, lost in her own sorrow, seemed oblivious to the tension. John felt a headache coming on and sighed. "I'll try to help you sort this out, Hermione. Don't be sad." Snap. A crisp sound echoed. Malfoy buried his head even lower. Goyle had choked on his bread, while Crabbe, oblivious, kept shoveling food into his mouth. Turning slowly, John looked at the plate that had broken clean in two. He thought to himself, with strength like that, it'd be a shame if she didn't take up sword fighting. "I'm full," Daphne said blankly, then walked away. John had a feeling she might be angry. It seemed the prejudice between Slytherin and Gryffindor was as immovable as a mountain. Scabbers. "I don't think he's dead," John said as he took a sip of water. He knew that Rat wouldn't die so easily. But finding it might be a challenge, maybe he could check the Marauders map later. Hearing his words, Hermione looked up with hopeful, red-rimmed eyes. "Some things aren't as simple as they appear," John said vaguely. "You should know by now that Rat of his is different." What exactly was different, only John knew. Class time arrived, and when John turned around, he found Hermione had already disappeared, so fast he hadn't even noticed her leave. Finishing his food in a few quick bites, John saw that Malfoy had finally lifted his head from his pumpkin juice. Malfoy looked hesitant, as if he had something to ask. After hesitating a few times, Malfoy finally spoke up. "John, I heard from Heinrich that you have a firebolt." He quickly added, "It's not for me, it's because of Flint. That Potter guy's got a firebolt, and he said I might not be able to keep up." But even with that excuse, Malfoy, the resident big spender, was pretty frustrated to be outclassed by someone else's gear. Hearing this, John raised an eyebrow. "So, you want me to give it to you?" "No, just lend it to me." Malfoy wasn't that greedy, he just wanted to borrow it for the final match. John chuckled, stood up, and said, "Come by the Constellation Society this afternoon, you know where it is. The broom's there." Malfoy looked thrilled, he knew John would help him out. But John wasn't offering this for free. In a low voice, he added, "Tell Flint to start showing a bit more respect to seekers who ride firebolts." After all, it was just a collectible to him anyway, lending it to Malfoy was no big deal. Thinking that Flint would show some respect, if only for the firebolt's sake. Hermione seemed busier than ever lately, while John sat staring into the crystal ball. Inside, swirling mists seemed to be parting under invisible hands, revealing Hermione urgently talking to him, looking anxious. Then he saw Professor Snape, unconscious, as if he had crashed into a wall. Dementors filled the air, far more terrifying than the time at the Quidditch field. The vision suddenly ended. John pulled his gaze away, noticing that Professor Trelawney had appeared beside him at some point. With a look of intense interest, she asked, "John, what did you see?" Around him, the students held their breath, faces tense with fear, as if bracing for another ominous prophecy from him. John thought for a moment before saying, "I saw someone lying unconscious, with blood trickling down their cheek from their hair." "Ah. Stop, stop," shrieked Lavender, the same girl who'd lost her rabbit after his last vision, her voice trembling as if fearing the prophecy was about her. Others looked just as uneasy, while Harry and Ron exchanged glances, silently questioning if they believed any of it. "John's just trying to scare everyone," Ron speculated confidently. "You know, he just happened to get one right by sheer luck." Harry was just about to nod when John, still gazing into the crystal ball, added, "A black dog and a dark-haired man." He froze mid-movement, turning to John stiffly. Without acknowledging Harry's discomfort, John continued, "That's all there was." "Wonderful, Johnny boy." Sybil Trelawney clasped John's hand, her usual mystical manner replaced with genuine admiration. "You're the most gifted person I've ever met," she declared. "One day, you'll become a true seer." John responded humbly, but it didn't deter Trelawney's enthusiasm. She promptly awarded Slytherin 50 points. John felt a little like he'd cheated. After class, he ran into Harry, who hesitantly asked, "John, what did you mean by a black dog?" "Obviously, a black dog," John replied, looking at him like he was missing the obvious. He'd seen a black dog in the crystal ball, so he'd simply mentioned it. Harry, however, immediately thought back to the black dog he'd seen earlier, looking unsettled. Ron came over to join them, and John turned to him, saying, "Ron, you shouldn't have argued with Hermione." "She told you, didn't she?" Ron said angrily. "Her cat ate Scabbers and she won't even admit it. She's always so full of herself." He went on, "And don't forget last time, she's the one who got the firebolt taken away." Hermione, who had been approaching them, heard this and her eyes darkened as she walked away, visibly hurt. John's face turned serious, and his intensity made Ron flinch a little. "Ron, that was too harsh. The firebolt's origin was unknown. Do you want Harry to fall to his death from the sky?" John's usual smile vanished as he continued coldly, "Sometimes, you need to think before you speak. You know Sirius Black is after Harry. It wouldn't hurt to think things through a few times before jumping to conclusions." Ron was left speechless, muttering something unintelligible as he looked over to Harry, seeking support. Harry started to speak up, but John raised a hand to stop him. Not letting it go, John added, "Is trust really that hard for you?" Some students stopped to watch, and the Slytherins, seeing John chastising a Gryffindor, quietly cheered him on. John's admonishing tone made Harry uncomfortable. "Think about it," John said. "You've known Hermione for ages. Do you really believe she's jealous of your firebolt?" John couldn't help but feel exasperated with Gryffindor's strange sense of certainty. In their first year, Harry thought Snape was out to get him, in their second, he thought it was him, and now in the third, it was Hermione's interference. Creating danger even when there isn't any, John thought. Malfoy saw the scene unfold and was thrilled. "See? I told you John's a Slytherin," he said excitedly to Flint, who'd previously argued that John leaned more towards Gryffindor. Although the conversation with Harry and Ron had been unpleasant, John knew they'd understand once they calmed down. John headed over to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid had told him someone wanted to meet him. When he arrived, he saw Hagrid there, dressed awkwardly in a suit, as if he were trying it on. A few other oversized clothes lay on the table, looking big enough to be someone else's blankets. "You're here, John. I told Wei you were looking for a unicorn horn, and she's willing to give you one," Hagrid said, looking a bit embarrassed as he took off the beige suit. John glanced at the suit and remembered who Wei was, the unicorn he'd deliberately released. He'd almost forgotten about it. Unicorns shed their horns, and she had gifted him one before. "Thank you, Hagrid. I'll head over now." As he waved goodbye, John pointed at Hagrid's beard and suggested, "Maybe tidy up your beard a bit. It'll make you look sharper." Hagrid thought about it, nodded, and waved back. By now, Hagrid was used to John going into the Forbidden Forest. After all, John was strong enough to handle it. After walking a while through the forest, a white unicorn appeared. John instantly recognized her as the one he had saved before. As he approached, the unicorn nuzzled against his palm. John stiffened a little. Honestly, he didn't consider himself all that pure. Wei Wei walked ahead, looking back to motion for John to follow. Unbothered by any potential danger, John followed the trail she left deeper into the forest. Read 12 chapters ahead. Chapter 149, The Unicorns and the Second Intrusion. There are many majestic unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest existed long before Hogwarts was established, and it's home to many magical creatures. As certain centuries began, legends of magical creatures started spreading, attracting many who fancied themselves brave knights or those eager to please the king. It was said that dragons hoarded treasures, so the king would send knights to slay them. Elves and fairies had beautiful voices, and this would draw in a whole bunch of circus slave traders. The unicorn's situation was a bit better because of their impressive appearance and holy aura. Throughout history, people have sought unicorns, just to catch a glimpse of whether the legends were true. Although it wasn't like in the legends where only a maiden could tame them, unicorns truly had a distaste for dark magic. John had once used fiend fire in front of one, which theoretically made him not the most welcomed guest for unicorns. Following Wei Wei, he arrived at a place where trees and grass grew together. Large fruits hung from the tree trunks, and a clear stream flowed gently. Beautiful unicorns appeared in herds. John even saw centaurs watching from a distance, which made him wonder. Do centaurs like humans or horses more? One unicorn had a thick horn, its body was pure white, and it looked a size larger than the others. Seeing that unicorn, Wei Wei happily went over, touching horns with it in a spiral motion, like a little girl playfully seeking affection from her father. Don't ask how John could read so much emotion from a horse's face, because after that large unicorn came over, he heard a deep male voice. You're the student who saved Wei Wei. The tall unicorn looked strong enough to break a tree with one charge. His voice was like a baritone in an orchestra. I'm Clark. Thank you for saving my daughter. With that, the tall unicorn lowered his head. John was stunned for a moment before realizing what was happening. He understood that it wasn't the unicorn speaking, but some kind of magic. In his vision, he saw golden markings on Clark's body, ancient magic. Then again, it wasn't surprising that magical creatures knew magic. John nodded, bowing gracefully, and with a polite smile, he said, My name is John Wick. It's an honor to be invited to the unicorn sanctuary. Unicorns rarely appeared in groups, usually showing up alone, which made them symbols of beauty and purity, and also made them feel rare. Here, however, there were easily over 100 unicorns in view, and the place was extremely secluded, hidden behind a waterfall. If Wei Wei hadn't led him, John would never have found this place. Clark inspected John for a moment and noticed something was wrong with his right hand, so he lowered his head. His spiral horn emitted a silvery white glow, like moonlight, and the light enveloped John's arm. John could feel the missing essence in his arm slowly restoring, though the process wasn't fast. After finishing the treatment, Clark said with some difficulty, Your soul has been wounded before. This is as much as I can do. Thank you. John sincerely appreciated it, his right hand was much steadier now. This healing effect was several times stronger than drinking a soul-restoring potion. Truly, the ancient and sacred unicorns lived up to their reputation. Seeing her father's friendliness toward John, Wei Wei nudged him with her head. Not understanding, John glanced at Clark, who chuckled and said, She's inviting you in. There's something there you'll need. Something I need. With a sudden realization, John followed Wei Wei's gentle pushes and walked through a hollowed tree tunnel lush with greenery. Inside, a dazzling array of unicorn horns was piled up, glowing in various hues. Wei Wei gently touched John's head with her horn, and a sweet feminine voice sounded, This is the unicorn's horn-changing place. You may take a horn from here. John swallowed hard. The number of horns here must be in the tens of thousands. This unicorn clan had lived here since before Hogwarts was established, so the collection of horns was truly staggering. The hollowed-out tree, towering like a giant, sheltered the clan. What amazed John even more was that although the tree was hollow, it was full of vitality. The vegetation at its roots was covered in leaves that shimmered and sparkled. John said, In that case, thank you, Wei Wei. Since he needed a horn, and he was never one to be overly polite, John began selecting from the mountain of unicorn horns. Some of them had aged over 1,000 years and had crystallized, looking like precious jade. It was like stepping into a treasure trove, one that, if released, could shake the entire magical economy. After some picking and choosing, he took 10 horns. John then pulled out a necklace made of gold and gemstones, lengthened it enough to fit, and placed it around Wei Wei's neck. I hope you'll accept my friendship. The necklace was actually a new product, enchanted with an iron armor charm that could automatically recharge its magic power. The beautiful, gleaming gemstone necklace made Wei Wei very happy. She touched John gently with her horn, and her voice came softly, Then we're friends, John. From a distance, Clark watched with satisfaction. A smaller unicorn approached him with concern, saying, "Clark, that child has touched souls." Clark knew this already, but he didn't mind. He replied, "But he is good, isn't he?" Clark was not only Weiwei's father but also the king of the unicorn herd. He could see the wound on John's soul and could also glimpse the chaotic magic within him. Weiwei escorted John back to the edge of the forbidden forest. Through his questions, John also learned from Weiwei the secrets of that communication magic. It was a type of mental magic, the predecessor of legilimency. Or rather, legilimency was created by drawing from this type of magic. The origins of wizards are untraceable, but their abilities originated from magical creatures. They learned fire control from dragons, mind reading from unicorns, and apparition from foppers. The rise of wizards came from constant learning. According to legend, even Merlin once studied with magical creatures. From such foundations, it's no surprise that abilities like Parseltongue and Draconic Speakers emerged. Could it be that ancient magic is the origin of bloodline magic? Thinking about Parseltongue, a talent passed down purely through inheritance rather than learning, John speculated that ancient magic differed from wizarding magic. It arose from the pursuit of magic, where exposure to it left a mark. In the magical world, there are also natural-born legilimens and natural-born metamorph magi, among others. They don't need to learn, the talents are etched into their bodies. After bidding farewell to Weiwei, John left the forbidden forest as night fell. He noticed that the light was bright in Hagrid's hut. When he looked closer, he saw Hagrid seriously reciting a stack of notes. These were all materials Hermione had gathered for him from previous cases, and Hagrid was very grateful. If only Hermione, Harry, and Ron weren't still in their Cold War, it would be even better. Fong seemed to sense something and lifted his head. John motioned for him to stay quiet, and Fong lowered his head, wagging his tail. Waving goodbye, John headed toward the castle. The moment he stepped inside, John's eyes darkened. The surveillance magic set up within the castle had been triggered, a spell that activated after curfew. He reached into his pocket, and the Marauder's map appeared in his hand. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Ink lines spread across the parchment, sketching out a map. John saw a black dot with footsteps hurrying toward Gryffindor Tower. The name above it read, Sirius Black. So, he's still here. John rushed in the direction of Gryffindor Tower. He planned to take a shortcut, but Sirius Black was even more familiar with the castle, using every shortest path available. Before John could arrive, he saw that Sirius Black had already entered the Gryffindor common room. How is that possible? John was shocked. Did this guy somehow get past Sir Cadogan? It didn't seem that way, it looked like he simply walked right in. No time to think further, John dashed toward Gryffindor Tower without even using the disillusionment charm. Mo. Mrs. Norris spotted John on the staircase but just watched him run past without making a sound. Filch, hearing hurried footsteps, rushed out and saw only John's figure disappearing down the corridor. Thinking it was a student out after curfew, he hurriedly tried to follow. But John was too fast, and Filch couldn't keep up. Soon, as John neared Gryffindor Tower, Sir Cadogan's door swung open again. A ragged man with black hair dashed out. As he ran, his body began to change, transforming into a large, thick, referring to his girth, black dog. At the same time, in the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, Ron let out terrified screams. Black. Sirius Black. He has a knife. Read 12 chapters ahead.